8 years ago, the ancient city of Thunder experienced a sudden upheaval. The young Lord Qin Ming was taken captive by the Qingyun Sect, while 200,000 citizens were driven into the Great Qing Mountain as slaves. 8 years later, with the refinement of spirit in a martial prowess, the Asura awakens, and the indomitable youth rises against fate. Grant me a blade, and I shall pierce the heavens. Grant me a sword, and I shall point towards the celestial realms. The golden dragon is not merely a creature of the pond, it transforms into a dragon upon encountering the tempest. When titles such as Asura's son, Undying King, Thunder Battle Sovereign, and Ancient Sea Barbarian Emperor are conferred upon Qin Ming, this proud youth strides through the heavens, leading his cherished friends and beloveds to boldly battle across the 8 wildernesses, sweeping through the 6 directions, composing a ballad of blood and valor that is both stirring and poignant. Chapter 1. Qin Ming. On what ground should I step down? This selection for the martial sovereign pavilion is open to all ordinary disciples of the Qingyun Sect, including me, Qin Ming. Qin Ming stood resolutely on the high platform, confronting the beautiful and aloof female elder before him. However, his defiance was met with the elder's indifferent gaze and the scattered snickers from the audience below. "Do not embarrass yourself, step down," the elder rebuked coldly for the 3rd time. "I, Qin Ming, will accept the first round of assessment. Elder Chu Hua, if you please." Qin Ming remained unyielding, undeterred by the scrutiny of those around him. "Unappreciative fool," the elder scoffed, raising her hand, a formidable aura of martial prowess enveloping Qin Ming as if a massive boulder had plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto him. Qin Ming let out a muffled groan, steadfastly enduring the pressure, remaining motionless in the center of the platform. He glanced towards the incense altar not far away. If he could withstand for the duration of half a stick of incense, he would pass the first round and proceed to the subsequent challenge, vying for one of the 30 coveted spots in the martial sovereign pavilion. The elder's expression remained unchanged as she intensified her force, the released aura stacking upon itself, until it soon bore down with a weight of 300 pounds. Qin Ming gritted his teeth, resisting fiercely, still unmoved. At that moment, the laughter from below began to shift into astonishment. Could he truly endure this? The elder watched Qin Ming with cold disdain, her aura growing increasingly potent, as if boulders were continuously crashing down upon him. 300 pounds? 400 pounds? 500 pounds? 600 pounds? Qin Ming stood firm, stubbornly enduring, his gaze fixed upon the elder before him. Yet, as 800 pounds of pressure enveloped him, his body began to tremble, his eyes reddening, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "What is fate?" "This is your fate," the elder sneered, preparing to conclude this farce. "However, my fate is not yours to dictate." A surge of crimson energy erupted from within Qin Ming, stirring the dust beneath him, his legs quaking, his body trembling, as arcs of electricity suddenly erupted all over him. Spirit energy externalization? The audience gasped in astonishment, countless young men and women covering their mouths in shock. Spirit energy externalization, refining spirit into martial prowess, has actually broken through the spirit refinement realm? Lightning? His spirit energy can actually condense into lightning? What a remarkable youth, indeed gifted. From afar, the elite disciples were stirred, their expressions filled with disbelief. How incredible! Yet, gazing at the resolute Qin Ming before them, they could only shake their heads in regret. What a pity! You are well aware that you cannot pass this test, and you should not subject yourself to such humiliation. This is fate, your fate. The young men and women in the audience quietly shook their heads. Today's test was a competition for ordinary disciples to enter the martial sovereign pavilion, a treasure trove of the Qingyun Sect, typically reserved for elite disciples, but open to ordinary ones every 6 months. A rare opportunity, with thousands vying for entry. Such a precious chance. Everyone wished to seize it. How could they allow the son of a sinner to claim it? Even though you are exceptional, you are superior to the vast majority. But what difference does it make? You are the son of a sinner. You are here to suffer, not to hone your skills. The elder regarded Qin Ming, her eyes reflecting pity, but more so, a chilling coldness. "I shall ask you one last time. Will you concede?" "Impossible. If I can endure half a stick of incense, I will pass the test. Once I pass, I can enter the second stage." Qin Ming stubbornly bore the weight she imposed, brilliant arcs of electricity coursing chaotically over him. He glanced at the incense altar at the center of the platform. It was nearly time. However, the elder's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. A visible wave of energy erupted, the overwhelming pressure crashing down upon Qin Ming like a small mountain. Poof! Blood spurted from Qin Ming's mouth, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, his face flushed, his internal energy surging violently. Not passing, the elder declared from her elevated position, sealing Qin Ming's fate. Qin Ming lay on the ground, gasping for breath. According to the testing rules, the elder serving as the examiner only needed to unleash about 20% of her energy to suppress the challenger, sufficient to assess the challenger's potential, and willpower. The challenger merely needed to endure for half a stick of incense and perform excellently to pass. Yet in that fleeting moment, she had undoubtedly unleashed 70 to 80% of her aura. You, a formidable being of the earth martial realm, bullying someone of the spirit martial realm? Martial cultivation is divided into realms: spirit martial realm, profound martial realm, earth martial realm, saint martial realm, heavenly martial realm, radiant martial realm, immortal martial realm, and so forth. Before advancing to the spirit martial realm, one must undergo a lengthy process of spirit refinement. Only upon completion can one condense their spirit body and enter the spirit martial realm. Each realm is vastly different, with insurmountable chasms between them. For children under the age of 15 like them, to withstand even 20% of a formidable being's aura for half a stick of incense is already the limit. Yet the elder had blatantly attacked, leaving no opportunity for Qin Ming. Accept your fate. What does not belong to you should not be seized, and places you should not go are best avoided. If you do not pass the first round, you will have no chance for the second round. Leave, return to your storeroom, and perform your duties as a servant. The elder turned to depart. Suddenly, the audience erupted in exclamations as Qin Ming sprang to his feet, his tightly clenched right fist aimed at the elder. Second round. Receive my punch! To everyone's astonishment, all the arcs of electricity gathered into his fist, radiating a brilliant light. This was no feat achievable by a newly advanced spirit martial realm disciple. The elder pivoted sharply, brushing past Qin Ming, her palm striking his abdomen with force. Qin Ming spat blood and was sent flying, tumbling 3 to 5 times before finally coming to a halt. Could it be the second layer of the spirit martial realm? Many speculated about Qin Ming's strength. Being able to condense spirit energy to such a degree was certainly beyond the capabilities of the first layer. This lad was indeed a genius, having reached this level through his own exploration. In that moment, they even wondered if Qin Ming were not the son of a sinner. If he could receive serious training from the Qingyun Sect, how powerful might he become? Alas, how unfortunate to have been born into such a family. Qin Ming struggled to rise, spitting another mouthful of blood, swaying unsteadily, a fiery pain radiating from his abdomen as if a raging fire were consuming him. The crowd parted, no one offering assistance. Instead, a few arrogant youths exaggeratedly scrutinized him. Oh dear, has our young Lord Qin Ming just treated us to a performance of dog-eat shit? Come, let's give a round of applause. That was quite the act. Look at how impressive you are, daring to ambush an elder. That's what you get for being arrogant. You deserve it. Weren't you so proud? Aren't you so impressive? How come you can barely stand now? Need a hand? You're here to serve as a hostage, dutifully atoning for your parents' sins, for the 20,000 souls of Thunder Ancient City. Qin Ming suddenly lifted his head, his reddened eyes sweeping over them. The few disciples shivered internally, immediately silencing themselves, even averting their gaze. They had often fought against Qin Ming, with most encounters ending in their bruised faces and psychological scars. The elder descended from the testing platform, facing Qin Ming, her icy voice matching her frigid demeanor. Return to your storeroom and serve as a proper servant. The Qingyun Sect will never cultivate you. Do not return to participate in any future tests. Qin Ming took a moment to recover, brushing off the dust from his body, and surprisingly flashed a smile, nonchalant, though the blood-stained grin was quite fearsome. One day, I shall earn my rightful place in the Qingyun Sect, not beneath you, mark my words. The woman grasped Qin Ming's shoulder. If you were truly wise, you would recognize reality and humbly atone for your parents' sins. Qin Ming shrugged off her hand and strode away. His bloodied appearance was quite alarming, and the crowd parted to avoid blocking his path. Yet, after only a few steps, he encountered a group of aristocratic young men and women. At the forefront stood a handsome, yet arrogant youth named Zhao Lai, a figure of considerable stature among the ordinary disciples and the favored disciple of the aforementioned elder. This was not due to any exceptional talent, but because his older sister was already a trusted pupil of the elder. This year's selection for the martial sovereign pavilion was overseen by this very elder, ensuring Zhao Li's passage into the pavilion. "Isn't this our young Lord Qin Ming? You two have come for the test?" Zhao Li feigned concern, surveying Qin Ming with a mocking glint in his eyes. He had been bested by Qin Ming on numerous occasions, yet today, their fates were about to change. Zhao Li would enter the martial sovereign pavilion, receiving the powerful martial inheritance, becoming a favored disciple of the elder with boundless prospects. "And you? You'll continue to dwell in your storeroom, playing the servant." Qin Ming paid him no heed, striding forward. Zhao Li blocked his way. "Young Lord Qin Ming, feeling down? Why am I in such high spirits?" Qin Ming abruptly turned, raising his hand to strike, his bloodied visage particularly fearsome. Zhao Li's expression shifted, and in front of the gathered crowd, he hurriedly stepped back 2 paces in alarm. Yet, Qin Ming's raised hand merely wiped the blood from his mouth, a scornful sneer escaping him. "Favored disciple? Don't wet your pants, step aside." The elder witnessed this scene, her brow furrowing in evident displeasure at Zhao Li's behavior. Zhao Li, acutely aware of her expression, felt his face flush red, nearly rushing forward to retaliate, but was discreetly restrained by those beside him. A test was paramount. With thousands watching, he would deal with Qin Ming later. Zhao Li glared at Qin Ming's departing figure, a sense of resentment bubbling within him. This was a crucial moment for him to showcase his abilities, yet he felt publicly humiliated. "Qin Ming, I will settle the score with you soon." Qin Ming exited the testing grounds, making his way toward the Qingyun Sect storeroom. As he walked, disciples of the Qingyun Sect chatted and laughed, the atmosphere lively and relaxed. Upon seeing him, bloodied and staggering, they merely shrugged it off. Some ignored him, others offered sympathy, while a few shook their heads in disdain. Some mocked from a distance, insisting he should dutifully serve as a servant, as befits a sinner's son, always stirring up trouble. How he had survived this long was nothing short of a miracle. One could only wonder how his father had chosen such a name for him. Qin Ming? This is what fate is. Chapter 2. The art of life and death. Qin Ming had long grown accustomed to the gazes of the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Whether filled with sympathy or mockery, he accepted them with equanimity. After residing here for 8 years, he remained an outsider, never truly integrating into this place, and Qingyun Sect had no desire to embrace him. Weary and battered, he returned to the storage shed where he had lived for the past 8 years. Located on a low hill near the main peak of Qingyun Sect, the shed was quite spacious, once tended by 5 individuals, now reduced to just 2, himself, the resilient Qin Ming, and a despondent old man. They belonged to the lowest tier of Qingyun Sect, relying on each other for many years, a curious arrangement indeed. As Qin Ming entered the shed, he rubbed his face vigorously in front of the iron door, revealing a faint smile, just as usual. "Old man, I'm back." He pushed open the iron door and snapped his fingers, as if nothing had transpired. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, sat silently beneath an old tree in the distance, beside a solitary grave. Each day, he would sit there, quietly reminiscing about the deceased. One was solitary and melancholic, the other stubborn and resolute. 2 vastly different personalities cohabiting harmoniously for many years, which in itself was quite remarkable. Qin Ming hummed a tune as he changed into clean clothes inside the shed. There was no sense of regret, no feeling of defeat, nor resentment towards anyone. Rather than viewing it as mere acceptance, it was more a testament to his efforts to maintain optimism, a resilience cultivated over 8 long years. Nearby, the old man remained seated by the grave, seemingly oblivious to Qin Ming's injuries, his entire focus on the grave and the magnolia flowers swaying gently beside it. His days were spent in a simple routine, tidying the shed, eating a bit, and sitting beside the grave. "I'll eat later. I need to practice for a while first." After greeting the old man, Qin Ming settled onto a stone bench, adopting a meditative posture, his breath steady as he absorbed the subtle vitality of the universe. Nurturing his injured body, at this moment, he was not practicing martial arts, but employing a remarkable technique known as the art of life and death. Generally speaking, martial artists devote their lives to absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth, condensing it into spiritual power within their bodies, which manifests as formidable combat strength through specific martial techniques. It is widely acknowledged that the energy of the universe exists in its wild state or original state. However, what Qin Ming captured now was not energy, but rather life force. This extraordinary and rare method of absorption originated from the old man in the distance. From the moment Qin Ming was imprisoned in Qingyun Sect as an ordinary disciple and assigned to the shed as a servant, the old man had been there. It seemed no one knew the old man's origins, nor did anyone care about him, this seemingly worthless old man. His temperament was eccentric, rarely engaging in conversation with Qin Ming, let alone with others. Yet, 5 years ago, on a rainy night, when Qin Ming returned, bloodied and broken, the old man unexpectedly recited a set of incantations, which Qin Ming etched firmly into his memory. Life force drifts, wandering between heaven and earth without beginning or end. The northern dipper rides the energy, harmonizing with the 4 seasons, swirling in all directions. Heaven and earth intersect, all things are transformed, with beginnings and endings, in a cycle of reciprocity. Born of the 4 seasons, shaped by day and night. Essence is matter, the wandering soul is the whip. Investigate its origins, observe its flow. If one can comprehend its comings and goings, one can skillfully strategize, fostering prosperity while avoiding decline. Qin Ming diligently explored and studied this for 3 years, eventually grasping its essence and applying it with ease. It was precisely this remarkable technique of absorption that enabled Qin Ming to heal his injuries in the shortest time possible, allowing him to endure the oppression and exploitation within Qingyun Sect with unwavering tenacity. The origins of this incantation? The old man never revealed, nor did Qin Ming inquire. After a day of recuperation, Qin Ming's vitality and injuries had recovered significantly, with the pain nearly vanishing. The effects of the art of life and death were miraculous. As evening approached, noticing that time was fleeting, he ceased his training and prepared a simple meal, placing it on the rudimentary wooden table outside. "Old man, it's time to eat." The dishes consisted of common wild vegetables, each similar, yet Qin Ming managed to present them in a slightly varied manner. Arranging 4 different dishes, the old man turned to glance at the food, perhaps appreciating its appealing appearance, or perhaps simply due to hunger after a day without sustenance. He dusted himself off and sat down to eat slowly, without uttering a word. "Enjoy your meal. I'll practice a bit more." Qin Ming hastily consumed a couple of bites before returning to his stone bench to absorb the life force. He needed to resolve his injuries quickly, lest they become a lingering issue. The old man sampled each dish, finding them quite palatable, and leisurely placed all 4 dishes in front of himself, seeming particularly hungry today. "Qin Gongzi?" A delicate young girl knocked on the iron door and stepped inside. Qin Ming greeted her with a light smile. "It's been months. You've become even more beautiful. It's been months, and you've caused trouble again, making it hard for others to rest easy. Senior sister Yueqing asked me to bring you some medicine." The girl shook the small bamboo basket in her hand and nodded towards the old man, who, however, remained absorbed in his meal, uninterested. The girl paid no mind and quickly approached Qin Ming. Her steps light. "Let me see how your injuries are doing. It's nothing. Much better now. No need to worry." "Really? Why put yourself through this? You know they won't let you through." The girl placed the small bamboo basket beside Qin Ming. She was pure and beautiful, fresh and lovely, resembling a delicate lotus flower, exuding a vibrant and cheerful demeanor. Yet, Qin Ming's pale complexion filled her with concern, scolding him for his impulsiveness. "The opportunity is right there. How can one know if it's feasible without trying?" "What opportunity? Don't you understand? With Elder Zhang and the others suppressing you, the other elders want to invite trouble. I understand you're anxious about your family and wish to improve their circumstances. But the more you confront them head-on, the harder they will strike back." Kai's heart ached at the sight of Qin Ming's pallor. "Lower myself to beg? To wag my tail and plead for mercy? Qin Ming, cannot do that." Kai pouted, her lips a rosy hue, saying no more. She had already advised him countless times before, even senior sister Yueqing had urged him, but to no avail. She opened the small bamboo basket, revealing 2 bottles of medicine for clearing the blood and regulating energy, along with some exquisite pastries. "Guess who made these? Please thank Yueqing for me. Don't worry about me. I've been managing well all these years." Qin Ming picked up a pastry, savoring it while nodding. "It's Yueqing's handiwork. Quite tasty. Is this what you call managing well?" I'm worried just looking at you. You're getting into fights every few days. Either you leave others bloodied or you return covered in blood. They are clearly provoking you. Can't you just avoid them? Weaklings have no good end, and the strong can't live freely. I want to be strong. A perpetual strong man. Who said that? My father. Qin Ming's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure, taking another bite of the pastry. Kai hesitated, glancing cautiously at Qin Ming's face. Do you hate them? I didn't mean any harm. It's just that others say they are. Hate? Why would I hate them? They won't abandon me, nor my family. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. Kai realized she had touched upon a painful subject for Qin Ming. I'm fine. Don't worry. By the way, Senior Sister Yueqing asked me to remind you that after being silent for several months, if you suddenly showcase your strength in the spirit martial realm, it will attract a lot of attention and invite further suppression. You should be mentally prepared. Have I ever been afraid? After 8 years, I've finally broken through to the spirit martial realm. This is just the beginning. I will grow stronger, and the higher-ups of Qingyun Sect will truly take notice of me. One day, I will rescue my family and the 200,000 citizens of the city. Qin Ming spoke casually, but his tone carried a resolve known only to himself. Don't rush. You've endured for 8 years. Why care about the present? If you truly feel someone is out to harm you during this time, go to Senior Sister Yueqing. We may not be able to save Thunder Ancient City, but we can certainly protect you. Bang! The iron gate of the storage yard was violently flung open, and Zhao Lai swaggered in with his entourage. Zhao Lai, what are you doing here? Kai exclaimed, startled. Zhao Lai was unperturbed by Kai's presence. Isn't this junior sister Kai? It's been a while. I almost didn't recognize you. I'm asking you a question. What are you doing here? Why should Zhao Lai report to you wherever I go? You're not welcome here. Leave. Kai understood their intentions all too well. Is this your home? Zhao Lai smirked, and his companions laughed mockingly. You. Qin Ming remained seated on the stone bench, continuing to eat his pastries. There's no need to get angry over a bunch of trash. Criminal Qin Ming, what did you just say? Dare you repeat that? Zhao Lai approached them, his voice dripping with disdain. I've said it plenty of times. What's the matter? Are you addicted to hearing it? Kai hurriedly cautioned. Qin Ming, he's not the Zhao Lai he used to be. And I'm not the person I once was. Qin Ming had endured for more than 2 months, continuously breaking through. Although he had been humiliated by Elder Chu Hua today, his strength was no longer that of the former refining spirit realm. Is that so? Zhao Lai signaled for his lackeys to shut the iron door, smirking as he stood before Qin Ming, casting a condescending gaze down at him. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing at him before standing up from the stone bench, towering over Zhao Lai, who now found himself looking up at him. Is there something you need? Zhao Lai's previously imposing demeanor instantly waned as he seethed. Qin Ming, I just don't understand where you, a criminal, get this sense of superiority. If you have something to say it. If not, get lost. I want to challenge you. Zhao Lai no longer wished to waste words, eager to deliver a thrashing to Qin Ming and vent his frustrations. He gathered his energy, flames bursting forth from his fists. Ablaze with intensity, spirit power manifested, spirit martial realm. After 2 months apart, what level of the spirit martial realm had he reached? Qin Ming cast a glance at the flames in Zhao Lai's hands. Unfazed. Spirit martial, 3rd level. Zhao Lai puffed out his chest proudly, having disappeared for so long due to being taken by Elder Chu Hua for special training, an opportunity secured by his sister. Under Elder Chu Hua's rigorous guidance, he had risen 2 levels, advancing from the initial stage of the spirit martial realm to the 3rd level. His lackeys beamed with pride for Zhao Lai. Listen well. Our Zhao Lai senior brother aced today's test, placing first, and Elder Chu Hua even gifted him a spirit pearl herb. Do you know what a spirit pearl herb is? It's a middle-grade spiritual herb. In 10 days, our Zhao Lai senior brother will enter the martial sect pavilion to receive even stronger martial heritage. He may not only become a direct disciple but could even rise to become a golden feather disciple. And you? Just keep working in this shed. Laughter erupted among the entourage as they relished the spectacle. From now on, you can only gaze at Zhao Lai senior brother's back from behind. Qin Ming's expression finally flickered with emotion at the mention of the spirit pearl herb. His gaze flitted toward Zhao Lai's embroidered pouch. Chapter 3. The spirit pearl herb. I heard you managed to break into the spirit martial realm on your own. Feeling proud? Feeling accomplished? Today, I'll make it clear to you that you and I are not on the same level. You and I are not of the same fate. Zhao Lia's aura surged as he lunged forward, leaping into the air after taking a dozen steps, performing a 720-degree flip to land directly behind Qin Ming. Fluid and swift, a cold smirk on his lips as he swung his fist toward Qin Ming's neck. Flames roaring on his right fist. Not only did he want to defeat Qin Ming, but he also desired to humiliate him thoroughly. This moment had been long awaited. Good, impressive, finish him. His lackeys cheered excitedly. Zhao Li, you've gone too far. Kai rushed forward to intervene. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Ming swiftly turned, his clenched right fist suddenly opening wide, lightning crackling wildly within his palm. A dazzling display of energy, bang! The outstretched palm astonishingly blocked Zhao Lia's fiery punch, lightning and flames intertwining in a chaotic dance, neither relenting. Qin Ming remained utterly still, his feet firmly anchored to the stone bench. Zhao Li was taken aback. How could this be possible? He had been confident in his ambush, believing himself to be in the spirit martial third level, while Qin Ming was merely at the second level. Kai gasped, equally incredulous. Third level? How did I not know this? Qin Ming's open right hand forcefully grasped Zhao Lia's fiery fist, squeezing his fingers like a vice. You? Zhao Li suddenly snapped back to reality. Qin Ming blinked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he drew in energy, engaging his core strength, and in an instant, he stomped down, seizing Zhao Lia's fist and swinging him around, slamming him into the ground. The thunderous crash echoed as Zhao Lia's body crashed to the earth, his arm nearly twisted into a pretzel by Qin Ming's grip, letting out a blood-curdling scream that resonated throughout the storage yard. My hand. Senior brother? You scoundrel! Let him go! The lackeys panicked, rushing forward. I'm sorry, but I'm also at the spirit martial third level. You're right. You indeed are not on the same level as me. Qin Ming swung Zhao Li around in the courtyard, running and smashing him down, resembling someone wielding a sack of flour, albeit one that screamed in agony, the scene increasingly exaggerated. Qin Ming's strength was tremendous, his explosive power astonishing. Before the lackeys could reach him, Qin Ming spun 3 times on the spot and suddenly released Zhao Li, sending him hurtling toward the iron door of the shed. A resounding crash followed as Zhao Li left a trail of blood, collapsing to the ground. This scene left Kai covering her mouth in shock. Criminal Qin Ming, you've caused a ruckus. A group of lackeys shouted angrily as they charged forward, but Qin Ming glared fiercely, bellowing, "Get lost!" The 5 men and women froze in place, startled. Zhao Li struggled to his feet, ready to erupt, only to find Qin Ming striding toward him with purpose. Qin Ming, don't come any closer. Don't come closer, or gentlemen. We can talk this out. Did you hear me? Don't come any closer. Qin Ming stood before him, twisting his neck and rolling his shoulders, the joints cracking ominously. Does it hurt? It hurts. It hurts so much. Don't do this. We've known each other for so many years. Doesn't he have to be like this? Zhao Li was bewildered and terrified, struggling to comprehend how Qin Ming had reached the spirit martial third level. What is going on? Is it the spirit pearl herb? Hand it over. Qin Ming yanked Zhao Li's embroidered pouch from his waist. You? Zhao Li nearly leaped up in shock. Good, thank you. Qin Ming weighed the pouch in his hand, extracting a lush, vibrant spirit pearl herb that glimmered with luminescence. Indeed, it was a middle-grade spiritual herb. Though he had never used such a treasure, he knew its value all too well. Zhao Li struggled to distance himself from Qin Ming, his mind on the verge of collapse. I've worked tirelessly to reach the spirit martial third level. How could Qin Ming possibly do the same? The lackeys finally gathered around to help him. Senior brother, something's not right. How could he advance so quickly? They found it hard to believe in Qin Ming's strength. Kai, you're behind this. Zhao Li directed his anger towards her. Elder Zhang had previously decreed that no one within Qingyun Sect could privately offer spiritual essence or martial techniques to Qin Ming, nor could they provide him with guidance in martial arts. This was the punishment Qin Ming deserved. Yet, Qin Ming's sudden leap to the spirit martial third level was undoubtedly suspicious. Kai raised her chin defiantly. So what if we are? What is it to you? Look at you, relying on your sister to reach the spirit martial third level. With your talent, you won't achieve anything in the martial sect pavilion. Don't think that just because you have a flashy sister, you can act arrogantly. Your sister doesn't even rank in Qingyun Sect. All right, very well. Just you wait. Zhao Li stormed off, casting a resentful glance back at Qin Ming. his heart bleeding with envy at the sight of the embroidered pouch. "Come often. Don't forget to bring gifts." Qin Ming waved him off. "Don't be arrogant. You'll regret this." "Ha, this fool just gifted me a spirit pearl herb." Qin Ming chuckled as he sat back down on the stone bench, examining the spirit pearl herb. Words like "you'll regret this" and "I'll ruin you" had long since lost their impact on him over the past 8 years. "Qin Ming, I heard that." Zhao Lai almost charged back in. "I said it for you to hear." Zhao Lai was on the verge of erupting in anger when his disciples swiftly restrained him and escorted him away. This eccentric individual turned out to be at the 3rd level of spirit martial realm, too formidable to provoke. Hence they hastily retreated. "Young Master Qin, have you truly reached the 3rd level of spirit martial realm?" Tsai asked, incredulously. Just 2 months ago, Qin Ming could not even manifest his spiritual energy. How could he have suddenly ascended to such a level? Although Qin Ming had been mysteriously elusive in recent months, it seemed rather implausible for him to have advanced so rapidly. "I broke through to the 3rd level 5 days ago." "How did you achieve that?" "I stumbled my way through it. I find that hard to believe," Tsai remarked, regarding Qin Ming with a peculiar expression, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Those who had suppressed him for 8 long years were ultimately overturned by him. He had no external assistance, no guidance from elders, relying solely on his own exploration and effort. Achieving the spirit refinement realm and advancing into the spirit martial realm was already impressive. Now, he had reached the 3rd level of spirit martial realm, which even she found suspicious. To rise 3 levels in 2 months seems a tad exaggerated, doesn't he? After all, it is merely the early phase of the spirit martial realm. Exaggerated? I took 2 months to reach the 3rd level of the early spirit martial realm myself, but that was under the direct tutelage of the elders, with martial techniques to assist me. Don't feel inferior. Your beauty suffices. Tsai stuck out her tongue. Only you know how to speak. How can we maximize the efficacy of the spirit pearl grass? Just consume it directly. Elder Chu Hua was indeed generous, having given Zhao Lai a mid-grade spirit essence. Spirit essence is classified into low, mid, and high grades. Typically, ordinary disciples receive a few low-grade spirit essences monthly, but someone of Qin Ming's servant status would not be entitled to such benefits. Mid-grade spirit essence is reserved for those who are direct disciples, while high-grade spirit essence is a rarity even among elite disciples. Qingyun Sect strictly adheres to a resource distribution based on disciples' ranks. Then I shall not be polite. Qin Ming had never experienced mid-grade spirit essence and looked forward to its effects. Now that you are in the spirit martial realm, you will increasingly require spirit essence. Should we arrange some for you? No need. I will find a way myself. Previously, Yueqing had privately given him many items, which led to both of them being punished when discovered. Since then, unless it was common potions or food, he would not accept Yueqing's gifts. The more precious the item, the less he wished to accept it, not wanting to cause her further trouble. Be cautious. Zhao Lai's sister, Zhao Min, has now reached the 6th level of spirit martial realm. Avoid her if you can. I shall return now. The pastries are best enjoyed warm. Tsai bid farewell to Qin Ming while also acknowledging the elder. The elder had nearly finished his meal and quietly returned to sit beside the solitary grave. Qin Ming prepared some pastries and placed them on the stone table for the old man. He then sat down on the stone bench, swallowing the spirit pearl grass and beginning to refine the pure spiritual energy within it and martial techniques. He actually had some, learned clandestinely, unknown to others. No guidance, he possessed talent, exploring and experimenting on his own. Unable to practice in the training grounds, he challenged anyone he could in Qingyun Sect. What did he have? Talent and perseverance. It was precisely through his self-taught knowledge and unwavering determination that Qin Ming managed to complete the spirit refinement realm and step into the spirit martial realm. However, he himself felt that his power had surged too swiftly after entering the spirit martial realm, seemingly more easily than others. 2 months, 3 levels. That seemed rather exaggerated. As Qin Ming pondered, he thought of the life transformation technique. 3 years of research and 2 years of integration had drained a considerable amount of his energy and time. Yet the benefits were enormous. The life force from the heavens and earth seemed to be subtly transforming him, allowing his physique to undergo a more intricate metamorphosis at this crucial stage of his youth. This was Qin Ming's own conjecture, and when he inquired with the elder, he was met with silence. The spiritual energy within the spirit pearl grass was indeed surging, at least comparable to 100 low-grade spirit essences. Qin Ming refined it until deep into the night, finally converting all of it into his internal spiritual energy. The unique medicinal properties of the spirit pearl grass were also nurturing Qin Ming's injured body, aiding in his healing. Having just broken through to the third level of spirit martial realm 5 days ago, a single spirit pearl grass had remarkably stabilized his position in this realm, and he could distinctly feel his internal spiritual energy surging significantly. Spirit herbs were indeed valuable. When would he acquire another? Elder Chu Hua likely intended to use this spirit pearl grass to stabilize Zhao Lai's realm, facilitating his breakthrough to the 4th level of spirit martial realm in the martial ancestor pavilion, thereby enhancing her own prestige and averting accusations of favoritism towards an ineffectual disciple. Unfortunately, it had now fallen into Qin Ming's hands. Qin Ming stretched his stiff body beneath the starry sky, the moonlight shimmering like water. From a distance, he could hear others still training within Qingyun Sect, yet this secluded warehouse remained tranquil. The elder continued to sit silently beside the solitary grave, which bore a monument, but it was devoid of inscriptions. "Elder, you should go sleep in the inner room. Don't catch a chill." The old man's eyelids fluttered, as if returning from his reverie. He raised an eyebrow at Qin Ming, and that night, an unusual expression appeared in his eyes, no longer vacant and numb. "Shall I fetch you a blanket?" Just as Qin Ming was about to leave, a faint, raspy voice drifted over. Yin and yang connect. Essence and soul intertwine. Life transforms the vital energy. "What?" Qin Ming turned back. The elder, with his back to him, murmured softly. "Vital energy enters the body, spiraling upward, like a ram's horn rising." The life transformation technique? Qin Ming's spirit jolted. Could it be another part of the life transformation technique? Where the 9 and tread the 1, left 3 and right 7, 2 and 4 is shoulders, 6 and 8 is feet. 5 resides within. The yang occupies the 4 cardinal points, the yin returns to the 4 corners, the center 5 stays central, balancing yin and yang, responding to the northern dipper above, controlling the 8 directions below. All transformations and changes are contained within. The life transformation technique? The second segment. Qin Ming was elated. It was so sudden and exhilarating. After 5 long years, he had finally awaited the second segment of the life transformation technique. He deeply bowed in gratitude to the elder and immediately returned to the stone bench, repeatedly reciting and etching it into his mind. Was this segment about the circulation of energy within the body? Previously, the first segment of the life transformation technique had only taught him how to absorb the life force from the heavens and earth and how to permeate it into his body, without any additional instruction. Qin Ming had been troubled by whether life force could circulate within the meridians like spiritual energy. Now, it seemed he finally had a method. Chapter 4. Self-reflection. Qin Ming sat on the stone bench, studying the life transformation technique throughout the night, and instead of feeling fatigued, he found himself invigorated. The life transformation technique allowed him to absorb life force from the heavens and earth, aiding in the recovery of his injuries and vitality while maintaining his energy and spirit. When Qin Ming had studied the first segment of the life transformation technique, it had taken him 3 full years, a lengthy period primarily due to his youth and limited knowledge, compounded by his lack of understanding of this energy cultivation method, which he had to explore entirely on his own. This time, studying the second segment was evidently much smoother, and in just one night, he had gained some insights. Qin Ming was confident he could thoroughly comprehend it within 6 months, or even sooner, integrating the first and second segments of the life transformation technique. The elder must have returned to the warehouse to sleep at some point, leaving only Qin Ming and the solitary grave in the courtyard. In a good mood, Qin Ming brushed off the gloom brought on by Elder Chu Hua's rejection. He prepared breakfast for the elder and, with a bun in his mouth, walked to the corner of the courtyard to perform his daily exercises, effortlessly lifting a 2-meter-high stone jar, holding it steadily in his hands, his muscles taut and perfectly defined. This stone jar was used for carrying miscellaneous goods. Each morning, he was tasked with delivering supplies to various locations within Qingyun Sect. Initially, he pushed a wooden cart back and forth. Later, he switched to a wooden barrel over a meter tall, carrying the items on his back. 2 years ago, he transitioned to the stone jar, placing all the goods he needed to deliver inside and lifting it for transport. The stone jar was adorned with iron spikes and weighed a total of 300 pounds. When filled with daily deliveries, it would weigh at least 500 pounds, sometimes reaching 700 or 800 pounds. Qin Ming, bare-chested, strode through the courtyard, hoisting the stone jar high. His robust muscles, explosive strength, and relentless perseverance were cultivated through this daily regimen. Transforming challenges into experiences was a mantra Qin Ming repeated to himself daily. "Qin Ming, are you there?" A shrill voice called from outside as a plump, fair man stood at the iron gate, appearing rather arrogant while deliberately tilting his head and glancing sideways. His name was Zhang Dong, one of the overseers of Qingyun Sect, responsible for managing half of the servants and assigning their daily tasks. Qin Ming ignored him, continuing his workout with the stone jar. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you," Zhang Dong shouted, his voice piercing. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Qin Ming let the stone jar drop heavily, causing the entire warehouse courtyard to tremble. Zhang Dong shuddered, his voice abruptly silenced, like a duck with its throat grasped. Rooted in place at the iron gate, too frightened to step inside. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Oh, you need something?" Zhang Dong, looking apprehensive at the sight of the several hundred-pound stone jar, maintained a defiant expression. He raised the list in his hand. "This is today's delivery. ITS always posted on the door. Why the sudden interest in coming to see me today?" "Hey, you little minion. I came in to show you some respect." Zhang Dong faltered under Qin Ming's gaze, stuttering before muttering incoherently. He truly did not dare to flaunt himself before Qin Ming, for fear of a beating. He had not been spared in the past, and this brat had no concept of social hierarchy. "Give it to me." Qin Ming approached, taking the list and glancing over it. "So many places?" Zhang Dong scoffed. "Aren't you in the spirit martial realm now? You dared to confront Elder Chu Hua. Do you think adding more delivery locations will trouble you? Some of these places aren't meant for me to deliver. I'm the one who decides what should be delivered where. Those capable should do more. Starting today, you will triple your delivery locations." Qin Ming shot him a cold glance, shaking the list in his hand. "What are you doing? If you dare to hit me again, you'll be delivering all the goods for Qingyun Sect from now on. That will wear you out." "Look, what are you looking at? You better stop staring." "Qin Ming, don't be impulsive. What's the harm in delivering a bit more?" As Zhang Dong saw Qin Ming closing in, he stumbled backward in fright. When Qin Ming was only 10 years old, he used to chase Zhang Dong around, beating him mercilessly. Since then, he had at least thrashed him twice a year. The more punishment Zhang Dong received, the harsher Qin Ming's retaliation became. This kid was made of steel and had no fear of consequences. "I'm just picking something up, don't worry." Qin Ming bent down to grab a stone and tossed it casually into the stone jar. Zhang Dong, embarrassed and furious, shouted, "Hurry up and clean up. Get the delivery done. I warn you, even if you reach the Xuanwu realm in the future, you will still be a servant, and you'll have to deliver goods every day. Zhang Dong, don't be too arrogant. You will forever be a steward, while I may not always be a servant." Qin Ming fetched a bucket of well water, entered the warehouse, cleaned himself up, and changed into a neat and tidy outfit. Though he was a servant, he was still a young master, the young lord of Thunder Ancient City. His clothes did not have to be extravagant. Being clean was sufficient. Suffering is not determined by quantity. Maintaining a smile is what matters. Regardless of whether others respect him, he must first respect himself. This reflects a way of living, as well as Qin Ming's attitude towards martial arts. Zhang Dong outside rolled his eyes, scoffing at Qin Ming's pretense. He would remain a servant for life. Qin Ming sorted the goods according to the list, placing them one by one into the stone jar. However, glancing back at Zhang Dong, who was still standing there with a defiant posture, he frowned for a moment before returning to the warehouse to tuck away a few additional items before stepping out. The stone jar was filled with various goods, weighing at least 800 pounds in total. Qin Ming gripped it tightly, hoisting it up with a grunt, balancing it effortlessly on his hands. Zhang Dong gasped in disbelief, cursing under his breath at Qin Ming's abnormality. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you're late, you'll have to walk or crawl back." Qin Ming exited the warehouse, carrying the stone jar. The weight of 800 pounds was a considerable strain for him, but he persisted in lifting it daily, striving to maintain a steady pace and smooth breathing. Zhang Dong's envy simmered beneath his sarcasm. "Look at you, all showy. What good is sheer strength without skill? For a true warrior, martial techniques and realms are what matter. Unfortunately, they will never be within your grasp. You'll be lucky to move around in the spirit martial realm. Don't even dream of ascending higher." Suddenly, the stone jar in Qin Ming's hand tilted precariously, about to crash down on Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong yelped in horror, scrambling away as Qin Ming effortlessly steadied the jar and strode past him. You bastard," Zhang Dong fumed, his teeth grinding. Qingyun Sect, nestled deep within the Yunluo forest, had a legacy spanning over 1,000 years, encompassing a vast area with more than 30 mountains, housing around 8,000 disciples and countless strong practitioners. It was a renowned sect, a holy land for martial artists within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Every 2 years, Qingyun Sect publicly recruited disciples, drawing thousands of hopefuls who sought to place their children within its ranks to study martial arts and refine their spiritual energy. Completing the spirit refinement realm and advancing to the spirit martial realm was enough to make their parents proud. If one were fortunate enough to become an elite disciple or even a direct disciple of an elder, it would be a source of immense pride for their family. As Qin Ming hoisted the stone jar, he strode confidently through Qingyun Sect, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. This scene was undoubtedly the most eye-catching sight in Qingyun Sect during the early morning hours. Though many disciples had grown accustomed to it, his appearances always drew attention. He appeared robust and commanding, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, seeming to be around 17 or 18 years old, yet he was only 15. The 8 years of trials in Qingyun Sect had matured him significantly, both mentally and physically. Qin Ming, congratulations on entering the spirit martial realm. A fellow disciple greeted him on the way, offering a friendly smile, tinged with admiration or sympathy. Greetings, senior brother. Qin Ming always returned the greetings of these amiable disciples. Let us find a time to spar. Sure, I'll remember that, Qin Ming replied with a smile. Indeed, while some respected Qin Ming, others found him detestable. As disciples came and went, some laughed mockingly, others whispered amongst themselves, while many simply ignored him. Carrying the list and the stone jar, Qin Ming steadily ascended the steep stone steps, delivering supplies from the foot of the mountain to the summit, including various courtyards, kitchens, and personal training grounds, all while collecting unused materials. He diligently performed his tasks while simultaneously building his strength. After making several successful deliveries, he reached the top of the training grounds, only to be met with a sharp rebuke. I ordered iron rods, 100 pounds of iron rods. What am I to do with 2 wooden sticks? A robust disciple snapped, shattering a thick wooden stick and tossing the pieces at Qin Ming. The vast training ground fell silent, and many disciples practicing in the morning turned their attention to the scene. This large training ground was a central location for Qingyun Sect disciples to train, featuring specially crafted stone platforms and designated training equipment. It was a space for practice, sparring, and observing elite disciples in combat to learn techniques and experiences capable of accommodating up to 1,000 individuals. There were a total of 15 such training grounds in Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming set down the stone jar and pulled out the list. The 10th training ground, 2 wooden sticks? Nonsense. I clearly told Zhang Dong last night that I wanted a 100-pound iron rod. You must be Qin Ming, right? I heard you showcased your spirit martial realm strength yesterday. Ha! So impressive, yet daring to switch materials. Do you want me to confine you for 10 days? Laughter erupted from the onlookers. It's not a big deal. I'll swap them out for you. Qin Ming lifted the stone jar and turned to leave. When? In your next life. Are you tired of living? The disciple, infuriated, was pulled back by others. You're 20 years old. Don't stoop to his level. Qin Ming dismissed the insolent remarks and continued carrying the stone jar, soon arriving at another mountain that had previously been outside his delivery range, as it was inhabited by female disciples. Oh, S&T that Qin Ming? It seems so. What is he doing here? I heard he managed to reach the spirit martial realm on his own. The kid is quite talented. He.S. not bad, just too hot-headed and unwilling to bow down. It's rather pitiable that he, a young lord, has fallen to such a state. Numerous female disciples traverse this place, yet none seem inclined to trouble him. Holding aloft a stone jar, Qin Ming ascends to the mountain's midway point, a designated delivery location. To his surprise, he discovers a hot spring area, dotted with numerous independent springs, said to emanate from deep within the earth, infused with abundant elemental vitality. Many disciples relish in cultivating their skills here. Who are you? A female disciple unexpectedly encounters Qin Ming, her long hair damp and cascading, her attire scant, barely concealing some youthful allure. She glances at the 2-meter stone jar he holds, momentarily taken aback, before quickly recognizing him. What brings you here? It requires 30 Qin Ming is genuinely unaware that this is the hot spring area. His mouth agape in disbelief as he processes the list, which absurdly states 30 wooden sticks. 30 of what? Nothing. I've simply delivered to the wrong place. Qin Ming realizes that the scoundrel Zhang Dong must be behind this. Why is there a man here? Several female disciples approach, halting in their tracks, their hair similarly damp and their clothing thin, provoking thoughts of impropriety. Wishing to avoid conflict, Qin Ming raises the stone jar, preparing to leave, when one of the disciples sharply rebukes him. This mountain forbids male disciples from entering during the morning and evening. Do you not understand the rules? The earlier disciple had urged gently. Do not trouble him. He may have taken a wrong turn. Who knows, he might have ulterior motives, another female disciple chuckled. Not very old, yet quite robust. Frustrated, Qin Ming hastily departs the mountain, discarding the entire list of goods at the mountain's base. Regardless, I've delivered. They refuse me entry, so I shall leave it here. Whoever desires it may claim it. Such tactics are truly beneath contempt. Qin Ming examines the list once more, noting a few seemingly ordinary locations, but shockingly, one is labeled Ninth Mountain. ISNT the Ninth Mountain, the Medicinal Mountain. It is a forbidden area of the Qingyun Sect, where no disciple is permitted to tread without consequence. Those who dare would surely face severe punishment. Zhang Dong is ruthless indeed, sending him to the Medicinal Mountain. Should he go, he might be thrown out, and should he refuse, he could seize the opportunity to report to the overseer, thus incurring punishment himself. Resolutely, Qin Ming discards the list, intent on leaving, unperturbed by potential consequences. Yet, after a few paces, he halts on the narrow path, a thought crossing his mind as he glances back at the list. Chapter 5. The Medicinal Mountain. The Medicinal Mountain is one of the many forbidden realms within the Qingyun Sect. Towering majestically, its heights piercing the clouds, perpetually shrouded in mist, obscuring its true visage from the outside world. Here, the spiritual energy is exceptionally rich, making it a veritable treasure trove from mid-mountain to the summit. It is said to host 30 to 50 medicinal gardens, alongside some secluded and special gardens that cultivate even rarer herbs. Standing at the mountain's foot, Qin Ming gazes upward at the imposing medicinal mountain. The thick fog envelopes him, laden with not just moisture but an abundance of spiritual energy. He inhales deeply, the cool, moist air invigorating, the spiritual energy here far surpassing that of his secluded warehouse. How blissful it would be to cultivate in such a place. Securely tucking the delivery list away, he cautiously ascends the medicinal mountain with the stone jar in hand. Previously, he would not have dared to enter, but this time he is willing to take the risk. Due to the richness of the spiritual energy, not only do numerous spiritual herbs flourish within the medicinal mountain, but even the trees grow exceptionally stout and tall, their roots resembling serpents as they twist and coil from the earth, branches hanging low, blurring the lines between limbs and saplings. This place feels like a completely enclosed space. Newcomers can easily become disoriented. For the majority of disciples within the Qingyun Sect, the medicinal mountain remains shrouded in mystery, as few have ventured here. Qin Ming, resolved to seize the opportunity, boldly strides through the dense, damp forest, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy while keenly observing his surroundings, hoping to discover a spiritual herb or fruit. The status of a servant can occasionally prove useful. Should anyone discover him, he can simply claim he is there to make a delivery. The deeper he ventures into the mountain, the more he falls in love with this enchanting place. It is akin to a realm of immortality. If he could cultivate here for a month, enduring a year of confinement would be well worth it. Ah, there truly is a spiritual herb. Qin Ming's eyes sparkle as he spots a vibrant green sprout nestled among the tangled roots, partially concealed by withered leaves, barely peeking through with delicate leaves. Had it not been for Qin Ming's keen eyesight, he might have overlooked it, a low-grade spiritual herb. He carefully sets down the stone jar, gently excavates it, ensuring no one is around, and hastily pops it into his mouth. Chewing and swallowing it indiscriminately, a wave of refreshing spiritual energy begins in his mouth, radiating throughout his body. He cannot discern the specific type of herb, but the sensation is undeniably invigorating. Revitalized, Qin Ming steadies the stone jar and resumes his careful observation, soon discovering yet another spiritual herb hidden among a patch of unruly grasses. After boldly traversing the mountain for about an hour, he manages to uncover 5 low-grade spiritual herbs. Although they are all of lesser quality, Qin Ming is nonetheless thrilled with his discoveries. The fragrance of the herbs is intoxicating. Qin Ming sniffs appreciatively, hastening forward, only to find the scenery suddenly opens up before him, revealing a vast medicinal garden, shrouded in thin mist, with the aroma of herbs and spiritual energy wafting toward him, compelling him to take a deep breath. Who goes there? A sharp voice pierces the air. Startled, Qin Ming quickly sets down the stone jar and calls out, "I am Qin Ming, a low-ranking disciple, here to deliver goods as per Overseer Zhang Dong's instructions." A handsome young disciple emerges from a nearby grove, his brow furrowed, his gaze unkind. "What nonsense is this? When did the medicinal garden request goods from your warehouse? Here is the list. Please take a look that I am merely following orders," Qin Ming replies, extending the list. The disciple glances at it but does not take it, coldly advancing toward Qin Ming. "So, you're delivering on orders? You have quite the audacity, forgetting the rules of the Qingyun Sect. Whether one delivers goods or does not, punishment awaits either way. This is the overseer's arrangement, and I am powerless to change it." "Ha! A mere overseer dares to play tricks with the medicinal garden. Is he foolish, or are you simply reckless?" The youth circles around Qin Ming, his gaze icy. "I am merely here to deliver goods. The list is written by Zhang Dong. You can verify this. Who is your senior brother? If not, then so be it. The goods are in the stone jar. Shall I retrieve them for you? Wait. Are you at the spirit martial realm? How could a servant possibly attain the spirit martial realm?" The disciple's demeanor shifts to one of alertness. Such words are a slight. Why can't a servant be at the spirit martial realm? Servants are disciples of the Qingyun Sect as well. At that moment, a cool voice emanates from within the medicinal garden. "What is happening?" "Sister Ling Shui, a servant has intruded upon the medicinal garden." The disciple's tone becomes respectful. "A servant." A female disciple materializes from the mist, her features obscured but her tall, graceful figure and flowing white attire unmistakable. "Ling Shui?" The favored disciple of the elder who guards the medicinal mountain. Qin Ming recognizes the name. To be taken under the wing of the elder is a coveted honor many envy. "You are Qin Ming?" the woman inquires, her tone cold and indifferent. "That is I," Qin Ming responds, slightly taken aback that she knows him. "Come, this is not a place for you." The female disciple turns and walks into the mist, neither questioning nor troubling Qin Ming. "Thank you, sister." Qin Ming raises the stone jar, pondering why she is so accommodating. Wait, she just let him go. The young disciple appears displeased. Ling Shui's voice drifts back. "No need to trouble a servant. Search him. If he has no hidden spiritual herbs, there's no need for punishment. Look how open-minded your sister is. Why trouble a servant?" Qin Ming chuckles. The youth sizes him up for a moment, reluctantly searching him, even inspecting the stone jar. "Leave quickly, and do not return here. Could you kindly escort me out? I seem to have lost my way. Ha! You expect me to escort you? Are you jesting?" The youth turns back toward the medicinal garden. "Then I shall find my own way." Qin Ming deliberately calls out, carrying the stone jar into the dense forest. He does not leave immediately, continuing to wander through the woods in search of spiritual herbs, hoping to stumble upon a mid-grade herb or other treasures. Such audacity. The medicinal mountain is the true treasure trove of the Qingyun Sect, with around 70% of the spiritual herbs and materials used by disciples and elders originating from here. Due to the unique environment and abundant spiritual energy, not all materials are necessarily cultivated within the gardens. Some special herbs thrive in isolated spots, such as cliffs, ravines, or beside waterfalls, where they are marked off and may not even have a caretaker. Certain special areas may even yield precious herbs on their own. Thus, disciples tasked with guarding the medicinal mountain must regularly patrol its various locations, seeking out the missed spiritual herbs. After half an hour of searching, Qin Ming finds 2 more low-grade spiritual herbs, quickly consuming them. He is taking a significant risk. Though he appears relaxed, his heart races, mentally urging himself to discover a stolen precious herb. "Who are you?" A patrolling disciple spots Qin Ming. "I am here to deliver goods. I encountered Sister Ling Shui, who instructed me to leave, but I seem to have lost my way." Qin Ming approaches without hesitation, eager to explain. "Sister Ling Shui? The one you encountered at the medicinal garden?" The disciple eyes him skeptically. "Indeed, by the edge of the garden." The disciple steps closer, personally examining the stone jar, searching his person, and scrutinizing the delivery list. "Follow this path downward. Do not wander aimlessly. If I see you again, I will not be so forgiving." "Thank you, brother," Qin Ming expresses gratefully, hastening to depart, vanishing into the mist. However, once he is a safe distance from the disciple, he slows his pace, aimlessly wandering while muttering about spiritual herbs. After an hour, his haul is modest, having only spotted 1 low-grade spiritual herb, though he encountered 3 patrolling disciples, one of whom nearly dragged him to meet the elder. reluctant to linger any longer. But unwilling to concede defeat, Qin Ming grits his teeth and continues exploring. This time, fortune favors him. Near the base of the mountain, he comes across a cliff some 40 to 50 meters high. Adorned with various dark green vines, in a secluded, rocky corner, he spots a blood-red fruit, partially hidden by mist and vines, visible only from a certain angle, at last. A promising find. Ensuring the area is devoid of observers, Qin Ming sets down the stone jar, retrieves a rope, secures one end, and carefully begins to descend. The cliff is treacherous and slippery, the vines laden with thorns. He soon reaches the fruit, but suddenly, a robust python lunges from the vines. Its gaping maw aimed at Qin Ming's head. Its entire body is a deep green, camouflaged amidst the foliage, strikingly unexpected. Qin Ming's heart leaps. Instinctively, he swings a punch, landing a blow on the snake's head with a force akin to 300 or 400 pounds. The python hisses in protest, plummeting from the cliff. Yet, before Qin Ming can catch his breath, more rustling sounds emerge from the vines below, revealing several more robust pythons awakening, flicking their tongues as they peer at him. Indeed, it must be a treasure. Qin Ming feels no fear. Rather, he is exhilarated. It is said that precious wild spiritual herbs are often guarded by ferocious beasts, and the more formidable the guardians, the more valuable the herbs. The vines on the cliff begin to sway violently, revealing not only pythons but also venomous snakes. I see. A snake heart fruit? Qin Ming exclaims, astonished. A mid-grade spiritual fruit? Here, of all places, is a mid-grade spiritual fruit. How splendid! His daring venture has not been in vain. However, the size of this snake heart fruit is somewhat excessive. He recalls seeing an elite disciple flaunting one no larger than an egg, but this one is at least as big as his fist. Is it truly wild? It appears so. Qin Ming scans the surroundings. If it were domesticated, there would typically be a special mark, yet none are present. The pythons and venomous snakes begin to stir restlessly, converging toward Qin Ming. The commotion catches the attention of nearby patrolling disciples, their hurried footsteps approaching. With no time to ponder, Qin Ming quickly assesses his position, scrambles up the cliff using the rope, and adeptly tidies himself. "What are you still doing here?" A cold voice calls out from ahead. It is a disciple who had previously encountered Qin Ming. "Brother, please escort me out. I truly am lost." Qin Ming feigns a distressed expression. "Are you genuinely lost or merely pretending? Let me see if you're hiding anything." The disciple approaches, once again inspecting Qin Ming. "Do I possess such audacity? The medicinal mountain is a forbidden zone. I understand the rules. I think I know who you are now. You are that Qin Ming. I hear you've reached the spirit martial realm?" "I am at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm." "How did you manage that?" "I stumbled through the breakthrough." The disciple, clearly skeptical, realizes he cannot extract any secrets from Qin Ming. Hurry and leave. "Let me remind you once more, do not approach the medicinal mountain. Should I see you again, I will not be so lenient." "Thank you, brother." Qin Ming replies gratefully, lifting the stone jar as he departs. Once he exits the medicinal mountain, he stealthily circles the base, marking the location of the snake heart fruit with a discreet sign, intending to return for it in the future. Not too shabby. "I've made some gains." Qin Ming feels elated, carrying the stone jar back, planning to return that night to retrieve it. However, before he can venture too far from the medicinal mountain, he pauses, a glimmer of awareness sparking in his brow. He turns back towards a nearby grove. "Since you've come, there's no need to hide. Reveal yourself, and no wonder they call you the little beast. Your nose is quite sensitive, able to detect my scent from such a distance." A graceful figure emerges, stepping lightly through the verdant foliage, entering the sunlight with a soft glow. She is an enchanting young woman, exuding an irresistible charm and allure, her 16 or 17 years graced with youthful vibrancy. Yet she possesses an overwhelming, captivating beauty, reminiscent of spring water personified. Her delicate curves are partially concealed by her fiery red gown, her skin smooth and radiant, shimmering with an alluring glow, igniting boundless fantasies. Zhao Min, the elder sister of Zhao Lai, a renowned beauty within the Qingyun Sect, her alluring charm stirs desire in many men, with rumors suggesting that even the young master of the sect has been entangled with her. Chapter 6. Zhao Min. Isn't this Zhao Min? It has been quite some time. Your attire seems to have become even more scant, Qin Ming remarks, a smile on his lips, though his eyes remain cold. Rather than being captivated, he feels disdain. Such a woman evokes only one sentiment in his heart: vulgarity. Little one, where are your eyes wandering? Isn't your minimal attire meant to entice gazes? If I do not steal a few glances, I would be remiss in appreciating your intent. Qin Ming sets the stone jar down. Ha, an arrogant little brat. You appear quite flamboyant today. Why not go charm the young master instead of visiting me? He retorts sharply, his words laced with barbs. Zhao Min's expression cools momentarily before she regains her composure, stepping out from the shadows of the forest. With such a prickly demeanor, it's a wonder you've survived this long. Spare me your concern. Where has your foolish brother hidden himself? He should join you here. Qin Ming, what makes you think you can be so brazen? Zhao Lai emerges from behind Zhao Min, a mocking smile on his lips. Initially planning to confront Qin Ming alongside his sister last night, circumstances had delayed their encounter. Indeed, the aura of a third-level spirit martial disciple is impressive. And no wonder you've kept a low profile these past few months. You've been secretly breaking through in the warehouse. Zhao Min, her figure swaying gracefully, taunts, you've endured humiliation for months, painstakingly becoming a third-level spirit martial disciple, only to be easily surpassed by my brother and publicly humiliated, leaving in disgrace. Meanwhile, my brother not only passed the test but did so with the highest score, receiving special attention. Sometimes, the gap between people is simply vast. Zhang Dong must be acting on your orders, right? Qin Ming does not show fear, nor does he intend to flee, calmly standing his ground against the siblings. You've had a stroke of luck today, entering the hot spring area without being expelled, and venturing into the medicinal mountain without being detained. I almost admire you for your cunning. So, how shall we play today? You're not afraid. Zhao Min's exquisite form resembled a delicate willow swaying in the gentle breeze. Each frown and smile exuded an irresistible charm. At such a tender age, her beauty was nothing short of enchanting, and one could only speculate how devastating her allure might become in the future. Yet, he remained obstinate, his heart trembling with fear. Qin Ming, do not attempt to leave unscathed today. Kneel and apologize, perhaps my mood will soften, and you may suffer less. Zhao Lai was determined to vent his fury today. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to concentrate on the martial arts within the Wu Zong Pavilion. Rest assured, even if I were to pay respects at your grave, I would not kneel. Believe me? You will kneel. Zhao Lai glared menacingly at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, I actually admire you. Many direct disciples have taken notice of you since yesterday. Is that so? I am honored. We harbor no deep-seated grievances. I do not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. I have a solution that accommodates both parties. Would you care to listen, sister? Zhao Lai furrowed his brow. Zhao Min smiled coyly, exuding endless temptation. Return the spirit pearl grass to Zhao Lai. Bow and admit your fault, and I shall spare you the humiliation of kneeling. It cannot be that simple. What else do you propose? Render your left hand useless and stage an accident. Zhao Min's smile deepened, yet her words finally revealed a hint of malice. She had never regarded Qin Ming highly, but his sudden display of talent in the spirit martial realm had astonished many, and it seemed he had indeed achieved this without the intervention of Yu Qing, relying solely on his own strength. Qin Ming had once again proven his extraordinary aptitude to the Qingyun Sect, reportedly drawing the attention of numerous elders and direct disciples. Zhao Lai chuckled. This was the sister who cherished him dearly. Ruining Qin Ming's hand and stifling his growth was far more satisfying than merely beating him. I have already consumed the spirit pearl grass. Qin Ming knew Zhao Min would not relent. She was never one to show mercy. Then there is nothing to discuss. We have nothing to discuss. Qin Ming, do not be stubborn. You are well aware of our identities as siblings. Even if we were to cripple both your hands, we would only face minor repercussions. No one would dare punish us severely. Enough with the talk. I am prepared for whatever you have in store. Zhao Min laughed lightly, her body swaying like a flower. What gives you such confidence? You, merely at the third level of the spirit martial realm, dare challenge me? Do you think I am like those ordinary disciples you know? At that moment, several disciples strolled down a nearby path, chatting and laughing, seemingly discussing something. Upon noticing the commotion, they were taken aback but quickly turned to leave, showing no intention of getting involved. Sister, stop wasting time with him. Resolve this swiftly. Zhao Min whistled a clear, enchanting tune, her red lips alluring as she smiled. Today, I shall definitely cripple your left hand. Will it be by your own doing or mine? My left hand is right here. If you have the ability, come and do it yourself. If not, then get lost. Qin Ming extended his left hand, his right hand concealed behind his back. You are utterly foolish, sister. Teach him a lesson. Zhao Lai was infuriated. This insolent fool was insufferably arrogant, and he longed to see Qin Ming grovel before him. Did he truly believe that entering the spirit martial realm granted him the right to be haughty? His unorthodox methods were nothing but a joke before true mastery of the spirit martial arts. Zhao Min glided gracefully towards Qin Ming, her fair fingers twisting and turning delicately, flames appearing like ethereal spirits, swirling around her hands in a joyful dance. Fire Serpent Palm, a mid-grade martial technique. Zhao Lai had demonstrated this technique yesterday, but the scale, temperature, and manifestation of the flames paled in comparison to those conjured by Zhao Min, a formidable practitioner at the 6th level of the spirit martial realm. You still have a chance to reconsider. Zhao Min's smile was beguiling, yet her hands suddenly clenched, the flames surging with ferocity, losing their playful nature and instead radiating a powerful intensity, akin to two fiery serpents entwined between her palms. If we are to fight, I shall see it through to the end. Qin Ming felt the impending danger, his outstretched left hand slowly forming a fist, the knuckles turning white as veins bulged along his forearm. Zhao Lai shouted from the side, "Sister, be careful. Qin Ming possesses immense strength." Qin Ming, you truly are a barbarian, foolishly attempting to use brute force against me? Lacking martial arts, you are pitiful. Sister, show him what it means to face a true master of the spirit martial realm. Let him feel the might of a direct disciple. Zhao Min, seeing Qin Ming's stubbornness, looked down upon him. With a flick of her hands, the flames surged higher, and she, like a startled swan, charged towards him. Alas, today, the sinner Qin Ming was destined to become the crippled Qin Ming. With a supple body and soft steps, she moved like a darting fire serpent, poised to strike swiftly and decisively, denying Qin Ming any chance to counterattack. She had heard tales of his astonishing brute strength. 2 years prior, during the refining spirit realm, he had soundly beaten a disciple at the 1st level of the spirit martial realm. Cripple him, Zhao Lai shouted in encouragement. Qin Ming remained motionless, his gaze sharp, akin to the eyes of a hawk, fixating on Zhao Min. Moments later, Zhao Min sprang from the left, launching a merciless attack without an ounce of mercy. Qin Ming smirked. His concealed right hand suddenly surged forth, a flying dagger shooting out like lightning, dazzling and ferocious as it hurtled towards Zhao Min with terrifying force. Qin Ming's explosive power was formidable. This strike, charged with pent-up energy, could easily deliver 600 to 700 pounds of force. Huh? Zhao Min reacted swiftly, flipping in midair to evade the dagger. Dressed in red, flames trailing behind her, she resembled a soaring firebird. However, the dagger did not travel in a straight line. Instead, it arced swiftly, spinning rapidly as it flew, akin to a miniature meat grinder, delivering a crushing blow that grazed Zhao Min's side. Sizzle! The fiery red gown was shredded, exposing her fair skin from her side to her waist, revealing a vivid undergarment as the dagger sliced through, leaving a crimson mark on her side. Zhao Min gasped, the sudden exposure and pain momentarily disorienting her and disrupting her offensive. Eldest sister, your skin is rather fair. Qin Ming's eyes were icy, and he seized the opportunity to leap up, his tightly clenched left fist crashing down upon Zhao Min's head with unyielding force. The strike was merciless. He did not hold back. The fierce woman intended to cripple him, so what was there to hesitate about? A resounding thud echoed as Zhao Min, taken completely by surprise, was propelled backward, landing over 10 meters away, staggering several steps before managing to regain her footing. Her gown fluttered, showcasing her fair form and graceful figure, a sight that stirred the blood. The wound on her side was not severe, yet the blood flowed ceaselessly. Her head buzzed, and she felt dizzy, barely able to stand. One punch? Just one punch? Zhao Lai felt a chill run down his spine. This madman had actually injured his sister? How is that possible? Fool. Even without martial arts, I can still deal with you. Qin Ming charged towards Zhao Min, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, his momentum overwhelming. Lacking sufficient skill, he compensated with raw strength. Where his power fell short, his experience filled the gap. His blazing eyes held no fear, only unyielding determination. Sister, be careful, Zhao Lai shouted anxiously. Zhao Min shook her head vigorously, hastily covering her torn clothing. You are utterly ungrateful. I will cripple both your hands. Enraged, she had never endured such humiliation. Let us see. Qin Ming's fighting spirit surged, his aura like a raging torrent as he charged forward, relentless and wild, his fists raining down upon Zhao Min like a storm. No martial arts, but I can still manifest my spiritual power. He felt electric energy coursing through him, continuously converging towards his hands, and with each frenzied strike, he unleashed a terrifying force. This savage style forced Zhao Min to retreat repeatedly. Her composure shattered as she cried out in distress, her vibrant red attire torn and tattered. Qin Ming, do you dare strike a woman? The explosive scene left Zhao Lai feeling numb. This lad was becoming increasingly reckless as he grew. You dare to bully the weak? Amidst his furious onslaught, Qin Ming's palm struck Zhao Min's delicate face, the resounding slap echoing through the grove, nearly sending her flying. Die! Zhao Min shrieked in fury, unleashing the fire serpent palm. Flames billowing forth like a venomous snake emerging from its den, one hand repelling Qin Ming's violent assault, while the other struck his chest. Qin Ming felt as if struck by lightning, his body lifting off the ground, his shirt igniting, a bloody handprint appearing on his chest, blood gushing forth. Yet, before he could be sent reeling, he gritted his teeth and hurled another flying dagger, precise and cunning, which plunged deep into Zhao Min's left shoulder, embedding itself within her flesh. The dagger's force was so potent that it knocked Zhao Min back, crashing into a tree. Zhao Lai was utterly unable to comprehend. His sister was a powerful practitioner at the 6th level of the spirit martial realm. Though it was not uncommon for disciples to challenge those of higher realms within the Qingyun Sect, the sudden eruption of madness, combined with differences in experience and martial techniques, could lead to such outcomes. Yet Zhao Min was 3 levels above Qin Ming. Sister, are you all right? Zhao Lai rushed to support Zhao Min enraged. Zhao Min glared at Qin Ming, her clothes in tatters, an enticing sight, but her disheveled appearance was utterly disgraceful. The dagger had pierced her left shoulder, the twisting force nearly dislocating it, causing excruciating pain and rendering her pale. She had overestimated Qin Ming's abilities, never anticipating she would suffer such severe injury. Not only was Zhao Lai in disbelief, but she herself found it hard to accept. Chapter 7. Diamond strength leaning against a stone basin, Qin Ming's injuries were more severe. He gasped for breath. The wound from the fire serpent palm emanated the scent of charred flesh, and he felt as though the bones in his chest had cracked. Yet he did not cry out in pain or show weakness. Instead, wearing a mischievous smile, Sister Zhao Min, please refrain from shouting so loudly. It may lead others to misunderstand. You madman! You scoundrel! Zhao Min shrieked in indignation, ready to launch another attack, but the pain in her shoulder caused her face to pale. If you intend to cripple me, then spare the chatter. If you cannot, then get lost. Qin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, retrieving a dagger from his waist, enduring the pain as he assumed an unusual stance, channeling all his strength into his right hand. This was his life-saving dagger technique. Had Zhao Min not been significantly stronger than him, he would not have revealed it so easily. You can use the dagger? Zhao Min did not hide her resentment towards Zhao Lai. This dagger technique was not something one could master in mere years, and it was exceedingly crafty. Combined with his strength, its power was formidable, and it seemed far too advanced for someone who had merely practiced on their own. It resembled a martial technique, yet the Qingyun Sect did not seem to offer any dagger-related techniques. I truly do not know, Zhao Lai replied, both frustrated and alarmed. He too recognized the dagger's unusual nature. Hey, Sister Zhao Min, your skirt has come undone. Qin Ming whistled playfully. Shameless. Zhao Min hastily tugged at her dress, and at that moment, a gust of wind announced the arrival of a youth bearing an iron sword, rushing towards them. The sword gleamed a brilliant gold, emanating a fierce sword aura and a commanding brilliance from afar. Jin Jian Chengmu? Damn it. How did he arrive here? Zhao Min's expression shifted, and she quickly tightened her torn clothing before darting into the thicket, casting an annoyed glance back at Qin Ming. Sister, wait for me. Zhao Lai recognized the newcomer in a panic, hastily fleeing, leaving Qin Ming behind. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming sheathed his dagger. Moments later, a young man clad in black approached, strikingly handsome, not with a delicate beauty but a rugged charm. His features were sharp and defined, his gaze piercing and profound, instinctively imposing a sense of pressure upon those around him. His black attire could not conceal his extraordinary presence, and the most striking detail was the golden feathers embroidered on either side of his collar. Signifying his noble status, he was a golden feather disciple. Within the Qingyun Sect, a hierarchy was strictly maintained, distinguishing ordinary disciples, elder disciples, and golden feather disciples. Ordinary disciples were further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Among the over 8,000 disciples, the vast majority were ordinary disciples, with only 600 being elder disciples, while the golden feather disciples numbered merely 30, of which only 5 were in their teens. The individual before Qin Ming was a golden feather disciple, one of the 5 prodigies of the new generation, Jianjian Chengmu. He was exceptionally talented, having achieved numerous miracles within the Qingyun Sect, and the golden sword was personally forged by the sect master, radiating a fierce sword aura. Qin Ming was merely an ordinary disciple, and among them, he was of the lower tier, even facing punishment. Placing him at the very bottom of the hierarchy. In comparison, he was like a soaring eagle in the sky, while Chengmu was a sparrow on the ground. What has transpired? Chengmu's tone was cold. He had come to the medicinal mountain to procure some spiritual herbs, but upon hearing the sounds of a skirmish, he had rushed over to find the scene in disarray, with remnants of flames still flickering on the ground, clearly indicating a recent clash. Although Qin Ming was severely injured, Chengmu showed no intention of offering assistance. Instead, he regarded Qin Ming with a disdainful gaze. "It is nothing. Thank you for your concern." Qin Ming, suppressing the pain and weakness, turned to leave. "Stop," Chengmu commanded sharply. "Speak. I have warned you more than once. The more forceful you are, the greater the punishment you will face. Do not ever think you can leave the Qingyun Sect. You would do well to act as a servant, harboring respect for everyone, bowing when necessary, and bending when the occasion calls for it. Only then might you have a chance at redemption. If you wish to return to your Thunder ancient city sooner, you must heed my advice. I appreciate your goodwill." Qin Ming did not look back as he descended the mountain. "You are truly foolish. This has nothing to do with you. Do not presume that entering the spirit martial realm grants you recognition. Your parents are sinners of the Qingyun Sect, and their crimes shall be repaid with your entire life. Without martial arts to guide your spiritual power, do not expect to advance further in the spirit martial realm. I predict you will remain stuck at the 6th level." Chengmu scoffed. As a golden feather disciple, revered and admired, he ordinarily would not deign to acknowledge someone like Qin Ming. Yet there was a unique connection between them. Yu Qing was one of the 5 golden feather disciples of the new generation, possessing breathtaking beauty, unparalleled talent recognized by all sects, and an ethereal grace, making her the goddess of all disciples within the Qingyun Sect. Chengmu was infatuated with Yu Qing, obsessively pursuing her, yet her heart did not belong to him. Qin Ming chose not to engage, dragging his weary and injured form away from the mountaintop. A light, carefree smile graced his features, though it was tinged with sorrow. For 8 long years, he had endured countless struggles. He understood that as his strength grew, so too would the threats and schemes against him. But he felt no fear, nor would he bow his head and submit as long as he lived. He would stand tall as long as he stood. He would assert his stance. By noon, a gentle rain began to fall. Qin Ming returned to the storeroom, prepared lunch, greeted the elder, and took some food before hiding himself on the mountainside behind the storeroom. This secluded area, filled with jagged stones and ancient trees, was seldom noticed by anyone, making it the perfect private training ground for Qin Ming. Here, he wore no smile, only seriousness. From noon until deep into the night, he absorbed the vital energy of life from the heavens and earth, restoring his spirit and mending his injuries. Perhaps due to commencing the 2nd stage of the Shangxingju, his recovery was noticeably quicker this time. The 6th level of the spirit martial realm was truly beyond my current capabilities. Strength, I require strength. Qin Ming gently traced the scar left by the handprint on his chest. Full recovery would take time. His own power remained insufficient. He must grow stronger, even more so than before. After enduring numerous hardships for so many years, he had finally ascended to the coveted spirit martial realm. It was time to strive for breakthroughs, pushing himself harder than ever. Upper tier disciple, direct disciple, golden feather disciple. Qin Ming silently recited the hierarchy of disciples within the Qingyun Sect. Each level brought different treatment and influence. If he could become a golden feather disciple, it would be akin to holding a status akin to that of an elder. Previously, as merely a practitioner of the refining spirit realm, he could not aspire to such status, but now that he had finally broken into the spirit martial realm, His primary goal was to shed his identity as a lower-tier disciple. Only by elevating his status could he access more martial techniques, grow at a faster pace, and potentially secure greater benefits for the people of Thunder Ancient City. For himself, for his family, and for Thunder Ancient City. Qin Ming leaped into the air, his heart heavy yet tranquil. He gradually spread his feet apart, bending and extending his arms to initiate a wondrous stance. Who said he was incapable of martial arts? This was none other than the opening move of the martial technique Vajra Power, a discipline mastered by Di Yun, the direct disciple of the Qingyun Sect. According to the strict regulations of the Qingyun Sect, martial arts must never be taught in secret. Any disciple borrowing martial text from the martial arts pavilion must register and note the return date, while elders imparting martial arts to disciples must also document the transaction. Qin Ming had never consulted martial texts. This was a perilous endeavor of self-learning. Seizing the opportunity to deliver goods, he meticulously observed Di Yun's every battle and training session, committing everything to memory, studying the external manifestations to grasp the underlying principles. Through years of arduous practice and continuous refinement, he ultimately synthesized a variant of the Vajra Power, creating a unique system of martial techniques. This technique belonged to the upper echelon of spiritual skills, capable of amplifying one's explosive power up to 5-fold, possessing formidable might, yet demanding an exceptionally rigorous physical constitution. One must first forge their body into steel and iron to wield it effectively. Otherwise, the risk of self-injury would be substantial. In truth, Qin Ming had surreptitiously learned many martial arts, including the Gale Sword of Sima Yao, the Zhongyun Spear of Yu Qibin, and the Six Harmonies Palm of Long Ming, but ultimately resolved to devote himself entirely to mastering the Vajra Power. His unique physique, honed through years of relentless training in the life rebirth decision, far surpassed that of others, allowing him to effortlessly command a technique that others would not dare to attempt. The Vajra Power was divided into 5 stages, and Qin Ming had independently developed the first 3. However, the profundity of the latter stages eluded him. Nevertheless, the first 3 stages sufficed for him to fully unleash his strength. First stage. Vajra subduing the tiger. Qin Ming misstepped and charged forth, agile and swift, weaving through the forest, his fists crashing against a colossal tree. Crack! The ancient tree, large enough for 2 men to embrace, trembled violently, a dark hole punctured through it by the sheer force of Qin Ming's Vajra Power. His maximum punch could reach 600 pounds, and this strike undoubtedly surpassed 1,000. Qin Ming maneuvered with dexterity, dust swirling, withered leaves dancing, conjuring a howling gale. Boom! The resounding roar echoed through the secluded mountainside as Qin Ming unleashed his full potential, immersed in the tribulations of martial arts. The giant trees and peculiar stones became his targets, many of which he had personally transported here. Lacking the privilege to train in the martial arts arena, he fashioned his own training ground. Second stage. Vajra lifting the pagoda. Third stage. Vajra shaking the mountain. As Qin Ming sprinted, his body surged with 3-fold strength, smashing through a boulder as tall as 2 men, dust and debris erupting, trembling in the darkness. With each stage enhancing his power exponentially, his body bore the weight of tremendous strain. By the time he executed the 3rd stage, veins bulged across his body, and his skin flushed red. Qin Ming had mastered the first 3 stages of the Vajra Power to perfection, yet he yearned for more. He aspired to infuse his lightning power into it, further augmenting the might of the Vajra Power. Crack, boom! A cacophony of muffled sounds erupted, occasionally punctuated by the shrill crackle of gathered electricity. Qin Ming sweat profusely in the dense forest, liberating himself with exuberance, diligently delving into the mysteries of his martial path. No one came to guide him, no one offered assistance. Everything stemmed from his own exploration. He practiced until the stroke of midnight, reclining upon the cold stone, gazing at the dimly lit night sky, drenched by the gentle patter of rain, silently calming the tumultuous blood coursing through him. Typically, he would practice the Vajra Power for no more than 2 hours. Today, however, he had astonishingly exceeded that by half an hour. The fierce energy coursing through him rendered his body ablaze, as if his blood were boiling. As he gazed up, 2 figures seemed to materialize in the murky sky, smiling down upon him. Qin Ming smiled back, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes as he murmured, "Father, Mother, I miss you. Where are you?" Chapter 8. A mysterious visit. He was once the young lord of the Thunder City, with both parents serving as nominal elders of the Qingyun Sect. enjoying a privileged status from a tender age. His parents cherished him, the townspeople adored him, and he had a sweet younger sister, living a life filled with happiness. In those days, his parents often brought him to the Qingyun Sect, where elders would affectionately pinch his cheeks, calling him adorable, while others would boastfully proclaim, "This child shall be my direct disciple." We have an agreement. Qin Ming harbored deep admiration for this place and an insatiable thirst for martial arts. However, a night of upheaval shattered everything. A sudden calamity turned the once blissful life into fragments. His parents vanished, their fates unknown, and the wrath of the Qingyun Sect descended upon Thunder City. The young lord Qin Ming was forcibly captured and brought to the Qingyun Sect, subjected to suffering as a servant, effectively held as a hostage. His family and the over 200,000 citizens of the city were all escorted to the depths of the Great Qing Mountain, to the spirit stone mines. At that time, he was merely 7 years old, anxiously observing the unfamiliar surroundings, despairing under the weight of ridicule. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Ming shed his childishness and persevered through adversity. From despair to resilience, his journey was fraught with challenges. Throughout those years, he discerned the true nature of many people and situations. Once naively questioning the heavens for their unfairness, he now understood the harshest truth of existence: survival of the fittest. The youthful heart retained the wisdom of his father's words: "The weak do not die well, and the strong do not live easily." Thus, he steadfastly held his head high, confronting mockery and humiliation with tenacity, while constantly striving to discover his own attitude towards life and martial arts. Qin Ming recognized that no one would come to his aid. Only he could be true to himself. He vowed to become a disciple of the Qingyun Sect and earn his rightful place, gaining the qualifications to counter that elder and liberate the suffering Thunder City. After enduring for another year, he would learn other martial arts. A year from now, he intended to ascend to the 9th heavenly layer of spirit martial arts. Qin Ming set this goal for himself, knowing that the faster he enhanced his strength, the more attention he would attract. Returning to the warehouse in the late hours of the night, he practiced the life rebirth decision for a while before feeling adequately restored. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, his body soaked from the rain, revealing well-defined muscle contours. Hungry, he planned to find something to eat, but upon entering the courtyard, he halted. Who was that? A figure stood at the warehouse door. Not the old man, but a tall young woman. The flickering firelight within allowed glimpses of her perfect silhouette. Zhao Min? Unlikely. Qin Ming remained wary of his surroundings. Could it be that Zhao Min had come seeking revenge with others? Choosing this rainy night, it seemed she could no longer wait. Inside the warehouse, the girl, with her back to Qin Ming, spoke softly. "The Lord's injuries have worsened. He may not last much longer. He instructed me to ensure you return. Various factions are watching closely. The Shura Hall needs someone to oversee matters. Only you can support the Shura Hall, and only you can command the respect of its thousands of blood disciples." She seemed to be speaking to herself, or perhaps pleading with someone. Crack! Qin Ming accidentally stepped on a twig, the faint sound immediately drawing the girl's attention. She glanced over with indifference, a coldness in her demeanor, almost as if dismissing him. However, Qin Ming's current appearance was too conspicuous. She turned her gaze toward the courtyard once more. Gripping 3 flying daggers tightly, electric sparks coursed through his body, their bright light illuminating his chiseled face. He furrowed his brow, wary of the girl and his surroundings, cautiously stepping into the warehouse. "Miss, you've wandered into the wrong place. A man's room is not for the likes of you. Care to have a chat?" Her expression turned frosty, about to take action, when a hoarse voice resonated from within the warehouse. "Do not cause trouble here. It's getting late, and I wish to rest. You may leave." "Old master," the girl exclaimed anxiously. Yet, silence enveloped the warehouse once more. "For the Lord, for the Shura Hall, please reconsider." The girl bowed respectfully, retreating from the warehouse. Qin Ming finally caught sight of the girl's features. Clad in a black robe that concealed her form, only her exquisite visage was visible in the firelight. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her eyes like autumn waters, her nose delicate, and her lips luscious, truly a beauty to rival the heavens, enchanting to the point of breathlessness. Even Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Such an extraordinary beauty was indeed rare. While he marveled at her allure, he could ascertain that this girl was certainly not from the Qingyun Sect. She treated Qin Ming as if he were invisible, gliding past him and out of the courtyard, like a fleeting shadow, silently disappearing into the darkness. What a stroke of luck today, to behold such beauty. Qin Ming cast one last glance before returning his attention to the warehouse, not overly concerned. As long as she was not there to exact revenge, there was no need to engage. Old master, have you not eaten all day? Qin Ming lifted the lid of the stove, discovering that the meal he had prepared that morning remained untouched, entirely cold. The old man sat in a corner of the warehouse, half asleep, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on his aged profile. Shall I warm it up? Care to join me? There's meat tonight. Qin Ming called out to the old man. The elder did not respond. Remaining reclined, I'll start eating then. I'll leave some for you. Qin Ming, feeling famished, began to eat on his own. However, after a short while, the old man propped himself up and entered the warehouse. Qin Ming shrugged and continued to eat. Old master, I'll be stepping out for a bit. Don't rush to close the door. He planned to venture out at night to pick the snake heart fruit, lest someone from the medicine mountain get there first. Moments later, the old man brought in a large jar and sat down at the wooden table. Bring me 2 bowls. Alcohol? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Slightly puzzled, but still fetched 2 bowls, also grabbing some pickled vegetables. They were not fine ingredients, just the leftover vegetable scraps from his cooking, cleaned and soaked in brine. Sometimes, when he was too exhausted or busy, he would munch on pickled vegetables with steamed buns for a makeshift meal. The old man opened the wine jar, and a rich aroma filled the warehouse. He poured himself a bowl and then poured one for Qin Ming. Old master, feeling down? Qin Ming observed the clear, fragrant wine in his bowl, growing more curious about the evening's unusual atmosphere. The elder raised his porcelain bowl and drank it all in one go, tilting his head back, exhaling deeply before refilling. Qin Ming shook his bowl, hesitating before taking a large sip, instantly overwhelmed by the intense spiciness flooding his mouth, coursing down his throat into his stomach. The fiery sensation burned his heart. Wow, this wine packs a punch. Qin Ming grimaced. Having never drunk before, he quickly grabbed a couple of bites of vegetables to quell the burning sensation. The old man filled Qin Ming's bowl again, then downed another bowl himself. Having known the old man for 8 years, Qin Ming had never seen him like this. Could it be related to the girl from earlier? He glanced at the wine in his bowl, stealing himself, and drank it down as well. A wave of warmth surged through him, enveloping his entire body in heat. However, upon closer inspection, the wine was rather pleasant. The old man refilled Qin Ming's bowl again. You should eat some vegetables. Here's a chicken leg. Qin Ming pushed the dish toward the elder. The two of them, one old and one young, shared a simple meal. Aside from Qin Ming occasionally speaking, the old man remained silent, as he had always been. The earlier girl had not gone far. Initially intending to leave, she paused at the sound of Qin Ming calling out old master, standing outside the warehouse door in the rainy night, gazing at the shadows reflected in the warehouse windows. Who was that boy? 2 shadowy figures appeared before the girl, a man and a woman, both appearing to possess formidable strength. The drizzling cold rain failed to dampen their garments. The droplets evaporated before even touching them. Expressions of astonishment flickered beneath their cloaks as they witnessed the boy dining and drinking with the old man. They could scarcely believe their eyes. This elder had a reputation for mountains of corpses and seas of blood, infamous throughout the land. Who would dare sit with him? Only at the 3rd heavenly layer of spirit martial arts. His strength is far too feeble. The middle-aged man spoke in a low tone. The girl mused, the Qingyun Sect, including the sect leader, knows nothing of his identity. This young lad likely remains oblivious, merely perceiving him as an ordinary old man. He has been missing for a decade. The world believed him dead. If not for the Lord's arrangement this time, we would still be unaware of his survival. The woman gazed at the nameless solitary grave nestled in the corner of the courtyard, recalling the legends and sighing softly. There was nothing more desolate than this. The middle-aged man remarked, the Shura hall needs him back. He must shoulder this responsibility. The woman retorted coldly, he refuses to return. What can you do? Force him to leave. You know his temperament and strength well. If angered, he could annihilate us with a mere gesture. The girl whispered, let us wait a little longer. I believe he still harbors feelings for the Shura hall. Miss, we are taking a significant risk being here. We cannot linger. If the Qingyun Sect discovers us, he will not keep us waiting long. Chapter 9. The Shura blade after consuming 6 bowls of strong liquor. Qin Ming could no longer hold his composure. his head pounding and swelling painfully as he drowsily collapsed onto a pile of straw, quickly succumbing to sleep. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his childhood, to the distant Thunder City. He saw his mother, his father, his sister, and many familiar relatives. The Lord's manor was filled with laughter and joy, a picture of blissful happiness. Qin Ming excitedly dashed inside, reaching out to embrace his beloved family. Yet they seemed just out of reach, oblivious to his presence. He shouted and waved his arms before them, but they remained unresponsive. In a daze, silence fell over everyone. They lifted their gazes to the sky, expressionless, staring vacantly. Rain began to fall, drizzling cold droplets upon them, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, the scene shattered like a broken mirror, cascading in disarray, and all vanished into the chilling rain. The downpour intensified, casting the world into darkness. Gone was the ancient city, gone were his loved ones. Qin Ming found himself standing on a vast battlefield of slaughter. Countless beings engaged in a frenzied battle, cries of war echoing through the air. Various mysterious beasts roaring amidst blood and fire. The sky was ablaze with heavenly flames, a tempest sweeping across the realm. The ground crumbled, the heavens collapsed, and the world seemed to teeter on the brink of apocalypse. Amidst the desolation, a brilliant red radiance cleaved through the darkness, tearing apart the heavens, shining like the blazing sun. The brilliance pierced through the battlefield, enveloping it in overwhelming slaughtering intent, inciting wails from countless souls and instilling fear in the hearts of many. Qin Ming stumbled through the chaos, as if drawn to chase that magnificent, unparalleled radiance. But suddenly, that light halted, locking its gaze upon him. An inexorable aura of slaughter surged forth, overwhelming him. Startled, Qin Ming jolted upright. It was a dream, a nightmare. He was drenched in cold sweat, half awake from the alcohol, gasping for breath as he struggled to swallow. How could he have such a dream? It had been years since he last dreamed. Wiping away the cold sweat, he felt parched and lightheaded, rubbing his throbbing head as he rose to fetch water from the courtyard and the chilly courtyard. The old man sat beneath the ancient tree, idly twirling a pitch-black dagger, its material unknown, resembling either dark iron or black rock, exuding an eerie chill. Qin Ming was drawn to the dagger, shaking his head forcefully, convinced he was still dreaming. "Old master." Qin Ming called out a couple of times. The elder paid him no mind, slowly lifting the black dagger. Qin Ming gazed. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. In a moment of disorientation, he seemed to find himself once more ensconced in a dream, engulfed by an endless tide of slaughter, acutely aware of the ominous gaze of a dark blade fixated upon him. Yes, it was indeed the sensation of being watched. Qin Ming cautiously shifted his position, yet the feeling of scrutiny persisted. The black blade appeared to possess an uncanny sentience, instilling a chilling dread within him. Yet in the frail hands of the elder, it lay obediently, akin to a pet, deftly dancing with the slightest movement of his fingertips. The effects of alcohol had completely dissipated, and Qin Ming scrutinized the elder and the black knife with utmost caution. He recalled witnessing the elder wielding throwing knives, casually employing iron scraps as projectiles in the courtyard. After 2 days of observation and practice, he had crafted 9 throwing knives of his own, honing his skills over 3 years for self-defense. The day he confronted Zhao Min, it was the element of surprise with his throwing knives that secured his advantage, catching her off guard. The knife was named Shura. The elder spread his withered right hand, the black blade hovering in his palm, its tip directed downwards, exuding a sinister chill that distorted the very space around it. That moment, a shiver ran down Qin Ming's spine, compelling him to involuntarily retreat 2 steps, his gaze fixed in bewilderment upon the black knife. Suddenly, the elder's right hand flicked, and in an instant, the blade emitted a resounding clang, vibrating with lethal intent. A terrifying aura of slaughter surged through the warehouse courtyard, enveloping the surroundings. That moment, the elders of the 30 towering peaks of Qingyun Sect collectively opened their eyes, sensing a wave of murderous energy that made their hearts tremble. Qin Ming, gripped by fear, stumbled backward, yet the black knife had already reached his brow in a flash, moving with a speed that was nearly impossible to track. It neither advanced nor retreated, merely grazing the skin of his forehead. The blade's tip was excruciatingly cold, as if it sought to encase Qin Ming's very soul in ice. "Elder, you." Qin Ming dared not move, sweat beading on his forehead, acutely aware of the threat of death. feeling as though he were enveloped in the embrace of the Grim Reaper, a chill seeping through his entire being, rendering his breath labored, not recklessly wield it before reaching the Xuanwu realm. The elder pushed his hand forward, and with a soft hiss, the black knife pierced into Qin Ming's brow in an instant. He felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, a bone-deep chill coursing through him, every cell exuding an aura of frost, his breath seemingly frozen. His consciousness spun, leaving him unable to discern whether he was in pain or merely dazed. Struggling to sit upon the ground, he opened his mouth to say something, only to find black mist billowing from his body, swirling around him until it consumed him entirely in a daze. He saw the elder approaching with hands clasped behind his back. All he could perceive were the elder's eyes, resembling an endless abyss poised to swallow him whole. "Am I dreaming again?" Qin Ming whispered, gradually lying back down. Everything felt unreal, ethereal, and terrifying. A dream. It must be a dream. When Qin Ming next opened his eyes, it was already the following morning, and to his astonishment, he found himself reclining in the courtyard, basked in the warm sunlight, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. "How did I end up here?" Qin Ming stretched languidly, feeling remarkably light and free, devoid of any lingering chill. "I must have been dreaming. The effects of the alcohol were quite potent. I should drink less in the future." With a spring in his step, Qin Ming began his usual exercises. He threw several powerful punches into the air, igniting arcs of electricity that complemented his vigorous strikes. Yet, as he continued, he found himself halted, staring intently at the erratically flickering arcs of electricity on his right arm. Today, the arcs seemed more abundant than usual, yet executing them felt oddly cumbersome. "What is going on? Did I drink too much last night?" Qin Ming circulated his energy, dispelling the arcs, and attempted to throw a few more punches, only to find himself utterly stunned. "Have I broken through? Spirit Marshal, 4th layer? How is that possible?" Astonished, Qin Ming grappled with the realization that he had inexplicably ascended to the 4th layer of Spirit Marshal. However, his elation quickly gave way to concern. Not only had his realm elevated, but his meridians had expanded, and within his Dantian's energy sea lay an object, a small, pitch-black knife, shrouded in a veil of darkness, suspended above the tranquil energy sea. "What is happening? Was last night not a dream?" Qin Ming examined the situation meticulously. Indeed, his realm had genuinely increased, yet the inexplicable nature of this elevation left his energy within the meridian stagnant at the 3rd layer, in urgent need of replenishment. There was undeniably a pitch-black knife in his energy sea, identical to the one bestowed upon him by the elder in his dream. It is not a dream? Not a dream. This mysterious black knife was a gift from the elder. "Elder, thank you." Filled with excitement, Qin Ming rushed back to the warehouse to express his gratitude. However, to his dismay, he found no one within. The elder was absent from the storage area. Returning to the courtyard, he found the elder had vanished as well. For the past 8 years, the elder had either sat beneath the tree in contemplation or visited the grave of a loved one, never straying from the confines of the warehouse. Where could he have gone? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Qin Ming as he meticulously searched the warehouse and the surrounding area, including the low hills, yet found no trace of the elder. He has left. No way, not without a word. Yet, he recalled the elder's strange demeanor the previous day. Could it be related to that girl from last night? Returning to the warehouse, Qin Ming approached the elder's bed, a tattered cotton blanket and several patched garments. These were all that the elder possessed, none of which had been taken. "What is this?" Qin Ming's hand brushed against the frayed clothing. Sensing something within, gently lifting it, he discovered a note with a single character, Ming. Beneath the note lay a sword manual and an ancient sword. An aura of antiquity and grandeur emanated from the items. The manual and sword themselves seemed to exude a palpable sword energy, filling the air with a sharp, cold essence. Has the elder truly departed? Qin Ming held the note in a daze, a sudden wave of loss washing over him, as though something vital had been snatched away. Gone? Truly gone? For 8 years, the elder's companionship had rendered this humble warehouse a true home. Regardless of the hardships endured, there always lingered the reassuring notion of returning home to rest. Though he understood the elder was extraordinary, he had never anticipated his swift departure. Ming, my life? Whose life? Why did the elder deliberately leave this word behind? Cautiously, Qin Ming tucked the note away close to his person and picked up the sword manual. The Great Yin Sword Canon. Without any elaborate introduction, he opened it to find the first technique, Mountains and Rivers Heavy Sword. A sword that cleaves through mountains and rivers. The concise introduction of the sword technique was complemented by a streamlined diagram of meridian pathways. Furrowing his brows, Qin Ming perused the text. Although the characters and diagrams were detailed, they appeared blurred and indistinct, requiring immense concentration to decipher. This was merely the first technique. Upon flipping to the second, Qin Ming found it utterly illegible, the technique's name obscured, its essence elusive, evoking a strange sense of resistance within him. With his current realm and mental acuity, he barely qualified to study the first technique. What level of martial arts is this? In astonishment, Qin Ming regarded the sword manual, marveling at its mystique and extraordinary nature. He had long yearned for martial arts and anticipated possessing his own weapon. Yet now, with the sword manual and ancient sword in hand, he found it difficult to feel joy, recalling the previous night's inebriation. Qin Ming. A sudden shrill voice pierced the air. Qin Ming concealed the sword manual and ancient sword deep within the warehouse. Qin Ming, where the hell have you been? Zhang Dong barged through the iron door, brandishing a list, his voice shrill. I stuck it on you before dawn, and now it's midday. Are you still not going to deliver? Do you still want to keep your job? I'll go immediately. Qin Ming hastily organized himself and stepped outside to collect the list. Zhang Dong stood by the iron door, incessantly calling out, "Don't think that just because you've reached the spirit martial realm, you can disregard the rules, and no matter how strong you are, you're still a servant under my command. Today, I'll let it slide, but if you dare to be late again, I'll report you to the overseer and see how you fare." Chapter 10. The accompanying servant Qin Ming hefted a heavy stone jar, delivering goods as Zhang Dong refrained from making any further arbitrary arrangements. Late deliveries inevitably attracted the ire and mockery of the upper-tier disciples. However, Qin Ming paid them no mind, dropping off the cargo and hastening back to his training. Over the course of a single night, he had ascended to the 4th layer of spirit martial, experiencing an overall enhancement in vitality and spirit, with significant growth in strength. Yet, this was not a conventional breakthrough. His realm felt unstable, and the energy within his meridians was insufficient. The optimal means of recuperation was, of course, consuming spiritual herbs or fruits. Seizing the opportunity while delivering goods, Qin Ming made his way to the vicinity of Medicine Mountain to check if the serpent heart fruit was still there. The rocky walls were entwined with robust green vines, which were intermingled with venomous snakes and large pythons, their numbers indeterminate. It was nearly impossible to distinguish between the vines and the serpents without careful observation. The serpent heart fruit was concealed in a particularly elusive location. Had it not been for the previous day's serendipity, he might never have spotted it. I'll come back tonight to pick it. Having confirmed the presence of the serpent heart fruit, Qin Ming prepared to leave, aware that lingering here was unwise. Just then, the Shura knife in his dantian trembled, enveloping the energy sea in a shroud of black mist, as if alerting him to an impending threat. Qin Ming quickly concealed himself among the chaotic underbrush. What is happening? Is someone nearby? The tremors from the Shura knife intensified, and the encroaching black mist shrouded the energy sea. Wait, what is that? Qin Ming's gaze shifted to the vines on the rock face, where a golden snake cautiously emerged, flicking its crimson tongue, its tiny eyes quickly locking onto Qin Ming's hiding spot. A spirit beast? Qin Ming was taken aback. There was indeed a spirit beast present, and no wonder so many snakes and pythons were lingering around the serpent heart fruit without daring to consume it. It was being guarded by this spirit beast. The golden snake coiled slowly around the serpent heart fruit, its gaze fixed on Qin Ming, asserting its claim. I thought as much. How could a mid-grade spiritual fruit be so easily obtained? Qin Ming hesitated, contemplating whether to risk coming back tonight. If it were mere ordinary snakes and pythons, they could be easily dealt with, allowing for a stealthy exit. Yet, this golden snake was clearly a spirit beast, a challenge he found difficult to confront with his current strength. If a stalemate ensued, he could easily find himself surrounded by the disciples of Medicine Mountain. Perhaps I should wait. I'll return once I grow stronger. Suppressing his desire for the serpent heart fruit, Qin Ming left Medicine Mountain and returned to the warehouse to continue his training. With the energy in his meridians being scarce, he could only slowly absorb it from the surrounding atmosphere. This minor setback did not dampen Qin Ming's spirits. At least he could ascertain that the serpent heart fruit did not belong to Medicine Mountain, but was the property of the spirit beast. Thus, he felt no burden, and there was no fear of repercussions from Medicine Mountain later on. Before him lay the Great Yin Sword Cannon and the Great Yin Ancient Sword, long-awaited martial arts, long-anticipated weaponry. Qin Ming raised the ancient sword, angling it towards the vast sky. Under the blazing sun, the sword glimmered with a chilling radiance, bright and dazzling. His heart surged with excitement, unable to contain his exhilaration. With a sharp cry, he swung the sword, sending a flurry of sword blossoms into the air. The ancient sword appeared to be forged from a complete divine metal, seamless and unified. It was straight, imposing, ancient yet sharp. Wherever it was placed, sword energy radiated, and once the sword blossoms danced, the sharp energy swept through the courtyard, leaving fine scratches on stones and trees alike. A divine weapon. Qin Ming gripped it tightly, reveling in the exhilaration of wielding it. However, after a brief period, the sword grew increasingly cold and heavy, causing his right hand and arm to ache and throb. Confident in his stamina and strength, he found himself only able to wield it for a fleeting moment. Sword manual, ancient sword, Shura knife. None of these can be wielded casually by me at this moment. Instead of feeling disheartened, Qin Ming felt invigorated, grateful for the elders' generous gifts. Such a grand present was something he felt unworthy to receive. Mountains and Rivers Heavy Sword. One sword that cleaves through mountains and rivers. Setting down the Great Yin Ancient Sword, Qin Ming began to concentrate on comprehending the sword manual. The manual proved resistant to his understanding. To clearly see the characters and comprehend the diagrams, he had to maintain the utmost focus, devoid of any distractions. Otherwise, the text would blur, and the diagrams would distort, leading to misunderstandings. Although Qin Ming had never encountered true martial arts before, he understood the necessity of precision in its practice. A single misinterpreted character or a forgotten meridian could result in dire consequences. Ordinary martial arts demanded diligence, but the Great Yin Sword Cannon, with its extraordinary nature, required even greater caution. Qin Ming locked himself within the warehouse. Seeking solitude from any disturbances, he scrutinized each word and phrase, studying each meridian pathway. The Mountains and Rivers Heavy Sword was merely the first technique, yet it contained hundreds of annotations and intricate meridian pathways. From noon to afternoon, and into the depths of night, Qin Ming immersed himself in contemplation. The toll on his mental energy was significant, necessitating the continual absorption of life force through the life-nourishing technique to maintain his state and ensure he could persist in his studies. For 5 consecutive days, Qin Ming delivered goods in the morning, continued to train his physical abilities, and dedicated the afternoons and evenings to diligently researching the Mountains and Rivers Heavy Sword. The more he delved into it, the more astonished he became, the intricacies of the swords might leaving him in awe, and the power he unleashed growing increasingly formidable. He meticulously copied the first technique by hand, entrusting it to Kai Yi to pass on to Yu Qing, instructing her to incinerate it once she finished reading. Such a remarkable sword manual could not be hoarded by a single individual. "What are you doing here?" Upon returning to the warehouse after delivering goods, Qin Ming was surprised to find Zhang Dong standing at the iron door, arms crossed, gazing upward with a sideways glance, perpetually infuriating. Zhang Dong shook the large lock on the iron door. "Is this warehouse yours?" "Locking the door to deliver goods. If you have something to say, speak. If not, then scram." "You?" Qin Ming's gaze turned icy. "I haven't forgotten about the Xiaomin incident. Don't go looking for trouble." Zhang Dong stammered. "What Xiaomin incident? I don't understand. Get lost." Qin Ming advanced with the stone jar toward the iron door. "You bastard." Zhang Dong wanted to project an air of dominance, yet his resolve faltered as he muttered, "I'm here to assign you a task. Hurry up and get ready to depart." "Where to?" "Gathering at the martial arts field. The Medicine Mountain disciples are going outside to gather herbs, and the sect has arranged for some upper-tier disciples to protect them." "Why would I protect the Medicine Mountain disciples?" Zhang Dong laughed mockingly. "Just you? You're not worthy. I heard they were short on logistic servants, so I specifically recommended you." "What trick are you playing this time?" Qin Ming glared at him, his fists clenched tightly. "You're a rare talent among the servants of our Qingyun Sect. Strong, bold, and even a spirit martial realm practitioner. Who else would I recommend?" Zhang Dong took a swift step back, keeping a safe distance, fearful of Qin Ming's potential retaliation. "You have half an hour to prepare. Go to my place to collect your tools. Medicine Mountain frequently organized teams to venture outside to gather herbs, seeking precious medicinal plants deep within the Yunluo forest to replenish their stock of spiritual herbs and fruits. The disciples of Medicine Mountain generally possessed formidable strength to handle external dangers, but for safety's sake, Qingyun Sect always assigned numerous upper-tier disciples and occasionally a direct disciple to lead the team. However, it had never been heard of that a servant accompanied them. Qin Ming took the Great Yin ancient sword, wrapping it in 3 layers of animal hide to conceal its menacing aura, and stealthily tucked 9 short knives around his waist. Once fully prepared, he headed to Zhang Dong's location to collect his tools. A large, heavy iron bucket, over 2 meters tall, brimmed with various tools and ample provisions, totaling around 700 pounds. Qin Ming hoisted the iron bucket onto his back, steadying it as he strode toward the 10th martial arts field. The arena was already crowded with over 100 disciples, including more than 20 from Medicine Mountain. Dressed in silver-white robes adorned with green herbal patterns on their chests, they were symbols of prestige and status. In the Qingyun Sect, few dared to provoke the disciples of Medicine Mountain, who, to maintain their mystique, seldom mingled with other disciples. The 70 or so upper-tier disciples were tasked with their protection, generally around 20 years old. With realms above the 6th layer of spirit martial.as, Qin Ming ascended the stone steps and entered the martial arts field. He halted abruptly. Zhao Min? What is she doing in the protective team? Zhao Min stood amidst the bustling crowd, alluring and charming, her laughter light and enchanting, drawing all eyes upon her. The gentle breeze played with her silky hair, lifting her long skirt to reveal her long, shapely legs. Many disciples flocked around her, vying for her attention, their gazes fervent. Even the Medicine Mountain disciples could not contain their restlessness, gathering beside her, engaging in light-hearted banter. "Oh, I say that, Qin Ming. What brings you here?" Zhao Min exclaimed, her eyes wide in surprise as she noticed Qin Ming approaching. Qin Ming? Many disciples turned their attention toward him. A fair-skinned disciple from Medicine Mountain chuckled. "Qin Ming is here to serve as our accompanying errand boy." Accompanying errand boy? For what purpose? Zhao Min sauntered out of the crowd, her presence captivating, her allure irresistible. Her figure was voluptuous and curvaceous, exuding an enchanting charm that left others spellbound. Many male disciples couldn't help but swallow hard as they gazed at her retreating figure. There was indeed much to behold along the journey. In the past, we had to carry our own tools and provisions, but this time, with Qin Ming accompanying us, everyone could lighten their burdens by entrusting their packs to him. Zhang Dong, the steward, recommended him to me, claiming that a remarkable individual had emerged among our Qingyun Sect servants, someone strong and courageous, not to mention a practitioner of the spirit martial realm. Oh, is that so? Then we shan't hold back. Zhao Min approached Qin Ming and casually tossed her small pack into the iron barrel. With this, we can alleviate some of the weight. Come, let us put everything in. Many disciples discarded their burdens and unnecessary items into the iron barrel, which, originally weighing 700 jin, gradually increased to over 1,000. Qin Ming stood motionless, understanding that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by Zhao Min and Zhang Dong. That wretched woman intends to lead me into peril in the forest. Chapter 11. Night raid. The group of over 100 departed Qingyun Sect amidst laughter and chatter, entering the profound depths of Yunluo forest. Towering ancient trees loomed, their gnarled branches growing wildly, while venomous snakes lay in wait and wild beasts roamed, creating an atmosphere thick with danger. The ancient forest exuded an age-old aura. The team trekked through the old woods, where thick layers of dry leaves carpeted the ground and branches hung low in disarray, occasionally revealing skeletal remains of wild beasts. Qin Ming, burdened with the 1,000 iron barrel, brought up the rear, vigilant against the damp, dense old forest. While others may have had numerous experiences traversing the woods, this was his first departure from Qingyun Sect in 8 years, leaving him utterly unfamiliar with the outside world. A black bear ambled by, snorting as it cast a cold glance at their group, baring its teeth in a low growl. An invisible wave of energy radiated from it, causing the pebbles on the ground to rise and swirl around it. A spirit beast. Its aura was immensely powerful. The herb-gathering team paid no heed to the black bear. "We have over 100 people. Why should we fear you?" Yet, Qin Ming did not dare to be careless. He quietly tightened his grip on the flying dagger at his waist, remaining on high alert. The black bear did not launch an attack. Instead, it watched them depart before lumbering back into the depths of the forest. The mountain path undulated, with roots twisting everywhere. The other disciples moved with ease, occasionally leaping into the treetops to show off for the female disciples, sometimes chasing spirit beasts to demonstrate their prowess. Qin Ming, encumbered by his heavy load, took each step with caution. However, he felt neither regret nor irritation. He walked steadily, breathing evenly, his back straight, treating the weighty mountain path as a form of training. After 3 days of travel, the herb-gathering team penetrated deeper into the old woods, arriving at the peak of a 1,000-meter-high mountain. This peak was unique, resembling a black eagle in flight, and we designated it as a landmark for this mountainous region. Planning to reconvene here in half a month. Servant Qin Ming, distribute the tools in the iron barrel to each group. You stay here and do not wander off. Otherwise, if you lose your life, do not blame others. This old forest is perilous. Everyone must be cautious and avoid provoking the spirit beasts. Remember, we reconvene in half a month. Do not delay too long. The team would split into 15 groups, pairing 1 or 2 disciples from the herb mountain with 4 or 5 guarding disciples, balancing the distribution according to their respective strengths. Each herb-gathering group would disperse into different mountainous areas in search of spirit herbs. Qin Ming set down the iron barrel, retrieving all the tools and provisions inside. Servant Qin Ming, stay obediently on the mountaintop and do not wander off. Zhao Min winked at him, her fiery red lips alluring and captivating. Don't stray. I do not wish to be responsible for your demise. A cold reminder came from one of the herb mountain disciples. We set off now. May each group reap abundant rewards. The crowd collectively cheered, shouldering their burdens and departing the mountaintop, leaving Qin Ming alone. Standing atop the mountain, Qin Ming gazed out over the vast forest, waves of trees rolling like the sea, various majestic peaks rising sharply, and thin white fog swirling, shifting shapes with the gentle breeze. The breathtaking scenery was grand and magnificent, evoking a sense of boundlessness. He inhaled deeply, the crisp freshness invigorating, leaving him in high spirits. However, this was a primal forest. Beneath its surface beauty lurked myriad dangers, with wild beasts and spirit beasts prowling, enacting the brutal law of the jungle. For Qin Ming, the greater peril did not lie within the forest, but rather with Zhao Min. That wretched woman had drawn him into the herb-gathering team, clearly with ill intentions. He stood expressionless for a while before moving to the edge of the mountain's eagle beak cliff, slowly rolling his shoulders and stretching his limbs along the steep and treacherous cliff's curve, hanging beneath the eagle beak. Before long, a herb-gathering group returned to the mountaintop. Little servant, your sister has come to see you. Zhao Min smiled brightly, her steps graceful. The skin exposed by her short attire was exceptionally tender, radiating an irresistible youthful allure. Her neck is white and smooth as that of a swan, her beauty blooming like a flower. Wherever she walked, she captivated attention, causing the wildflowers in the forest to pale in comparison. A robust male disciple trailed closely behind her. I'll take care of him first. I hear he's a tough nut. I relished the sound of tough nuts screaming. The herb mountain disciple laughed heartily. Let me see some blood first. I always use blood to appease the mountain when gathering herbs. Previously, I used the blood of spirit beasts, but this time, let's try the effects of human blood. Don't be so loud. You'll scare our little servant. Where is Qin Ming? The mountaintop was deserted except for the solitary iron barrel, with no sign of Qin Ming. He didn't run away, did he? Zhao Min's expression shifted slightly as she signaled the 4 to scatter and search. They scoured the mountaintop but found no trace of Qin Ming. Unwilling to accept defeat, they searched again, but still, he was nowhere to be found. That cunning little rascal, he must have slipped away with another group. Zhao Min knew Qin Ming wouldn't sit idly by, but hadn't he anticipated such a swift reaction. He had fled right from the start. What now? A disciple wielding a silver spear approached the eagle beak cliff's edge, peering down cautiously before quickly retreating. A fall from such a height would be fatal. Zhao Min's tone turned fierce. Qin Ming must die. He cannot be allowed to return to Qingyun Sect. The herb mountain disciple reassured her. Do not fret, Miss Zhao. Since we've promised to cooperate, we shall not go back on our word. He is but a mere servant. No matter how exceptional he is, he remains a servant, and I truly do not care about the consequences of his death. Moreover, he will die in the forest, with no bones left to identify him. Who would know how he perished? Let us pursue him now. Qin Ming can't have gone far. Thank you, brothers. The rewards I promised will only increase. Haha, Miss Zhao, you are too kind. It is our honor to serve you. Chase. Qin Ming is unfamiliar with the situation here. He cannot escape far. Zhao Min harbored a grudge against Qin Ming. Ever since she was gravely injured that day, she had been plotting how to deal with him, and the more she thought about it, the more hatred she felt, the more she wanted him dead. This time, she had finally persuaded the Herb Mountain disciples to include Qin Ming in the herb-gathering team, far removed from Qingyun Sect. Such an opportunity was rare, and she could not let him slip away. Beneath the Eagle Beak Cliff, Qin Ming hung steadily, hearing their every word, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He had initially thought Zhao Min merely intended to teach him a lesson and humiliate him, but it seemed she was out for his life. Deep night. In the dense, dark jungle, wild beasts roamed, and spirit beasts howled, the air thick with danger. Ancient giant trees appeared even more monstrous in the night, sending chills down one's spine. From day until now, Zhao Min and her companions had failed to locate Qin Ming. The higher one's martial realm, the more sensitive their spiritual awareness became. With their combined strength, finding Qin Ming should have been a cinch, at most taking a little time. Yet now, they could not even catch a glimpse of him. This shouldn't be. Qin Ming is weak and inexperienced. He should not be able to evade our pursuit. Humph, perhaps he has already become a snack for the spirit beasts. Their expressions soured. A mere servant had managed to elude them for an entire day, leaving them feeling embarrassed. They all wished to impress Zhao Min. Yet now, the situation had become quite awkward. Qin Ming could not hide for long, especially at night. Zhao Min walked ahead with a grim expression. They had to find Qin Ming tonight. The longer it dragged on, the more concealed he might become, making future searches even more troublesome. Little rascal, quite adept at hiding. The young man with the silver spear was bringing up the rear when suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Wait, what's wrong? The four immediately grew alert, listening intently to the sounds around them. Do you think Qin Ming might not have left the mountaintop at all? We searched the mountaintop thoroughly and swept through the forest on the way down. Couldn't he possibly be there? What I mean is, could he be hiding beneath the Eagle Beak Cliff? Before the young man with the silver spear could finish, he suddenly turned, his sharp gaze fixating on the darkness. In that instant, 3 beams of brilliance tore through the night, spinning rapidly and rushing toward them with a whistling wind. Seeking death. The young man with the silver spear shouted coldly, his spear swirling as he struck the ground. A fiery explosion erupting, flames surging fiercely. The spear tip darted out with incredible speed, targeting the 3 beams of light. However, clang. As the silver spear struck the first beam of brilliance, a deafening clang echoed. The brilliance was a flying dagger, its force terrifyingly potent, momentarily disrupting his spear technique, nearly causing him to stumble. The other 2 flying daggers surged forward without hindrance, striking him with a resounding thud. The daggers were tremendously powerful. One pierced through his abdomen, while the other punctured his shoulder, blood splattering. The young man with the silver spear screamed, staggering backward from the impact of the daggers. Who goes there? Zhao Min's group turned pale as a figure suddenly dashed out from the darkness, sprinting forward with wild abandon, appearing before the young man with the silver spear in an instant, launching a punch with a fierce wind. Save me! The young man with the silver spear cried out in terror, blood spraying from his mouth. Crack! A powerful blow struck his chest, the force of over 1,000 Jin erupting, shattering his ribs and sending him flying. The shattered ribs pierced into his heart, causing him to spew blood and soar off the ground. The others turned ashen. The 2 injured disciples scrambled to react, shouting, "Stop him!" One brandished a sword, fiercely slashing with twin blades, the edges gleaming with brilliant light, unleashing countless afterimages. Blade technique, slash shadow. Another thrust his palms forward, waves of surging fighting spirit erupting, kicking up clouds of dust. Earth's fury, as the figure sprinted. It leaped into the air, soaring 3 meters high, diving into the treetops while simultaneously launching 3 flying daggers, striking like thunder with flickering brilliance. The flying daggers did not fly in a straight line. Instead, they were thrown at an incredible arc, spinning rapidly, targeting the 2 disciples. Eye in the darkness, visibility was poor, yet they sensed the impending danger and quickly dodged to the side. The figure descended, its body crashing down with great force, akin to a spring compressed to its limit, releasing all its energy in an instant, launching itself at the retreating dual-blade disciple. Ah! The dual-blade disciple, fierce and reckless, let out a shriek. actually charging forward to meet the oncoming attack. As the figure sprinted low, it swiftly flipped over, evading the twin blades while pressing its palm against the ground. Its body horizontal, both feet gathering tremendous strength, igniting blinding lightning, striking at the disciple's abdomen with the speed of a storm. So fast. The dual-blade disciple's expression changed again, momentarily blinded by the sudden flash of lightning. He hurriedly tried to evade, but could not escape the second kick, as the figure followed up with a third and fourth kick, thudding against him. The force was incredibly violent, weighing 1,000 jin. The disciple had not anticipated such overwhelming power, letting out a scream as he was sent flying, crumpling to the ground, gasping for breath. Earth's fury. The other disciples' palms moved like the wind, torrents of fighting spirits swirling around them, the gale howling, stirring up dust and stones with ferocity. The figure landed, rising to meet the attack, launching into a collision. Just as they were about to clash, it leaped into the air, both feet spinning rapidly, combining lightning with brute force, meeting the Earth's fury head-on. Crack, crack, crack. The lightning was obliterated. Against the martial arts of those in the sixth realm, the lightning diminished significantly. Yet the figure's attack focused on the raw power and explosive force of its legs, smashing down like hammers against the disciple's hands, pulverizing dust and blood. The figure flipped midair, delivering a kick to the disciple's face. The disciple, caught off guard, barely managed to evade. Yet the figure landed and immediately pursued, both palms crashing down on his chest. The assault was intense, the power overwhelming. The disciple coughed up blood, sent flying as he tumbled through the forest, crashing into the underbrush repeatedly, unable to catch his breath. Chapter 12. Life and Death Pursuit. A series of wild assaults unfolded with the swiftness of a storm, appearing without warning and concluding in the blink of an eye. Herb Mountain disciple Qiao Qian shielded Zhao Min, retreating over 10 paces to establish a safe distance, brandishing a golden bronze sword that gleamed coldly. His aura now formidable. 2 disciples lay injured, and the faint scent of blood permeated the forest. The 2 severely injured disciples groaned in agony on the ground, struggling to rise, but after a few attempts, they collapsed again, their injuries grave. The figure slowly rose from the darkness, eyes cold as steel, exuding murderous intent, arcs of electricity coursing across its body, revealing its form. Qin Ming, it's you? Zhao Min was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She had personally experienced Qin Ming's strength. He had indeed been wild, like a frenzied beast, yet his true power was comparable to her own. Why did he seem like a different person tonight? Those icy eyes made her unable to meet his gaze, sending a chill through her heart. You're not at the spirit martial third realm. The Herb Mountain disciple was equally taken aback, witnessing a series of fierce, precise, and fluid attacks, as if they had been rehearsed countless times, executing a massacre in an instant, each movement brimming with ferocity. Qin Ming stood in the darkness for a moment, slowly retreating to gather the scattered flying daggers. How would you like to play? I shall accompany you to the end. You cannot kill me, but I will certainly kill you. Arrogant. What do you think you are? To dare challenge me? The Herb Mountain disciple's expression darkened, his aura rising once more, the golden bronze sword vibrating slightly, emitting a melodious clang, its killing intent suffusing the forest. Qin Ming, you have such audacity to slaughter your fellow sect members. Qingyun Sect will never spare you. Zhao Min suddenly snapped back to reality. We haven't done anything to you yet you dare to attack us? Put away your disgusting facade. Don't think just because you have a pretty face you can act as you please. You want my life? You are not worthy. Stop wasting time with him. Kill him. I command you to kill him. The dual-blade disciple struggled to lift his head. His once handsome face twisted in pain and fury, glaring malevolently at Qin Ming in the darkness. You're asking for death. You have only yourself to blame. Xiao Chun, do not let him escape. Zhao Min urged the Herb Mountain disciple, feeling a profound threat from Qin Ming's displayed power and ferocity. Xiao Chun, kill him. What are you waiting for? The dual-blade disciple suddenly sprang up, desperate to distance himself from Qin Ming in an instant. Qin Ming surged forward, charging at the dual-blade disciple. The dual-blade disciple jolted, disregarding his pain and appearance, rolling and scrambling toward Xiao Chun, shouting, Kill him! Kill him! How dare you act so brazenly before me? Xiao Chun decisively intercepted, moving like a dragon, his speed remarkable, swiftly positioning himself beside the dual-blade disciple. Thrusting his sword, instantly conjuring 5 sword shadows. Each strike was fierce, targeting Qin Ming's heart, shoulder, forehead, abdomen, and throat. Its intricate changes and ruthless precision rendering it impossible to discern which sword was real and which was an illusion. Qin Ming did not dodge or evade. He met the attack head-on in a critical moment. He grasped the Diyin ancient sword from his back, a surge of weighty power flooding through him, executing a striking sword technique that unleashed a chilling aura. Puff! As Qin Ming brushed past Xiao Chun, blood sprayed in all directions. Xiao Chun managed to inflict 3 wounds on Qin Ming, each strike perilous. Yet Qin Ming's ancient sword grazed Xiao Chun's neck as he continued his relentless assault. His focus remained unbroken, driving toward his target, the dual-blade disciple. The fleeing dual-blade disciple turned back in terror, his eyes widening as the ancient sword's sharp brilliance expanded rapidly in his pupils. No, the dual-blade disciple cried out, but his voice was abruptly silenced as his head was cleaved off by the ancient sword. Rolling forward, his eyes wide with terror, silence. In the dark forest, even a falling needle could be heard, as if even breathing had solidified. Xiao Chun, with his back to Qin Ming, incredulously touched his neck. Blood? There was blood. It was merely a superficial cut, but how could a dignified warrior of the 7th heaven of spirit martial be injured by a mere servant? The other disciple, trembling all over, struggled to retreat, gazing at Qin Ming as if he were a wild beast gone mad. Qin Ming stood beside the corpse of the dual-blade disciple, his complexion slightly pale, his clothes stained with blood. His chest, shoulders, and abdomen were all pierced by sharp blades, his injuries severe and blood gushing profusely, yet his demeanor and expression were even more terrifying. Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun! Xiaomin screamed, jolting Xiao Chun awake, her hands gathering fierce flames, nervously confronting him. Qin Ming, no one can save you today. Enraged, Xiao Chun charged at Qin Ming with his sword, holding nothing back. Qin Ming covered the most grievous wound on his chest, stepping back calmly, turning silently to vanish into the night. Pursue. Catch up to him. He must not escape. Zhao Min commanded the other disciple. The sturdy disciple glanced at the 2 gruesomely slain comrades, gritted his teeth, and rose to give chase. Do not fear him. He is already gravely injured and cannot escape for long. Qin Ming merely succeeded by surprise. His strength is far inferior to ours. Surround him and kill him directly. Zhao Min urged as they hastily pursued, calling out reminders to one another, determined not to lose their momentum. Qin Ming pressed his lips tightly together, covering his continuously bleeding wound as he sprinted through the dark woods. Though his injuries appeared dire, he was not sensitive to pain. He could endure. Over the past 8 years, he had suffered far more than this, countless times worse. These injuries were nothing. Zhao Min and the others chased for what felt like an eternity, ultimately forced to concede that they had lost him once again. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Xiao Chun seethed, utterly unable to accept this. What is Qin Ming's true strength? The sturdy disciple questioned Zhao Min. Though his realm was not high, he possessed incredible brute strength, which he could wield to its utmost. Indeed, his power could not be evaluated merely by his realm. Zhao Min was reluctant to admit it. Yet she could not deny the reality. Tonight, Qin Ming had truly astonished her. Brute strength? He possesses more than mere brute strength. His swordsmanship is even more exquisite than mine. Xiao Chun was now reflecting on that sword from the previous night, which had instilled within him a sense of threat. Moreover, he began to doubt what had transpired during that brief clash. He vaguely remembered using his Qingyun bronze sword to deflect Qin Ming's blade before launching a surprise attack, which should have allowed him to slay Qin Ming directly. Yet, it seemed Qin Ming's sword had been unaffected, striking straight at him. The Qingyun bronze sword was a fine weapon, capable of easily severing iron and stone. Had it truly encountered Qin Ming's sword, it should have been cleaved in 2. Had I misremembered? Did I not actually strike his sword? Zhao Min shook her head resolutely. Impossible. I know Qin Ming's strength well. He cannot possibly possess martial arts. Let us not argue about this. We must find Qin Ming and ensure he does not escape again. He has been pierced by my sword. His veins must be ruptured, and his injuries will only worsen. He cannot go far. Deep within the forest, Qin Ming sat in a concealed cave, absorbing the life energy of the ancient woods. The vitality here was even more abundant than that within the Qingyun Sect. After a night of recuperation, his wounds had mostly ceased bleeding. By noon, the scars were no longer visible, and by the afternoon, he was completely healed. The marvel of the life-reviving art lay precisely in this. More effective than certain miraculous pills. Over the years, it had saved Qin Ming countless times. Qiao Qin, seventh heaven of spirit martial. Qin Ming silently recalled the perilous battle from the previous night. His current strength was nowhere near sufficient to challenge the seventh heaven. Even facing the fifth heaven was a daunting task. Transitioning from the third to the fourth heaven was a hurdle, as was the leap from the sixth to the seventh heaven. The power gained from such transitions was qualitatively different. With matters having escalated to this point, retreat was not an option for Qin Ming. It was either his demise or theirs. There was no room for compromise. Previously, within Qingyun Sect, he had reservations, but now, amidst the ancient woods, in a deadly chase, it was a matter of survival. If you cannot kill me, then I shall kill you. It was merely a contest of ruthlessness. Let us see who is more ruthless. Before darkness fell, Qin Ming set off once more, bearing the Dian ancient sword as he entered the depths of the ancient forest. Seeking Zhao Min, his strength was far inferior to that of his enemies. He could only rely on the cover of night to launch a surprise attack. Advancing cautiously, Qin Ming did not act recklessly, actively avoiding encounters with spirit beasts. Fortunately, he did not encounter any particularly formidable spirit beasts. Otherwise, with his current strength, he might not have even had the chance to escape. As fortune would have it, not long after setting out, he stumbled upon a spirit herb. 3 spirit herbs clustered together. Hidden within dense underbrush. 3 low-grade spirit herbs could aid Qin Ming in replenishing his spiritual energy. Suddenly, he halted, straining to listen. The sounds he heard were unlike a battle between warriors. It resembled a group of warriors engaged in combat with spirit beasts, emanating from the depths of the forest. Following the sounds, he stealthily made his way forward. Ahead lay a dense thicket, where he could vaguely see figures darting about, accompanied by massive shadows and the terrifying roars of beasts, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Qin Ming leaped onto a large tree, skillfully maneuvering among the branches, cautiously drawing closer. In the clearing, roughly 5 zhang in size, 5 men and women wielding weapons were surrounding a gigantic beast. This beast resembled a fierce tiger, yet its size surpassed even that of a black bear. Its fur was glossy black, its blood-red eyes radiating ferocity, with a mouth full of jagged teeth and 2 sharp fangs protruding, each half a meter long, curved, and lethal. The saber-toothed beast. Such spirit beasts were kept within the Qingyun Sect and were exceedingly fierce, inherently brutal, with a strength comparable to that of high-level spirit martial warriors. Its claws and fangs served as its weapons, a tempest of dark wind swirling around it, kicking up dust and debris. Qin Ming observed closely. The 5 warriors appeared ordinary, like mercenaries traversing the forest. Their attacks imbued with a wild ferocity, moving in perfect coordination, retreating and advancing with great skill and experience. Among the ruins lay 3 bloodied figures. They seemed to have perished, victims of the saber-toothed beast's claws. The battle was not merely intense. It was utterly perilous. The saber-toothed beast had gone berserk, the fierce black wind swirling through the ruins, charging left and right, its roars echoing. The 5 mercenaries seemed on the verge of collapse. 4 of them darted and leaped, distracting the saber-toothed beast with all their might, while a sturdy young man in black was responsible for the main assault, wielding a 2-meter-long war knife with wild abandon. With a swift slash, several beams of sword light struck the saber-toothed beast, tearing through its flesh. The beast roared in pain, and the 4 warriors seized the opportunity to retreat, while the sturdy young man charged in, his war knife summoning a howling gale as it struck fiercely at the beast's head. Roar! The saber-toothed beast bellowed, swiping its claw at the war knife, creating sparks that flew, the sound deafening as the young man was ruthlessly thrown back. Though the beast's claw was also left bloodied. "Friend, have you seen enough? Lend us a hand." The young man cried out, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he turned toward the place where Qin Ming was hiding. Chapter 13. The Millennium Pine Moss. Qin Ming remained expressionless, concealed, not rushing to reveal himself, carefully observing the battle. He had never interacted with mercenaries before, but he understood that these individuals were hardened fighters, and helping them could lead to trouble. What if he were to be betrayed? There would be no room for regret. The battle intensified, becoming increasingly perilous. The saber-toothed beast was injured and had gone mad, and now the 5 mercenaries found themselves unable to retreat. Qin Ming suddenly noticed a cave not far away, where something seemed to be hidden, radiating a rich life energy. He practiced the life-reviving art and was highly sensitive to life energies. It seemed the battle had originated from there. The young man in black was suddenly sent flying by the saber-toothed beast's claw, his back mangled, 3 gruesome gashes torn into him. Roar! The saber-toothed beast howled, its voice reverberating through the forest, deafening, its body surging with tumultuous dark energy, sending the 4 mercenaries sprawling as it charged toward the young man, its massive claws crashing into the ground, sending shards of stone flying, shaking the earth with its ferocity. No! The 4 mercenaries screamed. Friend, quickly help us. You shall be generously rewarded. Hurry! The young man struggled to rise, disregarding the excruciating pain, forcing himself to breathe, swinging his heavy knife toward the saber-toothed beast. Roar! The saber-toothed beast barreled toward him, its massive form rising, the dark wind swirling violently around it, its powerful claws striking down at the young man. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The mercenaries shouted in alarm. You cannot withstand the saber-toothed beast? Ah! The young man grimaced, suddenly stomping the ground, halting his steps while spinning in place, wildly brandishing his war knife upward in a moment of life and death. Qin Ming charged forth, directly toward the saber-toothed beast. His muscles tensed, a searing power coursing through every cell, an ultimate force gathering in his right arm. Mountain-shaking Vajra. Qin Ming shouted, his body crashing into the saber-toothed beast's abdomen with tremendous force, releasing an overwhelming power. His strike alone bore a weight of at least 700 pounds, the explosive force of the mountain-shaking Vajra tripling that. Bang! Crack! The saber-toothed beast staggered as if struck by lightning, its massive body losing balance, several ribs in its abdomen snapping, at the same time. The young man seized the moment, swinging his heavy knife down decisively, severing one of the beast's claws. Follow me! Qin Ming suppressed the surge of blood in his chest and swiftly pursued, not waiting for the saber-toothed beast to hit the ground before seizing the Undying ancient sword, thrusting it toward the beast's throat, which bore a deep wound. With a sharp sound, the Undying ancient sword pierced the wound precisely, and with Qin Ming's powerful strike, the gash was widened to half a meter. Good! The young man rejoiced, swinging his heavy knife once more, striking down hard upon the saber-toothed beast's head. Roar! The saber-toothed beast let out a pained wail, its body surging with terrifying dark energy once again, a tempest of wind rising, waves of force pushing Qin Ming and the young man back. Yet its severe injuries had finally quelled its rage. It was preparing to flee, nowhere to run. The young man and the 4 mercenaries surrounded it, unleashing their final burst of ferocity in a full-on assault. Before long, the saber-toothed beast let out a mournful howl, its massive form collapsing into a pool of blood, lifeless. The 5 were all injured, panting heavily. The female mercenary seemed barely able to stand, leaning against a tree trunk with her head bowed. Friend, thank you. The young man in black took a moment to catch his breath before turning to Qin Ming to express his gratitude. Though Qin Ming had only intervened twice, his timing had been impeccable, shifting the tide of battle. No need for formality. What lies within? Qin Ming pointed toward the cave. Huh. The young man's eyes shifted slightly, surprised that Qin Ming had noticed the situation inside the cave. He had originally intended to offer some reward to send Qin Ming on his way. The other 4 mercenaries slowly raised their heads, their weary gazes beginning to harbor suspicion. Do not be alarmed. I will not take advantage of you in your weakened state. Whatever lies within, I shall take 1/5. Inside, I will take a look myself. There is a millennium pine moss. The young man was unsure of Qin Ming's strength or identity, but from the explosive force he had displayed in repelling the saber-toothed beast, it was clear that he possessed formidable power and was not to be trifled with. The sword in his hand appeared to be of exceptional quality. The 5 were now gravely injured. Should they turn against him, the outcome was uncertain. Care to elaborate? Qin Ming inquired, having never heard of it. The young man pointed to the nearby low hill. This hill is, in fact, the root of an ancient 1,000-year-old tree. The trunk is gone, and only the old roots remain buried within. On these roots grows a type of spiritual treasure known as pine moss. Formed from the essence of life drawn from the ancient tree, it possesses remarkable healing properties, likely among the highest grade of mid-tier spiritual essences. They had been observing this area for some time and were certain of the situation inside. For over a month, 5 saber-toothed beasts had guarded the cave. One by one, they had lured them outside to capture and kill them, believing that only one remained, which would be easily dealt with. They had not anticipated that this particular saber-toothed beast was much stronger than the others. I want 1/5. Qin Ming stepped into the cave. The 5 mercenaries followed closely behind. The air inside was exceedingly fresh, and a deep breath invigorated the senses. The low hill was indeed the root of an ancient tree, with numerous gnarled roots intertwining densely to the back of the cave, where several old roots coiled together. A palm-sized patch of moss was growing, from which the rich life energy emanated. Qin Ming did not take much. He merely took 1/5 of what was there. The young man cautioned, do not consume too much. Take a little each day and fully refine it before eating again, or you risk turning your body into wood, sprouting a tree from within. I am not fabricating this. It has happened before. Thank you for the warning. Farewell. Wait, friend, may I ask your name? Qin Ming. Are you alone? The forest is very dangerous. Would you care to join us? I appreciate the offer, but I have matters to attend to. You are not a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, are you? One of the mercenaries suddenly recalled something, mentioning that they had encountered another group of mercenaries who warned them to avoid trouble, as disciples of the Qingyun Sect would soon be in the area gathering herbs. Qin Ming nodded and departed. The young man abandoned any thoughts of reclaiming the pine moss, realizing they could not afford to provoke the Qingyun Sect. Judging by Qin Ming's strength, he likely belonged to the upper echelons of disciples. It was possible that other disciples were nearby gathering herbs as well. With this thought, they hurriedly left. They no longer dared to rob Qin Ming, fearing he might summon others to retaliate against them. The Millennium Pine Moss was a rare treasure, one that even disciples of the Qingyun Sect would covet. As darkness fell, Qin Ming found a place to hide. Retrieving the Millennium Pine Moss from his bundle, examining it closely, it appeared no different from ordinary moss, yet he could sense the rich life energy within, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. This Millennium Spirit herb surely possessed more than just healing properties. It might hold many wondrous effects. I hope it does not disappoint me. Qin Ming was in urgent need of consolidating his realm at the 4th heaven of Spirit Martial, and this was an opportune moment. Carefully cutting off a small piece, he placed it in his mouth, slowly chewing. A rich coolness filled his mouth, spreading throughout his body, nourishing his organs and bones. The risk of turning to wood was negligible. After all, I have the life-reviving art. Yin and Yang connect, the essence flows, life changes. Where the 9, step on the 1. 3 on the left, 7 on the right, 2 and 4 for the shoulders, 6 and 8 for the feet. 5 resides in the center. The Yang resides in the 4 cardinal points. The Yin returns to the 4 corners. The center is 5, balancing Yin and Yang. Responding to the northern dipper above, controlling the 8 directions below. Qin Ming silently recited the 2nd section of the life-reviving art, refining the Millennium Moss that was hard-won. This way, he could avoid turning to wood and likely achieve better results than direct absorption. Indeed, the flowing life energy gradually fell under his control, coursing through his body as he guided it, rapidly refining and nourishing every organ, as if every cell was bursting with vitality. The small piece of moss was quickly refined, and Qin Ming boldly consumed the remaining portion, using the life-reviving art to guide and separate it. Unbeknownst to him, his skin began to exude dark impurities, gradually covering his entire body. Before long, he was enveloped in a thick, black sludge, tinged with hints of dark red. Rather than feeling alarmed, Qin Ming was inwardly delighted. He recalled that the first time he practiced the life-reviving art, such a phenomenon had occurred, akin to marrow cleansing and rebirth. Each subsequent experience had brought about similar changes, with his body continuously transforming. The formidable strength Qin Ming possessed was largely attributable to the marrow-cleansing effects of the life-reviving art. Otherwise, relying solely on training, he would not have been able to enhance his explosive power to 600 or 700 pounds, nor withstand the backlash from the tripling of the Vajra's explosive force. However, as time progressed, the occurrence of the dark sludge had diminished. After completing the first section of training, it had ceased to appear. Though his surprise, guiding the 2nd section of the life-reviving art today, had produced a similar effect, the dark red impurities indicating a more profound cleansing effect. The following morning, Qin Ming emerged from his hiding place with a refreshed spirit and a smile on his face. The fatigue and injuries had vanished entirely, and his senses felt remarkably sharper. His body felt inexplicably light, and as he clenched his fists, the perfect muscle definition adorned his arms, as if his strength had increased further. Whether it was due to the millennium moss or the synergy with the life-reviving art, the results were unexpectedly delightful. Qin Ming arrived at a nearby small lake, meticulously cleaned himself up, changed his attire, and ventured once more into the forest, diligently searching for Zhao Min. The revelation of her sinister plan to eliminate him during the medicinal herb-gathering expedition unmistakably indicated that this woman harbored a heart of profound malice. Originally devoid of such deep-seated hatred, she was now resolute in her intent to take a life. If he did not resolve this matter, returning to the Qingyun Sect would undoubtedly bring about endless calamities. Chapter 14. Blood Blossoms 1. In the dim and damp forest, Qin Ming tread cautiously, opting for concealed paths. His familiarity with the nearby woods and mountains paled in comparison to that of Qiao Chun, a disciple of the Herb Mountain, and they were unlikely to be as careless as they had been in the beginning. They might be concocting some scheme to ensnare him, and a moment's inattention could lead him into a trap. Despite his utmost vigilance, Qin Ming still fell victim to several sudden ambushes by spirit beasts. On one occasion, while evading a white cloud leopard lurking ahead, a black eagle descended abruptly from the sky, crashing through the tangled branches and lunging at him, its dark claws nearly sinking into his neck. After 2 days and nights of relentless searching, he had yet to uncover any trace of Zhao Min, though he did encounter several small teams gathering herbs. To avoid any potential trouble, he kept his distance from them. The herb-gathering mission would last only about half a month, and time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. If Zhao Min were to rally other herb-gathering groups to join forces against him, his chances of survival would diminish even further. On the 3rd day at noon, fortune smiled upon him as he unearthed a wild ginseng root, robust as a turnip, and under the sunlight, he could discern its intricate patterns. This must be a spirit essence, likely a precious variety, even if it did not reach the mid-grade. Suddenly, an odd noise echoed through the damp forest ahead, causing Qin Ming to conceal the wild ginseng and squint into the distance, gasping in horror. A horde of red-eyed, venomous spiders emerged. Each spider was as large as a calf, an awe-inspiring sight, their bodies gleaming black with a sinister sheen, their blood-red eyes glaring menacingly in the dim thicket. Their 8 legs resembled rigid spears, powerful and formidable. While 1 or 2 red-eyed spiders posed little threat, a swarm of at least 30 to 50 was a different matter. This appeared to be their territory. Qin Ming made every effort to remain silent, stealthily retreating. Fortunately, the red-eyed spiders seemed oblivious to his presence, lazily strolling about. Where could Zhao Min possibly be hiding? Had she gone to seek out other herb-gathering teams? Cautiously navigating the forest, Qin Ming walked intermittently, attuning his senses to the surroundings. Suddenly, he caught a faint whiff of blood drifting from a nearby location. How could it be him? Qin Ming climbed into the treetops, furrowing his brow as he observed below. Beneath an ancient, gnarled tree sat a man, drenched in blood, his head tilted back in terror, his hollow eyes staring blankly ahead. It was the sturdy male disciple from Qiao Chen's herb-gathering team. What had transpired? After ensuring the area was safe, Qin Ming cautiously approached. Indeed, it was that male disciple, who had perished not long ago, blood still oozing from his wounds. The surrounding forest bore evident signs of a struggle, yet the area was not extensive, suggesting that the conflict had concluded swiftly. How had he met his demise here? Had Qiao Chen slain him? Or? Qin Ming's attention was suddenly drawn to a trail of blood leading deeper into the thicket. Gripping his ancient sword tightly, he advanced cautiously. The bloodstains continued intermittently, and as he crossed a small stream, he stumbled upon numerous chaotic footprints. At that moment, he heard screams and the sound of raucous laughter. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming followed the blood trail. Ahead lay a serene valley, filled with wildflowers exuding sweet fragrances and a few elegant young trees. The setting was exceptionally picturesque, yet the events unfolding within were horrendous. A group of mercenaries had captured Zhao Min and Qiao Chun. Qiao Chun lay in a pool of blood, a burly man standing over him, gleefully toying with a golden copper sword. A fine sword. Ha ha, a splendid sword. Truly worthy of a disciple from the Qingyun Sect, carrying such a treasure. This sword must be worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. I can give you the copper sword. Just let me go. Let us go. Xiao Chun, battered and bleeding, struggled in agony. Ah, has the tone changed? Weren't you quite defiant just a moment ago? How quickly you've softened. The burly man kicked Xiao Chun away. Cowering in pain, Xiao Chun replied, I am a top disciple from the Herb Mountain of the Qingyun Sect, and I will soon become an inner disciple. If you kill me, the Qingyun Sect will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Let me go, and I shall pretend nothing happened. I can give you the copper sword. Release you only to have you seek revenge later? I've seen plenty of your kind. Don't be foolish. Since we dared to act, we have no intention of letting you go. The burly man chuckled as he approached the flower bushes. Don't come any closer. Zhao Min, gravely injured, lay there. Weakly. 7 mercenaries surrounded her, salivating, their lustful gazes roaming over her. This girl is so fair and tender. Just a squeeze and she'll burst with sweetness. I can hardly contain myself. Disciples raised by the Qingyun Sect are indeed different, with such delicate skin. Ha ha. A beauty like this would surely be the star attraction in a brothel, worth at least 100 taels of gold. What luck today. Even if we die, it would be worth it. They had never encountered such a stunning woman before. Her enchanting beauty, long and shapely legs, and slender, fair waist made every aspect of her seem perfect. They gazed at her like ravenous wolves fixated on a prime cut of meat, their mouths watering incessantly. Zhao Min felt despair wash over her, for the first time in her life hating her own beauty. She had come to participate in the herb-gathering mission solely to kill Qin Ming and alleviate her heart's resentment. She had never anticipated finding herself in such a predicament. Had she known this would happen, she would have never left the Qingyun Sect. Concealed within the treetops, Qin Ming witnessed the unfolding events in the valley with clarity. Logically, he should feel a sense of vengeance, yet he was overwhelmed by revulsion. Go watch Zhao Min be humiliated to death. Gritting his teeth, he wrestled with his emotions. He lowered his gaze momentarily, then suddenly raised his eyes, a fierce glint flashing in his depths, before turning and disappearing into the woods. Please, spare me. I can offer you many treasures, truly, I swear. Zhao Min pleaded desperately, unable to fathom the ordeal awaiting her. Wait. Xiao Chen suddenly struggled to rise. There's no need for you to risk harming the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. I can give you gold, lots and lots of gold. With gold in hand, you can have your pick of women in the city. Spare your breath. Don't think us fools. I can offer you spirit herbs. Xiao Chen shouted anxiously. Dio, you still have spirit herbs on you? The other mercenaries turned to look at Xiao Chen. I don't have any on me now, but I can find some. I am a disciple of the Herb Mountain, and we possess a unique method for locating spirit herbs. I can lead you to find plenty of low-grade spirit herbs, and there's even a chance we might discover mid-grade ones, I assure you. The other mercenaries exchanged glances, intrigued by the idea. All right, you've temporarily saved your life, declared the burly man with a wave of his hand, sealing Xiao Chen's fate. Xiao Chun sighed in relief, though inwardly he felt a surge of indignation. A proud disciple of the Herb Mountain pleading for his life from a lowly mercenary. What about my junior sister? Her? Ha ha, even if you present me with high-grade spirit herbs, I wouldn't trade for her. The burly man grinned widely. The other mercenaries chuckled, knowing such a delectable prize might only come once in a lifetime. Keep an eye on that kid. Don't let him pull any tricks. Unable to contain himself, the burly man lunged toward Zhao Min. Zhao Min, overwhelmed with despair, shut her eyes and tears streamed down her face. In that moment, she inexplicably thought of Qin Ming. Why did I come here? All because of Qin Ming. Hate. She loathed Qin Ming deeply. If it weren't for him, how could she have fallen to such depths? Xiao Chen turned away, realizing he had no choice but to prioritize his own survival. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the forest outside the valley. Xiao Chen turned back, and Zhao Min opened her tear-filled eyes. Moments later, a figure burst forth from the dense foliage, panting heavily as he gazed into the valley. Qin Ming? Xiao Chen could hardly believe his eyes. Qin Ming? Zhao Min stared, dazed, as if in a dream. The newcomer was indeed Qin Ming, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he charged into the valley. He is your companion. The burly man's expression darkened, exasperated by repeated interruptions. Another fool seeking death. Forget him. Let us take care of him. 2 mercenaries brandished their weapons, moving to confront him. Still trying to play the hero? Such naivety. The other mercenaries scoffed, dismissing him. However, their expressions quickly froze in shock. Just as Qin Ming burst forth from the forest, A rustling sound followed behind him. An entire swarm of red-eyed venomous spiders surged forth, their 8 black legs moving with astonishing speed, shrieking as they pursued Qin Ming. Then 1, 2.10.20, over 40 red-eyed venomous spiders emerged from the thicket, each the size of a calf, their glossy carapaces glinting ominously in the sunlight, their formidable claws resembling forged steel, fangs snapping as they relentlessly pursued. Qin Ming plunged into the valley, clutching a leg of a red-eyed spider. He had slain one, inciting the wrath of the spider swarm, and he sprinted, drawing them along behind him. He could not stand idly by and watch Zhao Min suffer humiliation. This was not merely a matter of vengeance, but of humanity. Chapter 15. Blood Blossoms, 2, Red-Eyed Spiders? The mercenaries were momentarily stunned, then abruptly snapped back to reality, cursing as they scrambled for their weapons. Qin Ming was the first to dash into the valley, seizing Qiao Qian and retreating to the innermost part of the valley, flashing a grin at the mercenaries. "Enjoy your spider feast, gentlemen. I'll cleave you," the burly man bellowed, swinging his blade at Qin Ming. "Forget him. We need to break free," the other mercenaries shouted, panic setting in as the red-eyed spiders invaded. "You little brat, I'll remember you." The burly man glared ominously at Qin Ming before charging into the throng of spiders, barking orders to the others. "Take that girl and let's cut our way out." One mercenary hoisted Zhao Min onto his shoulder, merging with the group. "Qin Ming, save me, save me. If I die, I'll haunt you even in death." Zhao Min screamed, struggling in despair. "Shut up." A mercenary struck her, rendering her unconscious. "Kill!" 8 mercenaries shouted in unison, banding together to fight the encroaching red-eyed spiders. "Qin Ming, you?" Xiao Chun was incredulous at Qin Ming's willingness to save him. The sheer number of red-eyed spiders was overwhelming. Their massive bodies, with exaggerated 3-meter-long legs, surged into the valley, occupying half the space. Seeing such ample food, they became ferocious, spewing venom and brandishing their sharp legs as they lunged at the mercenaries. The burly man charged ahead, wielding his blade with wild abandon, slicing through one red-eyed spider with a sickening crunch. The other 7 followed suit, forming a spearhead formation as they bravely crashed into the swarm. They had fought together countless times, their coordination impeccable. "Don't die yet." Qin Ming dropped Xiao Chun and plunged into the fray before the red-eyed spiders could surround the mercenaries. Swish, swish, swished, he hurled 3 throwing knives at the last 3 mercenaries. "You've got a death wish," they roared, dodging the knives. Yet the blades curved, striking from the side, splattering blood as they pierced through their leather armor and into flesh, the force of the blows sending them staggering back with horrified cries. Qin Ming surged forward, his ancient sword emitting a fierce glint as he forcefully pushed the 3 back. These mercenaries were strong and reckless. Qin Ming did not wish to engage them directly. After repelling them, he dashed into the heart of the battle. The mercenary carrying Zhao Min had taken refuge in the innermost part, and upon hearing the commotion behind him, he turned abruptly, just in time to see Qin Ming crashing in. Qin Ming collided with him like a raging tiger, unleashing a titanic force akin to 2,000 pounds. Crack! The mercenary's body shattered on impact, flying through the air with incredible force, while Zhao Min was flung from his shoulder, landing safely in Qin Ming's arms. The burly man was in the midst of a fierce assault when the mercenary crashed into him from behind. Catching him off guard, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. As a spider sank its fangs into his shoulder, and nearby red-eyed spiders dove in mercilessly, "Brother!" The mercenary group instantly fell into disarray, becoming engulfed by the red-eyed spiders. Qin Ming, carrying Zhao Min, dashed out. The 3 injured mercenaries raged toward him. "Where do you think you're going?" Unfazed, Qin Ming pressed onward, executing agile maneuvers to evade their grasp. "You little brat, I will not let this go," the 3 mercenaries bellowed. But they had no time to pursue him, frantically dealing with the red-eyed spiders. With one hand bearing Zhao Min and the other wielding his sword, Qin Ming struck fiercely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy as he appeared poised to break free. Just then, another red-eyed spider lunged out, its spear-like leg tearing into Qin Ming's back, blood gushing forth, nearly impaling him. Qin Ming grunted, almost throwing Zhao Min off balance. In the next instant, 5 red-eyed spiders closed in. The valley erupted into chaos. The burly man and remaining mercenaries were overwhelmed by the red-eyed spiders. Yet they were no ordinary mercenaries. They possessed formidable combat prowess and withstood the initial onslaught, bloodied but regrouping to retaliate. Qin Ming darted left and right, successfully breaking through the encirclement, only to find that Xiao Chun had vanished. Had he fled? Qin Ming scoffed, carrying Zhao Min out of the valley. Only 3 red-eyed spiders pursued them, while the others continued to battle the mercenaries. Not long after Qin Ming entered the dense forest, he spotted Xiao Chun fleeing, still clutching the golden copper sword. Breathless, Xiao Chun exclaimed, "You're alive! Thank goodness! I was just about to find help, is that so?" Qin Ming smirked, rushing past Xiao Chun as the 3 red-eyed spiders remained in pursuit. They were battered and exhausted, unwilling to provoke the spiders further. After traversing 2 mountains, they finally managed to shake off the red-eyed spiders, collapsing against several large trees, panting heavily. Surviving the ordeal left them utterly drained. After a while, they barely regained their composure. Zhao Min stirred, though she appeared extremely weak, casting a complex gaze at Qin Ming. Xiao Chun, panting heavily, also looked at Qin Ming. He had never expected Qin Ming would come to their rescue. However, the question lingered, why? This was clearly unusual. Qin Ming met their inquisitive stares. "Don't you recognize me?" "Why?" Zhao Min inquired. "What do you mean, why? Why did you save us? Shouldn't you express your gratitude? What is your purpose?" Zhao Min questioned, distrustful of Qin Ming's seemingly altruistic intentions. "What do you want?" Xiao Chun echoed, equally skeptical of Qin Ming's motives. After all, it was highly abnormal. Qin Ming regarded them for a moment before shaking his head. Tearing a piece of cloth to wipe the blood from his ancient sword, "I have no ulterior motive. I simply wanted to save you. It's as simple as that. I don't believe you." "What do you want? Just say it, and we can settle this," Zhao Min suddenly speculated. What if Qin Ming intended to leverage this incident for some future threat, rather than watch her perish in the valley? He chose to intervene, planning to later extort her. The thought grew more plausible as she recalled her humiliating experiences in the valley. "If you want today's events to remain confidential, once we return to the Qingyun Sect, I can offer you 3 mid-grade spirit herbs, and from now on, you must keep your mouth shut." Xiao Chun also wished to keep his ordeal from reaching the Qingyun Sect. He knew his conduct had been utterly disgraceful. If Qin Ming were to embellish the story, his chances of becoming an inner disciple would vanish. Surprisingly, Zhao Min and Xiao Chun's thoughts aligned. Having narrowly escaped, they were more concerned about their reputations and had concluded that Qin Ming's assistance was not born of goodwill. Qin Ming swung his ancient sword. "I truly believe you should at least express your gratitude. There's no need for us to be indebted to you. Your intervention was merely a means of coercion." Zhao Min propped herself against an ancient tree, rising. "You are mistaken. Wrong? Save your breath. State your demands now, and we can settle this once and for all. My act of saving you was driven solely by humanity." With a swift motion, the ancient Diyin sword pressed against Zhao Min's throat, and Qin Ming's gaze turned icy. "To kill you is to eliminate a future threat. In an instant." The Diyin sword slashed across Zhao Min's neck. Blood sprang forth in a tragic arc. Zhao Min clutched her throat, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she stared at Qin Ming. "Least I die with dignity." Qin Ming cast a cold glance and turned towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stood frozen, gazing at Zhao Min with a wave of dread, struggling to rise. What are you going to do?" "Do what you yearn to do most," Qin Ming replied as he approached Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun fell heavily to the ground, his eyes vacant, mouth opening in silence. A breathtaking beauty met her demise in the forest. "Tell me what you desire, and I can grant it. I truly can." "Qin Ming, you need not resort to such measures. I bear no grudge against you. It is Zhao Min, that vile woman, who has wronged you. She deserves her fate. She is venomous at heart, and I was merely incited. Do not approach. You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of Yao Mountain." Xiao Chun was genuinely panicked, backing away against an ancient tree, his bronze sword trembling in his grip. He never anticipated that Qin Ming's intent to save was, in fact, a prelude to murder. So decisively, he had slain Zhao Min. Is this the caliber of a Yao Mountain disciple? Qin Ming raised his sword, aiming for Xiao Chun's throat. "I possess precious spiritual herbs. I can trade my life for them." Qin Ming remained unmoved, his sword descending with finality. Xiao Chun screamed, "You can't. You mustn't." In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the sound ceased abruptly. Chapter 16. Martial Arts. The purple lightning serpent Qin Ming departed the scene with the golden bronze sword. Not rushing back to Eagle Mountain, but continuing his search for spiritual herbs in the forest, eager to engage in sparring with spiritual beasts. With 10 days remaining until the rendezvous, he did not wish to squander this opportunity. Having dealt with Xiaomin's threat, he felt unencumbered. Over the next few days, his efforts bore fruit. He discovered 4 low-grade spiritual herbs and 3 low-grade spiritual fruits, and even engaged in combat with some spiritual beasts. Qin Ming was diligently consolidating his 4th-tier spiritual martial realm, striving to create more room for growth. Along the way, he encountered numerous adventurer mercenary teams, each time retreating before they could even make contact. However, today, upon spotting a mercenary group, Qin Ming did not shy away but instead approached them slowly, by a stream. A group of mercenaries had just dispatched a tough-skinned bull and were fervently separating its horns and hide, both valuable treasures that could fetch a good price in town. Each mercenary bore bulging satchels, indicating a bountiful haul. Qin Ming took note of a middle-aged man among them, whose body crackled with electric energy, emanating a bright light that illuminated his chiseled features, instilling a profound sense of pressure. His right arm was coiled with a robust lightning serpent, not a real spiritual beast but a serpent formed purely from condensed lightning, lifelike and poised as if to roar at the heavens. This scene was both magnificent and shocking, igniting a yearning within Qin Ming. It was this middle-aged man who had repelled the tough-skinned bull with a single strike. At that moment, he shone with electric brilliance, the lightning serpent detaching from his arm to coil around the bull, unleashing a deafening thunderclap that erupted into a violent storm. The purple lightning serpent was indeed a top-tier spiritual martial art, exhibiting formidable power, justifying Qin Ming's expenditure of 10,000 gold. The man raised his arms skyward, the electric energy swirling chaotically, while the lightning serpent howled fiercely. He had executed this move multiple times with astonishing efficacy. Such a fierce martial art could only be wielded by an elder brother. A fiery-haired woman praised. A man was washing the bull's sharp horns by the stream, grinning as he remarked, "We've done well this time. When we return to exchange for gold, we can get the elder brother a fine weapon." The middle-aged man released the lightning serpent. "Weapons are unnecessary. We should seek a suitable martial art for you. The stronger the martial art, the greater the strength. Only then can we aspire to go further. Let us strive to ensure that within 3 years, every brother can cultivate to a top-tier spiritual martial art." Heed the elder brother, the other mercenaries chimed in merrily. "Who goes there? Step forth." The man's gaze suddenly turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the place where Qin Ming was concealed. "Is someone there?" The other mercenaries promptly armed themselves, their expressions cold and vigilant. Qin Ming stood among the trees, remaining concealed. "I harbor no ill will. I merely passed through and was drawn by the commotion. The road is vast. Let us part ways peacefully. No hurried. I possess a fine sword. I hope to exchange it for your purple lightning serpent martial art. A top-tier spiritual martial art, particularly one of the lightning variety, was perfectly suited for Qin Ming. The Qingyun Sect forbade him from cultivating martial arts, at least for the foreseeable future. "If you do not comply, I shall take it myself." He happened to have Qiao Qin's golden bronze sword in hand. "A fine sword? Produce it for inspection." The middle-aged man subtly signaled his companions to be on high alert, wary of the surrounding forest for any additional lurking threats. Qin Ming paused for a moment, donned a bark mask, and emerged from the thicket, raising the golden bronze sword high. The sword shimmered, producing a melodious chime, its surface glistening, the golden hue strikingly eye-catching, unmistakably a treasure. The mercenary's eyes lit up. "What a splendid sword! Let us take a closer look." The woman's weapon was a sword, and upon seeing the bronze sword, she was unable to tear her gaze away. Qin Ming retreated into the forest. "Let us change the venue for our exchange." Just ahead. "Elder brother, could this be a trap?" The other mercenaries voiced their concerns. "Everyone disperse. Let us investigate first." The middle-aged man cautiously followed. Qin Ming arrived at a nearby cliff's edge, beneath which flowed a tumultuous river. Should danger arise, he would leap without hesitation. He held deep reservations about these mercenaries, unwilling to place his trust in them. The middle-aged man and the woman emerged from the thicket, approaching the cliff's edge, while the others remained vigilant in the forest. "Where did you acquire this sword? What compels you to exchange it?" "I found it. A few days ago, I witnessed a group of mercenaries pursuing several individuals, seemingly to seize this sword. Unfortunately for them, they encountered a swarm of crimson-eyed venomous spiders, which led to my fortunate acquisition." Qin Ming was unperturbed by the prospect of future inquiries. He could always claim it was a find along the way, unaware it belonged to Qiao Qin. The deaths of Qiao Qin and the others were due to that mercenary group, unrelated to him. I shall assess it. The middle-aged man sensed that this youth lacked significant strength, and the choice of location indicated caution, gradually easing his wariness. Qin Ming casually tossed a stone into the air. The bronze sword vibrated, effortlessly slicing it in two, the cut smooth and precise. One hand wielded martial arts, while the other held a weapon. The woman's eyes sparkled with uncontainable desire as she nudged the man. Elder brother, given that you've already mastered the purple lightning serpent, why not? The man hesitated. While he had indeed mastered the purple lightning serpent, he could still fetch a good price for it elsewhere. Why? Martial art is top-tier spiritual. Do you believe your sword qualifies for an exchange? The decision to exchange lies with you. Its value is for you to determine. Qin Ming retreated, positioning himself at the cliff's edge. You venture alone into the Yinluo forest? That is of no concern to you. What is your name? That too is irrelevant. I am merely here to negotiate. The middle-aged man pondered, asking the woman beside him, do you truly desire it? I do. The middle-aged man produced the purple lightning serpent martial art, a tattered sheepskin scroll, tossing it towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming collected it, glancing through it briefly, and then tossed the golden bronze sword back. The woman caught it mid-air, excitement lighting up her face as she brandished it joyfully. This bronze sword may have a special origin. I advise you to use it with caution and avoid attracting undue attention. Farewell. Qin Ming leaped directly off the cliff, plummeting over 30 meters, crashing into the water below with a resounding splash. This lad is quite clever, the woman remarked, peering over the cliff's edge, momentarily contemplating reclaiming the martial art. That night, Qin Ming nestled into a concealed cave, igniting a fire and examining the martial art. Lightning-based martial arts were exceedingly rare, and top-tier spiritual ones even more so. He had not anticipated the opportunity to acquire one. This was Qin Ming's first foray into the study of martial arts outside of the Grand De Yin Sword Classic. Compared to the profound De Yin Sword Classic, the purple lightning serpent was evidently more suitable for Qin Ming at this stage. However, as he pored over it, he began to feel a sense of unease. The purple lightning serpent contained 7 major techniques, which appeared promising at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, the first 5 techniques were merely methods for channeling, transforming, condensing, and releasing lightning, lacking any significant offensive capabilities. Have I been deceived? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the text once more. Indeed, the initial 6 techniques were solely focused on the manipulation of lightning, devoid of any offensive attributes. The 7th technique, Lightning Serpent's Howl. Qin Ming hastily flipped to the final page, frowning in concentration as he examined it closely. After some time, he finally deduced the truth, exhaling deeply in relief. He understood that this martial art, while seemingly abundant in techniques, essentially boiled down to just one, the 7th. The essence of the purple lightning serpent lay within this single technique. The first 6 served not only as methods for utilizing lightning, but also as steps to execute the 7th. To unleash Lightning Serpent's Howl, one must thoroughly comprehend and seamlessly execute the first 6 techniques in succession. Only through the layering and merging of these techniques could the lightning serpent take shape, resulting in a powerful transformation. Typically, top-tier spiritual martial arts would possess formidable offensive capabilities at each stage, with each stage surpassing the last and showcasing distinct characteristics. In contrast, the purple lightning serpent represented a wild and unorthodox martial art, akin to its name's implication of frenzy, pursuing a state of sustained suppression followed by explosive release. Realizing this, a smile spread across Qin Ming's face. The purple lightning serpent did not disappoint. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Ming remained hidden in the cave, diligently studying the purple lightning serpent. The initial 6 techniques seemed simple, yet mastering them fully proved to be no small feat, particularly since the final stages required the synthesis of the preceding 6 complex techniques to be executed fluidly in mere seconds. Otherwise, the lightning serpent would not manifest, let alone unleash its power. The more complex the technique, the greater the challenge. Qin Ming eagerly anticipated the day he would perfect it, especially the might of Lightning Serpent's Howl. On the 4th day, he packed away the martial art, shouldered the De Yin sword, and returned to the agreed meeting point at Eagle Mountain, awaiting the return of the other Yao Mountain disciples. Chapter 17. The Slayer. The one who slays. Not long after Qin Ming returned to Eagle Mountain, The herb-gathering teams began to arrive in succession, evidently having met with considerable success, each face adorned with smiles. The guarding disciples also reaped some benefits, acquiring a few low-grade spiritual herbs. None paid Qin Ming any mind, nor did he care to engage with them. He sat at the edge of the iron barrel, munching on dry rations, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Yunluo forest. That evening, out of 15 herb-gathering teams, 11 returned, while 4 remained unaccounted for, including the forever missing Qiao Qian and Zhao Min. The perilous nature of herb-gathering left each disciple mentally prepared for such eventualities. Among the 11 returning teams, there were casualties. 9 disciples had perished in the forest, their bodies unrecoverable. Zhao Min hasn't returned yet? Who was she with? I believe she was with Qiao Qian. Our brother Qiao Qian is rather fortunate. Isn't he? Herb gathering in the company of a beauty. I reckon he is simply prolonging their time together. Ha ha. Let us wait a bit longer. They should be back soon. As night descended, a bonfire blazed atop the mountain, and the Yao Mountain disciples gathered to recount their daily harvests. They had embarked on this mission with specific goals, to bring back at least 10 medium-grade spiritual herbs, ideally uprooting them with soil intact. Low-grade spiritual herbs and fruits were to total at least 100. Failure to meet these requirements would result in punishment upon their return, while exceeding expectations would yield special rewards. The guarding disciples mingled, chatting and enjoying a delicious meal, when a female disciple cheerfully called out to Qin Ming. Hey, Qin Ming, come sit with us. Qin Ming, half asleep, opened his eyes, shook his head, and returned to a stupor. We're curious how you broke through to the spiritual martial realm. Come share with us. We'll reward you with a piece of meat. A male disciple chimed in. Are you really at the 3rd tier of spiritual martial arts? Interested in sparring with me? I promise I want to go hard on you. Come on, I'll save you a seat. I find this lad rather intriguing. A young lord serving as a servant for 8 years. What remarkable patience. What do you think? Is he genuinely carefree, or does he harbor dark thoughts, waiting to exact revenge? That's hard to say. Hey, Qin Ming, come here. I have a question for you. Do you resent the Qingyun Sect? The crowd of disciples grew animated, beckoning Qin Ming. He merely smirked silently, stood to straighten his attire, and instead of joining them, descended the mountaintop to rest elsewhere. The following day, a herb-gathering team returned, yet still. There was no sign of Qiao Qian's group or the other 2 teams. Some disciples began to feel uneasy. A portion remained to wait, while others ventured into the nearby mountains to search. After 2 days and nights of relentless searching, they indeed discovered several corpses belonging to the guarding disciples from one of the teams, reduced to mere remnants, their original forms unrecognizable. However, the other herb-gathering teams, including Qiao Qian's, remained elusive, with no bodies found. Could they have met with misfortune? They could not help but speculate. Had they encountered a mercenary group and been slaughtered? Or perhaps fallen victim to spiritual beasts? Under normal circumstances, mercenary groups would not dare provoke disciples of the Qingyun Sect, but exceptions could always arise. If they had unfortunately crossed paths with formidable spiritual beasts, disaster could befall them. Such occurrences were common in the past during herb gathering. Yet recent years had seen a decline due to the elders' frequent deterrence. The loss of 3 teams at once left the remaining disciples anxious, especially with Zhao Min, a particularly cherished disciple among them. They dared not abandon the search lightly, dispersing to continue their quest for 2 more days. Ultimately, they discovered the remains of the other herb-gathering team, the cause of death unclear, whether by spiritual beasts or mercenaries, until they finally located the body of the double-blade disciple from Qiao Qian's team. 3 days later, the herb-gathering teams returned to the Qingyun Sect, bringing with them news of numerous spiritual herbs and the tragic demise of Zhao Min and others. No one suspected Qin Ming, as outsiders were unaware of the enmity between him and Zhao Min, nor were they privy to his capabilities. Upon returning to the Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming's first course of action was to head to the cliffside adjacent to Yao Mountain, checking if the serpent heart fruit still remained. The cliff was draped in thick green vines, abundant with toxic snakes and large pythons. The serpent heart fruit was still there, hidden in a secluded corner. The Asura blade within his chi sea stirred once more, emanating a hazy black mist that enveloped the space above the chi sea, silently spreading as if to alert Qin Ming. He found it curious why the Asura blade would warn him of the golden serpent. It had not reacted this way when he encountered other formidable spiritual beasts in the forest. The golden serpent reappeared, coiling around the serpent heart fruit, flicking its blood-red tongue towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming observed it for a moment before summoning 2 flying daggers, hurling them at the golden serpent. The flying daggers sliced through the air with tremendous force, spinning rapidly. The golden serpent opened its mouth, unleashing two beams of golden light, accurately intercepting the daggers with a clanging sound, shattering them into a flurry of tiny fragments. Hiss! The golden serpent shimmered with golden light, flicking its tongue in Qin Ming's direction, seemingly enraged. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, and launched a single flying dagger again, this time channeling all his strength, sending it soaring straight like a bolt of lightning. The golden serpent screeched, releasing blinding golden light. Intercepting the dagger once more, yet this time, the dagger managed to advance a short distance before being shattered. Qin Ming calculated. The golden serpent was not a foe he could handle at present. He would return another day. Retreating back into the thicket, he made his way along the rugged path back to the storage area. First, he cleared the weeds and fallen leaves from the solitary grave in the courtyard, watered the magnolia flowers there, and then hid in the back mountain, beginning his formal study of the purple lightning serpent. Qin Ming possessed considerable insight. Otherwise, he would not have deciphered the first 3 stages of the diamond strength on his own. Although the purple lightning serpent was complex, it posed no obstacle for him. As night fell, while he immersed himself in study, a commotion suddenly erupted from the storage area. Zhao Lai stormed in, fury etched on his face as he bellowed Qin Ming's name. "Get out here! Qin Ming, come out!" As he shouted, he hurled objects within the warehouse, resembling a mad wild dog, creating a cacophony of noise. "Qin Ming, come out, or I shall set your warehouse ablaze. Come out! Show yourself!" Zhao Lai's hands were ablaze with fury as he rasped, his eyes bloodshot and his expression ferocious. "What do you want from me?" Qin Ming pushed open the iron door, frowning as he surveyed the chaotic courtyard. "Qin Ming, where is my sister?" Zhao Lai shouted, pointing vehemently at him. "She is dead." "How did she die? Was it you?" Zhao Lai's emotions spiraled out of control as he shouted recklessly. "Mind your words, it was you. It must have been you. My sister went to kill you. The one who died in the forest must be you. Why are you back? Answer me. Where is my sister?" Qin Ming laughed in anger. "Is it justifiable to kill me? Should I be the one to die? You deserve to die. You should be the one dead. Now tell me, what happened in the forest?" Zhao Lai's eyes reddened. Upon hearing the news of his sister's death, he nearly broke. His talent was average, and his current standing was entirely due to his sister's efforts. She was his pillar of support. Suddenly, she was gone? Zhao Lai could not accept it. The reason his sister participated in the medicinal herb gathering was to vent her anger, seeking an opportunity to kill Qin Ming, or at the very least, to incapacitate him. Yet, it was Qin Ming who returned, while his sister's death remained shrouded in mystery. No one suspected Qin Ming, yet he was certain that the matter was connected to him. "You should be grateful you weren't part of the gathering team." Qin Ming scoffed. "You two siblings are cut from the same cloth. It was you? It truly was you. Now tell me what happened. Speak. Did my sister die or not? You bastard!" Zhao Lai charged at Qin Ming like a madman. Qin Ming seized him by the throat, lifting him high into the air. "You should be thankful. If it weren't for me, your sister would have died a far worse death." Zhao Lai struggled violently. "What did you do to my sister?" "Dead." Qin Ming tossed him aside with a sneer. "If your sister had returned alive and I had died in the forest, would you not have celebrated with drinks?" Qin Ming's gaze was cold. Zhao Lai scrambled to his feet. "Qin Ming, you will not die well. My sister was the most cherished disciple of Elder Chu Hua. You killed her, and Elder Chu Hua will not spare you. Oh, not slander me. I never admitted to murder. Besides, why would I want to kill your sister?" Qin Ming retorted. "You know the truth? Haha, not quite. My sister, Yao Shan Xiaoqin, and the other 3 disciples, they all surely died by your hand. Qin Ming, you will meet a gruesome end. We shall see." Zhao Lai stormed off in anger. Qin Ming reached out to stop him. "Let me give you a word of advice. The killer will always be hunted by those they kill. You should take heed. Step aside. I will avenge my sister." Zhao Lai pushed past Qin Ming, repeatedly glancing back with a gaze full of resentment. Chapter 18. Golden chains binding stone. 10 days later. Deep in the night, Qin Ming sat cross-legged atop a towering boulder, his body crackling with electric energy, brilliant arcs of lightning illuminating the dark ancient forest. His brows were tightly knitted, his aura surging. With fluid hand gestures, he channeled his spiritual energy into lightning, layering it upon himself. The terrifying electric arcs intensified, nearly engulfing Qin Ming entirely. Purple lightning serpent. Seventh segment. Thunder serpent howl. Qin Ming suddenly shouted, and the boiling lightning surged forth uncontrollably, momentarily coalescing into a robust lightning serpent that entwined around him, its head raised high, an awe-inspiring sight. The serpent appeared almost alive, winding around Qin Ming as it unleashed a deafening roar. Purple lightning serpent. Coalesce and do not dissipate. Seventh segment. Great success. Qin Ming's eyes widened, brilliance flickering in their depths. The lightning serpent howled violently, breaking free from him, swirling fiercely like a massive thunderclap, radiating astonishing light and power as it rushed toward an ancient tree ahead. The lightning serpent danced wildly, shattering the tree's trunk with a thunderous crash, wreaking havoc as it obliterated 5 trees in quick succession, splintering them and sending debris flying, which collided with a boulder behind the 5th tree, reducing it to rubble. Creak, boom. The crowns of 5 trees came crashing down, branches scattering, and rubble littering the ground. As the forest fell into a brief silence, the intense light gave way to profound darkness. Qin Ming sat atop the boulder, his breath slightly ragged, a sense of weakness washing over him from the exertion. He sat quietly for a moment, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. At last, he had achieved great success. From gathering to unleashing took merely 5 seconds, having the time it took to first unleash the lightning serpent, while significantly amplifying its power. 6 segments accumulated. The 7th segment reached a qualitative transformation. The power generated by this transformation was indeed astonishing. This was the most captivating aspect of the purple lightning serpent in 10 days. Qin Ming had not only cultivated the purple lightning serpent to great success, but also integrated the mountains and rivers heavy sword from the Great Transformation Sword Manual. Aside from his morning deliveries, he had tirelessly practiced day and night. Thanks to the nurturing effects of the life and death decision, he could maintain boundless energy, achieving the equivalent of 2 days' work in a single day. The understanding of both the purple lightning serpent and the mountains and rivers heavy sword not only significantly enhanced Qin Ming's strength, but also propelled his realm to the 5th layer of spiritual martial arts. This time, it was not a forced breakthrough but a natural progression. The following afternoon, Qin Ming, equipped with 20 newly honed throwing knives and the Great Transformation ancient sword strapped to his back, arrived at a concealed location near the cliffs of the medicinal herb mountain. Whistling toward the cliffs and tossing stones into the dense vines, a number of large pythons and venomous snakes stirred awake, lazily slithering beneath the thick vines. The Shura blade within his dantian reacted once more. Soon, the small golden snake emerged, its eyes wide and tongue flicking in evident dissatisfaction. "You again? Come down. Come on." Qin Ming beckoned to the golden snake. The golden snake coiled around the heart of the snake fruit, coldly regarding him. "Come down." Qin Ming threw a throwing knife. Hiss! The golden snake emitted a beam of golden light, shattering the throwing knife. "Come down." Qin Ming launched 2 more throwing knives, arcing sharply, the gusts howling. The golden snake tightened its grip on the snake fruit, repeatedly releasing golden light to accurately shatter the throwing knives. The shattered knives turned into a flurry of fragments, scattering in all directions. "Come down, do you dare?" Qin Ming whispered provocatively, relentlessly tossing throwing knives. The small golden snake became enraged. This insufferable human was relentless. "Come down." Qin Ming continued to launch throwing knives. After a while, several disciples passed by, prompting him to quiet down, and the little snake also fell silent. But once the disciples moved on, Qin Ming resumed his provocation. Unable to endure any longer, the small golden snake felt insulted. Seeing Qin Ming lift a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds, the golden snake let out a piercing shriek, and the pythons and venomous snakes emerged from the thick vines, swarming toward Qin Ming. He swung his sword, swiftly dispatching them all. These pythons and snakes posed no threat. Just as he finished, he hurled 5 throwing knives once more, targeting the small golden snake on the cliff. The golden snake had had enough. If it could speak, it would have been cursing vehemently. It coiled around the heart of the snake fruit and retreated into a nearby small cave, launching itself from the 50-meter-high cliff like a bolt of lightning aimed at Qin Ming, its mouth opening and golden light surging forth, striking him. Qin Ming dodged repeatedly, rolling to the ground before springing back up, swinging his sword at the small golden snake. Although the golden snake had expended considerable energy shattering the throwing knives, it remained fiercely aggressive, attacking with lightning speed. Qin Ming led the golden snake further away from the medicinal herb mountain, moving toward a nearby ravine, his momentum surging as he swung his sword forward. Mountains and rivers heavy sword. A chilling aura of mountain and river surged forth, a formidable sword energy enveloping the area. The golden snake, caught off guard, plummeted midair. Qin Ming slashed down with his sword, cleaving it in half. With the death of the golden snake, the cliff no longer posed a threat, and the remaining venomous snakes could be disregarded. Thus, he could safely enter the medicinal herb mountain to gather the snake heart fruit. Qin Ming concealed himself in the ravine, not leaving but instead cultivating his breath while awaiting the fall of night. When midnight arrived, silence enveloped the world, and he opened his eyes, boldly plunging into the darkness. No one in the Qingyun Sect dared to covet the medicinal herb mountain. It was a treasure trove, a forbidden zone. Anyone who dared intrude would face severe punishment. Thus, aside from routine patrolling disciples, the defenses were not particularly stringent, which suited Qin Ming perfectly. He wrapped a black cloth around half his face, crouching as he stealthily entered the medicinal herb mountain, navigating through the dense old forest to the very spot where he had discovered the snake heart fruit. He secured a rope to the tree root, tying one end around his waist, calculating the distance before leaping down directly to the snake heart fruit. Before the remaining pythons and venomous snakes could react, he seized the snake heart fruit, uprooting it, and escaped along the rope. However, the Shura blade within his dantian vibrated once more, enveloped in a dense, dark mist, and this time the tremors seemed more pronounced. What was happening? Was there a lurking threat nearby? Qin Ming dared not act recklessly, hiding among the treetops while observing intently. After a considerable silence, he detected no signs of danger, not even a shadow. How strange. Could the Shura blade be reacting to this snake heart fruit? No, a mid-grade spiritual fruit shouldn't elicit such a response. Even when encountering a millennium-old pine moss, it had not reacted this way. When facing formidable spiritual beasts, the Shura blade had remained silent. What was it truly alerting him to? Wait. The Shura blade wasn't warning him about the snake heart fruit or the small golden snake. It was cautioning him about the mountain itself. Was there something within the medicinal herb mountain that drew its attention? Qin Ming hesitated for a moment before quietly retreating into the dark, dense forest, ascending the steep slope toward the summit of the medicinal herb mountain. As he climbed, the medicinal herb mountain remained eerily quiet, and there were few patrolling disciples, their vigilance alarmingly low. Qin Ming easily evaded 3 patrolling disciples and reached the mountainside several hundred meters high. This area was crucial for the medicinal herb mountain, shrouded in white mist and rich in medicinal fragrance, dotted with numerous medicinal gardens. The Shura blade seemed to quiet down. Was it guiding me to steal spiritual herbs? Qin Ming stood silently outside the fence of a medicinal garden, the bright moonlight illuminating the white mist, revealing a hazy layout. The medicinal garden was not large, meticulously arranged into various grids, each housing different spiritual herbs, shimmering with ethereal colors. There were at least 100 carefully cultivated spiritual herbs. Within the garden stood a stone house, home to the guardian of the garden. Each medicinal garden would only have one disciple guarding it, and their status was surely not simple. Qin Ming did not dare to venture inside. Each herb would be meticulously recorded, and the consequences of harvesting them would be severe. The stone house within the garden remained quiet, and the disciple inside seemed to have never considered that someone would come to appreciate his garden. Qin Ming wandered through the medicinal herb mountain, uncertain of how far he ascended or where he ended up since the Shura blade had fallen silent, no longer offering guidance. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stumbled upon a peculiar sight. What was that? Qin Ming stood before an odd medicinal garden, devoid of spiritual herbs or a stone house. Utterly empty. The walls were constructed from black stone blocks, giving it a distinctive appearance. In the center stood a 10-meter-tall stone, bound tightly by numerous thick golden chains, the other end of which was secured to the garden's stone wall. In a forest filled with ethereal mist akin to a fairyland, this scene appeared utterly bizarre. More than 30 chains sparkled with golden light, dispelling the darkness and mist. The stone's outline was irregular, resembling a twisted tree or a person roaring at the heavens. What on earth was this? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, fingertips brushing against the golden chains. Buzz! The Shura blade within his dantian trembled once more, stirring a tumultuous mist that enveloped the air above his dantian. Suddenly, the stone began to move. It truly moved, adopting a very strange posture, as if struggling. Deep within the earth's depths, in the stillness of darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, as if a slumbering spirit had been awakened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stone's struggle became increasingly pronounced, as if attempting to break free from its chains. Clang. The golden chains glimmered, tightening around the stone, shaking the surrounding stone walls as a powerful energy surged through the chains into the stone. Gradually, the stone fell silent, standing motionless amidst the mist. The more Qin Ming observed, the more peculiar it seemed. He was about to reach out to touch the golden chains when several patrolling disciples heard the commotion and hurried over, forcing him to retreat. Chapter 19. Roar. After leaving the medicinal herb mountain, the Shura blade fell silent once more. Yet that massive stone left Qin Ming feeling uneasy, unable to decipher its connection to the Shura blade. Was the Shura blade alerting him to it? Or was it drawing the Shura blade's attention? He resolved to avoid the area in the future to prevent exposing the secrets of the Shura blade. Upon returning to the warehouse, Qin Ming took out the snake heart fruit. Smiling as he examined it was significantly larger than any he had seen before, glistening a deep red and exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. When held up to the candlelight, one could vaguely see the juice within cycling. Normally, snake heart fruits belong to the mid-grade spiritual fruit category. This one possessed at least double the efficacy to it was perfect for solidifying his fifth-layer realm. Qin Ming was thoroughly satisfied as he sat cross-legged in the warehouse, commencing the refining process. The rich medicinal liquid seeped into his entire being, soothing every cell. Mid-grade spiritual fruits not only contained abundant spiritual energy but also possessed various miraculous effects. The night was tranquil. Most disciples had already fallen into slumber, while a few remained in the mountains or training grounds, diligently practicing. Qin Ming was completely immersed in the refining process, guiding the pure spiritual energy to nourish his meridians and bones when suddenly, a violent tremor swept across the 30-plus peaks of the Qingyun Sect, resembling an earthquake. The mountains shook, the ground quaked, and thousands of buildings felt a distinct vibration, waking numerous disciples from their dreams. What is happening? They groggily opened their eyes. Then came another surge of tremors. Before they could comprehend the situation, a terrifying roar enveloped the vast grounds of the Qingyun Sect, akin to the shriek of a demon or the wail of a prisoner, imbued with deep-seated resentment, bringing an indescribable sense of horror to the dark midnight hour. Thousands of disciples were completely awakened, rushing out of their rooms in search of the source of the sound. Deep within the medicinal herb mountain, deafening booms echoed, the ground fractured, fierce cracks erupted, debris flew, and ancient trees were uprooted. A malevolent energy surged skyward, shattering the mist above the medicinal herb mountain and piercing the heavens. High above, dark clouds rolled ominously, churning violently, even forming a massive vortex driven by the rising malevolent energy. Clattering sounds echoed as golden chains pierced the night sky, soaring upward like a multitude of golden dragons, swirling through the heavens and releasing a breathtaking golden light, crashing into the dark clouds and binding that malevolent energy. A hoarse roar emanated from within the malevolent energy, as if something were struggling. The sound was incredibly terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. The golden light of the chain surged, illuminating the world and showering the mountains with radiant golden beams. All the disciples' gazes were fixated on the medicinal herb mountain, staring vacantly at the malevolent energy and the overwhelming golden chains. What is happening? What kind of monster is that? At the summit of the medicinal herb mountain, an elder with flowing white hair stood against the wind, his hair dancing wildly, his gaze intense. With arms outstretched, he embraced the heavens, letting out a roar that resonated through the skies. The white mist enveloping the surface of the medicinal herb mountain churned violently, resembling a tidal wave. He summoned all the spiritual energy of the medicinal herb mountain, converging it into waves of spiritual energy that surged into the stone garden deep within the mountain, all channeling into the golden chains. The golden chains, swirling in the sky, glowed ever brighter, tightly ensnaring that malevolent energy, tearing it back toward the medicinal herb mountain. A tremendous rumble echoed as the medicinal herb mountain trembled. The golden light dissipated, and everything returned to tranquility. Numerous elders appeared, gazing solemnly at the medicinal herb mountain. How is this possible? Who awakened it? Qin Ming stood atop the roof of the warehouse, his brow furrowed. When the roar erupted, the Shura blade within his dantian vibrated, as if responding to something. Golden chains. Could it be related to the stone garden within the medicinal herb mountain? That night, the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect suffered from insomnia, the sudden upheaval leaving many feeling unsettled. Qin Ming also found himself unable to sleep, standing on the roof, his brow knitted in contemplation. Before dawn, a stern decree from the sect master spread throughout the Qingyun Sect. No one was to discuss the events of last night at Yaoshan. Should anyone be discovered doing so, they would face severe consequences. Although it was a sensational incident, by the next day it had seemingly dissipated into thin air. No one dared to defy the sect master's orders, and everyone recognized the unusual nature of the situation. Further refraining from reckless speculation in the following days, apart from the frequent visits of numerous elders to Yaoshan, the Qingyun Sect appeared as it always had, with no visible signs of abnormality. Qin Ming was aware that he might have stirred up trouble. Thus he diligently focused on his deliveries and training, keeping a safe distance from Yaoshan. The efficacy of the Shishin fruit was indeed potent. It took him 3 days to fully absorb it, and his cultivation at the fifth heaven gradually stabilized. Aside from his morning deliveries, he secluded himself in the warehouse, practicing the Shanhua heavy sword and the Zidian thunder serpent, occasionally contemplating the second segment of the Shangxing decision, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. However, during the stillness of the night, Qin Ming could sense the unusual presence of the Shura blade, along with a vague call emanating from the direction of Yaoshan. Who was imprisoned there? Was it a human or a demon? Why did it summon the Shura blade? After all, this blade was a gift from the old man. Qin Ming tried not to dwell on it. Yet his curiosity persisted. 5 days after the Yaoshan incident, a shocking piece of news stirred the Qingyun Sect. Jinling disciple Yueqing had officially entered the Xuanwu realm. This pride of the Qingyun Sect did not disappoint. Breaking into the Xuanwu realm at the tender age of 16, her talent and strength rivaling the most gifted individuals from the various sects and prominent families of the Jinping imperial city. This unexpected good news finally dispersed the gloom that had enveloped the Qingyun Sect for 5 days, redirecting the disciples' attention at a most opportune moment. The sect master, in a grand display, commanded a celebration for Yueqing's ascension to the Xuanwu realm, bestowing rewards upon the entire sect. Each direct disciple would receive 2 mid-grade spiritual herbs, upper-grade disciples 1 mid-grade spiritual herb, and ordinary disciples 1 lower-grade spiritual herb. This was a widespread benefit, invigorating countless disciples. The sect master also personally hosted a tea gathering atop Qingyun Peak, inviting many elders and the 5 new Jinling disciples, including Yueqing. It was a high-profile event. As night descended, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the Qingyun Sect was alive with excitement. Elder Mu Bai, where is Yueqing? Just after the tea gathering concluded, Jinling disciple Golden Sword Mu Cheng found Elder Yueqing's side, respectfully bowing. It's Mu Cheng. Yueqing was tired and has returned early. Elder Mu Bai chuckled lightly. May I pay her a visit? I wish to congratulate her privately. Perhaps another day. She truly is fatigued and left before the gathering ended. Well then, please convey my congratulations to Elder Mu Bai. I am genuinely happy for her. Your master just mentioned you, saying you would likely enter the Xuanwu realm within 6 months. Do your best. You are not far behind Yueqing. I will definitely catch up to Yueqing within 3 months. Elder Mu Bai nodded with a smile, offering encouragement. Elder Mu Bai, I doubt why are you hesitating? You seem unlike the Mu Cheng I know. Mu Cheng hesitated. Is Yueqing really resting? Elder Mu Bai chuckled softly. Yueqing has her heart set on martial arts and does not wish to be disturbed. You should understand her. Mu Cheng nodded and quietly took his leave. Just as he departed, another elder approached. Elder Mu Bai, why did Yueqing leave so early? I hadn't the chance to congratulate her. Yueqing disliked such social occasions and opted to rest. Yueqing's achievements today are partly due to your guidance as her master. Even the sect master, who rarely drinks, raised 3 cups in your honor. It is all due to Yueqing's own efforts. She has displayed exceptional talent from a young age and has worked diligently. I merely provided some appropriate guidance. The elder smiled and pointed in Mu Cheng's direction, whispering, Does Yueqing truly have no feelings for him? I always thought they were quite compatible. Elder Mu Bai waved his hand with a smile. Matters of a disciple's affections are best left to us old-timers. Let fate take its course. Ha ha, let fate take its course. That moment, in the old forest behind the warehouse, Qin Ming sat cross-legged on a stone, meditating and cultivating. His body was enveloped in arcs of electricity, a serpent the size of an arm coiled around him, its head raised high on his shoulder, resembling a true spirit beast, silently guarding him. The dazzling electricity and the exaggerated thunder serpent stood out strikingly against the dim and chaotic backdrop of the forest. He was attempting to compress the duration of his thunder serpent howl to 3 seconds. Although the reduction from 5 seconds to 3 seconds seemed minor, the practical execution proved exceedingly difficult, requiring not only proficiency but also adequate skill and new insights. Suddenly, Qin Ming's brow furrowed as if struck by inspiration. He emerged from his meditation and lifted his gaze towards the dense forest, the thunder serpent dispersing at once in the tranquil woods. An unparalleled beauty stood gracefully, having appeared there without notice, quietly observing Qin Ming on the stone platform. The young girl was exquisitely beautiful, her eyes bright and clear, with finely arched brows and a delicate nose, truly a vision of ethereal grace. The cool moonlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting beams of light in the forest. This scene was as serene as a painting, the girl as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Upon noticing that Qin Ming had opened his eyes, a smile graced her lips with a hint of playfulness. "Am I disturbing you? Should I come back another day?" Chapter 20. The Martial Arts Arena. Qin Ming replied with an easy laugh. "Wasn't the sect master hosting a tea gathering for you at the Qingyun main peak? Has it ended so soon? It should have concluded by now." The girl, her garments flowing, approached Qin Ming and took a seat beside him on the stone platform. She sat quietly, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, her demeanor elegant, akin to a blooming tulip, exuding a delightful fragrance. Yueqing, the pride of the Qingyun Sect, one of the 5 Jinling disciples, and the object of admiration for countless disciples. Typically, she wore a veil to conceal her stunning beauty and rarely revealed a smile. Only tonight did she remove her veil, revealing her true visage. Skin as smooth as cream, eyes like autumn waters, a straight nose, luscious lips, and pearly teeth. A celestial beauty whose allure was dreamlike, breathtaking as if a divine goddess had descended to the mortal realm. Qin Ming gazed at Yueqing's perfect profile, genuinely happy for her. "Congratulations on entering the Xuanwu realm. Are you pleased?" Yueqing lightly tapped her fingers, her lips slightly pursed. "I was quite happy at the moment of breakthrough, but gradually my heart has calmed and in truth, there is little to be proud of. We martial artists are akin to the stars in the sky, countless in number, all striving to shine. Each star that believes itself to be bright will eventually discover a brighter one. It is precisely because of this that the world is all the more worthy of anticipation, is it not?" Yueqing smiled gently, illuminating the dark night. Only before Qin Ming did she allow herself to be so relaxed and unguarded. "Thank you for the set of martial arts techniques you provided. Without them, I could not have entered the Xuanwu realm so swiftly. That set of techniques requires a high level of cultivation. I only shared the first form with you. Now that you have entered the Xuanwu realm, you may practice the second form." Qin Ming took out the Dian Sword Classic. "I did not truly practice the first form. I merely derived new insights from it." "Why did you not practice?" "It resists me." "What?" "It is just a thin sheet of paper, yet there is an odd sensation within the words, as if it is resisting me." Qin Ming was astonished. Resisting? Could it be that the profundity of the Dian Sword Classic lies not within the scroll itself, but within the words? Where did you acquire it? This set of techniques should be of the earth level, perhaps even higher. Yueqing had not practiced it but had studied it carefully. "The old man gave it to me before he left." "Where did the old man go?" "I wish to know as well." "He left without a word." Qin Ming shrugged. "Since it is a gift from the old man, it belongs solely to you." Yueqing pushed the sword classic back to Qin Ming. "The techniques within are uniquely profound, differing from the orthodox sword techniques of the Qingyun Sect. When you master it in the future, perhaps you can provide me with some insights." "Very well. I noticed you were practicing martial techniques earlier." Yueqing had actually been observing Qin Ming for some time. The surging lightning, the thick thunder serpent, the intense light formed a stunning tableau. She could hardly believe this was Qin Ming. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Ming spoke. "I killed Zhao Min and Xiao Qian." "The recent herb gathering?" Yueqing remained calm. Qin Ming briefly recounted the events that transpired in the forest. "I exchanged Xiao Qian's Jinwen bronze sword for a set of martial techniques. The Jinwen bronze sword is one of the treasures of Yaoshan. If those mercenaries boast about it, they may trace it back to you, and no need to worry. I will simply say I found it. I am a tough nut. I fear no one." Yueqing chuckled and shook her head. "Do you want to know what was discussed at today's tea gathering? Besides some encouraging words, what else could there be?" Qin Ming reclined on the stone. "The sect master asked what gift I desired, and I said to lift your servant status and promote you to an upper grade disciple." "Really? Qin Ming sat up again. The sect master neither agreed nor refused. He likely needs to consider it seriously. The matter involves the Grand Elder, and the sect master must take his reputation into account. Yueqing, striving for the Xuanwu realm, was in hopes of aiding Qin Ming in shedding his servant status. When the sect master inquired what she wanted at the tea gathering, she casually mentioned it. However, unexpectedly, the sect master hesitated, and the other elders fell silent. Of course, it is not the sect master who punishes Qin Ming, but the Grand Elder. The sect master's hesitation and the elder's silence indicate that the Grand Elder still harbors resentment over past events and is unwilling to let go. It has been 8 years. 8 years, and you still cannot let him go. Yueqing could not comprehend what transgression warranted such torment for 8 years, enslaving Thunder Ancient City for 8 years. She had thought that by entering the Xuanwu realm, she could assist Qin Ming, but it appeared to be far more complex than she had imagined. The following morning, Qin Ming resumed his routine of delivering goods, carrying the stone vat as usual, with the most urgent request coming from the 10th martial arts arena, needing some sturdy iron chains. The 15 martial arts arenas of the Qingyun Sect were situated atop 15 towering mountains, each arena over 300 meters wide, constructed from hard, fine rock, and equipped with various training apparatuses for the disciples to practice and spar. Naturally, these arenas were only accessible to upper-grade and direct disciples. Mid-grade disciples could only watch, and lower-grade disciples had no right to approach. The strict hierarchical system of the Qingyun Sect manifested in every aspect. It might seem harsh, yet it was intended to motivate the disciples to strive for greatness. If one desired more resources and better treatment, they had to earn it through their own strength. Although Qin Ming was a lower-grade disciple, his status as a servant allowed him to take the opportunity to roam the various martial arts arenas while delivering goods. The spacious arena was bustling with over 100 disciples practicing. Fireballs erupted, earth waves surged, sharp ice needles flew, and fierce sword lights clashed against wild blades, a cacophony of spiritual power and martial techniques, creating a fervent atmosphere. Surrounding the arena were hundreds of spectators cheering and shouting. "Hurry up, why are you dawdling?" As Qin Ming arrived at the mountaintop, a furious shout came his way. "If you're in such a hurry, go fetch it yourself. I am only delivering according to the list." Qin Ming remained expressionless, tossing down the stone vat with a thunderous crash, immediately drawing numerous gazes. "Do you dare to talk back?" A tall, robust youth strode over, angrily pointing at Qin Ming. "Know your place. You are a servant, and your duty is to deliver goods, not to train. If I see you wandering around with that stone vat again, I'll smash it. You sure are overstepping your bounds." Qin Ming pulled a thick chain from the vat and dragged it toward the arena. "I'm in a bad mood today. You'd best not provoke me." The youth, named Pang Hu, was an upper-grade disciple with some reputation in the Qingyun Sect. Having just been defeated in the arena, he was venting his frustration on Qin Ming. "Release your foot." Qin Ming had faced such provocations many times before. He turned to glare at him. "I heard you are at the third heaven of spiritual martial. Do you dare challenge an upper-grade disciple?" "Kid, you're asking for trouble." Pang Hu laughed in anger. "You, a lower-grade disciple among the lowest, dare to oppose me? I am already at the spiritual martial realm, while you, an upper-grade disciple, are merely at the 5th heaven. Isn't that embarrassing?" Qin Ming mockingly retorted, shaking off the chain entangled around his arm and forcefully pulling it out from under Pang Hu's foot. "Ha! You were once arrogant, and now you are even more so. What is your 3rd heaven of spiritual martial matter? Without martial techniques, you are still useless. 3 days without a beating, and you'll find yourself living a life of suffering." Pang Hu unsheathed his sword, striking fiercely at Qin Ming, the force of his blade swift and fierce. "Pang Hu, you've gone too far," a girl from a distance reprimanded, unable to tolerate such behavior. "Pang Hu, as an upper-grade disciple, bullying a servant, do you have no shame?" Other disciples voiced their discontent, yet none stepped forward to intervene. Qin Ming's expression grew cold. He sidestepped neatly, evading the steel blade, and in an instant, slapped Pang Hu across the face. His hand struck harder than a hammer, the resounding crack echoing sharply, sending Pang Hu's head snapping back, blood and teeth flying as he stumbled backward, retreating unsteadily. Pang Hu retreated a full 10 steps, his right cheek visibly swollen. Nearby disciples gasped in shock. The strike was ruthless. "You little brat, I'll tear you apart." Pang Hu's face flushed red, his eyes burning with rage as he prepared to charge at Qin Ming. Qin Ming tightened his grip on the thick chain, swirling it in the air. The hefty chain, weighing 300 pounds, was effortlessly spun by him, creating a stunning spectacle that elicited gasps from the crowd. With a crack, arcs of electricity surged from Qin Ming's body, coursing down his arm and into the chain. "You bastard!" Just as Pang Hu lifted his foot, the chain fell like a whip, striking his back with a resounding crack. Tearing flesh and sending blood sprang forth, all while countless eyes widened in astonishment as the heavy chain sent Pang Hu tumbling down the mountainside along the rocky path. Chapter 21. Thunderbird Mu Zixio. The heavy chain crashed to the ground, the crisp sound of collision gradually snapping everyone back to reality. The surroundings fell silent. Even the disciples on the arena paused their sparring to look over. He swung a 300-pound chain as if it were made of straw. The explosive force was enough to send a fifth heaven spiritual martial practitioner reeling. Incredible. He truly dares to strike. This madman is becoming increasingly ferocious. It's the same old story. There's an innate ferocity in him. He has never known how to bend, and I am curious how he has survived this long. Had it been anyone else, they would have died 10 times over. Has he not endured enough beatings? How many times has he been bloodied? Yet he remains resilient, never yielding. Though merely a servant, he has lived as if he were a young master. He is indeed remarkable. He is, after all, a young master. That's just his attitude toward life. What a pity. If he were not a felon, he might have truly become a direct disciple. No elder would take him as a direct disciple. He harbors grievances against the Qingyun Sect. In my view, this kid is a threat. We must ensure he does not rise again, or there will be chaos. The surrounding disciples were unfazed. They had often seen Qin Ming fiercely battling lower-grade disciples before. Now that he had entered the spiritual martial realm, he began to confront upper-grade disciples. This was expected, though no one anticipated he would strike so hard, behaving much as he always had. Qin Ming ignored the murmurs around him, dragging both chains into the arena before lifting the stone vat and leaving the scene. The disciples on the platform and below paid him no mind, treating it as mere entertainment, returning to their training. At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly noticed a handsome youth approaching from the other end of the arena. "Oh, he has come." The other disciples also took notice. "Look, quick, it's Mu Zixio." Mu Zixio has emerged from seclusion. "Ah, Mu Zixio, I love you." It is indeed Mu Zixio. He has been in seclusion for 3 months and has finally emerged. Could it be that he has entered the 7th heaven of spiritual martial? To reach the 7th heaven at just 15 years of age is truly enviable. The newcomer became the center of attention, eliciting excited shrieks from infatuated young girls. Men and women alike flocked towards him, and the atmosphere in the training arena grew fervent and electrifying. Qin Ming set down the stone jar and gazed in that direction. There stood a strikingly handsome youth, his devilish smile accompanied by 2 pronounced brows that seemed to ripple with a gentle charm, as if he perpetually wore a smile. His fair skin accentuated his lightly rosy lips, and his exceptionally handsome features were set off by a perfectly sculpted face. When he smiled, 2 charming canine teeth peeked out, adding an air of rebelliousness to his sun-kissed allure. This was Mu Zixio, nicknamed Thunderbird. One of the direct disciples of the Qingyun Sect, he had been selected and meticulously trained by the Grand Elder at the tender age of 10. In terms of talent, he ranked among the elite of his generation's direct disciples. His spiritual power manifested in the form of lightning, just like Qin Ming's, and he practiced a martial art personally chosen for him by the Grand Elder called True Thunder Judgment, a top-tier spiritual technique of formidable might. Greetings to all my fellow junior brothers and sisters. It has been a while. Mu Zixio, handsome and charismatic, enthusiastically greeted the many disciples, especially the female ones, whose admiration only deepened his smile. "Senior brother, you have reached the 7th level of spiritual martial arts?" A plump female disciple leaned closer, her eyes filled with adoration. "I just broke through 10 days ago and stayed with my mentor for some teachings before finally emerging today." Mu Zixio nodded in acknowledgement, prompting a chorus of gasps and compliments from the crowd. Naturally, there were some who stood at a distance, their mouths twisted in envy. 15 years old and already at the 7th level of spiritual martial arts, truly deserving of being a direct disciple. "It's been a while since I've had a good spar. Who wants to join me for a friendly match?" After a round of pleasantries, Mu Zixio ascended the arena, challenging everyone present. Many at the 7th level, even some at the 8th, were eager to test their skills against him, though they were a few years his senior. Just as they were about to step forward, Mu Zixio added, "If no one at the 7th level dares to challenge me, I welcome those at the 8th as well. This statement clearly belittled the other 7th-level disciples. A few frowned, but none dared to voice their challenge. For Mu Zixio's martial arts were far superior to theirs. Although he had just entered the 7th level, his combat prowess likely exceeded theirs. Qin Ming stood at a distance, silently observing. Mu Zixio was the person he most wished to challenge. He had harbored this desire for a long time, as both their spiritual powers manifested as lightning, and Mu Zixio had been practicing high-tier lightning martial arts from the very beginning. Unfortunately, the gap between them was too vast. Qin Ming had never even qualified to issue a challenge before. I challenge you. Mu Zixio, a senior disciple proficient in the flowing cloud sword technique, stepped onto the stage, confident as he too stood at the 7th level. He advanced with the swiftness of an arrow, his movements as fluid as a dragon, delivering a sharp and incisive attack. Ha! A splendid entry. My true thunder judgment has reached the 4th stage. Let us see how many stages you can compel me to unleash. Mu Zixio's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage as he swiftly clawed towards the disciple's shoulder, his speed so breathtaking it left the onlookers momentarily stunned. The disciple's expression shifted, and he decisively dodged, executing a twisting sword strike that shot forth like a whiplash, aiming directly for Mu Zixio's throat. Cunning and fluid, this move drew gasps from the audience, who did not expect such intensity from the outset. The sword's tip had yet to reach him when Mu Zixio already sensed the danger, feeling as if the blade were poised against his throat. Yet, instead of retreating, he smirked coldly and struck his palms together with a sharp crack, firmly catching the long sword. Not good. The disciple hurriedly attempted to withdraw. However, true thunder judgment, 1st stage, 1,000 bolts of lightning. Mu Zixio's palms erupted with a deafening crack, the violent lightning bursting forth like an explosion, a blinding light flashing instantaneously. The lightning shattered the long sword, the electric arc striking the disciple's right hand, forcefully sending him sprawling backward. The disciple cried out in agony, blinded and deafened, his right arm tingling, momentarily thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Zixio dashed forward, leaping into the air, his feet aimed at the disciple's chest. The dazzling electricity coalesced around his feet, striking like a lightning bolt with a series of thunderous impacts. In an instant, 5 blows landed, sending the disciple flying off the ground, rolling over 10 meters away and rendered incapable of continuing the fight. 2 moves to conclude the battle. It was decisive and effortless. Mu Zixio, I love you. A female disciple screamed in excitement. So powerful, truly deserving of being a direct disciple. The utilization of spiritual power is seamless, without a hint of obstruction. This is the gap in ability. Lightning possesses an innate advantage. Its brilliance blinds the eyes, disrupting vision. The thunder deafens, impairing hearing, and when its might is amplified, it can even induce paralysis, affecting touch. A sudden ambush could rob one of 3 of their senses. Still not satisfied? Who else wishes to spar? It's merely practice. I shall go easy on you. Mu Zixio stood in the center of the arena, elegant and striking, basking in the cheers and adoration of the crowd. He relished the spotlight, and he indeed had the merit to bask in it. I'll take you on. A senior disciple around 20 years of age stepped onto the stage, wielding a 2-meter-long heavy blade, striding confidently towards the center. Liang Zheng, ha ha, splendid, Mu Zixio shrugged, fixing his gaze on his opponent. This was a uniquely independent disciple, not exceptionally gifted, yet renowned for his formidable combat prowess, a fierce warrior among the many disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Liang Zheng, teach him a lesson. Let him experience the might of ordinary disciples. Frenzied blade Liang Zheng. Ha ha, this is going to be exciting. Liang Zheng had been cultivating at the 7th level of spiritual martial arts for a year, and was rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. Mu Zixio, don't underestimate him. The observing disciples shouted, cheering for the 2. Qin Ming watched from afar, in no rush to leave, enjoying Mu Zixio's true thunder judgment, a martial art he had envied countless times. The arena erupted with excited shouts as Liang Zheng, like a fierce tiger, charged at Mu Zixio first. A fierce wind swirled around him, stirring up dust and debris, creating a striking spectacle. Wow! Liang Zheng roared as he soared into the air. Gripping his blade tightly, the wind coiling around it as he aimed a devastating blow at Mu Zixio. His raw ferocity igniting the crowd's excitement, Mu Zixio advanced rather than retreating, grounding himself and launching a punch towards the frenzied blade. his body crackling with lightning that rapidly converged into a lightning-infused fist, solidly guarding his strike. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Could he truly condense lightning into a fist? He had attempted this countless times, and although he had not failed less than 800, he had never succeeded. This required not only exquisite control but also a special guiding technique. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as both Mu Zixio and Liang Zheng were forced back, each retreating 5 steps upon landing, a stalemate. Liang Zheng, well done, splendid. Mu Zixio, crush him, crush him. They engaged fiercely in the arena, and the surrounding disciples were thrilled. This is getting interesting, Mu Zixio shrugged, laughing as he charged at Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng, silent and resolute, gritted his teeth and launched another assault. Dust and stones flew, the thunderous clashes echoed, and the blinding lightning lit up the arena as their fierce exchange ensued. Chapter 22. The challenged Qin Ming climbed atop the stone jar, observing Mu Zixio's fighting style. With a resounding bang, Mu Zixio forcefully withstood Liang Zheng's heavy blade, while simultaneously, the lightning throughout his body surged forth, breaking free from him and striking Liang Zheng like a barrage of silver needles, causing an uproar among the spectators. Liang Zheng screamed, staggering back over 10 steps, his body marred and tinged with blood. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Zixio relentlessly unleashed a series of thunderous punches, finally disrupting Liang Zheng's offensive. Bravo, bravo! The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their excitement palpable. Qin Ming clenched his fists in quiet admiration for Mu Zixio's combat skills. Martial arts may be static, but their application is dynamic. The same technique can yield different results in different hands. Just from the fluidity with which Mu Zixio executed true thunder judgment, he undoubtedly lived up to the title of a direct disciple, indicating that the Grand Elder had invested considerable effort in him. Yet, at that moment, Liang Zheng suddenly countered from adversity, his blade striking Mu Zixio unexpectedly, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. Many bewildered as to how it had occurred, Mu Zixio narrowly evaded, but the blade still tore through his clothing, leaving a crimson wound on his chest. Though not severe, it bled profusely. Mu Zixio himself was stunned. Having seemingly secured victory, he found himself caught off guard. The bright red wound on his fair chest was quite conspicuous. He extended a finger to dab at the blood, placing it in his mouth to savor, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. I concede, Liang Zheng declared nonchalantly, recognizing the vast gap between their abilities. Concede? I haven't had my fill yet. I've merely drawn a bit of blood. Mu Zixio's expression darkened, and he charged at Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng frowned but did not retreat, taking a deep breath as he wielded his heavy blade defiantly. Liang Zheng is in trouble, Qin Ming muttered to himself. Hey kid, what are you looking at? A cold voice suddenly snapped from behind. Qin Ming turned to see several young disciples ascending the steps. They had just arrived, eager to witness the spectacle, but upon reaching the summit, they spotted Qin Ming engrossed in the match. Ignoring them, Qin Ming continued to appreciate the intense duel on the arena. What are you still watching for? The leader of the group shouted arrogantly. These were mid-tier disciples who had bullied Qin Ming in the past. Is my presence bothering you? Qin Ming shot them a glance. Ha, you've certainly grown bold. Thinking you're impressive at the 3rd level of spiritual martial arts? I've always been bold. It was no pressure to bully you, Qin Ming retorted coldly. The year before, when he had yet to reach the spiritual realm, he had effortlessly overpowered these disciples, leaving them too intimidated to show their faces for over half a year. However, 2 years had passed, and these disciples had slowly climbed to the 3rd level of spiritual martial arts. Their words immediately provoked the 5 of them. Back then, we were at the 1st level of spiritual martial arts, still mastering our techniques. Now we have achieved mastery and are no longer the same. We're not afraid of your brute strength anymore. We've been wanting to find you lately. You've delivered yourself right to our doorstep. Recalling their past humiliations ignited their anger, and the 5 quickly spread out, encircling Qin Ming, intent on publicly humiliating him. Nearby, a striking young girl scoffed at them. Don't overestimate yourselves. Just a moment ago, Pang, who was knocked down by Qin Ming with 2 punches and rolled down the mountain from the path you came. Just you lot? She sneered. Are you joking? The 5 furrowed their brows, their previously high spirits dampened. Am I joking? Do you think you deserve to joke with me? The girl, possessing a bit of beauty, was uninterested in engaging with them and returned to observe the fierce battle in the arena. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Leave. The others scolded, their attention wholly captured by the battle in the arena, leaving no room for concern about the situation here. The 5 disciples exchanged glances, stunned by the news that Qin Ming had sent Pang Hu packing. If memory served, Pang Hu was at the 5th level of spiritual martial arts. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Seeing them falter, Qin Ming ignored them, continuing to watch the match in the arena, where the battle had become increasingly perilous. Liang Zheng, having repeatedly conceded, was on the verge of collapse. Yet Mu Zixio showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly pushing Liang Zheng back with a series of thunderous booms. Mu Zixio's lightning strikes forced Liang Zheng to retreat over 10 steps, stumbling to the edge of the arena. "You dare to hurt me," Mu Zixio thought with a cold smile, launching a powerful left fist to disrupt Liang Zheng's focus, while his right palm thrust towards Liang Zheng's face, aiming directly for his eyes. "Watch out, Liang Zheng," someone shouted from the audience. Liang Zheng's pupils dilated as he attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Sizzle! Mu Zixio's right palm suddenly erupted with a surge of lightning, a blinding light bursting forth, the electric arcs stinging Liang Zheng's eyes. Liang Zheng screamed, unable to see anything. Mu Zixio's taut palm struck his face with a resounding thud, propelling him backward, lifting him off the ground as he crashed into the crowd below. Liang Zheng cried out, clutching his eyes in agony as blood seeped through his fingers. Nearby disciples rushed to assist him, dragging him away to safety while casting furious glances at Mu Zixio. Wasn't this just a friendly spar? Why such a ruthless attack? Yet, others cheered loudly, "Splendid! Mu Zixio wins decisively." That last strike was spectacular, a perfect blend of feints and reality. Sealing the match, Mu Zixio stood at the edge of the arena, casting a cold glance at the wailing Liang Zheng, snorting disdainfully, "You hurt me? You should know better." Regaining his smile, he prepared to accept the crowd's adulation when he unexpectedly spotted Qin Ming standing atop the stone jar in the distance. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, but soon smiled. "Hey, what's this kid doing here?" Mu Zixio was one of the Grand Elder's favored direct disciples, so he had always been attentive towards Qin Ming, the disciple marked for punishment by the Grand Elder. "Isn't this the young lord of the Qin family?" Mu Zixio approached with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I heard this kid has quietly reached the 3rd level of spiritual martial arts. Greetings, young Master Mu. Farewell, young Master Mu." Qin Ming attempted to leave. Lower-tier disciples were forbidden from appearing in the arena, let alone someone who also served as a servant. "Hey, don't go. A direct disciple is speaking to you." A mere servant, the 5 disciples, recently humiliated, obstructed Qin Ming's path, intentionally emphasizing the term servant. "Step aside." The 5 grinned maliciously. "Not a chance." Bang! Qin Ming thrust his palm against the chest of the nearest disciple, delivering concentrated force that sent him flying. The disciple's smile faltered as his body sailed through the air, crashing against the steep steps, rolling down for several hundred meters before coming to a halt, silent. The remaining 4 disciples stood frozen, their smiles wiped clean, glancing back in disbelief, struggling to swallow their saliva. "Brother, is he still alive?" Nearby disciples gaped. "This guy's like a porcupine. Anyone who touches him gets pricked. Have you recently found the time to come to the arena for a match?" Mu Zixio chuckled at Qin Ming as he descended from the stage, the surrounding disciples parting to let him through. "I came to deliver goods." Qin Ming sighed, realizing he couldn't leave. "Don't be so tense. I want to hold it against you for sneaking a peek at the match. I heard you've reached the 3rd level of spiritual martial arts. I'm happy for you. Your concern is appreciated. I'm quite curious. How did you achieve this? Word has it you haven't practiced martial arts or utilized spiritual herbs. That's none of your business." Qin Ming was well aware of Mu Zixio's true nature. He was clearly looking to stir trouble. "What kind of talk is that? You have no manners." The 4 disciples could not help but insult Qin Ming further, but were silenced by a single glance from him. Other disciples sensed trouble brewing. Mu Zixio's sudden interest in Qin Ming was unlikely to bode well. Mu Zixio's smile was warm and bright. "Our young Lord Qin has yet to step onto the arena. Has he? Come, step up and feel the atmosphere. Don't worry. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. No1 will punish you. No thanks. Let us talk another day. I have goods to deliver." Qin Ming lifted the stone jar. Preparing to leave, Mu Zixio's entourage chuckled as they obstructed him. "I advise you to step up." Qin Ming shook his head with a smile. "Young Master Mu, as a distinguished direct disciple, is it necessary to bother a mere delivery boy? Don't be so tense. I truly mean no harm." I just want to spar with you and see how much combat power a third-level spiritual martial artist possesses. Although we are of the same age, both being 15, my realm is slightly higher. If you don't mind, I could offer you some guidance. What do you say? It's a rare opportunity. Musicio's smile was bright as he looked at Qin Ming, yet the underlying meaning was clear to all present. He intended to use the guise of sparring to teach Qin Ming a lesson. A 7th-level direct disciple challenging a 3rd-level martial artist with no martial arts training was clearly bullying, and while Qin Ming was indeed strong, he could likely only contend with someone at the 4th level. Liang Jing's earlier swift defeat was also due to his serious injuries and carelessness. The other disciples awaited Qin Ming's reaction, some unable to restrain themselves. Musicio, don't go too far. You are at the 7th level of spiritual martial arts, while he is merely at the 3rd. Without any martial arts training, Musicio cast a cold glance towards the crowd. What are you saying? Don't try to sow discord between me and young Lord Qin. We are merely engaging in normal sparring. Normal sparring, my foot. The individual silently cursed but chose not to speak further. Chapter 23. Unqualified Qin Ming was aware that Musicio would not let him leave so easily. Furrowing his brows, he pondered for a moment. Does young Master Mu truly wish to offer me guidance? Among fellow disciples, we ought to assist one another. I have the intention, but I wonder if you will grant me this opportunity. I am not in the best state today. Thus, how about this? A month from now, I shall challenge you here. Challenge? You wish to challenge me? Musicio exaggeratedly raised his ears in disbelief. Within the span of an incense stick, if I am still standing, you will give me 3 spirit pearl herbs. What do you say? The surrounding disciples looked at Qin Ming in astonishment, thinking they must have misheard. Could you repeat that? Musicio asked, feigning surprised. A month from now, I will be here to challenge you. Musicio, if I can still stand after the duration of an incense stick, I win, and you will give me 3 spirit pearl herbs. Qin Ming reiterated, each word clear and precise. Gasps filled the air as onlookers collectively inhaled. Insanity. You dare challenge Musicio? Just you? What does a month signify? Do you truly believe you can surpass Musicio in a month? Have you not awakened to reality? This is a reckless act. By then, Musicio might have fully stabilized his mastery over the 7th level of spirit martial, growing even stronger. Forget an incense stick. A single strike could send you flying from the stage. Is this a desperate ploy to buy time? Many disciples were at a loss for words, incredulous that Qin Ming believed he could surpass Musicio's growth rate. Musicio was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Are you quite certain? I am certain. I possess the resolve and hope that Senior Brother Mu can grant me this chance, Qin Ming replied, echoing his earlier words. Given his current strength, it would indeed be a formidable challenge to defeat someone at the 7th level of spirit martial, yet enduring for an incense stick seemed feasible. He had long fantasized about confronting Musicio to experience the true power of the Thunder Judgment. Perhaps this was his opportunity, and if you lose, do as you please, Qin Ming responded nonchalantly. Is that what you said? Indeed. Let it be known, I, Musicio, will accept Qin Ming's challenge here a month from now. Musicio spread his arms, signaling to the audience, and no one responded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and disbelief. Qin Ming, you truly do not understand the gravity of your situation. You may contend with lower-ranked disciples or even intermediate ones, but the direct disciples are beyond your reach. Musicio has made it clear he intends to crush you, and you boldly approach him. Is it pride or sheer foolishness? Until we meet again in a month, Qin Ming declared, shouldering a stone jar as he prepared to leave. Musicio chuckled. If you are unprepared a month from now, I can wait another month. If necessary, I shall continue to wait. Scattered laughter echoed around them. A month is ample time. A cool, melodic voice suddenly emanated from the eastern side of the training ground, both enchanting and distant, carrying an air of aloofness. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the arena. The crowd turned in unison, and gasps of astonishment erupted. Yu Qing? Is that Yu Qing? What brings Yu Qing to the training ground? A stunning young woman, adorned with a purple veil that concealed her breathtaking beauty, glided into the training arena, exuding an ethereal grace as if she had stepped from a painting. She was none other than the esteemed disciple of Qingyun Sect, Yu Qing. Accompanying her was the charming Kai Yi, her phoenix-like eyes cold and unsparing as she surveyed the throngs of gathered disciples. The entire assembly was captivated. Male disciples were filled with admiration, while female disciples looked on with envy. Her beauty emanated a celestial purity that discouraged any thoughts of disrespect. The expansive training ground fell silent as the crowd parted to create a passageway leading directly to Qin Ming and Mu Zixio. Such opportunities to behold the exalted Yu Qing were rare, and today was a stroke of fortune. Mu Zixio, momentarily taken aback by her presence, bowed politely. "Lady Yu Qing, congratulations on your emergence from seclusion." And on entering the Xuanwu realm, he considered himself quite accomplished, yet he felt dwarfed by Yu Qing's brilliance, though it did not diminish his admiration. Only such a remarkable woman was worthy of his deference. However, Yu Qing paid no heed to his courtesy, nor did she glance in his direction. Instead, she strode directly to Qin Ming's side. Kai discreetly winked at him. "Young Master Qin, I bring good news." Yu Qing unabashedly stood beside Qin Ming, proclaiming to Mu Zixio, "1 month from now, in the training ground, regarding the 3 spirit pearl herbs, I shall serve as your witness." The crowd erupted in an uproar, staring incredulously at Yu Qing before shifting their gaze back to Qin Ming. Everyone within Qingyun Sect was aware of Yu Qing's attentiveness towards Qin Ming, yet her forceful defense on his behalf was utterly astonishing, especially at this pivotal moment of her advancement into the Xuanwu realm and her establishment as the foremost disciple of the Golden Feather. The assembly was torn between shock and envy. Grappling with the implications of her actions, one thing was certain. The upcoming martial contest would be nothing short of extraordinary. The rare appearance of Yu Qing, a figure seldom seen by the disciples, as the officiant for the match, was unprecedented and would undoubtedly draw a multitude of spectators. Yet, some remained puzzled, unsure whether Yu Qing was genuinely supporting Qin Ming or inadvertently pushing him into peril. Mu Zixio cast a long, scrutinizing glance at Qin Ming and Yu Qing, his smile unwavering. "Since Lady Yu Qing is personally officiating, the competition shall undoubtedly be thrilling. I, Mu Zixio, will strive to deliver a perfect duel for all to witness." His words, though seemingly courteous, concealed a palpable intensity. The full force of a 7th-level spirit martial disciple was not to be trifled with. How could a mere 3rd-level disciple hope to withstand it? Mu Zixio was not an ordinary mercenary or disciple. He was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of Qingyun Sect. After Qin Ming and the others departed, many disciples gathered at the steps, gazing enviously at their retreating figures. This young man, where did he find such fortune to earn Yu Qing's favor? In the entirety of Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming was likely the only male disciple permitted such close proximity to Yu Qing. Amidst envy, there lingered a sense of regret. His status as a servant limited all he could achieve. Has the sect master made a decision? Qin Ming had not anticipated Yu Qing's arrival. Yu Qing spoke softly. "Your status as a servant remains unchanged, but I will grant you an opportunity to enter the martial sect pavilion." Qin Ming remained silent for a moment before nodding slowly. As expected, the sect master would not act rashly due to my previous conflict with the Grand Elder. This morning, the sect master met with my master privately. He conveyed this matter, implying that no one would revoke your servant status in the short term. It is easy to absolve a servant's status. Any elder possesses that authority. However, you were specifically apprehended under the Grand Elder's orders, and the situation is further complicated by the incident involving the Thunder Ancient City. No one would dare offend the Grand Elder on your behalf. Not even the sect master. Qin Ming contemplated in silence. "I do not truly care about my status as a servant. I am more concerned about the Grand Elder's stance towards the Thunder Ancient City." Yu Qing understood that Qin Ming's discomfort stemmed not from her inability to lift his servant status, but from the unwavering resolve of the Grand Elder regarding him and the Thunder Ancient City. This made it clear that Qin Ming's path to rescue the Thunder Ancient City would be a long and arduous one. Kai offered reassurance. "The sect master has specifically granted you entry to the martial sect pavilion. It is an honor and fulfills one of your wishes." "Cheer up," Yu Qing added. "The sect master also mentioned something to my master, which I believe he intended for you to hear." "What was it?" Qin Ming steadied his emotions, realizing there was no need to feel troubled over what was expected. "You are not qualified for him to intervene in the Thunder Ancient City incident." Yu Qing paused, then spoke softly. "Though this may sound harsh, it carries an underlying sense of expectation and encouragement. In essence, prove yourself worthy of his attention, presenting him with a reason to consider lifting your servant status. If you can impress more people, he will take it into serious consideration." Kai playfully linked her arm through Qin Ming's, tilting her head with a grin. "Both my sister and I have high hopes for you. Show us a smile." Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "No need to worry about me. I shall live even better." Chapter 24. Midnight summons. Upon returning to the warehouse, Qin Ming did not engage in any training that day. He sat beneath the ancient tree in the courtyard, contemplating the challenge that awaited him in a month. He acknowledged Mu Zixio's strength, which surpassed that of ordinary 7th-level practitioners. Furthermore, as a favored disciple of the Grand Elder, Mu Zixio might very well aim to incapacitate him on the martial stage. Having now stabilized at the 5th level, he hoped to elevate his prowess to its peak within a month. If he devoted himself fully, he could engage Mu Zixio in combat. While victory was uncertain, he at least aimed to ensure he would not face defeat. The crux of the matter was that Qin Ming was reluctant to utilize the Dayan Sword Classic within Qingyun Sect. At least not at this moment. Without the Dayan Ancient Sword and the corresponding techniques, how could he guarantee he would stand victorious? The answer lay in the King Kong's strength. After much contemplation, Qin Ming returned to the notion of King Kong's strength. His greatest advantage was his physique, and the essence of that advantage lay in strength. King Kong's strength was said to amplify one's power to its utmost limit, potentially increasing it 5-fold or more. With the Shangxing technique to refine his physique and King Kong's strength to enhance his explosive force, the month ahead should allow him to present Mu Zixio with a formidable challenge. Tomorrow, he would visit the Martial Sect Pavilion. If no more suitable techniques presented themselves, he would opt for King Kong's strength. Qin Ming returned to the warehouse and enjoyed a restful sleep, filled with anticipation for the coming month. In the stillness of the night, tranquility reigned supreme. Yet once more, the Medicine Mountain erupted with a raspy roar, akin to distant thunderclaps, rousing the slumbering Qingyun Sect and awakening thousands of disciples. This roar lacked the previous frenzy and did not provoke violent seismic waves. Yet it still sent chills down the spines of those who heard it, as if a terrifying demon lay imprisoned within, poised to break free from its chains. The disciples of Qingyun Sect, suppressing their curiosity, remained hidden in their quarters, refraining from discussing the occurrence. Deep within the Medicine Mountain, the sound of clanking chains echoed crisply, adding an eerie ambience to the already unsettling atmosphere. Qin Ming stood in the courtyard, gazing toward the distant Medicine Mountain through the enveloping night. The low, hoarse roars were indistinct, leaving him uncertain whether they were human cries or the struggles of spirit demons, reverberating through the stillness of the night. To his surprise, Qin Ming felt an inexplicable call, as if the echoes of the roars conveyed a hidden message. The Shura blade vibrated incessantly, seemingly in response. What could possibly be imprisoned there, if it were indeed something dreadful? Why did Qingyun Sect not eliminate it outright? Curiosity gnawed at his mind, and after much contemplation, he ventured from the warehouse into the depths of the night, making his way to the foot of the Medicine Mountain. A sudden burst of roars erupted, shaking the very foundation of the Medicine Mountain, the cacophony deafening, transforming the once serene and beautiful mountain into a scene of horror. The chain clanking intensified, as if striving to restrain whatever lay beneath. Within Qin Ming's dantian, the Shura blade thrashed violently, a dense mist swirling and disrupting the energy within him, causing his blood to surge. The sense of summoning grew stronger, as if a force were surging forth from the mountainside, rushing toward him. Was it human? A demon? What was it? Qin Ming's heart raced with uncertainty as he began to retreat slowly, his brows furrowing as he gazed toward the mountainside. There, a glimmer of gold flickered amidst the mist, the shadows of chains dancing within. Who goes there? A breathtaking woman appeared, ethereal and graceful as a startled swan, gliding towards him in a flowing white robe, her presence shrouded in cold mist. Her face remained obscured, yet a chill emanated from her being. Curiosity piqued, Qin Ming contemplated approaching. As he turned to leave, the woman's voice rang out, cool and commanding. Are you Qin Ming? He turned back, peering into the shadows of the night. Where the woman half concealed herself. This is not a place for you. Leave. The woman gestured for him to depart, offering no immediate threat. Is that you, Ling Shui, the direct disciple of the Medicine Mountain? Qin Ming recalled vaguely encountering her during a previous excursion to the Medicine Mountain. Just as he turned to leave, several disciples from the Medicine Mountain emerged from the nearby woods, bowing to the woman. Sister Ling Shui, did someone pass by? No, return to your posts immediately. Remain vigilant. No one is permitted near the Medicine Mountain. Understood. The disciples dispersed promptly. Ever since the unusual incidents began at the Medicine Mountain, the disciples had abandoned their previous ease, now taking turns in constant vigilance, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching. Ling Shui prepared to retreat to the mountain. Something strange occurred. The roars ceased, and the clanking chains fell silent. She glanced back towards the direction where Qin Ming had departed, her expression tinged with curiosity. The martial sect pavilion was a crucial hall within Qingyun Sect, housing nearly all of its martial techniques, said to encompass over 300 sets, ranging from low-grade spiritual to mid-grade earth-level. It was considered a sacred space for all disciples. Yet, typically only direct disciples and those of the golden feather could enter freely. Ordinary disciples were allowed access only to basic martial techniques during their initial training and were strictly forbidden from stepping foot inside thereafter. To acquire new martial techniques, ordinary disciples must demonstrate outstanding performance and talent, compelling Qingyun Sect to deem them worthy of cultivation. Other opportunities arose only during the biannual public selections. Perched atop the Qingyun Peak, over 1,000 meters above the ground, the pavilion was enveloped in mist and ancient trees, creating an idyllic and serene environment. Qin Ming arrived early the next day. The news of his challenge with Mu Zixio had created quite a stir, not solely due to him or Mu Zixio, but because of Yu Qing's involvement, which added an element of anticipation to the duel. Rumors of Yu Qing securing Qin Ming a chance to enter the martial sect pavilion had spread. Yet few believed that obtaining a single martial technique would enable him to triumph over Mu Zixio. Most discussions revolved around why Yu Qing was so attentive to Qin Ming. The elder guarding the martial sect pavilion was quite aged, his hair white, yet his spirit remained vigorous. He smiled and nodded at Qin Ming. "You must be Qin Ming. Greetings, elder. Register here, and when you select your martial technique, sign out as well. You may access up to the 3rd floor for half a day, and may select only one technique. As this is your first formal engagement with martial techniques, it would be prudent to choose a low-grade spiritual one to familiarize yourself with the concepts. In the future, you may return for mid-grade or even high-grade techniques. Do not presume, based on your talent, that you can select a high-grade technique. That could backfire. I understand." Qin Ming expressed his gratitude to the elder. "Proceed, but keep the peace." The elder smiled and nodded. Qin Ming entered the martial sect pavilion, which was spacious on the 1st floor, lined with intricately crafted bookshelves, each detailing the martial techniques available. This level felt somewhat deserted, with only a few disciples selecting techniques or quietly perusing the texts. Only direct disciples were permitted unrestricted access to this sanctuary, yet not all were exceptionally gifted. Some were from privileged backgrounds, like Zhaolai. Others were children of wealthy merchants, sent here with substantial donations, hoping to achieve success. While these individuals may lack talent, their connections and financial backing ensured they received meticulous guidance, leading to respectable outcomes, albeit not extraordinary ones. The 2nd floor had a larger crowd, with a dozen or so disciples meticulously choosing their techniques or engaging in soft conversations. Qin Ming, however, did not linger on the first 2 levels, making his way directly to the 3rd floor, where high-grade spiritual techniques were stored. Given the rarity of earth-level techniques, high-grade spiritual ones were already considered precious. Even within the esteemed Qingyun Sect, only about 60 were available, each stored separately. A few disciples raised their eyebrows in surprise as they noticed the unfamiliar face of Qin Ming, soon realizing he was the much-discussed servant. Some continued to read, while others curiously eyed him. Unperturbed by the stares, Qin Ming diligently searched the shelves on the 3rd floor and quickly located the King Kong Strength. Filled with anticipation, he settled in a corner, thoroughly examining the text. He needed to ascertain whether it met his expectations. If it fell short, he could always choose another technique. The first 3 stages of the King Kong Strength he had previously practiced were derived from his own exploration and bore some deviation from the orthodox version. Time passed, and a commotion arose on the 3rd floor as a uniquely charismatic youth entered. Lean and tall, with a sharply defined face, he was not conventionally handsome but possessed a disheveled aura. His long hair cascading about him, emanating an air of defiance. His eyes, particularly slender, conveyed an inexplicable sense of danger. The youth surveyed the 3rd floor before striding directly toward Qin Ming. Many in the vicinity perked up, sensing that something intriguing was about to unfold. Qin Ming was thoroughly engrossed in the first 3 segments of the Vajra technique, completely captivated and craving more. He occasionally furrowed his brow in deep thought, while at other times, he nodded in sudden realization. The intricate descriptions within were akin to a revelation for him, correcting many of his previously rigid errors, leaving him eager to begin practicing immediately. "Are you Qin Ming?" The youth asked 3 times in succession before Qin Ming's attention was finally diverted from the Vajra technique to the boy before him. "Tai Shanha." Qin Ming immediately recognized the sharp-eyed youth before him. In Chapter 25 of the story, Tai Shanhe, a notorious figure within Qingyun Sect known as the Iron Madman, was acknowledged as one of the most likely direct disciples to become a disciple of Jin Ling. However, he could never be a true disciple of Jin Ling, as he was not considered a legitimate disciple of Qingyun Sect, but rather a nominal one. He hailed from the Iron Clan of the eastern coastal region. The Iron Clan was a rather unique family, rumored among the common folk to be wild rather than communal. Children born into the clan were cast out at the age of 10 to seek their own education and survival. They would only return to the family for significant events such as marriage or ancestral worship, with the only opportunity for a family gathering occurring once every 3 years. Despite their wild nature, the members of the Iron Clan possessed a strong sense of unity. Should one of their own die outside the clan, they would pursue the matter relentlessly. Normal deaths would not elicit retribution, but if foul play were suspected, hundreds of vengeful kin would descend upon the perpetrator with unrelenting fury. The exact identity of Tai Shanhe remained a mystery, though he was likely a direct descendant of the Iron Clan. He arrived at Qingyun Sect at the age of 10, displaying a peculiar and independent disposition, often indifferent to the concept of interpersonal relationships. However, his astonishing talent was undeniable. He had recently advanced to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. Few dared to provoke such an individual. Qin Ming was not well acquainted with Tai Shanhe and could hardly fathom why he would approach him. Rather than looking down upon Qin Ming, Tai Shanhe sat directly before him, his sharp, slender eyes scrutinizing Qin Ming intently. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, puzzled by Tai Shanhe's sudden interest in Qin Ming. Was he perhaps displeased with Qin Ming and intending to teach him a lesson? Tai Shanhe fixed his gaze on Qin Ming. You are not at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. Can you truly see through the strength of others? Qin Ming was taken aback. Was this merely a guess, or did Tai Shanhe truly possess such insight? Tai Shanhe continued, Are you considering practicing the Vajra technique? Indeed, I am, Qin Ming replied. And how much can you punch? 800 pounds. 800 pounds, you say? The direct disciples around them were slightly astonished, recognizing the boy's innate advantage. If he were to master the Vajra technique, it would be formidable indeed. However, Tai Shanhe appeared somewhat disappointed. Only one disciple of Qingyun Sect practices the Vajra technique, the direct disciple Di Yun. His current punching power is 1,500 pounds. Qin Ming remained unfazed, perplexed by Tai Shanhe's interest in him. But you may very well surpass him in the future, Tai Shanhe added. Did you seek me for something? Qin Ming inquired directly, eager to return to studying the Vajra technique. I wish to test your punch. Now? In the future, Tai Shanhe responded as he stood to leave. The other disciples exchanged glances, unsure if that was the conclusion of their encounter. They had expected a more thrilling spectacle. Some began to suspect that Tai Shanhe's interest in Qin Ming might indicate a burgeoning support for him. With such a madman backing him, who would dare provoke Qin Ming? Qin Ming shrugged, interpreting Tai Shanhe's actions as a challenge, but he dismissed it and continued perusing the Vajra technique. The other disciples, realizing the excitement had dissipated, began to disperse. After an hour of intense study, Qin Ming completed his reading of the Vajra technique. Reaping significant insights, he recognized that his rough practice of the initial 3 segments indeed contained oversights, and now he could refine his understanding. The 4th and 5th segments of the Vajra technique did not disappoint. They could truly unleash the body's strength to its utmost, amplifying it by 4 to 5 times. Yet, upon reaching the end, he noticed that the last few pages of the Vajra technique seemed to have been torn away, a sign that it had been missing for quite some time. Brother, is there a 6th segment to the Vajra technique? Qin Ming rose to ask a nearby quiet disciple. The disciple, not dismissive, replied amiably. Originally, there were 6 segments to the Vajra technique. It is said that the 6th segment could exponentially increase one's strength by 8 or even 10 times, but its physical toll is immense. Long ago, several disciples reportedly met their demise from overexertion while practicing it. Since then, the sect has removed the 6th segment from the Vajra technique, forbidding disciples from practicing it. Qin Ming nodded in understanding, astonished to learn that the Vajra technique could originally enhance one's power tenfold, an unimaginable force. The disciple closed his martial arts book and gestured upward. The true Vajra technique is above. But wasn't the 6th segment torn away? It was not merely torn. It is the true Vajra technique, also known as the Vajra mixed Yuan path, which cultivates both internal and external strength to achieve the maximum explosive power of the human body. It is a low-grade earth-level martial art. The Vajra technique is merely an external application derived from it.is. That's so? Qin Ming had never heard of such a thing before. Brother, how can one access the 4th level? Earth-level martial arts are not for everyone. They require strict standards of talent and strength. Generally, one must reach the Xuanwu realm, or else the strain on your body will be overwhelming. Mildly, it could cripple your meridians. Severely, it could lead to paralysis or even death. Once you advance to the Xuanwu realm in the future and contribute to the Qingyun Sect, someone will guide you to the 4th level. Thank you for your guidance, brother. You're welcome. The quiet disciple smiled and nodded before returning to his own martial arts study. Qin Ming took the Vajra technique with him and wandered through the various bookshelves. Thunder-related martial arts were quite rare, and after scouring the 3rd level, he found only 5 volumes, including True Thunder Judgment, which Mu Zixio practiced. Qin Ming leaned against a nearby wall to peruse it, intending to study it further to better prepare for a confrontation with Mu Zixio. Before long, someone approached on the 3rd level, calling out to Qin Ming, "Qin Ming, your time is almost up." Direct disciples could enter and exit the martial arts pavilion freely, but ordinary disciples could not. Qin Ming left the martial arts pavilion with the Vajra technique in hand to sign out with the elder outside. "Let me see what you have chosen." The elder took the martial arts manual from Qin Ming. He meticulously checked each martial art borrowed by disciples to ensure nothing was missing before they left. If any pages were found missing upon return, it would indicate tampering by the disciple. The elder looked at Qin Ming in surprise. "The Vajra technique? Are you sure you want to choose this?" Qin Ming signed his name. "I am certain that I recall advising you that for your first formal comprehension of a martial art, it is best to start with a low-grade spirit-level technique. Low-grade spirit-level martial arts are not necessarily weak. They are simpler to understand and easier to master. The strength of a martial art lies not in its power, but in its suitability for oneself. Also, the borrowing period for each martial art is 3 months. Can you ensure you will thoroughly comprehend it within that time?" "I assure you, elder, I understand your meaning." The elder was left speechless. How could this child be so obstinate? The Vajra technique had exceedingly high requirements for one's physique. It was not enough to merely possess strength. One's physical constitution was paramount. The power unleashed could rebound with equal ferocity, and a weak constitution could easily rupture one's meridians. Had he truly considered his choice? "I have given it much thought." The elder sighed and recorded the choice for Qin Ming. He was merely responsible for offering counsel, and since the youth was resolute, he would let it be. With the Vajra technique in hand, Qin Ming left, a smile on his face, eager to practice vigorously. However, as he stepped into the woods, a sudden whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a sly voice calling out, "Hey, young Master Qin, over here. It's me, not a bad person." Qin Ming looked over to see a plump figure peeking out from behind a sturdy old tree. Grinning amiably, "Come on over. I have something to discuss. Either you come over, or our conversation ends here." Qin Ming recognized the rotund figure as a fellow direct disciple. However, he was the quintessential connection-based disciple, average talent, but wealthy and resourceful with access to martial arts and direct mentorship from elders. Thus, his strength was relatively respectable. "Don't be so tense. How could I harm you?" The plump one scanned the area for onlookers, cleared his throat, and adjusted his robe before stepping forward. His name was Hu Yin Zhuozhua, hailing from the Hu Yin family of the Northern Domain's Super Merchant Association, a family primarily engaged in the crystal industry, owning numerous crystal mines within the vast mountain ranges. Their wealth was substantial and their network extensive. However, in recent years, the Hu Yin family seemed to have shifted their interests, showing not only a fascination with crystals but also with people. "Did you need something from me?" Qin Ming scrutinized Hu Yin Zhuozhua's exaggerated physique with a mix of admiration and skepticism. The plump figure, round from head to toe, was devoid of hair, beard, or eyebrows, smooth and pudgy, resembling a collection of meatballs assembled into a humanoid form. Though they had encountered each other many times before, this was the first time they stood face to face. "There's a good opportunity." Hu Yin Zhuozhua beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits, making his features even less distinguishable. Qin Ming attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, though he couldn't suppress a slight grin. "Dotel." Hu Yin Zhuozhua approached Qin Ming and lowered his voice. "To show my sincerity, I'll share a little secret. Mu Zixio was taken by the Grand Elder yesterday afternoon. It said he will be personally trained for a month, though." Qin Ming's heart raced with understanding. The timing of Mu Zixio's departure was clearly related to the upcoming martial arts competition a month later. "You should prepare yourself. Once Mu Zixio masters True Thunder Judgment, you will be in grave danger. The destructive power of thunder-type martial arts is unparalleled, and enduring even a single incense stick's worth of time against him will be exceedingly difficult. Hu Yin Zhuozhua's implication was clear. It was nearly impossible. Chapter 26. The investor Qin Ming regarded him. Why tell me this? Hu Yin Zhuozhua playfully patted Qin Ming's arm, his expression comical. I just want to make a friend. I appreciate your goodwill. Qin Ming reciprocated the gesture, finding the touch rather pleasant. Don't leave yet. Let's chat a bit more. Hu Yin Zhuozhua blocked Qin Ming's path, pointing towards the nearby woods. Let's discuss this in private. I assure you, it's nothing nefarious. Isn't it said that business is built on trust? Does your family even have a reputation? Come on, don't be like that. Business is all about integrity. Hu Yin Zhuozhua insisted, dragging Qin Ming into a secluded part of the forest. His reputation within Qingyun Sect was relatively good. Though he was a smiling tiger, he was not one with hidden blades. Each time they crossed paths, he would offer Qin Ming a smile and a nod from a distance. Young Master Qin, your journey over the past 8 years has not been easy. From a 7-year-old child to where you are now, you have never bowed your head to anyone, tirelessly resisting malevolent forces and forging your own name through sheer will. Spirit Martial Realm, a resounding success. Wait, what are you getting at? Qin Ming interjected, growing impatient. It's a bit embarrassing to say. Then don't say it. Farewell. Hey, don't leave. All right, I'll spill that I'm listening, that I admire you. I see potential in you. I appreciate you, and I want to invest in you. Hu Yin Zhuozhua declared, his body jiggling as he spoke, resembling a large, wobbly water balloon. Invest in me? Qin Ming was taken aback. Yes, I want to invest in you. Hu Yin Zhuozhua's serious gaze was undermined by his comical appearance, making it difficult for Qin Ming to take him seriously. In recent years, the Hu Yin family had begun investing in warriors, seeking out young individuals with exceptional talent from impoverished backgrounds across various sects and clans. They would sign loyalty agreements, providing ample resources to help these individuals grow rapidly while offering them a reliable backing. Once these young warriors reached a certain level, they would transition into the Hu Yin family as guards or retainers. This approach had been implemented for decades, yielding a loyal cadre of protectors for the family. Having tasted success, the Hu Yin family gradually increased their investment efforts, expanding their search beyond established sects to scout promising children from impoverished regions. Leveraging their connections and resources to facilitate their training in prominent sects, Hu Yin Zhuozhua wished to carve out a new path distinct from that of his forebears, opting to directly observe disciples at Qingyun Sect, signing agreements in secret, and providing substantial gifts with the intention of bringing them into the Hu Yin family in the future. The Qingyun Sect turned a blind eye to such matters, allowing Hu Yin Zhuozhua to operate as long as he did not overstep boundaries, especially since the Hu Yin family generously contributed numerous spirit treasures to the sect each year, even gifting a large crystal mine on occasion. Moreover, some disciples of Qingyun Sect would eventually leave to explore the world, and aligning with the Hu Yin family, which maintained close ties to Qingyun Sect, was preferable to other prospects. Understanding the nuances, Hu Yin Zhuozhua was careful not to invest in Jin Ling's direct disciples, nor could he afford to do so. Instead, he focused on those among the upper-tier disciples. Though young, his discerning eye had led him to discover genuine talent, and he had been nurturing them diligently. Qin Ming, being a peculiar figure within Qingyun Sect, had caught Hu Yin Zhuozhua's attention for quite some time. However, considering the complications surrounding Qin Ming, he had hesitated to approach him until now. When Qin Ming had entered the spirit martial realm and garnered the favor of Yu Qing, igniting Hu Yin Zhuozhua's interest, of course, the most critical factor was Qin Ming's relationship with Yu Qing. If he could foster a connection through Qin Ming, the family would undoubtedly be pleased. Qin Ming chuckled and shook his head. You've mistaken the person. I am not suitable for your investment, nor do I require it. Don't rush off. Let's converse properly. I'm not suggesting you become a guard for my family. I want us to be friends, very good friends. I am a source of trouble. Associating with me is not advantageous. Am I the sort to shy away from trouble? You underestimate me, Hu Yin Zhuozhua. Why are you so insistent? Is it merely because I have entered the spirit martial realm, and you believe I can go further and grow stronger? The essence of investment lies in foresight and intuition. Hu Yin Zhuozhua asserted confidently, as long as I sense hope in you and believe that you can bring me returns in the future, I will invest in you. Moreover, it must be before you achieve success. That is true sincerity. Otherwise, if I wait until your success is imminent, what value would there be in investing then? The outcome would be entirely different. Qin Ming patted Hu Yin Zhuozhua's pudgy shoulder, smiling. "I understand your perspective. If I were to succeed, your investment would yield profit. If I fail, you would suffer no significant loss. You have come here today with genuine intentions, seeking friendship that I sincerely advise you that I am not worthy of such efforts from you. That is all. Farewell. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Please, do not depart. Why must you leave again? I have made up my mind about you, and I am determined to cultivate this friendship. I am quite persistent in this regard. Henceforth, whatever you desire, do not hesitate to inform me. Should you require assistance, I shall do my utmost to help. That a simple nod will suffice. As long as you acknowledge, we shall be like family. If ever you find yourself oppressed, just call out, and our people will be at your side in an instant." Hu Yanzhuozhua has clandestinely recruited many individuals in the Qingyun Sect and has nurtured them with great success. Qin Ming waved his hand, intending to depart, but suddenly halted. Hu Yanzhuozhua thought there was potential here and approached with a smile. "A nod? Perhaps? Do you truly wish to assist me? That is an absolute must. That I wish to return home for a visit. Can you assist with that?" Qin Ming had resided in the Qingyun Sect for 8 long years without once returning home. Well, it is not entirely impossible. Hu Yanzhuozhua hesitated. "It has been a pleasure to meet you. Farewell." Qin Ming waved as he left. "Do consider it. I shall await your response at any time." Hu Yanzhuozhua had merely come to meet Qin Ming today to strengthen their bond. Matters of investment require a gradual approach. He has his own steps and observational processes. The news of Qin Ming acquiring the diamond strength technique quickly spread and reached Mu Zixio's ears. Upon hearing it, he shook his head and chuckled, perceiving Qin Ming as rather naive. Does he truly believe that mere brute strength suffices to cultivate the diamond strength? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of strong individuals within the Qingyun Sect, yet only Di Yun has successfully mastered it. The diamond strength is not only complex but also exceedingly difficult to cultivate, requiring a robust constitution. A moment's carelessness could lead to a violent surge of power, shattering one's meridians. Not only did Mu Zixio dismiss it, but others also shook their heads upon receiving the news, murmuring about how, if Yu Qing truly cared for Qin Ming, she ought to provide some guidance instead of allowing him to act recklessly. Let alone challenging Mu Zixio with the diamond strength, it would be a miracle if he did not incapacitate himself within a month. Qin Ming paid no heed to the gossip surrounding him. Aside from timely deliveries, he devoted his time entirely to the cultivation of the diamond strength. He had already mastered the first 3 segments, needing only to refine them slightly according to formal martial arts principles. His current focus was on the 4th and 5th segments, which were the most challenging and formidable. With the aid of the Shangxingju, Qin Ming felt an abundance of confidence. The initial 10 days passed smoothly, with the diamond strength as the primary focus and the Shangxingju as a supplement. Qin Ming practiced tirelessly, day and night, and he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting, becoming increasingly enamored with the exhilarating surge of power the diamond strength bestowed upon him. However, after 10 days, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the Qingyun Sect. Every night, roars emanated from the Medicine Mountain, echoing for prolonged durations. The cacophony instilled unease among many. Disciples wondered why the elders did not take action. If it were indeed a monster, why not simply slay it? Qin Ming found himself troubled by the roaring sounds. The relentless summons became increasingly compelling, even instilling a sense of restlessness within him. Was it truly calling out to him? Was it becoming impatient? Chapter 27. Visitors from the Python King's Manor in the dead of night. Qin Ming once again arrived at the foot of the Medicine Mountain, where the previously suppressed roars erupted anew, reverberating deep within the mountain. From a distance, golden light flickered amidst swirling mist, and he could vaguely hear the thunderous sounds of the ground shattering. Qin Ming attempted to step forward. The roars intensified, causing the entire Medicine Mountain to tremble. What on earth is imprisoned within? Qin Ming began to feel anxious. Who would dare approach such a monstrous entity? Was its summons a prelude to claiming the Shura blade? Yet again, it was you? Ling Shui appeared, her tone now devoid of politeness. What lies within? Qin Ming inquired. Do not ask what should not be asked. Retreat. Is the esteemed Qingyun Sect unable to contain it? Why allow it to roar freely? Retreat. It is disturbing my sleep. You should manage it. Qin Ming gestured towards the Medicine Mountain and turned to leave. Ling Shui was left speechless, but something peculiar transpired. Just as Qin Ming departed, the roaring abruptly ceased. The following morning, after completing his deliveries, Qin Ming returned to the vicinity of the Medicine Mountain, holding a stone jar aloft. Upon his arrival, the roars erupted once more. Though not as violently, yet it still stirred the surrounding mountains and drew the attention of over 1,000 disciples. Many began to feel uneasy. Previously, it was always at night. What had changed today? As Qin Ming awakened the medicine mountain, he turned to leave, and as soon as he did, the roaring quickly ceased, returning to silence. For several consecutive days, Qin Ming would sporadically wander near the medicine mountain. Each time provoking the roars, he was conveying a message from within. Do not continually summon me. I shall not enter. Simultaneously, he sought to rouse the elders of the Qingyun Sect, urging them to resolve this troublesome matter swiftly. Yet, outsiders remained unaware of the situation, perplexed just like the many elders, pondering whether it truly could not be contained. Should special measures be taken? Today, a unique contingent arrived at the foot of the Qingyun Sect. 8 men and women rode upon 8 magnificent black tiger steeds, halting before the sect and gazing up at the imposing mountain, which bore the 3 robust characters, Qingyun Sect. This was my first visit to the Qingyun Sect. The leading young man, clad in resplendent attire, exuded an air of nobility, yet his python robe was thrown open, suggesting a somewhat wild demeanor. He was tall and robust, with bronze skin and sharply defined, deep-set features, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The Qingyun Sect is one of the 8 sects of the northern region. Though modest in demeanor, it has thrived for centuries, boasting profound heritage. The man to the left, with hair as white as snow, was neatly groomed and adorned in elegant attire, showing no signs of fatigue from a long journey. Even the edges of his garments were pristine. He appeared youthful and vigorous. Exuding a sharp and competent aura, I have come on behalf of Yu Qing. I hope I shall not be disappointed. The young man urged his steed forward, at the foot of the main gate. Disciples had already taken notice of their presence, approaching from a distance to sternly command, "Halt! Dismount!" This is the Qingyun Sect. The young man rode his black tiger steed directly forward, the proud creature rearing its head without any intention of stopping. The following entourage maintained a similarly haughty demeanor, disregarding the disciples entirely. As the Qingyun Sect disciples prepared to draw their swords in warning, one of the senior disciples suddenly recognized the unique embroidery on the cloaks of the visitors. The Python King's Manor? The young man produced a golden token from his waist. Inform your sect leader that Chao Wujiang of the Python King's Manor wishes to meet. An elder, accompanying them, smiled faintly. Cold Mountain of the Python King's Manor requests an audience with the leader of the Qingyun Sect. At the summit of Qingyun, within the Qingxiao Hall, the sect leader and several elders awaited their arrival. The leader of the Qingyun Sect regarded them with a cold expression, first glancing at Chao Wujiang before speaking in a detached tone. Cold Mountain. It has been a while. I appreciate your concern. All is well. The man seated Cold Mountain, alongside the young lord of the manor, nodded to the elder Qingyun disciples. It has been over a decade since I last visited the Qingyun Sect. Do you still remember me, Cold Mountain? One of the female elders remarked coolly. One of the 7 heroes of the Python King's Manor, Luyang Wolf Bai Shan. The man chuckled lightly. I refer to my identity as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. A slightly plump elder raised his teacup, taking a sip. From the day you left the Qingyun Sect, you ceased to be one of us. Regardless of whether the Qingyun Sect acknowledges me, I have always regarded it as my home and you all as my fellow disciples. Is that so? The plump elder's gaze sharpened. 20 years have passed, and no matter where I go, I always remember that I hail from the Qingyun Sect. It is my first home. That is enough. The plump elder's teacup shattered, scalding hot water splattering across the table. When you harmed the elders of the Qingyun Sect and attacked our spirit stone mine, did you forget that you were one of us? That was over a decade ago. Did I not apologize afterwards? Your so-called apology was merely returning severed heads? The plump elder sprang to his feet, angrily pointing at Cold Mountain. Everyone expresses their regrets differently. Had it not been for our shared camaraderie, you might not have even seen those heads returned. Bai Shan's final words were whispered, obscured by his gentle laughter. You. All the elders of the Qingyun Sect rose. Sit down. The leader of the Qingyun Sect commanded, his voice calm yet imposing. Bai Shan, since the incident occurred over a decade ago, you have no longer been a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. My purpose in meeting today is solely due to your identity as a representative of the Python King's Manor, and for the sake of the young lord at your side, Lord Wujiang. I have come today as a representative of the Python King's Manor. Bai Shan lightly tapped the table, gesturing towards the door. A distinguished guest has arrived. Ought you not to serve tea? Do you disciples not understand manners? The disciples outside paid no heed until the plump elder cleared his throat a couple of times, prompting several disciples to enter with tea, placing it by Shan and the young lord. Chao Wujiang. Bai Shan lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, then closed his eyes to relish the flavor. The water of the Qingyun Sect, the tea of the Qingyun Sect. It has been nearly 20 years since I last tasted it. The young lord, Chao Wujiang, merely touched his teacup without lifting it. He seemed indifferent to the tense atmosphere within the main hall, as if it did not concern him. His gaze occasionally drifted outside, where some disciples of the Qingyun Sect stood. After finishing his tea, Bai Shan leisurely continued. I have come today to extend congratulations on behalf of the Python King's Manor. I have heard that you have nurtured a prodigious disciple named Yu Qing. At just 16 years of age, she has already reached the Xuanwu realm. Your information is quite astute, Bai Shan. The female elder scoffed. Bai Shan set down his teacup, smiling at the sect leader. Will Yu Qing be attending the 8 Sects tea party? What concern does the 8 Sects tea party hold for you, Python King's Manor? In the northern region, the 5 kings reign supreme while the 8 sects stand tall, forming the dominion in the eyes of the world. A sacred ground for countless martial artists. The Qingyun Sect is indeed one of the 8 sects of the northern region, holding a prestigious position. Every 2 years, the 8 sects host a tea party where leaders convene and elders meet, providing a stage for disciples to compete against one another. This tradition has persisted for centuries, serving as a declaration of the northern region's dominance. Over time, the 8 Sects Tea Party has become a significant gathering in the northern region, with the competitions among disciples carrying profound implications, becoming a platform for showcasing the elite talents of each sect. Each tea party selects the top 5, who not only receive rewards but are also granted titles. Those who can claim a title at the 8 Sects Tea Party will undoubtedly gain renown across the northern region. Each time, the 8 sects bring forth their most outstanding disciples, striving to secure favorable rankings while also observing the exceptional talents of rival sects. The performance of the disciples indirectly reflects the potential of each sect, as the emergence of a prodigy will undoubtedly influence the sect's strength in the future. Cold Mountain maintained his smile. For 3 consecutive 8 sects tea parties, the Qingyun Sect has failed to place a single disciple in the top 5. They have scarcely managed a spot in the top 10. Is the Qingyun Sect beginning to decline? Has it lost the ability to cultivate prodigies? Or have the other 7 sects grown increasingly stronger? You, residing in the Python King's Manor, still keep a close eye on the Qingyun Sect. That is quite thoughtful of you. It is merely a few tea parties. They are insufficient to impact the standing of the Qingyun Sect. While it may not affect its standing, it certainly affects its reputation. However, this time there is finally hope. With Yu Qing's talent, breaking into the top 5 should pose no challenge. I have come on behalf of the Python King's Manor to extend my congratulations in advance. The sect leader and several elders exchanged skeptical glances. Was there truly a concept of extending congratulations beforehand? When did the Python King's Manor become so concerned with the Qingyun Sect? The Python King's Manor had previously harbored misunderstandings with the Qingyun Sect, and relations had always been strained. This time, the Python King personally arranged for me to come, intending to mend ties. What say you, brother? The leader of the Qingyun Sect refrained from expressing his stance, instead contemplating Cold Mountain's intentions for this visit. He had maintained a good relationship with Cold Mountain in his youth, yet after Cold Mountain departed from the Qingyun Sect 2 decades ago, venturing into the world, his temperament had evolved into something increasingly peculiar, leading to their estrangement. It was only after Cold Mountain joined the Python King's Manor, even drawing his sword against the Qingyun Sect to demonstrate his loyalty, that their relationship had soured. Over the years, Cold Mountain's strength had grown immensely, and his status within the Python King's Manor had risen significantly, culminating in his position among the 7 heroes, becoming a trusted confidant of the Python King, renowned throughout the northern region. Yet, Cold Mountain had never returned to the Qingyun Sect to apologize or to mend the relationship between the Qingyun Sect and the Python King's Manor. Now, he suddenly wishes to reconcile? Or is it merely to bring the young lord of the manor along? Cold Mountain leisurely awaited a response. The young lord has long harbored aspirations for the Qingyun Sect. This is his first visit. Might you arrange for someone to guide him around? The leader of the Qingyun Sect signaled for a disciple to be arranged from outside. We shall meet again shortly. Chao Wujiang rose and bowed, exchanging a subtle glance with Cold Mountain before exiting the main hall. Chapter 28. A proposal. As a middle-aged disciple was about to make arrangements, a handsome young man stepped forward with a smile. Allow me to take care of this. And you are? Chao Wujiang's demeanor was haughty as he cast a sidelong glance. I am Zhao Lai. A direct disciple, Zhao Lai beamed. Though he was not truly a direct disciple, especially after the unexpected death of his sister Zhao Min, which meant Elder Chu Hua would no longer recruit him as a direct disciple. A direct disciple? Your abilities seem rather average. Chao Wujiang scoffed. How could I possibly compare with Lord Wujiang? Zhao Lai's statement drew disapproval from many disciples of the Qingyun Sect. However, Chao Wujiang seemed quite pleased. Show me around and let me see the scenery of your Qingyun Sect. Lord Wujiang, please. Zhao Lai smiled broadly, gesturing for him to lead the way. The middle-aged disciple in charge saw that Chao Wujiang had specifically chosen Zhao Lai, and thus had no choice but to allow it, casting a warning glance at Zhao Lai to ensure he treated the guest well and did not bring shame to the Qingyun Sect. Within the main hall, the leader of the Qingyun Sect maintained a stoic expression. There are no others present. Speak plainly. There is no need for pretense between us. I wish to reminisce with you. Brother. Spare me, haha. Very well, we shall do so later. Let us address the matter at hand. I come today at the behest of the Python King, hoping to facilitate a beautiful union. Pray tell more. Lord Wujiang is the youngest son of the Python King and his most cherished child. At 16 years of age, he has already reached the 8th level of the Lingwu realm. This talent is quite remarkable, and with the resources of the Python King's manor backing him, his future potential is limitless. Lord Wujiang possesses exceptional charisma and valiant spirit, having displayed the makings of a conqueror and a commander since childhood, a source of great pride for the Python King. Cold Mountain spoke leisurely, lavishing praise while keenly observing the expression of the leader of the Qingyun Sect. I have indeed heard of Lord Wujiang's extraordinary talents. The leader of the Qingyun Sect offered a few perfunctory compliments. However, despite being 16, Lord Wujiang remains unbetrothed, a matter that has caused the Python King some distress. It is not that he does not wish to find a match. Rather, Lord Wujiang has high standards and finds ordinary women unappealing. The expressions of the leader of the Qingyun Sect and several elders shifted. What did this imply? Was a proposal being made? Cold Mountain chuckled softly. As a servant of the Python King's manor and a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, I genuinely hope for the two parties to forge a good relationship. I have merely awaited an opportunity. Recently, I heard that the Qingyun Sect has a female disciple of extraordinary beauty and talent, who at just 16 has already ascended to the Xuanwu realm. I personally introduced her to the Python King, who surprisingly approved. My intention in bringing Lord Wujiang here is simply to allow the two to meet. Cold Mountain, do not overstep. The plump elder could no longer contain himself. Chao Wujiang marrying Yu Qing, to hand over the Qingyun Sect's rare prodigy to the Python King's manor, thereby using the union to cultivate ties with the Qingyun Sect. What a cunning scheme. Do not be agitated. Let me finish my words. Whatever Lord Wujiang desires, he has never failed to acquire. If he truly takes a liking to Yu Qing, the Python King will support him wholeheartedly. How then could the Qingyun Sect refuse? I offer this counsel. The Python King's manor and the Qingyun Sect have had a long-standing poor relationship, but we have not yet reached the point of enmity. This is a prime opportunity. To reject it would mean a complete rupture, while to accept could not only mend ties but potentially lead to resource sharing and the formation of an alliance. The stakes involved are quite clear, I believe. Cold Mountain's remarks were blunt, leaving no room for complacency. The elders in the main hall chuckled, while the leader of the Qingyun Sect also smiled, though his expression was one of icy detachment. Are you threatening the Qingyun Sect? Ha! The Python King's manor lacks such qualifications, and you, Cold Mountain, are even less so. Cold Mountain's fingertips traced the rim of the teacup, a flick of his wrist releasing a surge of energy that reverberated as he forcefully closed the palace doors. The light in the main hall dimmed, casting everyone into shadow, and the atmosphere grew stifling. Several elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. What does this mean? Senior brother, esteemed elders, I, Cold Mountain, have emerged from the Qingyun Sect, always considering this place my home. Many affairs of the household I am quite aware of. What do you intend to convey? The sect leader, with sword-like brows knitted, inquired. For instance, certain unspeakable secrets, which, if delved into deeply, could bring calamity to the Qingyun Sect. Do not be evasive. Speak plainly, admonished the slightly plump elder, his voice cold. Cold Mountain chuckled silently. If I am not mistaken, there is a person imprisoned in Yaoshan who should not be confined by the Qingyun Sect. At this revelation, the mood shifted, faces turned pale, and the gaze of the Qingyun Sect sharpened like a blade, fixating on Cold Mountain. Several elders rose slowly, their fists clenched, a murderous intent swirling in the air. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. We do not need your aid, truly not. I have heard that the Qingyun Sect has been rather unsettled of late. How do you know this? That is of little consequence. What matters is this matter. Years ago, the former sect leader of Qingyun Sect inadvertently killed a man, believing him to be an ordinary person, yet the name he called forth caused all the elders of Qingyun Sect to. Enough! The sect leader reprimanded. You have destroyed his physical form, yet dared not touch his soul. For if he dies and his spirit perishes, it would surely alarm his kin. But to release him, you lack the courage. We must seal him, suppress him. Utilize the spirit of Yaoshan to bind the 8 trigrams and the universe, and gather the soul-keeping chains with the might of Yaoshan. You have done everything possible to conceal his presence. Will you be silent, or shall I shatter your mouth? The slightly plump elder could no longer contain his fury. After all these years, you believed his soul had fallen into slumber, posing no threat. Yet unexpectedly it has awakened. Ha ha, awakened. Cold Mountain laughed, but his expression abruptly turned icy. If I were to disseminate this news, what fate would await the Qingyun Sect? Speak for yourselves. Would it be reduced to rubble overnight? Or would you kneel and beg for mercy? What punishment would his kin inflict upon the Qingyun Sect? What do you seek? The sect leader interjected, attempting to quell the elder's anger. Simple. The Mang Wangfu will assist you in sealing this secret. In exchange for Yueqing's marriage into the Mang Wangfu, thus forming an alliance with the Qingyun Sect. On the day of the grand wedding, the Mang Wangfu will join forces with the Qingyun Sect to completely suppress that soul. Forever sealing this secret, I have long heard that the Qingyun Sect boasts picturesque mountains and waters, earning the title of the most splendid in the northern domain. Today, I see that the most beautiful scenery lies within the people among the mountains and waters. I do not wish to depart. Chao Wujiang strolled along the paths of Qingyun Sect, admiring the comings and goings of the male and female disciples, and was pleasantly surprised to discover many captivating beauties within. Wujiang Gongzi, have you come here personally for something of great importance? Zhao Lai purposely lagged a few steps behind. I have visited almost all 8 sects of the northern domain, yet Qingyun Sect was the only one I had not yet seen. This time, I merely accompanied Cold Mountain to observe. He attends to his affairs while I relish the beauty around me. Are you planning to stay for a few days, Gongzi? Let us see how it unfolds. Zhao Lai glanced around, a sly smile creeping onto his face. The Qingyun Sect has several female disciples of ethereal beauty. I wonder if Wujiang Gongzi has any interest in meeting them? Introduce me? Among the recognized female immortals under 20 in the Qingyun Sect, 3 stand out. One is the golden feather disciple, Yueqing. Another is the direct disciple of Yaoshan, Ling Xue, and the third is the direct disciple, Ning Rongrong. Each possesses unique charm, ranking among the top 3.0. Chao Wujiang cast a deep glance at Zhao Lai, pondering his intentions. Might I inquire if Wujiang Gongzi is interested in meeting these 3 exquisite maidens? Zhao Lai, previously contemplating revenge against Qin Ming, was struck by inspiration upon hearing that the young master of Mang Wangfu had arrived, hatching a cunning plan. If it is convenient, please do. Ling Xue resides in Yaoshan and will not venture out easily. Recently, due to certain events, Yaoshan has been under lockdown, making it inconvenient for us to enter. As for Ning Rongrong, she is rather mysterious, often accompanying elders on excursions, and is currently absent from Qingyun Sect. Shall we first visit Yueqing? Perfectly agreeable, I am at your service. Chao Wujiang found it odd that this fellow seemed to know he was here specifically to seek out Yueqing. Was it mere coincidence? Zhao Lai eagerly led the way, guiding Chao Wujiang to Yueqing's secluded retreat for cultivation. Yueqing held a prominent position within the Qingyun Sect, and to ensure her undisturbed practice, the sect leader had decreed that no other disciples were permitted to intrude. This was Zhao Lai's first visit as well. With Chao Wujiang's status, they passed through the initial inquiries of the outer disciples and arrived at the courtyard. However, Yueqing was nowhere to be found. The courtyard was empty. Zhao Lai, aware of Yueqing's absence, feigned embarrassment as he explained, Wujiang Gongzi should understand. A woman like Yueqing has many suitors. Chao Wujiang's expression tightened slightly. Are you suggesting that Yueqing has a favored suitor? Yueqing is virtuous and proud. How could she possibly have a male companion? However, she does have a close male friend. A disciple, I believe she has gone to see him. Zhao Lai's words seemed innocuous at first, but upon closer inspection, they felt amiss. A close male friend. Not in her own courtyard, but rather visiting another. This could not be merely a simple friendship. This was hardly the behavior of someone who held herself in high regard. Zhao Wujiang understood. Zhao Lai was being discreet, suggesting that Yueqing likely had a romantic interest. He scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a composed smile. A disciple who can befriend Yueqing must be a figure of considerable stature. I wonder if I might have the chance to meet him. Zhao Lai hesitated deliberately. That disciple has a rather peculiar disposition. He does not adhere to conventional norms. I fear he may offend Wujiang Gongzi. Not a concern. Lead the way, Zhao Wujiang urged, his curiosity piqued. Tio dare covet my future wife. One must be quite reckless. I am eager to see what sort of person he is. The guards accompanying Zhao Wujiang instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. To earn the admiration of a prodigy from the Qingyun Sect, this man must possess extraordinary strength and merit. Could he possibly be a descendant of the sect leader? Everyone, please, Zhao Lai led the way, guiding them toward Qin Ming's storage. He not only knew that Yueqing was not in her own courtyard, but also where she had been spending her time. Over the past few days, every midday, Yueqing would spend some time in Qin Ming's storage, seemingly guiding him in his cultivation. If Zhao Wujiang, with his youthful vigor, were to be lured there, he would undoubtedly be captivated by Yueqing's beauty, leading to untold trouble and provoking Qin Ming. At that point, let us see how Qin Ming meets his end. Chapter 29. The twin beauties Yueqing had not closed her doors to cultivate for the past 5 days, having been granted a holiday by her master. Aside from her cultivation time, she had essentially been at Qin Ming's side, not leisurely enjoying herself, but rather aiding him in his training. She was concerned that Qin Ming might not be able to control the diamond energy, particularly the fifth segment, Diamond Boundless, which, while capable of producing an explosive force exceeding 5 times, would also generate a recoil force of several thousand pounds, injuring both the user and the target. Historically, many disciples who believed themselves robust had practiced diamond energy, only to suffer injuries or ruin. For decades, only the direct disciple Di Yun had successfully mastered it, and thereafter, few dared to approach it. Fortunately, Qin Ming's recent performance was remarkable, gradually assuaging her concerns and astonishing her with his physique. It seemed he could manage not only 5 times the explosive power but perhaps even 6. Kai Yi occasionally came to observe, astonished by Qin Ming's exceptional performance. Is this the place? Zhao Wujiang arrived at the foot of the hill, gazing up at the modest height of 100 meters in comparison to the towering mountains that soared over 1,000 meters beside it. This small hill seemed more akin to a dirt mound, rather unremarkable. Without careful scrutiny, one might mistake it for being part of the adjacent peaks. Go claim a mountain within the Qingyun Sect. This disciple must hold some standing, Zhao Wujiang mused. This is indeed the place. Please, Wujiang Gongzi. Zhao Lai inwardly smirked, maintaining a facade of courtesy as they ascended the mountain path. What is this disciple's status? Is he a golden-feathered disciple of the Qingyun Sect? Zhao Wujiang began to regard this unseen rival with newfound seriousness. He is but a servant, a laborer. Are you jesting with me? Zhao Wujiang rarely indulged in humor and detested it when others did. How could I dare? The summit is not a guest residence. It is a storeroom, and this disciple has been a servant since the age of 7, serving for a full 8 years. Yueqing resides here? Zhao Wujiang frowned at the thought of associating with someone of such lowly status. Indeed, his name is Qin Ming. In the courtyard, Qin Ming had just completed the 5th segment of diamond energy, shattering a massive stone into rubble, leaving debris scattered everywhere, with dust swirling in the air. He stood at the edge of the ruins, his body ablaze, skin flushed as if scalded, exuding an astonishing heat and drenched in sweat. He gasped for breath, his perfectly sculpted muscles rhythmically undulating with the rise and fall of his chest. Though he was merely 15, he bore a rugged masculinity akin to someone 20 years of age. How do you feel? Is the weakness still overwhelming? Yueqing gently wiped Qin Ming's sweat with a silk handkerchief. This time is better, at least I am not sitting on the ground. Qin Ming supported himself, feeling dizzy and his consciousness somewhat obscured. The power of the 5th segment was formidable, delivering an impact of 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Yet, the momentary explosion drained strength from his entire body, leading to an intense feeling of weakness. There is still half a month until the competition. Do not rush. Yueqing had previously estimated that it would be quite commendable if Qin Ming could master the 5th segment within 10 days before the competition. Yet unexpectedly, he had accomplished it 18 days in advance and was gradually adapting. Qin Ming took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. The power can be further enhanced. You have already done remarkably well. Yueqing suddenly paused, sensing an approaching presence. Is someone coming? At that moment, she detected multiple strong presences outside. Her gaze turned cold as she donned a veil to shield her face from view, placing herself protectively in front of Qin Ming. Zhao Lai approached the iron gate, pausing for a brief moment, a cold smirk forming on his lips before he forcefully pushed the gate open. His eyes immediately fell upon the flushed, panting Qin Ming, and he took note of Yueqing's quiet companionship beside him. Is this her? Is she the golden feather disciple of the Qingyun Sect, Yueqing? The woman who may potentially become my wife. Veiled in a light silk, her figure was graceful, her curves alluring, and her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. Viewed from this angle, it seemed as if a faint, ethereal glow surrounded her, exuding an otherworldly purity. Although her true visage remained obscured, the aura and poise she emanated immediately captivated Chao Wujiang's gaze, causing his heart to race and a smile to blossom upon his face. Quite nice indeed. However, what of that man? Bare-chested and clad only in shorts. He lacks any semblance of decorum. How could a delicate lady be alone with such a man? Yueqing, we finally meet. Chao Wujiang donned a charming smile as he stepped into the courtyard. Clearing his throat, he prepared to ingratiate himself, yet Yueqing spoke coldly. I am not receiving guests today. Please leave. You may not yet recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. No need. Please leave. Yueqing coldly dismissed him, recognizing he was an outsider but choosing not to engage further. Had it been anyone else, Chao Wujiang would have long since exploded with rage. Yet today he maintained an unusual calm, smiling. Yueqing, I assure you, I am not a villain. I merely wish to make a friend. Zhao Lai feigned a smile. Yueqing, this esteemed guest hails from the Meng Wangfu. Meng Wangfu? Yueqing's curiosity was piqued, not by the visitor's identity but by the audacity of someone from Meng Wangfu, known for its arrogance and its conflicts with the Qingyun Sect, to come here, especially to the storeroom. The guards accompanying Chao Wujiang proudly introduced. This is the young Master Wujiang of Meng Wangfu. Heh. Chao Wujiang nodded with a smile, expecting Yueqing to express surprise upon hearing his identity, or at least regard him with a different light. Instead, he was met with disappointment as Yueqing showed no sign of acknowledgement. I am not receiving guests today. Please leave. Yueqing reiterated for the third time. Zhao Lai urged, Wujiang Gongzi is an esteemed guest of our Qingyun Sect. As a golden feather disciple, Yueqing represents the image of our sect. Shouldn't she be a touch more courteous? No matter. It is our first meeting and we are still unfamiliar with one another. Chao Wujiang, unusually magnanimous, maintained his smile, his gaze drifting toward Qin Ming, who was adjusting his breathing, slowly rising to meet Chao Wujiang's gaze. Chao Wujiang feigned curiosity. And who might this be? Is it customary to be without clothing in the presence of a guest? What manners do you possess? How could Yueqing be in the company of such a rough individual? I shall say this one last time. Please leave. You are not welcome here. Yueqing activated her martial arts, a half-transparent ripple emanating from her body, creating a silent wave. This was the hallmark of the Xuanwu realm, a spiritual shield. The first level of Xuanwu would create a single layer of transparent waves, the second level 2 layers, and so forth, up to 9 layers at the 9th level. Chao Wujiang ignored her, continuing to address Qin Ming. I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Zhao Lai chuckled inwardly, finding Chao Wujiang's haughty demeanor amusing. It was precisely as he had anticipated. A proud young master like Chao Wujiang encountering a stunning beauty like Yueqing, coupled with Qin Ming's stalwart nature, was bound to stir up trouble. Qin Ming, amused, retorted, This is my home. Whether I wear clothes or not is of no concern to you. If you do not like it, you are free to leave. I have not invited you. Impudent. Chao Wujiang's guards shouted in unison. What are you, to dare defy our young master? Zhao Lai took 2 steps back, grinning. Come on, let us see a fight. Make it a good one. Chao Wujiang scoffed. This is getting interesting. Yueqing, is he your pet? How brazen to bark at us. Qin Ming tilted his head, displaying a mischievous grin. Do you ever wonder what species you might be, Wujiang Gongzi, to interpret good conversation as barking? Clang, clang, clang. All of the guards from Meng Wangfu drew their swords, pointing them at Qin Ming. Yueqing stood resolutely in front of Qin Ming, confronting Chao Wujiang. Wujiang Gongzi, please show some respect. I invite you one last time. Leave this place. Chao Wujiang feigned ignorance, dismissing Qin Ming entirely, smiling as he continued his invitation. I have traveled a great distance to visit, primarily to see Yueqing. Would it be too much to ask for the honor of sharing the beautiful scenery of Qingyun Sect with you? Zhao Lai exacerbated the situation. Servant Qin Ming, quickly step aside. Do not disturb the enjoyment of Wujiang Gongzi and Yueqing. Qin Ming scoffed. A good sense of decorum is a fine trait. I hope you all possess it. Chao Wujiang gestured to his entourage. Come, assist Yueqing in managing her pet. Understood. The guards replied in unison, but just as they prepared to step forward, the iron gate suddenly swung open. A chilling aura sweeping into the courtyard. Who dares to act recklessly within the Qingyun Sect? Chao Wujiang turned with a frown, ready to retort, but upon seeing who had entered, he froze in place. A breathtaking woman stepped into the courtyard, radiating an aura of coldness and purity, as if she were a water lily emerging from the depths, untouched by the world. Though veiled in a light white cloth, her exquisite beauty shone through, delicate and ethereal, entirely devoid of mundane traces. Her long hair cascaded over her snow-white gown, glistening like polished ebony, drawing the eye. This woman exuded a noble grace, her demeanor cool yet elegant. Where Yueqing had once stood alone in beauty, now two exquisite figures illuminated the scene, rendering everything else inconsequential. Chao Wujiang stood transfixed, his guards equally astonished, their confidence waning. If Yueqing's beauty resembled the tulip of a celestial forest, then the woman before them was akin to a snow lotus on an icy peak, each possessing their own allure, captivating the world. Lingxue? Zhao Lai gazed incredulously at the newcomer, convinced he must have misidentified her. The direct disciple of Yaoshan, Lingxue? What brings her here? Yueqing, Lingxue, and Ning Rongrong. These three extraordinary beauties were all shrouded in mystery, rarely making appearances. Among them, Yueqing and Lingxue were often compared, not only for their enchanting beauty and poise, but also for their comparable talents and status. Although Lingxue is not a disciple of Jinling, her identity as a disciple of Yaoshan and the only apprentice recognized by the Yaoshan elders over the years grants her a status that is not inferior to that of Yueqing. Not only Zhao Lai finds it strange, but both Qin Ming and Yueqing are equally puzzled as to why she would be here. Chapter 30. Invitation is she Lingxue? Chao Wujiang slowly shook his head. Filled with astonishment at the sheer number of beauties within Qingyun Sect, it is not to say that there aren't beautiful women elsewhere, but the unique charm they possess is utterly captivating. Lingxue disregarded them and walked past, gently nodding to Qin Ming in the courtyard. May I have a moment to speak with you? Qin Ming glanced at Lingxue, then shrugged in response to Yueqing's gaze, signaling his innocence. Huh? Chao Wujiang suddenly found it curious is Qin Ming truly a servant? A mere servant could attract the attention of two stunning ladies from Qingyun Sect. His gaze towards Zhao Lai turned frosty. Could this scoundrel be deceiving me? The other guards shot cold glances at Zhao Lai, questioning if he truly was a servant. If a servant could achieve such a feat, they would be one of a kind in the world. Zhao Lai felt utterly innocent. It was expected for Yueqing to be here, but how could Lingxue possibly come? It made no sense at all. Please leave, Yueqing reiterated. Lingxue turned back to glance at Chao Wujiang and the others, then proceeded to the storeroom. Qin Ming, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Let us talk inside. I shall visit another day. Chao Wujiang did not press further, smiling as he nodded and led his group away from the storeroom. However, at the moment the iron door was closed, he kicked Zhao Lai in the waist, causing him to cry out in pain and tumble down the mountain path. Daring to mock young Master Wujiang? Are you tired of living? The guards coldly reprimanded, harboring serious doubts that Qin Ming was merely a servant. Instead, they suspected that he had a conflict with this young man and had intentionally brought them here to use them as a means of punishment against Qin Ming. Young Master Wujiang, I would never deceive you. Qin Ming is indeed a servant, and I have no idea why Lingxue is here. Zhao Lai clutched his waist, enduring the pain as he stood up, disheveled and covered in dirt. Did I ask you, why did you approach me? Chao Wujiang approached him, coldly scrutinizing his eyes. Zhao Lai's gaze faltered. Chao Wujiang shoved his face away. Keep your distance. Were it not for Qingyun Sect, you would be dead by now. The guards understood. This young man was using them. In the storeroom, Lingxue cast a fleeting glance at Qin Ming's bare torso, turning her back to him. Put on your clothes first. Qin Ming retrieved a clean garment and donned it, perplexed. What brings you here, senior sister Lingxue? Why come to Yaoshan? Curiosity, merely wandering about. It should not contravene sect rules. If it were a matter of accountability, I would not have come myself. Answer me, why come to Yaoshan? It disturbs my sleep. Who? You should inquire with your master. How could a place like Yaoshan, a realm of celestial spirits, turn into a cage, entrapping some monstrous entity? You have visited Yaoshan at least 6 times. Each time you came, the disturbances within grew more intense, and upon your departure, they ceased. Lingshua's demeanor was exceedingly cold, likely due to her martial training, an aura of chill enveloping her. She stared into Qin Ming's eyes, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. Qin Ming chuckled lightly. It seems it knows it has erred. A mere glare would suffice to subdue it. Accompany me to Yaoshan. Why? You know full well. You have mistaken the person. I am merely a delivery servant, lacking the capacity to influence the secrets of your Yaoshan. I have no desire to meddle in its affairs. Come with me, regardless of the outcome. I will provide you with 2 mid-grade spiritual herbs. Outcome? What outcome? It cannot awaken without cause. All of this is connected to you. Lingxue had not previously considered that the events might involve Qin Ming. Her awareness of him was solely due to Yueqing's inexplicable concern for him, which piqued her curiosity. However, recently, Qin Ming's repeated visits to Yaoshan had ignited her suspicion, as each time the same circumstances arose. You have truly mistaken the person. How could the affairs of Yaoshan be related to me? Qin Ming shook his head, uncertain of what lay within and even more uncertain of whether it posed danger or safety. He could not proceed blindly. Moreover, should any situation arise where the elders of Yaoshan discovered the secret of the Shura blade, it would be a loss beyond measure. I offer you 3 guarantees. First, I will not disclose anything to anyone. Second, I will not jeopardize your safety. Third, no third party will witness you throughout. Simply because I wandered about Yaoshan, you assume I am connected with the monsters inside? If there were any connection, it would have existed 8 years ago. Would I have endured 8 years of hardship within Qingyun Sect? I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Qin Ming raised his hand, smiling as he gestured for her to leave. It was a pleasure to meet you. Please, either you return with me to Yaoshan, or that I will arrange for someone to take you there. The choice is yours. Miss Lingxue, as the esteemed direct disciple of Yaoshan, it seems rather unreasonable for you to bully a mere servant. Tonight, at midnight, at the eastern entrance of Yaoshan. Please be patient. Qin Ming wore a smile, his stance resolute. Threatening? I am unconcerned. The Mangwang Manor is aware of Yaoshan's secrets and seeks to coerce an alliance with Qingyun Sect. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Ming shrugged. The fate of Qingyun Sect is truly of no consequence to me. The means of alliance is through marriage, between Chao Wujing and Yueqing, and I wish to resolve the troubles of Yaoshan. You do not desire Yueqing to marry into the Mangwang Manor. Our objectives align. Lingxue left with those words, and upon reaching the courtyard, she slightly nodded to Yueqing. Congratulations, junior sister Yueqing, on entering the Xuanwu realm. Thank you, senior sister Lingxue, for your concern. Yueqing returned the gesture. Before long, Qin Ming emerged from the storeroom, gazing in the direction Lingxue had departed, his brow furrowed. What transpired? Yueqing understood that Lingxue would not visit without reason and certainly would not leave Yaoshan easily. Qin Ming shook his head. I will resolve it myself. If it proves too difficult, I may seek your assistance. Is it that serious? Qin Ming remained silent for a moment. If I am delivering goods tomorrow, you may consider nothing has occurred. If I do not appear, I should be detained within Yaoshan in the dead of night. The echoes of hoarse roars once again reverberated through Yaoshan, rumbling and rolling, echoing through the mountains, with the faint sound of clanking chains, as if some fearsome beast was struggling deep within the mountains, attempting to break free from its chains and shatter the peaks. Anyone could sense that overwhelming sense of brutality. From a distance, Yaoshan shimmered with golden light, blooming in clusters, strikingly visible in the darkness, while spiritual energy surged like a raging river, sometimes dispersing, sometimes coalescing into whirlpools. One could only imagine the chaos and turbulence within. The situation is more severe than we anticipated. It was worth my personal visit. Long Shan stood atop the mountain, facing the cool night breeze, gazing in the direction of Yaoshan. What exactly is it? Chao Wujing stood nearby. Even from a distance, he could sense the brutality emanating from deep within Yaoshan. Yet, he was utterly clueless about the circumstances inside, only aware that after an entire night of discussions with his father was exceedingly pleased and had entrusted Long Shan with the responsibility of negotiating the alliance with Qingyun Sect, something that can allow us to control Qingyun Sect. Long Shan wore a broad smile, never expecting that the remnant soul would awaken after so many years, possessing such astonishing power. However, it providentially provided him with the opportunity to control Qingyun Sect. If this matter could be successfully facilitated, his standing within the Mang Wang Manor would rise dramatically, possibly even to the pinnacle among the 7 heroes. Qingyun Sect is immensely powerful, and with the alliance of the other 7 sects, who in the world would there be to fear? Beyond man, there are men. Beyond mountains, there are mountains. Beyond the heavens, there are heavens. What does that mean? Young master will naturally understand as he matures. For now, you only need to comprehend that the entity within Yaoshan can grant you the most beautiful women of Qingyun Sect. If I desire to, would Qingyun Sect acquiesce? A smile crept onto Chao Wujing's face as he recalled the 2 stunning figures he had encountered during the day. He was captivated by Yueqing and equally drawn to Lingxue. If he were to make a choice, his subconscious leaned towards Yueqing. However, if he could possess both, would that not be even more perfect? As for Qin Ming, he had investigated post-incident and found him to be merely a servant, an arrogant one at that, and thus deemed him unworthy of concern. Long Shan chuckled. We hold the initiative. Every matter is negotiable. Chao Wujing smiled. I must first express my gratitude to Uncle Long. I shall certainly not forget your kindness. Chapter 31. Midnight at Yaoshan. The eastern side of Yaoshan is a rugged, quiet expanse of rocky hills. Qin Ming arrived there at midnight, stepping into the darkness of Yaoshan. Lingxue was aware he would come. Upon meeting, she exchanged few words and led him deeper into Yaoshan, following a narrow path toward the mountainside, half a kilometer away. Familiar with the patrol arrangements of Yaoshan, she easily evaded all personnel. Not long after they entered, the roars ceased, and the entire Yaoshan fell into an unusual silence, devoid of even the chirping of insects. Lingxue glanced back at him. Qin Ming remained silent, feeling a powerful call and the restlessness of the Shura blade within his dantian. Having come this far, there was no need for hesitation. He was eager to discover what lay beyond. Lingxue guided him to the mountainside, which had once been an ancient and beautiful forest, but had now transformed into a deep pit spanning hundreds of meters, riddled with jagged cracks, bottomless, and strewn with shattered stones and decayed trees. A scene of utter devastation. A colossal, monstrous stone jutted into the pit, reflecting a ghastly white light under the moon. A thick wave of energy swirled around it, distorting the very space, and one could feel the immense power emanating from it. The massive stone was entwined with stout, golden chains, rendering its form reminiscent of a person in struggle. One end of the chain was wrapped around it, while the other was firmly embedded deep within the earth, gleaming brilliantly and exuding an air of grandeur. The elders have just departed but may return at any moment. What will you do? Lingxue was also venturing into uncharted territory but deemed it worth attempting. You truly did not inform your master? I am here in a private capacity. Are you certain I can resolve it? Uncertain. It is merely an attempt. For Yueqing's sake, you had better pray that you can achieve something. As Qin Ming prepared to step forward, he slowly retreated. I have a request. Regardless of what occurs, please return me to the storeroom. No one must touch me. You can trust me. If I do not trust, what else can I do? Qin Ming took a deep breath and cautiously approached the ruins. The colossal stone remained eerily quiet, as if it sensed Qin Ming's arrival. The waves of energy it emanated noticeably diminished. Lingxue furrowed her brows, observing the stone and Qin Ming. Could it truly be effective? Was its sudden awakening indeed connected to Qin Ming? Qin Ming advanced slowly. It would be a lie to say he was not anxious. Lingxue, too, was tense, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. The closer he drew, the weaker the waves of energy became, as if receding like a tide. When he finally stood before the colossal stone, gazing up at it, the energy completely dissipated. Aside from its peculiar appearance and the chains, nothing else seemed amiss. The stone had previously been exposed above ground for merely a dozen meters, yet now it was deeply embedded in the pit, revealing a height of at least 30 to 50 meters. In that moment, not only did the stone fall silent, but even the Shura blade was tranquil. Moonlight spilled forth, enveloping the area in a misty haze. A deathly stillness prevailed. Qin Ming circled the massive stone slowly, while Lingxue stood at the edge of the pit, awaiting developments. Before long, Qin Ming turned to Lingxue at the pit's edge, his brow furrowed. Lingxue's heart tightened, prompting her to inquire, "What is it? What should I do?" Lingxue was left speechless. What exactly was sealed within? It poses no threat to you. How humorous. Qin Ming cautiously raised his hand, reaching towards the colossal stone, Virum. The bottom of the pit trembled violently, as if something were forcefully striking against it. The chains rattled, glowing brilliantly. Ling Xue secretly tightened her grip on her ice sword, anxiously watching. However, the impact only occurred once before silence fell again. Qin Ming remained vigilant for a moment, pressing his hands against the stone, concentrating to feel. Yet, aside from the stone's icy smooth surface, there was nothing else to sense. He lingered atop it for a while, but still, no activity. How odd. Having summoned me so urgently, yet nothing is happening? Ling Xue found it peculiar. Did you discover anything? Qin Ming stepped away from the stone, knocking on it, but there was no response. Try again, Ling Xue encouraged. How do I try? Should I pull it out? Qin Ming pushed against it a couple of times, shrugged, and exited the pit. I did my best. Nothing at all. What kind of sensation are you seeking? The moment Qin Ming spoke, it felt strange. Was it possible he had misjudged? Ling Xue muttered to herself. I shall take my leave, as if I had never come. By the way, what was that about the marriage alliance you mentioned earlier? Chao Wujing intends to marry Yueqing, but the sect has yet to make a decision. What is the sect's stance? There is a saying. One cannot act independently when matters of marriage ascend to the larger picture. When it comes to marriage, it must not be decided by personal will. The person sent by the Mang Wang manor is named Lang Shan. He was once a disciple of the sect master, but later defected to the Mang Wang manor to gain the trust of the Mang Wang. He did not hesitate to murder the elders of Qingyun Sect. He knows the secrets of Yaoshan and understands the threat this secret poses to Qingyun Sect. Before Ling Xue could finish her sentence, a deep rumbling erupted from the pit, stirring a thick cloud of dust that surged outward from the depths. The two recoiled in shock, one brandishing a sword and the other clenching a fist, preparing for confrontation. Yet, Qin Ming opened his mouth, staring intently at the pit. Ling Xue, her delicate face concealed beneath a veil, shifted in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the pit. That colossal stone, standing 30 to 50 meters tall, had shattered, collapsing entirely, with rocks of all sizes strewn throughout the pit, and the chains that had once encircled it clattering to the ground, their golden glow dimmed. Both were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. What just happened? Did the formation break? There was no sign at all. Qin Ming hurriedly checked his body, finding no abnormalities. Ling Xue remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, yet detected nothing amiss, frowning as she looked at Qin Ming. Don't look at me. I know nothing. The sudden noise startled those nearby, and numerous figures darted through the darkness, rushing toward the scene. Remember, I was never here. Remember? Qin Ming urgently reminded Ling Xue as he sprinted into the shadows. A throng of disciples burst forth from the nearby woods, their faces filled with shock at the sight within the pit. Three elders hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing the situation, their expressions changed dramatically. What has transpired? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads vigorously. Ling Xue, you were the first to arrive. What did you witness? A middle-aged disciple inquired of Ling Xue. Ling Xue shook her head. I have just arrived. The three elders were not the Yaoshan elders. They had come to assist in suppressing the giant stone. After nervously assessing the situation, their faces grew even graver. The Bagua Qian Kuan formation has failed, and the soul-locking chains have also ceased to function, indicating that whatever was sealed within is no longer present. Where has it gone? How could it simply vanish? Ling Xue, quickly summon your master. One elder commanded urgently. Atop Yaoshan, the Yaoshan elder sat with a cold expression, his brow furrowed, his consciousness like a tide, enveloping the majestic Yaoshan, sensing the vast spiritual energy surging at its surface. His breath was intertwined with the Bagua Qian Kuan formation. They were inseparable. The moment the formation was breached and the stone collapsed, he was already awakened, immediately summoning the abundant spiritual energy to capture the remnant soul. The spiritual energy throughout the mountain surged forth like a rushing river. However, there was no trace of a remnant soul within Yaoshan. As if it had vanished entirely, Ling Xue arrived at the mountaintop and bowed to her master. Master, the remnant soul has already been relocated. The Yaoshan elder, with his white hair flowing, opened his ancient eyes. Where? Ling Xue lowered her head. Please allow your disciple to keep this secret. Give me a reason. The elder's gaze was piercing. Your disciple is currently uncertain of what has transpired. I request 1 year's time to observe. If anything unusual occurs, I shall promptly notify you. Absurd. Matters concerning the prosperity and decline of Qingyun Sect cannot be trifled with. You once told your disciple that the matter of soul sealing is of great significance. Qingyun Sect can protect itself for a time, but not forever. This unexpected event may pose a disaster, yet it may also present an opportunity for resolution. I beseech you to grant your disciple a year. After 1 year, I shall provide you with an account, regardless of the outcome, and let it be determined by you. Where is it? The elder's gaze bore into her as if attempting to see through her. It has not escaped. It has safely relocated. Who is responsible? Please allow your disciple to keep this confidential. Ling Shui's attitude was resolute. Elder Yao Shan slowly rose, casting a cold glance at Ling Shui before walking to the edge of the mountain, overlooking the ruins halfway up the slope. You should be quite aware of the gravity of the situation. Master, you know your disciple well. I will provide you with an explanation. Qin Ming returned to the storeroom, hurriedly sitting in meditation, meticulously examining his body and also inspecting the Shura blade. That strange entity wouldn't have burrowed into my body, would it? However, after scrutinizing myself repeatedly, I found nothing amiss. The more he pondered, the more uneasy Qin Ming felt. It was strange. It continuously summoned me. I went there, yet there was no response. Now that I wished to leave, it inexplicably collapsed. What exactly is suppressed within? It is neither human nor demon. Could it be a soul? Qin Ming spent the night without sleep, checking his body time and again until dawn broke. No abnormalities were found, and the Shura blade remained secure. Could it be that the entity inside had taken the opportunity to escape to another place? Chapter 32. Indifference. The next day, the leader of Qingyun Sect summoned Cold Mountain and Chao Wujiang in the main hall atop the peak. Have you considered it carefully, senior brother? Cold Mountain sat upright, smiling as he observed the elders present. I would like to hear your opinions once more. After signaling for tea to be served, the leader of Qingyun Sect dismissed the disciples. Cold Mountain's smile deepened as he leisurely sipped from his cup, exchanging a knowing glance with Chao Wujiang. Let us not waste words. Young Master Wujiang met Yueqing yesterday and fell deeply in love with her. The two are well matched in status and talent. Harboring mutual affection, I wish to seize this opportunity to arrange their marriage, thereby facilitating this beautiful union. What dowry does the Python King's residence intend to provide? The leader of Qingyun Sect lifted his cup, taking a gentle sip. Chao Wujiang, unable to contain his excitement, cleared his throat and sat upright. As long as the leader can propose it, the Python King's residence will certainly do our utmost to meet your satisfaction, ensuring that Yueqing is married into the Python King's residence with great fanfare. Cold Mountain remarked. A union between both parties means that we will be in-laws. Your matters will be our matters, advancing and retreating together, collaborating for mutual development. That sounds agreeable, but it seems we currently do not have any troublesome issues. The leader of Qingyun Sect glanced at the other elders. The elders exchanged opinions and deliberately stated, "What trouble is worthy of us marrying off our daughters to seek survival? It seems there is none. Senior brother, there are no outsiders here. I will speak plainly." Regarding Yao Shan, the slightly plump elder feigned surprise. What about Yao Shan? Cold Mountain looked at them, his smile unwavering. The matter of the previous leader of Qingyun Sect. The previous leader led a righteous life and never engaged in any unjust acts. Cold Mountain's smile gradually faded, and Chao Wujiang also sensed something amiss. The leader of Qingyun Sect remarked coolly, "I have great admiration for young Master Wujiang. However, the matter of the union requires careful consideration. Senior brother, must we lay everything bare? If the threat from Yao Shan remains unresolved, Qingyun Sect may face danger at any moment." The slightly plump elder added, "I truly do not understand what threat Yao Shan poses. Senior brother, do not take risks. If this matter becomes known to outsiders," the female elder scoffed, subtly warning. "You, Cold Mountain, have conflicts with Qingyun Sect, yet you would not fabricate unfounded accusations. Should it come to pass that outsiders not only doubt your words but also your character, it would be unfortunate. Are you truly confident in concealing the secret of Yao Shan?" Cold Mountain's gaze turned icy, finally grasping that Qingyun Sect clearly refused to acknowledge the secret of Yao Shan. "I genuinely do not comprehend what secret Yao Shan holds. If you are puzzled by the strange noises from last night, I can clearly inform you that it was merely Elder Yao Shan practicing his skills and sustaining injuries. Nothing significant." Chao Wujiang spoke solemnly. "Leaderly, do not jest with the survival of Qingyun Sect." Cold Mountain gestured for Chao Wujiang to remain calm. "Are you brave enough to take me to Yao Shan?" "Please." The leader of Qingyun Sect personally rose, leading several elders away from the main hall. The group swiftly arrived at Yaoshan, reaching the location where the suppression had previously taken place. The deep pit had been filled, and the chains and giant stones were gone. Cold Mountain furrowed his brows, walking in circles, truly unable to find any trace of the 8 trigrams Qingyun array. It seemed to have vanished entirely. Had it been relocated elsewhere? Impossible. Only the spiritual energy of Yaoshan could sustain the formation in Qingyun Sect, and attempting to redeploy it elsewhere would require vast resources and manpower, which could not be accomplished quietly. Could it be that it was directly exterminated? That too was unlikely. Qingyun Sect could not bear that responsibility. Otherwise, they would have executed him outright back then, leaving no residual soul. The female elder reminded once more. No one would believe an individual who betrays their sect could accuse it unjustly. Be prudent. Young Master Wujiang, my apologies for the inadequate reception. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The leader of Qingyun Sect departed directly, seemingly devoid of interest and hospitality, arranged for a few disciples to escort them. The elders cast cold glances at them as they left in succession. Before long, only a few middle-aged disciples remained, their expressions unfriendly as they guarded them. Uncle Long, what happened? Chao Wujiang's face was grim. How could Qingyun Sect's attitude change overnight? They appeared quite confident, seemingly unperturbed by the threats from the Python King's residence. Let us return. This secret cannot be resolved with mere tricks. Something must have transpired. Cold Mountain had arrangements and spies within Qingyun Sect. He would have them conduct a secret investigation. Is that all? Chao Wujiang had yet to secure the marriage agreement, nor had he broached the subject of Ling Shui. We will return. Trust me. Cold Mountain reassured Chao Wujiang, his expression somber as they departed. Atop Yaoshan, the leader of Qingyun Sect stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the departing figures of Cold Mountain and the others. His expression was no longer as relaxed as it had been moments before. Elder Yaoshan approached slowly. Do not worry. The residual soul has been relocated. I will notify you once I have dealt with it. I appreciate your efforts. The leader of Qingyun Sect was quite courteous to the elder. Looking across Qingyun Sect, he could only be polite to this one individual, the only one he could trust implicitly. Since the elder had spoken, he had no choice but to believe. Leave the matter of the residual soul to me. You must handle the Python King's residence. They will not easily relent. Qingyun Sect has not yet fallen to the point of being at the mercy of others. In the blink of an eye, the day of the match between Qin Ming and Mu Zixio arrived. Most disciples in Qingyun Sect had forgotten the agreement for their duel. Each disciple was engrossed in their own cultivation and affairs, who would remember daily. However, with the reminders of those with keen interest, the 10th martial arts arena was soon filled with disciples early on, and many rushed there in a flurry. Betting, a little gamble for pleasure, a little gamble for fun, merely for entertainment. Bet on Mu Zixio to win. 1-to-1. Bet on Qin Ming to last until the end. 1-to-10. I'll be the bookmaker. Rest assured to place your bets. Hu Yin Zhuozhua swaggered through the crowd, enthusiastically calling out. His rotund figure, adorned in a splendid robe, resembled a pile of meatballs garnished with green onions and red peppers, looking amusing and provoking much light-hearted banter. Behind him followed several male and female disciples he had recruited, holding signs and notebooks, energetically introducing the rules to the many disciples, each one remarkably practiced, clearly having done this often. Many disciples casually tossed in a few gold coins or some spiritual herbs. Most present were upper-tier disciples, with somewhat of a financial foundation. They were keen to have a bit of fun with this risk-free little wager. After making a round, Hu Yin Zhuozhua found no one betting on Qin Ming's victory. All were for Mu Zixio. Although Qin Ming possessed brute strength and had begun cultivating the diamond fist, it was simply impossible to master it to perfection in just a month. It would be a blessing if he did not suffer from the backlash. Who was Mu Zixio? An elite of the upper echelons. Who was Qin Ming? A madman from the lower circles. Who would win? Even a toe could figure that out. I bet on Qin Ming. A lovely maiden approached Hu Yin Zhuozhua. Kai, you've come personally. Hu Yin Zhuozhua's round face immediately lit up into a broad grin, unable to find a seam. Kai. The other disciples behind him promptly displayed smiles, respectfully bowing. Kai glanced at the betting slips in their hands. Displeased, why is our Qin Ming 1-to-10? This is the crowd's response. I set the odds based on the feedback on site, not to intentionally belittle young Master Qin Ming. Hu Yin Zhuozhua's smile was innocuous, so charming that even those who wished to be angry could not help but chuckle. I wager 3 spiritual pearl grasses. If Qin Ming can last until the end, You truly give me 30. Of course, of course. Yin Zhuozhua gestured for those beside him to note it down. Let us wait and see. Kai huffed lightly, turning to leave. Hey, Kai, what about the spiritual pearl grasses? The disciple who was about to collect the wager was taken aback. You need to provide collateral for your bet first. Our Qin Ming will definitely last until the end. I'm certain of my victory. You all prepare 30 spiritual pearl grasses for me, and I won't need to wager anything. Yin Zhuozhua's face fell. Is this playing for free? I'm merely saving you trouble. Hey, make sure to note it down. I'll come looking for you for the spiritual pearl grasses later. Kai called to her sisters, laughing as she left. Young master, what do you think? The disciple behind Yin Zhuozhua was both amused and exasperated. Note it down, note it down. It's not a big deal. Yin Zhuozhua dared not provoke this young lady, treating it as a way to please her. A female disciple behind him whispered, Young master, did you notice? Kai has been referring to Qin Ming as our Qin Ming all along. She has always called him that. Such sweetness in her address. Mind your own business, keep placing bets. Yin Zhuozhua continued to smile as he wandered about, occasionally praising the disciples passing by. Suddenly, a stir arose in the martial arts arena as thousands of disciples turned their attention to the eastern entrance. Qing had arrived, stepping onto the eastern edge of the martial arts platform. Her stunning celestial face, tranquil demeanor, and tall, flawless figure were simply impeccable. She was not only the goddess admired by countless male disciples of Qingyun Sect, but also their pride. It was Qing's extraordinary talent that allowed the entire new generation of Qingyun Sect to hold their heads high. The disciples were all abuzz. Most were not there merely to spectate but had come specifically for Qing. It was truly rare to see her in person, and many disciples were witnessing her for the first time. Kai and her friends gathered around Qing, awaiting the match to commence. That moment, someone gasped, Look, Tai Shanhe is here. It is said that Qin Ming was sought out by him on the day he visited the martial sect pavilion. It's unknown what the matter was. Tai Shanhe, clad in black, stood out from the crowd, his sharp, elongated eyes particularly piercing, his cold and handsome face devoid of any smile. He belonged to the type who was unrestrained, never hiding his brilliance. Akin to a drawn sword, making people hesitant to approach, he seldom appeared in public, so his presence here was quite unexpected. But this was just the beginning. The 10th martial arts arena continued to buzz as renowned direct disciples and some special elite disciples appeared one after another. Look there, Han Xinya has also arrived. Such a powerful aura. It is said that his phantom sword has reached perfection. That Ding Dian? Why is he here? I haven't seen him for a long time. What's going on today? So many prominent figures have come. People were astonished. They never expected that a challenge could draw them in. Was it merely because of Qing? Ling Shui? Ling Shui from Yaoshan has arrived. Am I seeing things? So beautiful. It truly is Ling Shui. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the western entrance as Ling Shui, clad in white, exuded a cold and aloof charm, her ethereal aura enveloping her, sending a chill through those nearby. This was likely Ling Shui's first time stepping into the martial arts arena, and certainly her first time witnessing a competition among fellow disciples. Chapter 33. On the verge of eruption, Ling Shui, veiled, concealed her breathtaking beauty, casting a faint glance at the martial arts arena before moving to a high corner. She nodded simply to Qing on the martial arts platform as a greeting, disregarding the astonished and awed gazes and murmurs from the crowd, standing quietly there. Like a blooming snow lotus, she not only radiated chill but also evoked a sense of purity and serenity. Qing and Ling Shui, two beauties competing for admiration, a rare sight indeed. Today is truly a feast for the eyes. Qing has come for Qin Ming, but why has Ling Shui come? Who cares about that? There is a competition to watch and beauties to admire. Today is indeed delightful. The commotion caused by Ling Shui lingered for quite some time, and just as the atmosphere began to settle, another remarkable figure arrived, Mu Cheng, a disciple of the Golden Wings, the Golden Sword Mu Cheng. Why is he here? Does Qin Ming's challenge warrant his presence? The direct disciple Ding Dian, robust and unattractive, emanated a wild aura, like a standing beast, casting a cold glance at Mu Cheng as he entered the 10th martial arts arena, letting out a disdainful snort. Ha! As if he cares about Qin Ming's battle. He is just here to see how Qin Ming meets his demise. Han Xinya approached Ding Dian with a smile. He was a handsome young man, somewhat effeminate yet possessing an imposing presence. He had already perfected the phantom sword, making him a rare opponent among the many powerful direct disciples. Mu Cheng, with his masculine handsomeness, deep-set eyes, and remarkable demeanor, carried significant weight in the hearts of Qingyun disciples. He was a genius among geniuses, a rare find. His identity as a disciple of the Golden Wings was his highest honor. Whether male or female disciples, all viewed him with awe. When one's talent and achievements far exceed others, admiration takes precedence over jealousy. Mu Cheng paid no heed to the restlessness in the martial arts arena, standing coldly at the corner, awaiting the match to commence, though his gaze occasionally softened when it fell upon Yueqing. Inherently indifferent, he seldom drew close to others, and among the hundreds and thousands of disciples present, none dared to approach him or block his path, creating an unintentional corridor extending to the martial arts platform for his viewing convenience. The atmosphere remained fervent. The appearances of Mu Cheng, Tai Shanhe, Yueqing, Ling Shui, and Ding Dian among the direct disciples heightened the anticipation for today's match, further elevating its significance. It was truly rare to gather such renowned figures in one place. Soon after, Mu Zixio arrived at the martial arts arena, surrounded by over a dozen disciples, instantly becoming the focus of attention. Many direct disciples furrowed their brows, observing him. They were already aware that Mu Zixio had been personally tutored by the Grand Elder, a formidable figure ranked among the top 5 in Qingyun Sect. Although the Grand Elder had taken many direct disciples, he seldom devoted substantial time for personal instruction. This time, however, he had remarkably brought Mu Zixio into seclusion for a month, inciting envy and jealousy. If it weren't for this challenge, how could the Grand Elder have taken the time to personally coach him? Mu Zixio had struck gold. With a beaming smile, Mu Zixio stepped onto the martial arts platform amidst countless cheers and compliments. He relished such scenes, thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere. Over this month, he had indeed experienced significant growth, not only reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level, but also completely grasping the true Thunder Judgment. Along with even more surprising gains, he understood the Grand Elder's intention. Having invested such effort in cultivating him, there were expectations for corresponding returns. How should we play today? Cripple Qin Ming, sever his martial path entirely. Let us see how he continues to be arrogant. Mu Zixio's aura should be at the pinnacle of the 7th level. With the Grand Elder's guidance, reaching that level is only to be expected. I suspect he may have gained other advantages too. Mu Zixio's imposing presence suggested danger for Qin Ming today. Qin Ming possesses brute strength, yet he will be utterly helpless before Mu Zixio's lightning-based martial arts. Qin Ming's level is simply too low. Many disciples noted the changes in Mu Zixio, leading to another wave of envy and jealousy in their discussions. Mu Zixio spotted Yueqing, Mu Cheng, Tai Shanhe, and others. Feeling exhilarated, such an audience, such a lineup, was worthy of his grand entrance. Upon seeing Ling Shui, his smile deepened. He adored Ling Shui. Where is Qin Ming? Mu Zixio concentrated, preparing for a splendid debut. But where is he? It seems Qin Ming is absent. Where is Qin Ming? Why hasn't he arrived? Could it be that he is afraid? The gap in levels is too vast. He might risk his life by showing up. Could he possibly be considering admitting defeat outright? Would Mu Zixio show him mercy? Thus, an hour and a half passed. Yet the disciples in the training arena had not caught a glimpse of Qin Ming. Even Mu Zixio, standing on the platform, grew weary. Could it be that this fellow was too afraid to appear? Kai was equally puzzled, for it was known that Qin Ming was not the type to retreat. Why had he not shown up yet? Senior sister, what is happening? Should I go search for young Master Qin? Wait a bit longer. He will come. Soon, as dissatisfaction began to ripple through the crowd, someone shouted, "He is here." At last, Qin Ming emerged onto the stone steps. What had he been doing? Had he forgotten? He was indeed aware of the competition today and had made preparations, yet in the throes of his training, he had completely lost track of time. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already late morning. Snatching 2 dry buns and some pickled vegetables, he hastened here. Just as he reached the mountaintop, he finished the last of the buns with the pickles, and upon seeing a small waterfall nearby, he turned and ran to drink some cool water and splash his face. This scene did not escape the eyes of the disciples at the summit, who looked on with expressions of disbelief. What was this fellow thinking? Did he not realize that today could determine his very life? Could he not muster a little seriousness? Are you all right? Kai was the first to approach, worried that Qin Ming might be under psychological pressure. I'm fine. I just lost track of time. Qin Ming replied with a smile, weaving through the crowd to ascend the arena, nodding at Yuqing before finally facing Mu Zixio. Apologies for the wait. Are you toying with me? Mu Zixio smirked coldly, his lips curling in disdain. He was very concerned about his reputation. Today was meant to be his stage, yet he had been kept waiting for an hour and a half, standing there like a fool. Did we agree on a specific time? If you're eager to show off, you can't blame me for it, Qin Ming retorted, twisting his neck, loosening his shoulders, and stretching his muscles. If you dare show such disrespect, do not expect me to hold back. Mu Zixio's expression darkened. How dared this ordinary disciple challenge him, a favored disciple? Qin Ming clenched his fists, assuming the stance of the diamond fist, inviting Mu Zixio to commence. Let us begin. Beware of my fists. They may not harm you, but they won't merely tickle, either. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the crowd. The fifth layer of spirit martial? Wasn't Qin Ming at the third layer? The one who gasped was Ding Dian, a favored disciple, who had been closely observing Qin Ming. The more he looked, the more something seemed off until Qin Ming's aura surged, awakening him to the realization that this was not the aura of the third layer, but rather the fifth layer, and it seemed firmly established a month ago. Qin Ming had been at the third layer. It was unfathomable that he could have broken through to the fourth layer in such a short time, let alone the fifth. The fifth layer? Is it true? The arena was immediately awash with waves of astonishment. You've reached the fifth layer of spirit martial. Mu Zixio's demeanor grew serious as he scrutinized Qin Ming. Just recently broke through, Qin Ming admitted. Now that's more like it. Mu Zixio quickly regained his composure, finding interest in the situation. If Qin Ming had only been at the third or fourth layer, there would have been little motivation to engage him. Now, at least, there was some excitement to be had. Though the fifth layer was still a joke in the face of the seventh layer, it was at least worth playing with. Kai, stand ready. Is everyone prepared? When shall we commence? We begin now. Mu Zixio approached Qin Ming, having grown impatient after waiting an hour. He was no longer interested in idle chatter and was ready to start. I'm always ready, Qin Ming replied, assuming the stance of the diamond fist. I've heard you practice the diamond fist. How proficient are you? Mu Zixio sneered, striding slowly and casually, his penetrating gaze fixated on Qin Ming, his momentum intensifying, as if in his world, only Qin Ming existed. The atmosphere in the training arena grew tense as the battle was about to unfold. As Mu Zixio took over 10 steps forward, some disciples furrowed their brows, their attention drawn to his peculiar gait. His aura was undeniably fierce, yet it appeared to waver inexplicably. Qin Ming stood ready, his own repressed aura climbing, having noticed the oddity in Mu Zixio's steps. Asked that a martial technique? Kai ignited the incense altar and gestured. Begin. With a cold smile, Mu Zixio abruptly leaned forward mid-stride, as if about to stumble, only to suddenly spring up like a taut bowstring releasing an arrow, hurtling towards Qin Ming with an explosive surge of power, conjuring 3 afterimages in rapid succession. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Not only did Qin Ming momentarily lose his focus, but the thousands of disciples also felt a peculiar disorientation. Mu Zixio appeared beside Qin Ming in an instant, his trajectory defying belief, unleashing his palms. Raging thunder, lightning converged in his palms, and before it could truly collide with Qin Ming, it erupted in a dazzling explosion, the lightning crackling and blinding, the roar deafening. The first strike threatened to impair both Qin Ming's sight and hearing. Yet, Qin Ming remained composed amidst the chaos, leaning back forcefully, executing a wide turn, evading over 10 meters. Mu Zixio, locking onto Qin Ming with unwavering focus, closed the distance with the swiftness of a tempest, following closely, his palms striking repeatedly, raging thunder, resonating in the arena as the crowd hurriedly covered their ears and shut their eyes in distress. The battle had ignited fervently, setting the arena ablaze. Lightning spike, thousand-fold edge, Mu Zixio shouted, leaping off the ground, soaring into the sky, his entire body engulfed in chaotic lightning, all of it launching towards Qin Ming like a barrage of sharp needles, blindingly bright and painfully piercing. Qin Ming spun in place, channeling power through his feet, elbows, and waist simultaneously, akin to a compressed spring suddenly releasing. Amidst the crowd's gasps, he launched himself into the air, reaching a height of 5 meters, performing an exaggerated flip, retreating just in time to narrowly escape all the lightning spikes. Hundreds of electric arcs struck the ground, shattering stones and sending dust flying. Qin Ming landed steadily, but before he could rise, Mu Zixio surged through the dust towards him with astonishing speed, akin to a venomous snake. causing many disciples to feel a sense of panic. How long can you evade? Raging thunder fist. Mu Zixia breezed past Qin Ming, his tightly clenched right fist swinging powerfully, an overwhelming force as lightning converged into a fist glove. Wrapping around his heavy punch, the electric arcs dancing chaotically, the brilliance blinding, rendering the enemy's vision filled with light, making resistance nearly impossible. Qin Ming's brow furrowed. Without a moment's thought, he closed his eyes and tensed every muscle in his body. He prepared to withstand the thunderous punch with his entire being. Rather than hastily countering the imminent strike in the final moment, Mu Zixia altered the trajectory of his punch, shifting from a direct strike to the face to a devastating blow aimed at the abdomen. This was strategy. He feigned a strike to the face at the moment of his punch, unleashing a blinding light that distorted the enemy's vision, compelling them to react hastily, raising their fists to protect their face while naturally neglecting other vulnerable areas. If he altered the path of the punch at this moment, it would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. Mu Zixia sought precisely this effect, a culmination of experience gained through countless battles. The punch landed with a resounding thud. The thunderous fist struck Qin Ming's abdomen, the violent lightning effortlessly shredding his clothing and tearing through flesh. Qin Ming was sent flying, tumbling awkwardly as blood surged from his chest before he even hit the ground. However, due to his body being tense and prepared for impact, the injury was not severe. Moreover, his physique was exceptionally robust, having honed his bodily strength to perfection. Not bad. You can take a hit, Mu Zixia mused, somewhat surprised, as the effectiveness of this punch fell short of his expectations. With a scoff, he launched another attack, showing no intention of granting Qin Ming a moment's respite. He sought to secure victory through absolute dominance and comprehensive suppression, leaving Qin Ming with no chance to retaliate. How ruthless! Is he truly intent on crippling Qin Ming? He's going straight for the kill. This is far too blatant. Qin Ming's tough skin, he can take a beating. Ha ha! Quite the spectacle. This Qin Ming has surprised me, voices echoed amidst the crowd, some gasping in shock while others expressed their astonishment. Senior sister, I'm anxious, Kai said, her concern for Qin Ming evident. Yet Yu Qing remained calm, asserting that it was only the beginning. Qin Ming would not fall so easily. That's the star-shattering step. Some spectators noted Mu Zixia's peculiar speed. Star-shattering step? No wonder. Ding Dian and others furrowed their brows, realizing this was the special training bestowed upon Mu Zixia by the Grand Elder. This martial technique was not even found within the martial sect pavilion, residing instead in the Grand Elder's private study. Typically, it would only be taught to disciples he recognized and trusted, as the star-shattering step was exceedingly profound and complex, unsuitable for solitary practice. Any misstep could result in crippling injuries, necessitating strict training under the Elder's guidance to succeed. Mu Zixia was assured victory. The ethereal star-shattering step combined with the domineering true thunder judgment placed him in an undefeated position. While Qin Ming's reliance solely on the diamond fist to counter was utterly futile, leaving him no room to retaliate, a middle-aged disciple present made a judgment. Iron Mountain River's expression darkened. He disapproved of such tactics. After all, Qin Ming had only recently begun his journey with martial arts and was at the 5th layer. How could they justify using martial techniques to suppress him? This competition was inherently unjust. Just then, Mu Zixia continued to batter Qin Ming, forcing him to spew blood and tumble to the edge of the training arena, struggling to stand. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, devoid of suspense, leaving many hopeful disciples disappointed and shaking their heads. Ultimately, Qin Ming was merely a servant, capable only of stirring up minor disturbances in the lower circles. Before favored disciples, he was utterly defenseless. It seems you only merit my raging thunder fist, Mu Zixia taunted, his form flickering as he swiftly shifted positions, charging towards Qin Ming, his entire body radiating blinding lightning, obscuring Qin Ming's vision while leaving behind illusory afterimages. Young Master Qin, stand up, Kai called out urgently. Mu Zixia, knock him off the stage. Do not let this lowly servant tarnish our noble arena. Another voice shouted. Shut your mouth, someone nearby retorted angrily. Qin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and, with a sudden burst of energy, sprang to his feet, an electric surge coursing through him. He faced Mu Zixia, executing a series of forceful, fluid movements that triggered a dramatic increase in the number of arcs of lightning enveloping his body, nearly rivaling Mu Zixia of the 7th layer. He remained silent, his expression stern and resolute, and in an instant, He surged forth like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, pouncing towards Mu Zixio. Roar! The lightning surged, coalescing into a thick, powerful lightning serpent that wound around Qin Ming. Its tongue raised high as it howled towards the heavens, a piercing, sharp sound akin to that of a true beast's roar. Lightning serpent? What in the world is this? A martial technique? I've never seen anything like it. The arena erupted in shock and exclamations, many upper-tier disciples losing their composure. Qin Ming practiced the diamond fist? So where did this lightning martial technique come from, let alone one we have never encountered? Looking at the ferocious and wild lightning serpent, feeling its blinding and intense energy, the disciples were left in a state of astonishment. What? Mu Zixio was momentarily stunned, his star-shattering step and offensive movements faltering slightly. Lightning serpent. Qin Ming's gaze was fierce as he locked onto Mu Zixio, seizing the opportunity presented by Mu Zixio's momentary lapse in focus to launch a precise and powerful assault. The thick lightning serpent swept over him, violently charging forth, its undulating form crackling with arcs of electricity, accompanied by blinding light and thunderous roars, as if a genuine spirit beast had erupted from Qin Ming's being. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking, blending both ferocity and elegance into a visual feast. Mu Zixio, jolted back to reality, swiftly dodged, but lightning-based martial techniques often excelled in speed. The charging lightning serpent struck his shoulder in a flash. Though Qin Ming and Mu Zixio were separated by 2 layers of cultivation, the lightning serpent represented a qualitative transformation in martial techniques, its instantaneous eruption yielding unparalleled might. Amidst the piercing thunder, it slammed into Mu Zixio, leaving him bloodied and staggering, nearly losing control as he stumbled backward. Diamond fist, third segment, diamond shakes the mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming lunged in front of Mu Zixio, channeling all his strength into his right shoulder. Delivering a solid blow of the diamond shakes the mountain technique directly into Mu Zixio. How much power does he possess? His full-powered punch weighed in at nearly 900 pounds. The perfected diamond shakes the mountain could amplify his striking power by over threefold, resulting in a blow nearing 3,000 pounds of force. Mu Zixio felt as if struck by lightning, faintly hearing the sound of his chest bones cracking as his body was sent reeling back, skidding nearly 30 meters across the arena. Now it's my turn, Qin Ming shouted, charging forward. Though lacking in any grandiose footwork, he bolted with raw, primal speed, sprinting in a direct line without hesitation. Before Mu Zixio could even land, Qin Ming lunged, seizing Mu Zixio's ankle, a roar building in his throat as he summoned his entire being to whirl Mu Zixio in the air, spinning him 3 times before slamming him down onto the ground. Many female disciples screamed in shock, unable to bear the explosive scene. Yet at the last moment, as Mu Zixio seemed destined for a headfirst impact with the ground, he instinctively retaliated, striking the ground with both arms while his left foot released a surge of lightning aimed at Qin Ming's face. A perfect blend of defense and offense forced Qin Ming to release his grip and retreat at the final moment. Mu Zixio rolled upon landing, managing to dissipate some of the wild force but still shaken. A series of unexpected events plunged the arena into silence, many unable to process what had just transpired. Qin Ming, how dare you steal martial techniques? This is a grave offense. A furious voice erupted from the crowd. Some disciples emotionally charged. No wonder you could ascend to the spirit martial realm. You have the audacity to steal martial techniques. He is doomed. The realization of Qin Ming's transgression spread like wildfire, with more disciples voicing their outrage. How reckless to brazenly use stolen martial techniques in the arena. Increasing numbers of disciples grasped the implications, shouting in fervor. The Qingyun Sect strictly forbids the unauthorized transmission of martial techniques, and private study of martial techniques is an absolute taboo. If discovered, one would have all their skills stripped and be expelled from the sect. As the son of a criminal, Qin Ming's act of learning martial techniques without permission was undoubtedly adding sin to sin. Enough shouting. Kai Yi's voice cut through the clamor, her tone sharp as she rebuked the crowd. What are you all so excited about? Wishing for someone else's downfall? What a disgrace. Is this martial technique the Qingyun Sect's? Open your eyes and see clearly. Is it from the Qingyun Sect? No, it is not. Why then, do you claim Qin Ming has stolen the Qingyun Sect's martial techniques? Are all martial techniques the Qingyun Sect's? Have some shame. Her authoritative words resonated through the arena, silencing many who felt embarrassed. Where did Qin Ming acquire this martial technique? He has never left the Qingyun Sect. Some voiced their dissatisfaction, pointing at Qin Ming. Kai's anger flared. Don't come out here flaunting your intelligence. I'm embarrassed for you. 2 months ago, Qin Ming was taken by Yao Shan to gather herbs and found a set of martial techniques in the forest, the lightning serpent. You say it is so, and it is. What, are you unsatisfied? The Qingyun Sect has denied Qin Ming martial techniques for 8 years. Do you expect him to sit idle? Qin Ming is merely a servant, not a slave of the Qingyun Sect. Who dares say he cannot practice the techniques he found? Who dares? Even if any elder were to come forth, they would not have the audacity to say otherwise. Kai's words struck like arrows, not only rebuking many who reveled in the misfortune of others, but also ensnaring the elders in her argument. With her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger, she spoke without holding back, yet none dared to counter her. The Qingyun Sect had indeed suppressed Qin Ming, denying him martial techniques for 8 years, but just because they refused to grant him anything did not mean he could not find his own opportunities. Such chances belong to the individual. Kai's close friends joined in, their youthful voices echoing with indignation, disregarding their image as they passionately defended Qin Ming, relishing the opportunity to voice their frustration, and no one dared to argue back. Qin Ming, how dare you hurt me? Mu Zixio glared at his blood-soaked right shoulder, feeling a searing pain in his chest, his handsome face contorting in rage. He paid no heed to the chaos surrounding him. His sole focus was the battle at hand. Regardless of what martial arts Qin Ming practiced, he was ultimately but a mere fifth heaven cultivator. How could he possibly injure me? To strike me before the eyes of all the disciples? Qin Ming remained undistracted by the tumult, uttering not a single word as he unleashed the 7th segment of the purple lightning serpent technique. The lightning serpent took form, coiling around his body, radiating electric brilliance and exuding an astonishing aura, akin to a genuine thunder serpent locking onto Mu Zixio. The onlookers gazed with peculiar expressions. The fearsome visage of the lightning serpent sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, as if they could sense the latent power it harbored. Could this truly be something he stumbled upon? Hard to believe. Yet it seemed that the Qingyun Sect possessed no such martial art. I merely intended to spar with you today, yet you insist on turning this into a life-or-death struggle. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Mu Zixio deliberately ensured his voice reached every corner of the arena, knowing that should he truly incapacitate Qin Ming, the blame would not fall on him. It would be Qin Ming's own folly. Qin Ming had no time for his nonsense. His muscles tensed as he charged at Mu Zixio, launching a fierce assault. There was no need for words with Mu Zixio. He sought to immerse himself fully in the fight. The lightning serpent emitted a piercing shriek, breaking free from Qin Ming's body. It was as thick as an arm and over a meter long, twisting and writhing at high speed, resembling a thick bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky as it struck towards Mu Zixio. This time, Mu Zixio was prepared. He conjured 3 illusory figures, narrowly evading the lightning serpent while simultaneously launching a full-speed assault, employing the shattered star step to create ethereal trajectories. In this rapid movement, he struck with a powerful fist aimed directly at Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming executed a backflip, twisting his waist as he unleashed a forceful kick towards Mu Zixio, akin to 2 rigid iron whips. Slicing through the air with vigor, Mu Zixio skillfully avoided, his shattered star step keeping him in an undefeated position. Yet, as Qin Ming landed, he immediately darted forward like a ferocious tiger, delivering a heavy punch. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a tempestuous barrage of strikes, meeting Mu Zixio's finesse with sheer brute strength. Although he failed to inflict real harm upon Mu Zixio, he momentarily disrupted Mu Zixio's footing, forcing him to evade and retreat. The atmosphere in the arena, once peculiar, surged back to a fervent intensity. This vigorous and fiery offensive was a visual spectacle, stirring the excitement of the audience. Not only did the male disciples watch with fervor, but many female disciples also gazed with sparkling eyes. What was initially anticipated to be Mu Zixio's solo performance had transformed into a gripping and thrilling contest. Qin Ming's unorthodox style, often dismissed by many orthodox disciples, had today evolved into a routine. His movements flowed like clouds, and his assaults were fierce and seasoned, akin to relentless ocean waves. Coupled with the diamond power, every punch, every strike, every offensive maneuver carried with it a gust of fierce wind that left the onlookers breathless. Qin Ming's entire body became a weapon, utilizing elbows, legs, fists, claws, shoulders, and more to demonstrate the full extent of the diamond power's might. Even many self-proclaimed combat elites among the upper-tier disciples found themselves internally applauding. In terms of combat, they could not help but acknowledge the brilliance on display. Young Master Qin, young Master Qin, Kai Yi cheered loudly, clapping fervently, her delicate hands turning red from the exertion. Her friends around her began to cheer for Qin Ming as well. Only Yu Qing maintained her composure throughout, intently focused on the fierce battle unfolding on stage. Qin Ming was nearing his limit. Mu Zixio would surely retaliate. Han Xinya closely monitored the martial arts arena, her gaze never wavering from the clash between Qin Ming and Mu Zixio, silently assessing the situation. Though Qin Ming's offensive appeared dazzling, it was immensely taxing on his stamina, while Mu Zixio enjoyed the advantage of the shattered star step, frequently dodging Qin Ming's lethal blows. In contrast, the consumption and gains for Qin Ming were disproportionate. If this continued, he would soon exhaust his strength, digging his own grave, and Mu Zixio was about to counterattack. Ling Shui and several other direct disciples whispered softly. As captivating as the battle was, they were more concerned with the outcome. Enough. It's my turn. Mu Zixio seized the opportunity to break free from Qin Ming, creating a 10-meter distance between them. His hair was disheveled, his clothes tattered, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, yet his aura remained fiercely imposing. He unleashed lightning once more, bending forward as his right palm struck the ground with great force. True Thunder Judgment, 4th segment, Thunder Prison. Mu Zixio shouted, his body suddenly retracting all the lightning, only to unleash it again in a violent explosion from his right palm. This time, it was not just a blinding light and deafening sound. It was a massive release of lightning, indiscriminately exploding in all directions from the center of his striking palm, scattering hundreds, if not thousands, of bolts like a blooming thunder lotus, sweeping across an area of 7 or 8 meters. Each bolt as thick as a thumb, containing terrifying power. Just as Qin Ming charged forward, he was met by this sudden and ferocious surge of lightning, tearing through his clothes and lacerating his flesh, sending his body tumbling backward in a violent arc. One could only imagine the sheer ferocity of this attack. The sight of torn flesh and blood was shocking. The battle had taken a drastic turn. Hiss! Many disciples gasped in shock. This was the true power of the true Thunder Judgment, terrifying. With the cultivation of the 7th heaven, Mu Zixio exhibited a level of spiritual energy release that even ordinary disciples at the 8th heaven would find difficult to achieve. Qin Ming had been defeated. His chances appeared slim. Yet, his ability to endure for so long was already impressive, and this battle would suffice to establish his standing among the upper-tier disciples, provided Mu Zixio did not further incapacitate him. Many expressed their disappointment. The battle was thrilling but all too brief, leaving them wanting more. Mu Zixio stood there, panting heavily, having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to maximize the effect of the Thunder Prison, his head spinning slightly. However, witnessing Qin Ming's body flying backward filled him with exhilaration. Go challenge me. You are far from enough. Qin Ming lay on the ground, blood soaking his tattered garments, as if he were on the verge of defeat. Young Master Qin, are you all right? Kai couldn't help but rush forward, only to be restrained by Yu Qing. Some disciples covered their mouths, unable to bear the sight. Yet Qin Ming lay quietly for a few seconds, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. In the midst of the astonished expressions around him, he effortlessly sat up, his breath slightly disordered, yet he bore no resemblance to someone gravely injured. Many nearby disciples displayed incredulous expressions. From their vantage point, Qin Ming's injuries did not appear as severe as they had imagined. Logically, being struck by such a torrent of lightning should have been enough to injure his bones, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Yet, Qin Ming seemed to be merely suffering from superficial wounds, at least that was how it appeared. Chapter 36. Fame spreads across Qingyun. After a brief moment of recovery, Qin Ming stood up amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. He shrugged his shoulders, stretched his body, and once more assumed the stance for the diamond power, his 4 fingers beckoning Mu Zixio. Without uttering a word, he silently invited him to continue the duel. His physical constitution had undergone multiple transformations through the life and death decision, rendering him significantly more resilient than an ordinary person, especially due to the enhancements from the 2nd segment of the life and death decision, which made his body at least 10 times tougher than that of an average person. Mu Zixio could hardly believe his eyes. He had stood up again. Many exchanged glances, unsure whether he was merely putting on a brave face or if he genuinely still had the strength to fight. Their expressions were strange as they watched Qin Ming, whose silent, determined demeanor exerted an inexplicable pressure upon them. Covered in wounds and blood, many female disciples dared not look too long. Well, quite impressive. Today has truly opened my eyes. Mu Zixio spat out a mouthful of blood, taking a deep breath to steady his racing pulse. The onlookers glanced at Qin Ming, then at Mu Zixio. Was there about to be another twist in the tale? Half of the time remained. Mu Zixio, hurry up and attack. What are you waiting for? Shouted a spectator from the crowd. Mu Zixio's bloodshot eyes fixed on the crowd, causing the bold disciple to retract his neck in fear of further provoking him. Yet, while he fell silent, others were undeterred. A 7th heaven senior cannot best a 5th heaven junior. Mu Zixio, you truly bring shame to your master. Many disciples gasped in astonishment at the boldness of the speaker, but upon looking towards the source of the voice, they all fell silent. It was Tai Shanhe. Don't get cocky. Once I defeat Qin Ming, I'll challenge you another day, Mu Zixio retorted coldly. Let us see if you can defeat Qin Ming first. Time is running short, isn't it? Enough. Mu Zixio charged at Qin Ming once more, this time eschewing the shattered star step for a direct assault, his momentum soaring. Arcs of electricity surged across his body, growing fiercer and more concentrated, almost overwhelming him. Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly, acutely sensing Mu Zixio's murderous intent, which felt distinctly different from before. You wish to clash head-on? I shall oblige, Mu Zixio shouted, leaping into the air from 10 steps away, his right fist, charged with energy, hurtling towards Qin Ming with tremendous force, the ferocious electric energy erupting in unison, rapidly converging along his right arm. True Thunder Judgment. 5th segment, True Thunder Roar. This was his most powerful martial art and the final segment of the True Thunder Judgment. Mu Zixio, spurred on, no longer wished to delay. He aimed to crush Qin Ming with a single blow. The arena fell swiftly into silence, with only Kai Yi anxiously warning Qin Ming, don't take it head-on, dodge. Time was running short. He could delay until the end, and he would surely succeed. Tio forced me to unleash the 5th segment. You have every reason to be proud. This battle ends here. With a mighty swing of his right arm, the gathered lightning blazed to its zenith, resembling a radiant sun, flooding the arena with blinding light, rendering everything obscured. One could only imagine Qin Ming's predicament now. Dodge? There was no escape. All the disciples held their breath, straining to discern the battle, yet they could see nothing. Qin Ming showed no intention of evading. His expression solemn, he closed his eyes and began to unleash the 5th segment of the Diamond Power. Diamond Limitless. His skin flushed red, his blood surged with heat, and his clothes and hair swayed as if caught in a wind. With a single explosive punch, he prepared for a direct confrontation, his power swelling 6-fold, an explosive force nearing 5,000 pounds. In that instant, Mu Zixio's assault descended. The lightning expanding to the size of a human head, it exploded, a clash of titans, a duel of life and death. True Thunder Roar versus Diamond Limitless. Crack! A deafening explosion rang out, akin to thunder striking the ground, shaking the arena and enveloping it in chaos. Many were left with ringing ears, their hearing momentarily lost. In the blinding light, Mu Zixio, grinning sinisterly, unleashed his attack, intent on incapacitating Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming's heavy punch shattered the exploding wave of lightning, piercing right through it and colliding with Mu Zixio's fist. At that moment, amidst the resounding thunder, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed, followed by a heart-wrenching scream, though it was mercilessly drowned out by the thunder. Qin Ming was blasted back by the explosive True Thunder Roar, stumbling backward over 10 steps before finally halting, his right fist and arm drenched in blood from the wounds inflicted while piercing through the lightning. Yet, the injuries were not severe. The seemingly formidable True Thunder Roar had been pulverized by his diamond power, scattering into erratic arcs of electricity. Though he had been pushed back, Mu Zixio was the one who tumbled and rolled away, skidding over 20 meters before collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. His right arm twisted into an unnatural shape. Silence descended upon the arena. None had comprehended what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Had Qin Ming triumphed? Had he truly defeated Mu Zixio, a 7th heaven direct disciple, with the power of a mere 5th heaven? If he had bested an ordinary disciple, it might have been somewhat acceptable, but Mu Zixio was a direct disciple. specifically the favored student of the Grand Elder. Such an unbelievable event was unfolding right before their eyes. My hand, and Musicio writhed on the ground, his cries growing hoarse, causing many female disciples to turn their heads away, unable to bear the sight of the martial arena. Senior Mu! Several disciples snapped back to reality, hurriedly rushing onto the stage to assist Musicio. His face was ashen, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, unable to believe the calamity that had befallen him, lacking even the strength to curse Qin Ming. His hand was broken, shattered beyond recognition, the injury gruesome to behold. Qin Ming swayed slightly before sitting down on the cold stone surface of the arena. Utterly exhausted, the arena remained silent, over 1,000 disciples gazing at him in astonishment, forgetting to cheer, unsure of how to react. Ling Shui, Ding Dian, Han Xinya, and others fell into silence. Qin Ming, you've stirred up trouble. We shall see what comes of this. A few disciples uttered harsh words before hurriedly carrying Musicio away, hoping that timely medical attention might save his hand. Yet, Yuqing abruptly blocked their path, coldly stating, "Wager and accept the consequences." What do you mean? The disciples exchanged glances, bewildered. 3 Spirit Pearl Herbs. We shall provide them. Now. We shall provide them. Now? Yuqing's voice rose sharply, laced with an undeniable authority that left many pale with shock, gazing incredulously at Yuqing, even more astonished than when they had witnessed Qin Ming unleash the lightning serpent. What was happening? Yuqing possessed such a formidable side. Yuqing, do not push too far. Musicio's pallor deepened, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. 3 Spirit Pearl Herbs. Wager and accept the consequences. Without this degree of composure, what sort of direct disciple are you? Yuqing remained steadfast. Showing no signs of yielding, Musicio had come to the stage today with the intent to incapacitate Qin Ming or even kill him. There was no need for leniency in dealing with someone like that. We will provide them, one disciple nearly shouted in desperation. You don't understand human language, hand them over. Right now. Kai, standing beside Yuqing, spoke even more brusquely. You came to compete, so you should have brought the Spirit Pearl Herbs in advance. It is a matter of basic respect. What? Did you not consider that you might lose? Go and fetch them. Musicio's pale face urged the disciples beside him. The disciple hastily departed, but from the martial arena to Musicio's residence. It would take at least the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Moreover, it was unlikely that Musicio had 3 Spirit Pearl Herbs there. They would need to gather them from other places, and without at least half an hour, they would not return. Yuqing stood firm, like an iceberg, coldly planted at the edge of the arena. This not only incensed Musicio and his companions, but also cast a heavy pressure over the entire audience. The golden sword Mu Chang observed Yuqing's resoluteness, casting a deep glance at Qin Ming, a glint of chilling coldness flashing in his eyes as he silently retreated. Qin Ming, this is getting interesting. Ding Dian and Han Xinya exchanged glances, and they both silently chuckled before departing the martial arena amidst the prevailing silence. Clap, clap, clap. Tai Shanhe applauded 3 times before exiting the martial arena. Huyen Zhuozhua stood among the crowd, his eyes shining with interest as he observed Qin Ming. If he had merely been intrigued before, today he was contemplating an alliance. Ling Shui had already left the martial arena. No one noticed when she had departed. The direct disciples gradually left, each bearing some degree of acknowledgement. Other disciples lingered, unwilling to depart, buzzing with excitement and reflections as the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Yuqing instructed Kai Yi, help Qin Ming back. Kai Yi hurriedly dashed to Qin Ming's side, unreservedly assisting him. Can you still walk? After taking a moment to recover, Qin Ming pushed himself to stand. The crowd parted to make way for him as they watched him exit the martial arena. The outcome of today's battle was entirely unexpected. How could a 5th heaven cultivator defeat a 7th heaven? Especially since Qin Ming was self-taught, while Musicio had received direct tutelage from the elders, placing them on entirely different levels. Some began to ponder Qin Ming's martial arts. One set had been acquired 2 months prior, and another just a month ago from the martial arts pavilion. Had he effortlessly mastered both? Was this lad truly a genius? Regardless, after today, Qin Ming's name would no longer be confined to the lower circles, earning him the respect of many direct disciples. Chapter 37. The Awakening of the Remnant Soul. How did you manage that? Kai Yi, though elated, was just as astonished as the others. She knew Qin Ming had immense talent and that he could rise when given the chance, Yet she never expected him to be this formidable, almost disturbingly so. Based on previous expectations, Qin Ming should have fought valiantly until the end, but it was beyond her imagination that he had actually incapacitated Mu Zixio. How did you do it? A fifth heaven cultivator incapacitating a seventh heaven? Skill played a significant role. It was Mu Zixio's overconfidence. Kai Yi smiled radiantly. I've never seen you in such a battered state before. It makes my heart ache. It's just some superficial wounds. Nothing serious. How immense was your diamond limitless explosive power? About 5,000 pounds, I suppose. Kai Yi's eyes widened in realization. No wonder. Rest well. I'll go to Huyan Zhuazhua to get you some spirit pearl herbs. Hee. I wagered 3 with him at a 10-to-1 odds. He owes me 30 so many? Will he really give them to you? Qin Ming chuckled. Kai Yi winked playfully. He certainly won't give them. Whatever he offers will have to do. Keep it. I have enough with those 3. Don't forget. I am still but a servant, unable to accept martial arts or spiritual herbs. I shall merely claim that the wager is made in your name. Qin Ming did not overly concern himself with today's victory. Upon returning to the warehouse, he once again entered seclusion, cultivating the life and death decision, absorbing the life essence of the world. He had fundamentally comprehended the second segment of the life and death decision, and his recovery speed had accelerated several times compared to before, with over a dozen wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace under the nurturing of life essence. Yueqing truly waited until the person sent by Mu Zixio delivered the spiritual pearl grass before allowing him to leave. A display of dominance that moved many. By the time Mu Zixio departed from the martial arts arena, he was nearly unconscious, his arm barely intact. Although this incident would provoke the discontent of the Grand Elders faction, within the Qingyun Sect, few dared to provoke Yueqing. The following morning, that rascal Zhang Dong brought yet another list, intentionally adding quantity. After a night of recuperation, Qin Ming's injuries had healed significantly, and he lifted the stone jar to deliver goods. On the surface, it was as if his injuries had vanished. His complexion was fair, and his demeanor was calm. As if nothing had transpired the previous day, he remained composed, while the disciples along the way were far from tranquil. Was this lad truly indestructible? After sustaining such injuries yesterday, he was now full of vigor. It seemed there was a reason he had not been broken over the past 8 years. This lad was indeed remarkably resilient. Along the way, many disciples still mocked him, but one could clearly sense their restraint. When deliveries were late, no one dared to scold him, for they feared him. This lad was unfazed by punishment, unconcerned by beatings, and indifferent to trouble. With his hardened demeanor and newfound strength, he had become even less fearful. Qin Ming remained tranquil, finding little to take pride in. What mattered to him were the insights gained from the battle yesterday and the deficiencies in his martial arts. These were the true treasures. 5 days later, Qin Ming's realm broke through once more, ascending to the 6th level of spiritual martial arts. The 3 spiritual pearl grasses brought by Yueqing and the 5 forcibly obtained from Huyan Zhuazhua had been immensely helpful. For this breakthrough, he had consumed a total of 6, leaving 2 to solidify his realm. Qin Ming showed no signs of slackening, practicing day and night. Such an intense regimen might be unbearable for others. But Qin Ming possessed the life and death decision, continuously gathering the world's spiritual energy, which not only kept him invigorated but also alleviated fatigue, allowing him to maintain optimal condition at all times. After waiting 8 years for this opportunity, he could not afford to squander it, nor could he let down the people of Thunder Ancient City who had been waiting so long. Yet, in the stillness of the night, Qin Ming occasionally pondered, why had no one from home come to see him this year? In past years, they would visit 3 times, yet now, more than half the year had passed without a single visit. Could something have happened? When might he return to see his family, to witness the suffering of the city's inhabitants? In the depths of night, as Qin Ming sat cross-legged in meditation, solidifying his 6th level realm, a faint, hoarse voice suddenly echoed. Senior, save me. The voice was hollow and seemed exceedingly weak, drifting through the air. Qin Ming awoke with a start, glancing around. From where did this voice originate? His first instinct was to look towards the innermost part of the warehouse, where darkness loomed, cluttered with debris, making the quiet night feel eerie. Senior, I am from the Eastern Huang War clan. Save me, save me. The hoarse voice came intermittently, ethereal and vague, as if emanating from the warehouse or perhaps from a dim space. Who are you? Where are you? Qin Ming frowned, forcing himself to maintain composure. Forgive me, I reside within the Shura blade, I mean no offense, I am too weak. Save me. Take me back to the Eastern Huang Heavenly Court. Qin Ming's heart raced. He immediately focused on examining his Dantian's energy sea. Though the spiritual martial realm could not yet allow him to look within his meridians, he could sense an anomaly within his Dantian. Shura blade? Residing within the Shura blade? Eastern Huang war clan? What is this all about? As Qin Ming struggled to comprehend the situation, the voice suddenly grew weak. No, your realm, you are not him. Qin Ming was bewildered and uncertain of the voice's intentions. He forced himself to remain calm. The him you speak of must be my master. Where is he? Let me see him. The voice responded promptly. He has left for the time being. Take me to him, and I shall reward you handsomely. Who exactly are you? Why are you within my body? At this moment, Qin Ming was certain the voice belonged to the entity that had emerged from the stone. It had indeed hidden itself within his body. The voice abruptly fell silent, and the Shura blade grew quiet as well. What are you doing? Please exit my body first. The person you seek is not here. Qin Ming felt uneasy. Anyone would feel discomfort at having a strange entity within them. The voice remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. At the age of 15, with the 6th level of spiritual martial arts, how do you possess the qualification to be his disciple? Where did you acquire the Shura blade, and who are you? The voice, though still weak, no longer held the initial reverence. It gradually grew stern. What right does he have to accept disciples? Who is he? What faction does he belong to? What deeds has he accomplished? Do you even know his age? The voice bombarded him with questions. I don't know. Qin Ming replied curtly. Don't know? How could you possess the Shura blade? I possess more than just the Shura blade. I also have the Great Yin Sword Classic and the Great Yin Ancient Sword. I have plenty of things. Who are you? Really? What does it matter to you who I am? Dare you kill me if you disagree? Qin Ming feigned bravado, though his heart raced with anxiety. This strange entity seemed to have a volatile temper. The voice fell silent for a prolonged period before suddenly emitting a weak roar. The Shura blade shook violently, dark mist enveloping the area, swirling with overwhelming spiritual energy, causing Qin Ming's blood to surge. He was filled with rage. He was enraged. He sensed the aura of the Shura blade and believed that the legendary figure must be nearby. Considering the relatively amicable relationship between their clans, he exerted every effort to summon, struggling at any cost. Ultimately, in a desperate bid to escape the 8 trigrams formation, he had exhausted his remaining strength, leaving him exceedingly weak. He had thought that upon leaving, he would be able to seek help from the Shura blade's master, returning to his clan, returning to the heavenly court. Yet, after all his efforts, he found himself empty-handed. Qin Ming endured the turmoil within him, allowing the voice to vent. Who are you, after all? And who are you? The voice was frigid and filled with profound hostility. Having exhausted his last strength and hope, he found himself confronting a mediocre child. Feeling an urge to kill, I told you, yet you do not believe. Now you tell me who you are. Little one, mind your tone, the voice retorted coldly. Old fool, mind your situation, Qin Ming replied without reservation. You insolent wretch, do not act so arrogantly before me. You intruded into my body without consent, and I have yet to settle the score with you. If it were the former me, you would already be dead. If I were indeed strong, you would also be dead by now. Arrogant and ignorant junior, do you even think you deserve to speak to me? Do I not deserve? Please exit. You may hide wherever you wish. Just do not cling to me. The two continued to escalate their voices, growing increasingly impolite. It is your honor that I remain in your body. I cannot bear it. Please leave. Otherwise, I shall seek out the elders of Qingyun Sect and have them expel you. Qin Ming had a rough idea of the situation. This entity might be very weak and pose little threat. Otherwise, it would not be so easily provoked. The voice suddenly fell silent for a long time, speaking in a sorrowful tone. As a descendant of the war clan, I have fallen to this state. Am I destined to perish and never return to the heavenly court? Qin Ming remained silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Where is the heavenly court? It was initially a question of concern, but the voice responded with deep sorrow, realizing that it was a barbaric commoner who did not even know where the heavenly court was. Did it still have hope of returning? Whether you believe it or not, the Shura blade and the Great Yin Ancient Sword were given to me by an old man. I do not know his identity, his background, nor his relationship with you. I merely accompanied him for 8 years, and these were the gifts he bestowed before leaving. Qin Ming felt it necessary to remind the voice in case it became desperate and sought to perish together. However, the voice ceased responding, sinking into the Shura blade, perhaps contemplating, or perhaps too weak. Qin Ming called out for a long time, but the voice remained unresponsive. What to do? Should he allow it to hide within the Shura blade? Or should he consult Elder Yaoshan? After much thought, Qin Ming chose to accept for the time being. There was no other option, and he could not exactly tell Elder Yaoshan that there was something hidden within his Shura blade. Chapter 38. The tea gathering of the 8 sects. The next morning, after completing his deliveries, Qin Ming returned to the warehouse, only to find Yueqing standing beneath the old tree in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the solitary grave marked only by a blank stone tablet. Yueqing was gentle and graceful, standing like a fair maiden from a painting. Regardless of the angle one viewed her from, she appeared extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a fairy. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, cascading smoothly over her purple gown, which fit her figure perfectly, accentuating her flawless silhouette. Who lay buried in this grave? Yueqing still remembered the lonely figure of the old man, who would sit here day and night, rain or shine, keeping vigil for the deceased and tending to the magnolia flowers at the grave's edge. The melancholic expression and solitary gaze stirred one's heart with sadness. She had once asked her master who the old man was and where he had come from. Surprisingly, her master did not know of the old man's existence and had even made a distant investigation, later stating he was just an ordinary old man, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, not resembling a martial artist at all, a frail, lonely elder, ignored by everyone in the Qingyun Sect. Yet Yueqing understood in her heart that this old man held a significant identity. The old man had never spoken of the person buried beneath. Qin Ming approached the warehouse, setting down the stone jar and drawing water from the well to wash away the sweat from his body. Had he left without saying anything? He had left behind the sword classic, the ancient sword, and a note with just one word. Ming as Qin Ming scooped water to cleanse himself in the warehouse. He did not shy away from Yueqing. Ming, she murmured softly, gazing at the solitary grave. Was she referring to him, to the old man, or to fate? I have a premonition that I will see the old man again in the future. Qin Ming poured cold water over himself, shaking his head to feel refreshed, smiling as he spoke. When that day comes, I will strive to show the old man a different Qin Ming. I believe in you. Yueqing's beauty, concealed behind her purple veil, shone radiantly as she smiled, illuminating the entire warehouse courtyard. I have good news to share. Qin Ming spoke cheerfully in the warehouse. I do enjoy good news. Your cultivation of the purple lightning crazy serpent has been recognized, affirming that this martial art belongs solely to you and does not fall under the martial arts resources of the Qingyun Sect. This matter was debated by the elders for 5 days. Initially, they intended to punish you, believing someone else had secretly given you this martial art, but they ultimately found no evidence. So, will I be able to frequently exchange martial arts from the outside in the future? You have enough martial arts already. During the spiritual martial period, you do not require so many. Qin Ming quickly finished washing up, donned fresh clothes, stretched his limbs, and prepared to practice. Care to spar with me? Another time. I am here to bid farewell today. Where are you going? Qin Ming inquired, puzzled. I will enter seclusion for 3 months and then accompany my master on an expedition, which may take a considerable amount of time. Where will you be training? Qin Ming felt happy for Yueqing. Her current realm indeed required her to venture into the outside world, facing dangers and challenges. With Elder Mu Bai accompanying her, her safety was assured. My master is still considering. According to the original plan, I would first attend the tea gathering of the 8 sects and then venture out. Now, the plan has changed. The tea gathering of the 8 sects? Qin Ming recalled. It was a large-scale gathering held every 2 years by the 8 sects of the northern region. The leaders of the 8 sects would meet, and their disciples would spar and compete. Making it a routine gathering over the centuries, it was said that on the day of the gathering, the entire northern region would be watching as the dominant force in the northern region. Any significant decision made by the 8 sects would directly impact the situation in the northern region for the next 2 years. Even the 5 kings would take it seriously. For ordinary people, they were more concerned about the sparring and competition. The competition standards typically represented the strongest prowess of the new generation in the northern region, and the top 5 selected in each gathering would gain fame, even being awarded unique titles, which were supreme honors. Why are you not participating? With your strength, the top 5 should pose no challenge to him. Why Master has his considerations and has discussed it with the sect leader. My master had hoped to take me to the tea gathering of the 8 sects to win honor for the Qingyun Sect, but the proposal from the Python King's residence disrupted the plans. It is not that Elder Mu Bai fears them, but rather that he worries the Python King's residents might pull tricks at the gathering. Open attacks are easy to evade, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. The Qingyun Sect has placed too many hopes on Yueqing. We cannot risk her future for the sake of an event. Suddenly, Yueqing asked, "Do you wish to participate?" "Me?" The disciples participating in the tea gathering of the 8 sects are generally at the 9th level of spiritual martial arts, and even include figures from the Xuanwu realm. I am still far behind. There are 3 months left. You still have a chance. 3 months, from the 6th level of spiritual martial arts to the 9th level? Qin Ming shook his head. It wasn't a lack of confidence, but breaking through to the late stages of spiritual martial arts was exceedingly difficult. While he had advanced from the 3rd level to the 6th level in 3 months, it was uncertain whether he could leap from the 6th to the 9th within the same time frame. Each sect would send 10 disciples to the tea gathering of the 8 sects, and each disciple must be under the age of 18. Besides me, for disciples from the Golden Feather rank have already been decided, and the 6 spots for direct disciples are yet to be confirmed. With only 30 candidates listed, you wouldn't be recommending me, would you? Qin Ming glanced at Yueqing. She smiled lightly. You guessed correctly. My recommendation, coupled with your recent performance defeating Mu Zixio, has prompted many elders to consider you seriously. They have decided to observe for a while and temporarily placed you as the 31st candidate. You are not joking? I am serious. You should strive for this spot, for yourself and for those who care about you. Had Qin Ming merely fought to a standstill with Mu Zixio, Yueqing would not have recommended him, for the tea gathering of the 8 sects comprised elite disciples from each sect. Though termed a competition, it was fraught with hidden dangers. Being too weak would not only invite ridicule but could also pose a threat to life. However, Qin Ming had proven himself in the martial arts arena. Both his talent and combat prowess were exceptionally prominent. Give him 3 months, and he might grow to the 7th level or even the 8th level, by which time he would possess the strength to compete at the tea gathering. If Qin Ming could secure a ranking, even if he merely distinguished himself at the gathering, his status within the Qingyun Sect would see a significant boost, potentially allowing him to shed the identity of a servant. The higher Qin Ming's standing within the Qingyun Sect, the sooner he could rescue the people of Thunder Ancient City. This was an opportunity, truly a rare opportunity. Qin Ming understood Yueqing's intentions, warmth filling his heart. Thank you. Do not thank me just yet. You are merely the 31st candidate, still a candidate among candidates. This means I only have 3 months left. 2.5 months later, the spots will be officially determined, and the remaining half-month will be dedicated to intensive training. Who else is on the candidate list? Yueqing produced a sheepskin scroll, revealing neat lines of small characters. Tai Shanhe, Ling Shui, Ding Dian. These direct disciples are on the candidate list. This list will not be made public, but Tai Shanhe and the others are aware of their candidacy. I will give it a try. Qin Ming had already comprehended the second segment of the life and death decision, and his physique and meridians had undergone a transformation. Besides, his 3 months could be equivalent to 9 months of training. I have already persuaded my master. He will do his best to support you, but ultimately, it relies on you. Each participant represents the image of the Qingyun Sect, and they cannot treat it lightly. Yueqing sincerely hoped Qin Ming could succeed, but reflecting on figures like Tai Shanhe, Ling Shui, and Ding Dian, the gap between Qin Ming and them was vast. Moreover, the Grand Elders faction would vehemently oppose him, and during this period, they would not spare Qin Ming easily. Chapter 39. The Grand Hunting Expedition. Several days later, Qin Ming was diligently practicing his swordsmanship in the nearby old forest when he was suddenly drawn to a cacophony of lively chatter emanating from the other side of the mountain, suggesting a large gathering of people. Sheathing his Dayan ancient sword and wrapping it tightly in animal hide, he ascended to the mountain's peak to survey the scene below. At the foot of the mountain stood a large public notice board, surrounded by hundreds of disciples animatedly discussing its contents, with many more hurrying from various directions to join them. This was the second hunting festival of the year, an event he had eagerly anticipated. Where would it take place this time? It would be in the Zhuji mountain range, over 400 kilometers from the Qingyun Sect, deep within the Yunluo forest. It was said that the area was teeming with spirit monsters, characterized by a labyrinthine terrain filled with rivers and waterfalls and concealed canyons, rendering it significantly more perilous than the first hunting festival of the year. Each year, the second hunting festival proved to be much more hazardous than the first. with greater dangers bringing forth greater opportunities. The Qingyun Mountain range was vast, not only abundant in spirit monsters but also rife with mercenaries and mountain bandits. What were the minimum qualifications for participating in this hunting festival? It was clearly stated that participants must possess a cultivation level between the 6th and 9th layers of spirit martial arts and be limited to 1,000 individuals. Hundreds of disciples gathered around the notice board. Engaged in spirited discussions, the hunting festival served as a rite of passage for the new generation of disciples within the Qingyun Sect, occurring twice a year in different regions with varying qualifications and durations for participation. This particular hunting festival, restricted to those above the 6th layer and capped at 1,000 participants, was classified as a grand hunting operation. Blending into the crowd, Qin Ming peered through the gaps to examine the map and regulations detailed on the notice board. Previously, he had been deemed unqualified to participate due to his insufficient strength. He was merely too weak, hardly enough to pose a challenge to the spirit monsters. Thus, he would often gaze longingly at the hunting announcements from afar, filled with envy before returning to his mundane tasks. Qingyun Mountain Range. Suddenly, a thought sparked within him, prompting him to squeeze forward, his gaze shifting towards the designated training area on the map. In the corner, he spotted a familiar symbol, the Great Qing Mountain, the crystal mining region protected by the Thunder Ancient City. Qin Ming silently calculated the distance from the training area to the Great Qing Mountain, his eyes shimmering with the dawning of a bold and audacious idea. Qin Ming. A disciple recognized him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you interested in participating in the hunting festival? His inquiry drew the attention of nearby disciples. You truly have the qualifications to join. Why not give it a try? The minimum requirement is the 6th layer of spirit martial arts, but Qin Ming's cultivation level is insufficient. Cultivation level may be lacking, but strength is sufficient, another disciple interjected. He defeated Mu Zixio with a single punch. Who dares to claim he is unqualified? That was merely Mu Zixio's oversight. If they were to face off again, it wouldn't take long for Qin Ming to be subdued. Many around him expressed curiosity about Qin Ming, urging him to register. With a faint smile, Qin Ming replied, I would like to participate, but unfortunately, I lack the qualifications. Lack qualifications? Just give it a shot, they pressed. Feigning reluctance, Qin Ming shook his head. In terms of strength, I fear no one. Even if Mu Zixio were to stand before me again, I could still defeat him, but I am merely a servant. How could the hunting festival accept me? Ha! Quite the bravado. I must relay your words to Mu Zixio. Another disciple laughed heartily. You genuinely wish to participate? My friends and I can assist you. Dio, you have the courage to join. Some excitedly spurred him on while others offered cautious advice. Qin Ming, be prudent. Your victory over Mu Zixio was largely fortuitous. I dare. Qin Ming retorted, a smile playing on his lips as he left behind a provocative statement, squeezing through the crowd to depart. This lad intoxicated by his victory? Does he genuinely believe he can defeat a 7th layer warrior? Hurry and share his words with Mu Zixio. This spectacle is about to become quite entertaining. You all thrive on chaos. Qin Ming clearly exhibited signs of submission just now. The commotion continued at the notice board, with an increasing number of individuals converging, but after Qin Ming's departure, many disciples intentionally exaggerated his words as they spread through the crowd, eager to amplify the spectacle. Upon returning to the warehouse, Qin Ming began preparations, rummaging through some scrap metal to start crafting throwing knives. With his words having been delivered, it was certain to provoke Mu Zixio and his faction of elders, and it wouldn't be long before his name appeared on the hunting festival roster. The hunting festival, the Great Qing Mountain. I am returning home. By evening, Kai rushed over, bursting through the door to admonish him. Young Master Qin, have you openly challenged Mu Zixio? Do you realize how your words might incite the ire of many within the elder faction? I've heard they are already taking steps to assist you in registering. Quite efficient. Isn't it? That's splendid. Qin Ming smiled broadly. Splendid? What do you intend to do? Kai countered, exasperated. The hunting festival is a brutal affair, often resulting in numerous casualties. Even those at the 9th layer of spirit martial arts could perish in the forest. Their intention in pulling you in is to endanger you. Kai fretted for Qin Ming, recalling Sister Yu Qing's repeated warnings before her recent retreat, urging her to keep a close eye on him. Yet, merely days later, he had stirred up such a significant dilemma. Prepare me a map from the Qingyun Mountain range to the Great Qing Mountain, as well as a map of the mining area there. Kai's expression shifted. You plan to return to the mining area? Yes, I wish to return. Qin Ming's excitement was palpable. 8 years. 8 long years. Finally, I have the opportunity to return home and my loved ones. My aunt, uncles, sister, grandfather. I am coming back. Have you missed me? Wait, wait. Kai blocked his path. Her expression urgent. You want to go home? I miss home. Qin Ming beamed, though his eyes glistened with warmth. For 8 years, it had been his sister and Uncle Shura visiting him. Others had no chance to come. Nor did he have the opportunity to see them. 8 years. It was nearly forgotten how they looked. No. You cannot go back. I must return, he asserted firmly. Previously, he had lacked the strength to leave the Qingyun Sect. But now that he had finally seized an opportunity, no one could deter him from going home. Kai's demeanor turned serious. You cannot go back. If discovered and captured, the elder faction would show you no mercy, and your family would be implicated. I merely wish to catch a glimpse, even from a distance. You needn't worry. I know my limits. No. I absolutely forbid you from returning, Kai insisted, her lips pressed together in determination. Participating in the hunting festival was already perilous enough. He could not risk returning home as well. Qin Ming gazed into Kai's eyes, suddenly questioning, Are you concerned for me? Or is there something else? Of course I care about you. Kai's gaze faltered slightly before meeting his again. Has something happened at the Great Qing Mountain? Qin Ming, sensitive to the unease in her expression, sensed something amiss. Nothing has happened. Your participation in the hunting festival is simply too dangerous. The disciples of the elder faction will not show you leniency. Tio put it bluntly, you are practically offering your neck to their blades. First, answer me. Why hasn't my sister come to see me this year? A sudden unease gripped Qin Ming. In years past, his sister had visited him twice annually, a benefit granted by the Qingyun Sect. Yet, this year, months had passed without a single sighting. There have been delays before. Don't worry about them. Qin Ming abruptly grasped Kai's arm. Tell me, what has happened? You're hurting me. Kai protested, her voice tinged with grievance. What has happened? Tell me. Qin Ming pressed, locking his gaze onto hers. Nothing. What could possibly happen? You tend to overthink. Qin Ming remained silent, merely observing her. Kai squirmed under his intense scrutiny, stammering before biting her lip. Actually, nothing significant happened. Just a minor incident. Speak. Kai opened her mouth but fell silent. Speak. With no alternative, she relented. Over 3 months ago, Tu Wei broke through during his seclusion, reaching the 8th layer of Earth martial arts. This was meant to be a secret, but somehow it was leaked to the Qingyun Sect's overseers at the mine, who sent people to interfere. Causing chaos, Tu Wei nearly lost his life, leading to a large-scale conflict that even resulted in a strike at the mine. And then, Qin Ming's heart tightened. Tu Wei nearly lost his life 8 years ago. During the night of catastrophe in the Thunder Ancient City, the Lord's residence was left in ruins, with only a few remaining to proclaim their loyalty amidst blood and fire. Tu Wei was one of them. For years, they had endured hardships together, steadfast and true. For 8 years, over 200,000 citizens of the ancient city and the Qin family had been trapped deep within the crystal mines of the Great Qing Mountain. Toiling under the watch of the Qingyun Sect's enforcers, Tu Wei had formed a guard to protect the orphans of the Qin family and uphold the rights of all laborers in the city. He was, in essence, the sole protector of the Qin family now. Tu Wei had persevered to the end, preserving his life and successfully breaking through to the 8th layer of Earth martial arts. Do not worry about him. He will be fine. But the first thing Tu Wei did upon exiting seclusion was confront the overseer, resulting in yet another conflict, which led to him incapacitating that overseer. And afterward, the Qingyun Sect dispatched personnel to investigate, deeming the overseer at fault, resulting in no punishment for Tu Wei. They even took the overseer back to the Qingyun Sect. However, subsequently, they sent an elder to oversee the situation. You might be familiar with this elder, Lung Zhibai, rather ominous character. Beyond that, you can imagine the implications. Kai expressed her helplessness. Issues surrounding the mines were entirely alien to them as secluded disciples. The Qingyun Sect was widely acknowledged as a sanctum for martial cultivation, with over 8,000 disciples devoted solely to their training, detached from worldly affairs. Yet, such a large sect required astronomical sums for daily expenses and cultivation materials, leading to extensive spirit stone mines and periodic assignments for elite disciples to undertake tasks. Every sect maintained vast ancillary industries. These mines and industries were deemed essential. Lung Zhibai, a trusted confidant of the elder. Qin Ming clenched his fists, Was a spirit stone mine truly worth dispatching an elder to oversee it? Lung Zhibai's presence was clearly meant to suppress Two Wei's ascension. Chapter 40. The fifth martial arts arena. The events unfolding at the Great Qing Mountain solidified Qin Ming's resolve to return home. Kai pleaded with him for 2 days before finally conceding. After repeatedly cautioning him to stay safe, she provided him with a detailed map. 2 days later, the list of participants for this year's second hunting expedition was officially announced. And at the very bottom, the last name stood out. Qin Ming. It was evident to any discerning eye that this was the handiwork of Mu Zixio's faction. Otherwise, with Qin Ming's cultivation at the 5th layer of spirit martial arts and his position as a lower-tier disciple and servant, he would never have qualified to participate. With matters having developed to this point, one could only pity Qin Ming. He had foolishly provoked Mu Zixio after defeating him, and Mu Zixio wielded considerable influence within the Qingyun Sect, with many allies in his corner. Now, they had forcefully dragged him into the hunting circle, intending to make him their primary target. The day after the participant list was made public, Qin Ming arrived at the 5th martial arts arena, the gathering point for the hunting expedition. Hundreds of disciples awaited him there, most around 20 years of age, with cultivation levels exceeding the 6th layer of spirit martial arts, some even reaching the 9th layer. Some disciples had participated multiple times and appeared calm and collected, while others were first-timers, nervously seeking advice from their more experienced peers. Despite the inherent dangers of the hunting expedition, it also offered opportunities. For instance, one might discover precious spiritual herbs or fruits in the depths of the mountains, or even capture spirit monster cubs, not to mention the possibility of stumbling upon unique treasures. Many ambitious and spirited disciples preferred to team up and participate in these hunting expeditions rather than follow the monotonous path of cultivation within the Qingyun Sect. Thus, each hunting expedition attracted around 1,000 participants. A grand affair indeed. Many disciples had formed fixed teams, regularly participating in each hunting expedition and sharing the spoils equally in the plaza. First-time participants either banded together or sought alliances with renowned elite teams, while others were forming groups to bolster their ranks. As Qin Ming entered the arena, several individuals approached him. "Hey, how many times have you participated in the hunting expedition? Interested in joining our team? Friend, we just formed our team and need someone as robust as you. What do you say? What's your cultivation level? Want to consider weight? I recognize you. You're Qin Ming." Someone identified him. Yes. He opened his mouth. 7 or 8 people turned and dispersed, leaving him standing alone. The others who had approached him quickly retreated upon realizing his identity. To them, Qin Ming possessed strength and ambition, yet he was also a source of trouble, likely to be beaten up on the first day. They were adventurers seeking experience, not looking for death. The fewer complications, the better. Qin Ming was indifferent. He had no intention of joining any team. The arena buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Groups congregated, fervently discussing the upcoming hunting expedition. Some were eager to take risks, while others motivated one another to seek out high-quality spiritual treasures, and some teams prepared to cooperate in hunting powerful spirit monsters. However, amidst the crowd, Qin Ming spotted some notable figures: direct disciples, Ding Dian, direct disciple, Tai Shanhe, direct disciple, Di Yun. He even spotted the rarely seen direct disciple of Yao Shan, Ling Shui. What were they doing here? Were they also participating in the hunting expedition? Qin Ming found it strange. These individuals should have no shortage of spiritual herbs or opportunities for training. Then it struck him. Were they preparing for the 8 sect tea gathering? Perhaps these candidates intended to use the perilous forest environment to challenge their limits, undergo crises, and enhance their combat prowess? As Qin Ming observed them, they noticed him as well. Di Yun. That's Qin Ming. A female disciple alerted him. Di Yun slowly turned, locking eyes with Qin Ming, his gaze sharp and expression neutral, radiating an intense presence even from a distance. Qin Ming met Di Yun's gaze with composure. He had been observing Di Yun's training over the years and had recently deciphered the first 3 stages of the diamond strength technique, allowing him to advance in his cultivation. Di Yun held his gaze for a moment before striding toward Qin Ming. He was robust and powerful, moving with a grace that belied his strength. Clad casually, his muscular physique exuded power without appearing bulky. His proportions were impeccable, and he was undeniably handsome. He was a direct disciple who had honed the diamond strength technique to its pinnacle, boasting astounding explosive power, and had gained fame within the Qingyun Sect for the past few years. With his status as a direct disciple, he was likely to cultivate the earth-level martial art. The diamond mixed you on path, promising a bright future ahead. Diyun approached Qin Ming. Did he want to spar? Is that Qin Ming? Wow. Are Qin Ming and Diyun going to face off? I've been looking forward to this moment for ages. I've always been curious about Diyun's reaction to learning that Qin Ming practices the diamond strength technique. A splendid show is about to unfold. Ding Dian, Han Qinya, and other direct disciples also turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Diyun was a formidable opponent at the 8th layer of spirit martial arts, following a path of raw power, and few dared to challenge him. You are Qin Ming, Diyun stated, halting 3 steps away and scrutinizing him. Diyun, senior brother, Qin Ming replied, offering a respectful salute, neither servile nor arrogant. How much can you lift with a single punch? Currently, I can manage around 900 pounds. With his elevated cultivation level, Qin Ming's physique had also transformed, allowing him to exert at least 1,000 pounds of force with his punches. You comprehended the diamond strength technique in just 1 month? I observed senior brother practicing previously, which inspired my attempts. I had some insights that accelerated my progress. Diyun unexpectedly nodded in approval. You possess significant talent. Shall we find a time to spar? If senior brother is interested, I'm always available. Qin Ming smiled as he extended his hand. The two struck a high five in midair, the crisp sound echoing throughout the martial arts arena. This scene left many spectators who had gathered to watch the spectacle utterly dumbfounded. Was that it? When did Diyun become so amicable? Just then, a throng of individuals marched into the arena, numbering over 100, judging by their attire. They belonged to a multitude of different battle teams. Yet they all shared a common allegiance, the faction of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder wielded significant power within the Qingyun Sect, boasting the unwavering support of 7 or 8 elders. Among the approaching crowd were several direct disciples, all loyal to the Grand Elder or his staunch allies. Upon arriving at the arena, these disciples quickly spotted Qin Ming, each displaying a peculiar smile. The atmosphere in the arena grew slightly subdued, with many eyes intentionally or unintentionally drifting towards this direction. Qin Ming had anticipated this moment. He turned and headed towards a corner of the arena, wishing to avoid confrontation for the time being. The hunting event would span 30 days, and he intended to visit the Great Qing Mountain first to see his family before returning to contend with them slowly. Are you Qin Ming? Halt! I'm speaking to you. Don't play deaf. I know you can hear me. A few young men and women stepped forward from the group. Approaching Qin Ming, there's something you need. Qin Ming responded with a hint of resignation as he faced them. One tall, slender disciple moved closer, probing his bundle. What do you have in there? None of your business. The tall disciple persisted. Are you really planning to participate in the hunting event? Qin Ming shot him a glance and chuckled lightly. Isn't it obvious? The disciple circled around Qin Ming, taunting him mockingly. You have some nerve, showing up here. If we let you in, you come. If we tell you to die, why don't you obediently comply? Haha, kid. Open your eyes and look. Which disciple here isn't at the 6th level of spirit martial arts? You are just a servant. Instead of delivering goods like a good boy, you want to squeeze into the elite circle of disciples. Are you thick-skinned or simply deluded? Don't think that defeating Mu Zixio means you can challenge the 7th level. He was just careless that day. Once he recovers, you too can have another go at it. Get lost, return from whence you came. The hunting expedition is a game for the brave. What business does a servant have meddling in it? Qin Ming shook his head with a smile. I see this amusing. I find it quite entertaining. Don't you? Enough with the nonsense. Get back. With that haughty attitude of yours, do you genuinely believe you can still act as the young city lord? You should be grateful we didn't come looking for you these past 8 years. This group of disciples had intentionally come to humiliate Qin Ming, leaving him in an awkward position. If he stayed, it would be disgraceful. If he left, it would signify submission, making it impossible for him to lift his head again within the Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming remained unperturbed. The hunting expedition is about to commence. Sparring in the forest is far more preferable than exchanging barbs here. Spar? You think you can spar with me? A tall, slender youth was about to step closer to Qin Ming when a dark, gleaming war blade suddenly slashed between them. Who the hell? The disciples were about to shout in anger when their expressions changed, and they all fell silent. Tai Shanhe? Tai Shanhe, with disheveled hair and sharp, narrow eyes, approached them with an imposing aura, wielding the war blade. He struck the blade against the face of the tall youth, creating a sharp, resounding clap. Step back. Tai Shanhe, what do you want? The group's bravado faded abruptly, and nobody dared to resist, retreating step by step. The expressions of the 100 or so members of the Grand Elder's faction changed, their brows furrowing as they observed the scene. Others exchanged glances, astonished that Tai Shanhe would intervene so suddenly. Among the new generation of the Qingyun Sect, Tai Shanhe's talents and strength were absolutely comparable to the disciples of Qin Ming, and he was known to be even more audacious and wild, with deeper connections. Tai Shanhe stood before Qin Ming, the blade's edge pressed against the throat of the elite disciple. One must possess self-awareness. If given the same resources and conditions as Qin Ming 8 years ago, you would not even be qualified to hold his shoes today. Don't act like a petty villain. If you have the capability, kill him now. If not, get lost. Chapter 41. Returning home, Tai Shanhe's sudden action gradually silenced the arena. He had always been a lone wolf, doing as he pleased, known for his distinctive and proud nature, yet there had never been reports of him standing up for anyone. Today was truly an unprecedented occurrence. Tai Shanhe, you best not get involved in this matter. A stern-looking youth emerged from the 100-strong team, He Xiangtian, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, and also Mu Zixio's senior brother, one of the 30 candidates for this tea gathering among the 8 sects. Your petty affairs do not warrant my involvement. I merely advise you to refrain from making things unpleasant. Tai Shanhe sheathed his blade, his words devoid of courtesy. He Xiangtian glared at Tai Shanhe, his fists swelling with dark energy. Yet, after a moment of confrontation, he reined in his aura and beckoned his fellow disciples to return. There's no need to make an enemy of Tai Shanhe now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the forest. Let us wait and see. Humph. The group of young men and women shared a few disdainful laughs before retreating back to their ranks. Tai Shanhe turned to Qin Ming. Care to join forces? The question astonished the nearby disciples. What fortune had Qin Ming stumbled upon to garner Tai Shanhe's interest? If Tai Shanhe were to protect him throughout the hunting expedition, He Xiangtian and his cohorts would find it difficult to make a move. Qin Ming too found it curious why Tai Shanhe would come to his aid, yet he politely declined the offer. I'm laden with troubles and prefer to keep my distance. Are you certain? Tai Shanhe scrutinized him. Absolutely. Qin Ming nodded with a smile. He needed to stealthily return to the Great Qing Mountain, and it was imperative that others remained unaware of his intentions. Be cautious. Tai Shanhe did not press further and strode away, his war blade resting on his shoulder. How could you let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Someone shook their head in lament, recognizing that Tai Shanhe rarely offered assistance, and Qin Ming should have cherished the chance. Before long, the disciples participating in the expedition had nearly all arrived, numbering over 900, gathered in a bustling crowd at the martial arts arena. Among them were more than 10 direct disciples, including Tai Shanhe and Ling Shui, who stood out prominently, drawing the admiration and respect of many junior disciples. At noon, 5 elders arrived at the arena, accompanied by over 50 middle-aged disciples. During the upcoming expedition, the 5 elders would take positions at the periphery and center of the main sacrificial mountain, while the 50 middle-aged disciples would navigate through the forest. Their responsibility was merely to handle unforeseen incidents and would not interfere with the disciples' training. Set off, the elders offered no superfluous words. They had already reminded the disciples of the precautions and preparations required for the expedition. The nearly 1,000-strong group set off in an orderly fashion, departing from the Qingyun Sect's main gate and delving deep into the vast wilderness. Along the way, they encountered several mercenary groups. Some retreated, unwilling to provoke the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, while others flashed mischievous smiles at the beautiful female disciples, disappearing into the dense forest. A few brazen ones trailed behind leisurely, only to be driven away by the middle-aged disciples after several kilometers. These mercenary bands were composed of desperate individuals, daring to instigate trouble and engage in any sort of activity. Compared to the spirit beasts within the forest, these humans were far more terrifying. This was Qin Ming's second departure from the Qingyun Sect, and he possessed some experience. He walked towards the back of the group, avoiding He Xiangtian and others while observing the path. 3 days later, the group reached the edge of the main sacrificial mountain. The thousands of disciples slightly dispersed, examining the terrain around them. They needed to memorize the environment here, lest they forget their location after 30 days and fail to find the assembly point. Qin Ming blended in inconspicuously among the crowd. He Xiangtian and his companions occasionally cast glances in his direction, their eyes filled with hostility. Outnumbered, they would easily form at least 10 action teams to deal with Qin Ming. An elder noticed the situation and looked at Qin Ming with pity, but since it involved the Grand Elder, he refrained from intervening. Qin Ming wandered about, studying the terrain. The landscape was striking, dominated by vibrant red iron fir trees that stretched for miles. It was precisely because of this vividness that it was chosen as the assembly point if, after 30 days, one truly could not find their way back. Climbing to the nearest high peak would reveal this fiery red forest as long as one was not too far away. At noon, the 5 elders summoned all disciples to assemble. Remember this environment, remember this location. In 30 days, gather back here. Plan your time wisely. We will not wait for you after the deadline. Understand this clearly. This is a forest, not the Qingyun Sect. Your lives are in your own hands. Do you understand? Scatter. With the elders' command, the group dispersed, rushing into the dense woods in different directions. Qin Ming mingled with the main body of disciples. Surging forward with them, Shangtian did not pursue him immediately but kept a distant watch. They could not attack openly. They needed to find a secluded spot to act discreetly. Even if outsiders knew it was them, there would be no evidence. Qin Ming slipped away from the crowd and disappeared into the old forest. Shangtian commanded, "Search. Whoever captures Qin Ming first will be rewarded with 2 spirit pearl grasses." The 10 teams cheered loudly, charging into the forest like a pack of wolves, relishing the thrill of the hunt, treating Qin Ming as their first prey. However, Qin Ming was not as easy to find as they imagined. He quickly evaded the disciples and found a secluded spot to take out the map given to him by Kai Yi. "The Great Qing Mountain is here. I am here." Qin Ming confirmed his location and immediately set off, heading straight towards the Great Qing Mountain. Home. Home. I want to go home. He aimed to escape the designated training area before the 5 elders and those middle-aged disciples arrived. "Sister, uncle, family, I have returned. I am coming back. 8 years. 8 years. 8 years. I have grown up. I am back." The excitement surging within Qin Ming at this moment was known only to himself. 8 years had passed. Would his family still recognize him? A smile graced his face, yet his eyes were already warm. He raced along the rugged mountain path, navigating through the sturdy branches of trees, feeling as though he were filled with boundless energy. Home. A simple thought, a persistent belief. He even began to envision the scene of reuniting with his family, though he was somewhat apprehensive about witnessing the suffering of the townsfolk. Anticipation, emotion, unease, tension, a myriad of emotions intertwined. Qin Ming's state of mind had never been so tumultuous. A black-winged leopard had locked onto Qin Ming from a distance, pouncing out of the forest with a savage roar that reverberated through the woods. Qin Ming initially intended to shake it off, but the black-winged leopard relentlessly pursued him, its massive form charging wildly. "I have no time to waste with you." Qin Ming abruptly turned, launching 2 flying knives from a distance. The blades were sharp, spinning fiercely, slicing through the air with a whoosh. The black-winged leopard adeptly dodged, yet the flying knives struck true, penetrating its body with a resounding thud, blood spraying forth. The force of the knives was immense, piercing straight through and embedding deep within a nearby ancient tree. Qin Ming leaped forward, closing the distance, letting out a low growl as electric energy surged through his right fist. With a thunderous crash, his powerful punch landed squarely on the black-winged leopard's jaw, the force tearing through flesh and driving deep into its mouth. The black-winged leopard screeched and flew backward, landing awkwardly before scrambling away, low growling twice in retreat, fleeing in a pitiful manner. This was a spirit beast, and if captured, its pelt would fetch a handsome price. However, Qin Ming had no interest in hunting. He sheathed his flying knives and continued his rush towards the Great Qing Mountain. He had planned to cover 50 kilometers before nightfall, but the rugged terrain of the main sacrificial mountain and the dense, damp forest made the journey far more challenging than anticipated. Some ancient trees towered over 30 meters high, their branches sprawling across the ground like small mountains, obstructing his path. He easily lost his sense of direction, needing to pause frequently. Not long after, he encountered another spirit beast. Sensing its fierce aura from afar, he decisively avoided it. Soon after, just as he was about to climb to the tree canopy to determine his direction, a cacophony of chattering erupted from the forest ahead, a chaotic, dense sound, and he caught a glimpse of a white blur speeding toward him. Qin Ming squinted. A troop of monkeys? A large group of white-haired monkeys leaped and screeched through the branches, agile as the wind. Their eyes were blood-red, baring their teeth as they shrieked, causing many forest birds to take flight in a panic. Danger! Avoid! As night fell, Qin Ming stood atop a mountain peak, gnawing on rations while gazing in the direction of the Great Qing Mountain. The journey home proved more arduous than he had anticipated. He had only covered 30 kilometers instead of the planned 50 before dark. The spirit beasts at night were more numerous than during the day, their roars echoing endlessly in the dark expanse. He had to suppress his urgent desire to return home. It was better to take things slowly, as rushing would not yield favorable results. He did not wish to stand before his family covered in blood. Chapter 42. Ruthless action in the dead of night. Qin Ming was startled awake by a burst of laughter. A group of men and women strolled past the foot of the mountain, laughing and chatting without a care for the dangers of the forest at night. "Is that them?" Qin Ming concealed himself atop the mountain, and as the men and women crossed a clear area, he recognized them in the faint moonlight. They were indeed the same group that had provoked him at the 5th Martial Arts Arena that day. Their party consisted of 15 members, all of considerable strength. No wonder they acted so brazenly. Qin Ming quietly concealed himself, trying not to draw attention. He was not yet capable of confronting so many. "Wait." One male disciple suddenly raised his hand. "What is it?" The others stood alert, instinctively forming a defensive formation, their smiles masking their sharp gazes. Qin Ming was nearby. That male disciple wore a smirk as he surveyed the surroundings. He was the very one who had provocatively touched Qin Ming's bundle at the 5th Martial Arts Arena, brazenly applying a special fragrance beneath it. This fragrance was colorless and odorless, undetectable to ordinary individuals, yet he could track it from several miles away. The 15-member team had followed the scent to this very spot. However, the fragrance had faded considerably after 3 or 4 days. He could only ascertain a general vicinity. "We found him." The disciples revealed malicious smiles, their brows furrowing as they scanned the dense forest, some glancing toward the nearby mountain. "Can you confirm?" A female disciple with an iron whip stepped forward. "Confirmed." The male disciple, surnamed Chun, possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of spirit martial arts, an elite disciple. Split into groups of 3 and search around. Qin Ming must be nearby. He might even be asleep. Whoever finds him, don't rush to kill him. Such a delightful affair should be savored by all. We'll head this way. You all can go wherever you like. Qin Ming, little brat, your sister is coming. The 15 disciples divided into 5 groups, gripping their weapons with wicked grins as they dispersed, with 2 groups heading directly toward the mountain where Qin Ming lay hidden, the mountain peak. Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly, drawing 3 flying knives from his waist, preparing to strike. He was puzzled as to how he had been discovered. But there was no time to ponder. He needed to charge out quickly, as falling into their hands would surely be fatal. Just then, a sudden scream erupted from the group heading west. "Ha! We found him so quickly?" The remaining 4 groups hurriedly turned to rush over. Yet, when the 15-member team reassembled, all their faces turned pale before them. In the darkened forest, a multitude of glowing green eyes shone, revealing a mass of shadows that coldly stared back at them. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The atmosphere grew tense. Spirit beasts? They cautiously began to retreat, but the eyes did not disperse. Instead, they advanced closer. With the dim moonlight filtering through, they finally discerned what they were facing. A pack of wolves, spirit beasts, gale wolves. Over 100 gale wolves stood before them, their powerful forms boasting sharp claws that glinted ominously, their coarse black fur bristling. They bared their fangs, drooling as they encroached, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. The 15 disciples swallowed hard, their breaths quickening involuntarily. Over 100 spirit beasts. They had struck big luck. Activate your martial arts, deter them. The leading male disciple issued a quiet command, the first to exhibit his martial prowess. A chilling white mist enveloped his body, silently spreading forth, causing the leaves and twigs beneath his feet to crystallize with frost. He crossed his hands before him, the palms crystallizing into delicate ice shards. The others suppressed their fears, one after another displaying their own martial techniques. All of them were above the 6th realm of spirit martial arts, far stronger than the Gale Wolves. The Gale Wolves hesitated to launch an immediate attack, seemingly cautious. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Do not panic. Under no circumstances should you panic. Stand together and meet their gaze, the leading disciple continuously reminded them. Although they were stronger than the pack of wolves, there were over 100 of these fierce spirit beasts, and if a fight broke out, it could easily lead to mutual destruction or even total annihilation of their forces. Slowly, the alpha wolf emerged from the pack. its size dwarfing that of a bison, its body a mass of powerful muscle, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was imposing and filled with murderous intent, its mouth lined with sharp fangs, and its claws as large as fans, crushing twigs underfoot as it approached. Listen to my command. No one move. The leading male disciple, at the ninth realm of spirit martial arts, stood resolutely at the front, coldly confronting the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf emitted a low growl, as if issuing some command, prompting the surrounding wolves to snarl in response, their heads lowered, their faces menacingly fixed upon them. What does this mean? What are they planning? A female disciple wondered aloud, tightening her grip on her longbow, which was infused with spirit energy, flames flickering from the arrows. How would I know? Another disciple gritted his teeth. If it comes to it, we will fight. Are we, disciples of the esteemed Qingyun Sect, afraid of these beasts? Wolf fangs and claws are valuable. If it comes to battle, who is afraid? Before Chun Jian could finish, the alpha wolf let out a piercing howl, and the 100-strong pack surged forward like arrows released from bows, descending upon them in a densely packed wave. Fight! The 15 disciples simultaneously paled, screaming as they charged toward the wolf pack. An intense battle unfolded in the forest. The 15 disciples, all elite fighters, possessed formidable strength and coordinated seamlessly. They did not falter, plunging directly into the depths of the wolf pack. While the individual strength of the wolves was slightly weaker, their overwhelming numbers and savage ferocity pressed forward relentlessly. Spirit energy surged, martial techniques unleashed, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Blood sprayed, and roars filled the air. The scent of blood invigorated the Gale wolves, intensifying their assault. Having participated in 3 previous hunting tournaments, their team was experienced in fierce battles, confident they could repel the wolves. However, the tide of battle soon turned. Help me! A disciple was suddenly knocked down by the alpha wolf, followed by 3 to 5 other wolves pouncing on him. His cries transformed into screams, and then silence. Get away, you beasts! One disciple rushed to the rescue, summoning a torrent of water to push forward. But in his haste, he neglected the sides, where Gale wolves surged forth, howling fiercely, their powerful claws striking down. The sheer number of wolves, their savage and barbaric nature, charged in a frenzied rush, and the situation became increasingly chaotic. They could not hold on, and in the blink of an eye, 5 had perished. Qin Ming stood atop a hill, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Gather together and fall back. Assemble around me. We must break through. The leading disciple shouted anxiously, calling for the others to regroup. The wolf pack was relentless, their frenzied attacks creating a horrifying scene. The chase and slaughter continued for a full hour, traversing over 10 miles of mountainous terrain, attracting nearby hunting teams. Yet upon witnessing the scene, they quickly distanced themselves, unwilling to involve themselves in the trouble. In the end, only 5 out of the original 10 disciples survived, barely escaping the wolf's pursuit. They were battered and bruised, having narrowly escaped death, gasping for breath, their hearts racing. How many of us are left? A male disciple asked, his face smeared with blood, his voice trembling. 5, only 5 remain, another disciple replied. Slumped against an old tree, gazing up at the dense canopy, the scattered moonlight illuminating his terrified face. 10 are dead? A female disciple struggled to accept the reality. What had begun as a joyous pursuit of prey had turned them into prey themselves, and 10 of their comrades had perished. How would they explain this upon their return? How could they participate in the upcoming hunting festival? We need to find a safe place to hide. Chun Jian gasped, leaning against the old tree. We must tend to our wounds first. Where's Qin Ming? The female disciple inquired, lifting her head slightly. Forget about him. Let the other teams handle it. Just as Chun Jian was about to rise, his expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? The other 4 disciples immediately became alert. Had the wolves caught up? Chun Jian sniffed the air vigorously, his expression shifting. He detected a familiar scent, one he recognized all too well. What is happening? Qin Ming. What? Qin Ming seems to be nearby. Isn't he? The female disciple's mouth opened, but no sound came forth. Emerging from the dimly lit forest was a tall, slender youth, brandishing a gleaming longsword. Qin Ming? The 5 disciples' faces fell. How could he possibly be here? Had he been following them all along? Qin Ming stopped a short distance away, his face devoid of expression, his aura growing increasingly frigid. "We didn't seek you out, yet you have come right to our doorstep." The female disciple gripped her iron whip tightly, but her voice lacked conviction. Qin Ming paused for a moment before slowly approaching them, his gaze icy. "What do you want? I warn you not to act recklessly. Qin Ming, please leave, we bear no enmity, and it would be best not to take advantage of our misfortune. We are all of the same sect. There is no need to sour relations. Please depart. I do not wish to repeat myself." "What are you doing? Stop, stop," the five cried out, retreating in panic. Qin Ming quickened his pace, the sword in his hand emanating a chilling energy, striking mercilessly toward Chen Jian. Ah! The scream echoed through the ancient forest, awakening the birds in the dawn before the first light, shattering the tranquility of the woods. Chapter 43. The Great Qing Mountain After Dawn. Qin Ming continued on his journey, skillfully avoiding all spirit beasts and hunting teams, as well as the occasional sighting of mercenary groups. He pressed on, striving to adapt to the forest environment. 2 days later, he traversed the area surrounding the main sacrificial mountain, plunging into the denser and more perilous depths of the forest, heading toward the Great Qing Mountain. The further he ventured, the greater the dangers he encountered, including bizarre spirit beasts. He crossed paths with a mystical white deer, catching a fleeting glimpse before it vanished into the thicket. He encountered towering giants over 10 meters tall, racing through the ancient mountains. He even witnessed a dozen black apes practicing moonlit rituals at midnight, and saw strange beasts conjuring rain in the rivers. Qin Ming persevered through the perils, gradually adapting to survival in the forest. On the 8th day of the hunting festival, he finally arrived at the Great Qing Mountain. This area is located in the northeastern part of the Cloud Luo Forest and is a significant mining region. Stretching over 20 to 30 kilometers. It is home to 5 large mines, providing the Qingyun Sect with an astounding quantity of crystal stones each year. Some are used for the cultivation of the Qingyun Sect's disciples, while others are traded for precious spirit herbs or elixirs from the outside world. Even from a distance, before approaching the Great Qing Mountain, Qin Ming could feel the bustling atmosphere within the mining area. Over 200,000 laborers toiled day and night, supplying abundant resources to the Qingyun Sect. All of them hailed from Thunder Ancient City, once leading lives of comfort and prosperity, enjoying peace and ease. But due to a past calamity, they had become miners, laboring in this isolated area. 8 years. 8 years. Standing atop the mountain, Qin Ming gazed silently into the distance, suddenly filled with trepidation at the thought of drawing closer, unwilling and afraid to witness the tragic scenes unfolding below. What had truly happened 8 years ago? Even now, Qin Ming remained unclear. The tribute from Thunder Ancient City to the Qingyun Sect had been stolen, inciting the wrath of the sect's elders. This was the initial explanation given to him by Tu Wei, but now, he suspected it was far more complex. Qin Ming climbed to a higher peak, hidden among the treetops, waiting for nightfall while remaining vigilant for any potential dangers. The dense forests surrounding the mining area were rife with spirit beasts, as well as many mercenaries and bandits, all coveting the precious crystals within. Occasionally, they would forcibly invade the mines to plunder or raid the convoys transporting crystals away. Consequently, the Great Qing Mountain maintained its own guard, comprised of disciples from the Qingyun Sect and warriors selected from the townspeople by Tu Wei himself. The guards led by Tu Wei held a lowly status, facing heavy responsibilities as they strive to protect the suffering populace while patrolling the area, constantly confronted by threats from spirit beasts and bandits. In the dead of night, Qin Ming calculated the timing and left the high mountain, cautiously approaching the mining area. Although he had never been here before, Kai had provided a detailed map depicting the layout of the mines. To the east of the mining area stood a lavish manor, the residence of the elder in charge, as well as the main storage for crystal stones, heavily guarded by at least 100 disciples from the Qingyun Sect, along with formidable spirit beasts transferred from the sect. The place Qin Ming intended to reach was a small courtyard adjacent to the manor, marked on the map as the residence of the Qin family. Kai had meticulously crafted the map, even listing the patrol routes and timings of the guarding teams. Qin Ming stealthily infiltrated the mining area, avoiding detection and drawing closer to the courtyard beside the manor. The place was even more rudimentary than he had imagined, with houses built from stones and wood, tightly packed together, eerily silent, and devoid of light. It was unclear whether the inhabitants were asleep or if there were simply no people present. As Qin Ming climbed over the wall and stood in the shadows, gazing at the dark courtyard, He found himself at a loss for what to do. Reflecting on the grand and imposing lord's mansion of years past, he now faced this dilapidated courtyard. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Though he was aware of the hardships his family had endured over the years, standing here made it all the more painful. Where is my uncle? Where is my aunt? Is my sister here? What about the other cousins, my relatives? Should he wake them? Qin Ming clenched and relaxed his hands anxiously. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as if someone was approaching. Is someone returning? Qin Ming quickly adjusted his attire, calming himself and striving to muster a smile. Bang! The courtyard door was forcefully pushed open, and a group of people entered, brandishing torches. Qin Ming, get up! You dare to slack off and sleep before midnight? A man shouted boisterously, followed by others who pounded on the walls and clanged their weapons. They wore fine embroidered robes with the Qingyun Sect's insignia, their demeanor arrogant and overbearing. The stone houses ignited with candlelight as people groggily opened their doors. Each stone house was small, yet contained over 10 individuals, all women, from children to the elderly, looking at the disciples of the Qingyun Sect with fear and anger. It was already past midnight. Why were they still required to serve drinks? An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, stepped forward, glaring at them with indignation. You old hag, always so troublesome. Hurry up, where's Qin Ming? The young master wants to see her. The man sneered wickedly. I'm not going. Not going. Then it's simple. Tomorrow, all miners in the 5 major mines will have their working hours increased by 1 hour, receive less water, and be given less food. Oh, by the way, there have been disturbances in the east lately with mercenaries causing trouble. Should we send more of your guards to investigate? You shameless. The elderly woman coughed in anger, striking the ground forcefully with her cane. The other women were furious but had grown numb to the oppression, none daring to resist. Aunt, I will go. A frail girl emerged from behind the woman, her face wan and weary, yet she forced a smile to comfort her relatives. Aunt. Qin Ming stared in disbelief at the aged woman, tears rolling down his cheeks, his chin trembling. This woman was his aunt? She couldn't be 50 yet. In his memories, she had been dignified and graceful. How could she have? How could it be? The girl changed into her clothes, offering a reassuring smile to everyone before following the disciples of the Qingyun Sect out of the courtyard. The onlookers were filled with concern but had no power to resist, only able to watch helplessly as Qin Ming was taken away. The elderly woman gently tapped the ground with her cane. Inform Tu-Wei, that scoundrel from the Qingyun Sect has ill intentions. The girl was Qin Ming's sister, Qin Ming. She was 2 years younger than Qin Ming, now blossoming into a beautiful young woman, graceful and elegant. Yet the years of hardship had dulled her complexion, and her spirit appeared diminished. She was led into the adjacent lavish manor, her hands instinctively clenching tightly in her sleeves, her eyes filled with anxiety and vigilance. Deep within the manor, in a spacious courtyard, a scene of opulence unfolded. The sound of a zither resonated, lively and clear. A group of dancers twirled gracefully, their movements bewitching, their steps light. Each woman wore revealing attire, with white bodices and trousers underneath, draped in thin red veils that showcased their perfect figures. Numerous disciples from the Qingyun Sect surrounded the courtyard, openly admiring the enchanting dancers. Although their movements were delicate, like willows in the wind, their faces bore no expressions, their eyes reflecting exhaustion. The courtyard was adorned with large tables and reclining chairs, where a youth not yet 20 reclined lazily, holding a finely crafted wine flask. Swaying drunkenly, beside him knelt several beautiful girls, fanning him gently and massaging his legs, while he half closed his eyes, reveling in the pleasure before him. Young master, Qin Ming has arrived. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect brought Qin Ming into the courtyard, lingering for a moment, greedily admiring the swaying dancers. Little Ming, go take a bath and change your clothes first, the young man said with a grin, beckoning Qin Ming. Why did you call me? Each time Qin Ming beheld the scene in the courtyard, her heart filled with rage. These women had once been servants of the Qin family, merely responsible for daily chores, yet now they had fallen to the status of dancers, engaging in disgraceful acts. What do you mean, why? You are the manor's maid, and I am the master. When I call, you come. Whatever I command, you must obey. Cold Yu Liang, we, the Qin family, are hired workers of the manor, not your slaves. Go tell that to the elder. T1T, do you any good to shout at me? I don't care what crimes your Qin family has committed or what your status is. All I know is that you must listen to me now. Cold Yu Liang staggered to his feet, drunkenly approaching Qin Ming. This little girl deliberately downplayed her appearance, making herself look ordinary, but he could see she was a beauty. And she was beginning to mature. What do you want? The musicians and dancers all halted, stepping in front of Qin Ming to shield their mistress. Chapter 44. Humiliation. Isn't it permissible for me to have a chat with my little Inger? What are you all? Cold Yu Liang rudely shoved them aside. Cold young master, she is still young. An attendant attempted to speak, only to receive a sharp slap from Cold Yu Liang. Did this young master tell you to speak? As the other dancers prepared to resist, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect gathered closer. Thinking of rebelling? Consider your own lives and the lives of the miners. The words struck at their core, and they lowered their heads, their eyes reddening. The Qin family already owed a debt to the people of Thunder Ancient City. They could not bear to see them suffer further due to trivial matters. Qin Ming had risked infiltrating the manor, silently observing, his hands clenched tightly, suppressing his rage. Tu Wei had never informed him that the Qin family members were serving as servants in the manor. Enduring such humiliation, his sister had never mentioned to him that she was working as a maid here. This so-called young master was merely a direct disciple of the Qingyun Sect, the grandson of the ruthless elder Cold Ji Bai, who had recently been assigned here. With limited talent and weak strength, he was insignificant within the Qingyun Sect, yet he had come here to exert his authority. Step aside. Cold Yu Liang scoffed dismissively. The women remained motionless, and it was Qin Ming herself who pushed them aside and stepped forward. Let them return to rest. I will stay. Mississippi. They grasped Qin Ming's hands, shaking their heads repeatedly. He won't dare to do anything to me. You are all tired. Go back. Bring them all away, Cold Yu Liang said, retreating back to the soft couch, lazily reclining. Xiao Inger, come and massage my legs. Qin Ming dissuaded all the women of the Qin family, leaving only herself behind. Did you not hear? Come here and give me a leg rub. Lung Yuliang lay comfortably on the soft couch. Qin Ming, suppressing her humiliation, approached with hesitant steps. First, pour me a cup of wine. Lung Yuliang handed over the wine jug. Just as Qin Ming reached for it, Lung Yuliang suddenly grasped her hand. What are you doing? Qin Ming recoiled as if struck by lightning, the jade porcelain wine jug shattering with a sharp crack. Lung Yuliang raised an eyebrow at her, casually picking up a shard from the ground. Do you know how much this wine jug is worth? At least 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Nonsense. I determine its worth. Will you pay for it? If not, what do you intend to do? The old rule remains. Starting today, process 1 hour at 5 mine sites every day for 30 days. I will pay. Tears welled in Qin Ming's eyes. Pay? Ha, can you afford it? The entire annual salary of your Qin family doesn't even amount to a single mid-grade spirit stone. How will you compensate? Lung Yuliang reached out again to grasp Qin Ming's hand. Get away, you scoundrel. Qin Ming hastily retreated. I am indeed a scoundrel. Heh, what will you do about it? 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Can you afford that? Yes, yes. Where will you find the spirit stones? Has your Qin family been hoarding them? What exactly do you want? Lung Yuliang slowly propped himself up. What do I want? Are you still unclear? Don't come any closer. Rest assured, I won't consume you just yet. A couple more years of nurturing will suffice. Come, let me hold you first. Qin Ming, unable to watch any longer from a distance, gathered his energy and prepared to rush over. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the front gate of the manor, as a group of people surged towards the small courtyard. Young master, Tu Wei brought the guards and a disciple of the Qingyun Sect hurried over to report. They arrived rather swiftly. Lung Yuliang leisurely reclined back on the soft couch. He had teased Qin Ming more than once or twice. Each time, Tu Wei had come to her rescue, and he was already accustomed to it. Tu Wei stormed in with the guard team, followed closely by the Qin family maidens who had just departed, all in a state of agitation. Lung Yuliang frequently teased Qin Ming, always choosing the dead of night, yet she was only 13 years old. That beast. Uncle Wei. Qin Ming threw herself into Tu Wei's embrace. It's all right. It's all right. Miss, do not fear. I am here. Tu Wei shielded Qin Ming, his eyes blazing with fury. Should anything happen to her, he would be unable to face the Qin family. Captain Tu Wei, why are you here? The area around the mines has been unstable lately. You should be on patrol. Lung Yuliang was unperturbed by Tu Wei, for he knew he would not dare to retaliate against him. Who am I to be lectured by you? I warn you, do not provoke the women of the Qin family again. What? Have the women of the Qin family become your possession, Two-Wei? Are you not afraid your master will rise from the grave? Before Long Yuliang could finish, Two-Wei stepped forward, his furious aura sweeping through the courtyard like a tempest, sending the table along with Long Yuliang and his soft couch flying. Are you trying to rebel? Long Yuliang scrambled to his feet, furiously rebuking Two-Wei. Disciples of the Qingyun Sect surged into the courtyard, confronting the guard team. Come on, damn it, I've had enough of this. The Qin family's guards were like frenzied wolves, their eyes bloodshot. The Qingyun Sect disciples did not advance, but neither did they retreat. Two-Wei barked at Long Yuliang. Behave yourself. If you dare to harass Qin Ming again, I will twist off your head. Come at me then. I am right here. If you have the capability, twist it off now. A mere dog of the Qin family, and he truly thinks himself significant. I spit. Long Yuliang scoffed at Two-Wei, emboldened by his drunkenness. Uncle Wei, don't be like that. If we endure, it will pass. Qin Ming grasped Two-Wei's arm, urging him to be cautious. Two-Wei glared at Long Yuliang, signaling his team to leave. If he had not possessed this patience, he would have been dead countless times already. He was well aware that Long Zhibai had brought this spoiled grandson here to humiliate the Qin family and create trouble. Don't leave just yet. Long Yuliang adjusted himself on the soft couch, reclining with abandon, pointing at the shattered wine jug. This wine jug was brought from the Qingyun Sect. It's very precious, worth at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones, so tell me, how will you compensate? Do not bully too much. The guards could no longer tolerate this scoundrel. Long Yuliang tilted his head back, giving them a look of defiance. Who broke it? Two-Wei asked coldly. Naturally, it was your young lady. Who witnessed it? I saw it. Is that a problem? No. Two-Wei shielded Qin Ming and turned to leave, while the guards burned with anger, yet dared not vent it. They had suffered greatly. Each time the guard team was deployed, the cost was borne by over 200,000 citizens. Gradually, they preferred to endure their grievances rather than provoke the disciples of the Qingyun Sect again. As long as the Qingyun Sect did not go too far, they would endure. I might stay here for 3 to 5 years. Let us enjoy ourselves slowly. Long Yuliang shouted deliberately. Two-Wei escorted Qin Ming back to the small courtyard, where her aunt and relatives hurried out to greet them. Aunt embraced Qin Ming, gently comforting her. The other women exchanged a few words of solace before quietly heading to their rooms. There were no tears, no sorrow. They were instead filled with numbness and helplessness. Tomorrow morning, they would still have to work, rising before dawn to seize every moment to rest. Who's there? Come out. Two-Wei suddenly sensed someone standing in the shadows of the corner. His eyes cold as steel, exuding a murderous aura. Is anyone there? The outside guards burst in, causing the women in the courtyard to huddle together in anxiety. Come out, Two-Wei coldly commanded. From the shadows, Qin Ming wiped away the haze from his eyes and stepped forward slowly. Who are you? Who allowed you to intrude? The guards drew their swords, surrounding him. Another one from the Qingyun Sect. Is tonight never ending? Wait! Two-Wei suddenly halted, staring in disbelief. Young master? How are you here, young master? Everyone turned to Two-Wei in unison. Brother. Qin Ming gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. Qin Ming had clearly wiped away his tears. Yet the corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably, and tears still rolled down. He forced a smile. I am back, young master. It really is you. Two-Wei snapped back to his senses, urgently commanding. Secure the courtyard. No outsiders are allowed to approach. The guards stared blankly at Qin Ming until Two-Wei issued a second order, prompting them to rush outside in a flurry. Young master? The young master has returned. How did he come back, Minger? Aunt trembled as she called out, hesitant to recognize him. Brother. Qin Ming joyfully leaped into Qin Ming's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she held him tightly, afraid this was merely a dream. Chapter 45. The disappearing treasure. Young master, let us talk in the room first. Others need not make a fuss. Two-Wei urged Qin Ming to follow him inside. This place is adjacent to the manor. If those inside discover us, it could be troublesome. The Qingyun Sect would never allow Qin Ming to return. He must have used some means to escape. The relatives and maidens of the Qin family were both shocked and delighted, unable to believe their eyes. The young master is back? Is this really the young master? He has grown so much. Minger, let Aunt see you properly. You've grown so tall. The elderly woman, namely Lingdai, was the elder sister of Qin Ming's mother. After a family tragedy, she had lost her husband and child, and since then had lived in the lord's residence, treating Qin Ming as her own son. Once dignified and graceful, she was now completely gray-haired. In just 8 years, time had aged her so. Qin Ming could hardly believe his eyes, tears brimming as he gazed at her. "Aunt, what has happened to you?" "I am well, very well, strong and healthy." Li Lingdai tightly grasped Qin Ming's hand, trembling as she gently caressed his cheek. Let me see you properly." After the upheaval in her husband's family, she had taken refuge in the Lord's residence, treating it as her home and the Qin family as her kin. However, one night had changed everything, leaving her sister and brother-in-law's fates unclear. While the Qin family suffered greatly, and over 200,000 citizens endured misery. She had witnessed it all, feeling sorrow, pain, and helplessness. She even wondered if her misfortune had drawn calamity upon the Lord's residence. "Brother, Inger has missed you." Qin Ming clung tightly to Qin Ming, terrified this was just a dream. "Young master, how did you come back?" Tu Wei inquired with concern. If discovered, the Qingyun Sect would not spare Qin Ming. "I participated in the Qingyun Sect's hunting tournament, hundreds of kilometers away from Dakingshan at the main ritual mountain. I took advantage of their inattention to return for a quick visit, but I must return soon." "You participated in the hunting tournament?" Tu Wei recalled that one needed to be at least in the 6th level of Spirit Martial to join. "I am in the 6th level of Spirit Martial." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. Tu Wei's spirit surged, hastily inspecting Qin Ming. "The 6th level of Spirit Martial? When we last met, you were not even in the Spirit Martial realm." Li Lingdai and Qin Ming were equally astonished. They knew the Qingyun Sect would not allow Qin Ming to cultivate martial arts, nor permit him to train. Moreover, he had not been in the Spirit Martial realm a year ago. How had he suddenly reached the 6th level? "You didn't practice any forbidden techniques to force a breakthrough, did you?" Li Lingdai, who was also a martial artist but had been incapacitated, expressed her concern. "Aunt, rest assured, I would never gamble with my future." "Truly the 6th level, young master, you possess great talent. Heaven has eyes," not abandoning the Qin family. Tu Wei was both surprised and delighted, noting the stability of Qin Ming's breath and the smooth flow of his meridians. Unlike someone who had forcibly advanced through special means, Li Lingdai sighed with relief. "How did you achieve this?" Qin Ming briefly explained how he broke through and acquired martial arts, omitting the more dangerous details, sharing only the positive outcomes. Upon hearing this, they were all very excited. Qin Ming held onto Qin Ming, reluctant to let go, her eyes glistening with tears. However, Qin Ming was not truly happy. "The circumstances you described do not match what I heard." Tu Wei visited him each year, always saying the family was well, that the Qin family members were receiving special treatment, doing easy work at the mines. Yet today, he learned they were serving as maidens and servants in the manor, enduring various humiliations from the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Tu Wei shook his head. "It's all my fault. Having chased away the wolves, tigers have arrived. It was never this bad before." The women merely did simple maintenance in the manor, while the men mostly served in the guard team. It was after Lung Zhibai brought his grandson Lung Yuliang here that everything changed. Lung Yuliang abused his power, making things difficult for the women, redistributing their tasks to include dancing and serving. Should anyone disobey, he would send Qingyun Sect disciples to torment others at the mines. "Brother, do not worry. We can endure." Lung Yuliang does not dare go too far. Qin Ming comforted Qin Ming, not wanting him to worry for her. "Not dare?" Qin Ming seethed at the events that transpired in the courtyard. He believed he had good control over his emotions. Yet now he could no longer contain himself. Li Lingdai took Qin Ming's hand, gently patting it. "We are merely atoning for our sins. Enduring a bit of hardship is no matter. It has been 8 years. Have we not made it through? You have returned with great difficulty. Let us not speak of unhappy things, but rather about your experiences in the Qingyun Sect." "Yes, young master, share something joyous." The maidens wiped their tears, forcing smiles. Qin Ming strove to control his emotions, maintaining a smile as he recounted his experiences in the Qingyun Sect, only sharing the amusing anecdotes. Aunt Li Lingdai was elated, having not felt such joy in 8 years. Yet as they laughed, her eyes would invariably become misty. Qin Ming was even more delighted, casting aside all worries and fatigue, gazing intently at Qin Ming, eager to hear everything. They also introduced Qin Ming to their relatives in the room, as well as those outside, all of whom had changed so much they were nearly unrecognizable. Some were former maidens of the Lord's residence. The trials of the past 8 years had forged them into a family, each helping and encouraging the other, with no one abandoning or harming another. This small courtyard was merely the residence for the women. The male members of the Qin family lived in a larger courtyard with two-way, quite far from here. Two-way arranged for two guards to notify others, specifically instructing them to bring only a few people and to keep it discreet. Soon, several elderly individuals hurried in, their tears flowing freely as they gazed at Qin Ming, unable to control their emotions. However, many relatives from their memories were absent. They had perished during the 8 years of suffering, and those who came were too aged to dare recognize him. This evening, the small courtyard had never been so lively or filled with warmth and emotion. In the dim room, candlelight flickered as relatives surrounded Qin Ming, showering him with endless concern. Looking at his family before him, Qin Ming wore a smile, yet his heart was heavy and bittersweet. Each person had aged, entirely unlike his memories, both familiar and foreign. "Brother, will you leave at dawn?" Qin Ming grasped Qin Ming's hand, filled with reluctance. "I will return soon." Qin Ming forced a smile. "Please do not take risks anymore. We are all fine. You need not worry." Aunt Li Lingdai spoke reassuringly, yet her grip on Qin Ming remained tight, her eyes unwilling to part from him. Before dawn, Qin Ming and Tu Wei stood in a corner of a mine, observing the bustling figures in the distance. Qin Ming was silent, his face devoid of expression. Tu Wei sighed softly. "The crystal mines of Dakingshan can only be worked for 6 months at most. After that, we must relocate to the more distant Donggu Shilin, and no one would ever go to Donggu Shilin. Within 6 months, I will solidify my position in the Qingyun Sect. Young master, you have managed to refine your spirit into martial prowess, and in 6 months, you have reached the 6th level of spirit martial, proving your exceptional talent. Should you leave the Qingyun Sect for another sect, they would surely cultivate you earnestly, providing better resources and martial arts. I advise you, once you leave the Qingyun Sect, do not return. Distance yourself from here, and do not let its matters entangle you again." Qin Ming shook his head. "I will not go anywhere. I will stay in the Qingyun Sect." With his parents gone, he was the hope of the Qin family, the lord of Leitang Ancient City. He bore the responsibility of protecting his people and his kin. Remaining in the Qingyun Sect meant he only had to contend with the Grand Elder to have a chance to save Leitang Ancient City. But leaving the Qingyun Sect meant he would have to oppose the entire sect to rescue his family. Who could assist him in opposing the Qingyun Sect? It was impossible. The more conspicuous you are, the more the Grand Elder will suppress you. After all your hard work in reaching the spirit martial realm, I truly do not wish to see you squandered. Tu Wei regarded the obstinate Qin Ming, a pang of pity in his heart. "I will take care of myself." "Uncle Wei, there is something I do not understand. What exactly was in the tribute that Leitang Ancient City gave to the Qingyun Sect? Just because the tribute was robbed, the Grand Elder sought to punish the entire city? The Qingyun Sect is a super sect in the northern region, whose influence extends throughout the Yunluo forest. The 5 ancient cities surrounding the forest are effectively its territories, with the lords of the 5 cities serving as nominal elders of the Qingyun Sect, each year sending a significant tribute. Leitang Ancient City is one of these 5 cities, submitting its tribute at a fixed time every year. However, 8 years ago, during that occasion, their parents had designated 300 powerful martial artists to escort the tribute, only to be ambushed deep within the Yunluo forest. The tribute vanished entirely, along with their parents and the 300 martial artists, leaving behind only a blood-soaked battlefield. Following the customary protocol for lost tributes, the Qingyun Sect should have conducted a thorough investigation and soothed Leitang Ancient City. Yet, the Qingyun Sect's response was one of fury. The Grand Elder personally descended upon Leitang Ancient City, issuing a cruel decree of punishment. Tu Wei pondered for a moment. "I do not know the specifics either. I only remember that a few days before the incident, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sect visited the Lord's residence to discuss a matter with the Lord. After that, a few days later, the Lord personally led a group away, seemingly to retrieve something. I suspect that mysterious item was hidden within the tribute from that year. When the tribute was suddenly stolen, the Lord and his wife, along with the 300 martial artists responsible for the escort, all vanished. The Grand Elder likely suspected the Lord had stolen that mysterious item and doubted they were still alive, which is why he has held on to his anger for 8 years, using the suffering of the Qin family and Leitang Ancient City to draw them out." Chapter 46. The Slaughter, a Special Treasure. Qin Ming had contemplated various reasons and even considered this possibility, yet he pondered what kind of treasure could yield such dire consequences. The lord of the city was not the type to disregard the lives of those in Thunderbolt Ancient City for the sake of riches. I suspect they might truly be in peril. Qin Ming's expression grew somber. I will uncover the truth. The Grand Elder holds a high position within the Qingyun Sect, second only to one. If he truly resolves to deal with you, you may find yourself in grave danger. Young master, I sincerely hope you do not remain in the Qingyun Sect any longer. There are 30 elders within the sect. It is not solely the Grand Elder who wields authority. He may suppress me, but if he seeks to take my life, the other elders will not permit him to succeed. Grant me some time. I shall prove my potential to all the elders of the Qingyun Sect, and I believe someone will eventually stand by me. Qin Ming's resolve to attend the 8 sects tea gathering solidified. Not only would he attend, but he would also strive with all his might to secure a prominent position. Uncle Wei, please promise me one thing. Will you, young master, speak your mind? Whatever happens, protect my family and the citizens of this city. Within 6 months, I will return bearing a decree of pardon, and then we shall return home together. Qin Ming's gaze radiated determination, his words resembling an oath. 6 months? 6 months. I shall undoubtedly return. Young master, heed my advice. Leave now, truly promise me. Wei sighed softly, nodding in assurance. Young master, rest assured, I will safeguard everyone here. What transpired last night will not occur again. Where is Elder by now? In the 3rd mining area. There has been some trouble, and he will not return for a day or 2. I must return. Before I leave, I will personally deal with Liang. Ensure you have alibis, so you do not become entangled later. Upon returning to the small courtyard, dawn was just breaking, and everyone had already gone to the estate to labor. Feigning that nothing had transpired, wishing to avoid suspicion in the estate, Liang awoke from his drunken stupor around noon, having indulged the previous night. As he rose, he was startled to find Qin Ming tidying up the room. Showing air, what brings you in here alone today? Are you not afraid I might devour you? He chuckled. Will you treat my family kindly? Qin Ming suddenly inquired, lifting her gaze. Liang was momentarily taken aback. Slowly regaining his senses. That depends on your actions. I need to compensate for 10 medium-grade spirit stones? What do you think? Liang's eyes glinted as warmth surged within him. This evening, I wish to come alone to the mountains 10 miles west of the estate. I do not want anyone to witness this, and afterward, you must never harm my family. Qin Ming left those words and swiftly departed the room. Aha? Liang chuckled. What does that mean? Has the little girl finally come to her senses? It seems my threats have had an effect. She can no longer endure. He quickly rose, took a comfortable bath, and donned fresh clothing. However, he was timid and stealthily brought along 2 disciples from the Qingyun Sect, carefully avoiding other guards as he slipped away toward the mountains 10 miles away. The path was rugged, and by the time he reached the mountains, it was already evening. He instructed the 2 guards to remain at the foot of the mountain, to disperse and conceal themselves, while he excitedly ventured deeper into the woods. Showing air? This young master has arrived. Where are you? Do not be shy. I merely wish to discuss life and aspirations. Liang wandered through the woods, stealthily seeking Qin Ming, unhurried and relishing the thrill of the chase. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind, accompanied by a wretched scream that reverberated through the lush forest. Who? Liang immediately tensed, gazing toward the source of the sound, which seemed to be a hiding place for a disciple. Soon after, another dull sound emanated from a different direction, suggestive of a fierce battle, and shortly, the noises ceased. A jolt of alarm surged through Liang. Could it be a trap? He called out the names of the 2 disciples, but received no response for a long while. Wretch, daring to play tricks on me. Let us see how I shall deal with you. Liang hastily fled, but suddenly, a shadow darted past him in the dense forest, vanishing in an instant with remarkable speed. Damn it! Who is it? Step forth. Are you Wei? Come out. Do you dare to kill me? My grandfather is Liang, an elder of the Qingyun Sect. My own grandfather. In this vast expanse of over 1,000 kilometers, none dare provoke the Qingyun Sect. Come out. Show yourself. Liang gasped anxiously, instinctively reaching for his sword, only to realize he had left his treasured blade in the room. The more he shouted, the more anxious he became, scaring himself in the process. Do not shout. There is no one here. A voice suddenly emerged from behind. Who? Liang whirled around, observing a youth emerging from the thicket. Who are you? A member of the Qin family. I have not seen you before. Just as Liang spoke, he suddenly felt the boy was somewhat familiar. I have seen you. Qin Ming approached. Sword in hand, if you have seen me, you know who I am. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Lung Yuliang intentionally raised his voice. Stop shouting. Your companions are already dead. Qin Ming stepped closer to Lung Yuliang, showing no intent to halt, forcing Lung Yuliang to retreat continuously. What do you want from me? Your life. Wait, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere? You are that criminal. Qin Ming. How did you end up here? Lung Yuliang remembered hearing just days ago that Qin Ming had crippled Mu Zixio in the martial arts arena. Guess what? Did you sneak out? You have some audacity. Lung Yuliang quickly fell silent, fearing he might provoke this madman. Qin Ming suddenly chuckled lightly. Are you afraid? Whatever you desire, I can provide. What do you wish? I want your life. Qin Ming lunged at Lung Yuliang. Do not come closer. Do not come closer. Ow! The terrified screams echoed through the dense forest, particularly haunting under the night sky. One passed nearby the mountains, not even a patrol team, as they had long been dispatched to other locations by two-way. In the dead of night, Qin Ming stood at the distant mountains, gazing at the vast mining area growing quiet under the night, his eyes misty, fingers digging into his palm, blood seeping. 6 months. Wait for me 6 months. I will certainly return. Absolutely. Absolutely. In the small courtyard of the mining area, Qin Ying, Li Ling Dai, and other family members stood in the darkness, watching the direction from which Qin Ming had departed, their hands clasped in silent prayer for his safety. On the third day after Qin Ming's departure, the estate finally confirmed Lung Yuliang's disappearance. Lung Zhibai rushed back from the mining site to conduct a personal investigation, but yielded no results. Not only had Lung Yuliang vanished, but so had the 2 disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Strangely, other disciples within the estate were unaware of their whereabouts, even ignorant of when they had left. They scoured every corner of the estate, but could not find a trace of Lung Yuliang, as if he had vanished into thin air. Lung Zhibai harbored serious suspicions that Tu Wei and his associates had harmed Lung Yuliang. However, in the past 2 days, most of Tu Wei's group had been patrolling the mining area, and those who remained were all below the 6th level of spirit martial arts, improbable to have harmed Lung Yuliang, let alone to have made him disappear silently from the heavily guarded estate. Lung Zhibai broadened the search area. Alive. I want to see the living. Dead. I want to see the corpse. It was not until 2 days later that they discovered Lung Yuliang's corpse in the forest outside the mining area. The scene suggested he had been ambushed by mercenaries and then gnawed upon by spirit beasts, a horrific sight. However, Lung Zhibai did not believe the matter was so simple. He knew his grandson well, cowardly and timid, would never venture out of the mining area for no reason to seek death in the depths of the forest. Chapter 47. Borrowing a sword. Qin Ming retraced his steps back to the main sacrifice mountain grove. This time, he moved much faster than on his initial journey, yet upon nearing the grove, he encountered something peculiar. As dusk approached, Qin Ming bathed beneath a waterfall in a valley, caught a spirit trout, and was about to prepare a fire to roast the fish when a figure stumbled into the valley. Staggering, with tattered clothing and shackles clinging to him, he resembled a prisoner. Weary and exhausted, Qin Ming furrowed his brow, slowly rising, his right hand resting on the flying dagger at his waist, remaining vigilant. The individual had disheveled hair and was filthy. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of another in the valley, he lingered at the entrance for a moment before gradually retreating. Just then, shouts emanated from the old forest outside the valley, as if a group of people was rushing toward this direction. The individual, with hair hanging in disarray and nearly sticking to his face, revealed no discernible expression, yet Qin Ming could sense his inner turmoil. As the sounds drew nearer, the individual gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Qin Ming suddenly pointed toward the interior of the valley. Hide there! The person glanced inside, then looked at Qin Ming, remaining silent, and staggered to conceal himself in the deepest part of the valley, where thick vines and grass provided a hidden corner. Qin Ming acted as if nothing had occurred, sitting on a stone to roast his spirit trout. Before long, a group of men dressed in black, their powerful aura palpable like unsheathed swords, charged into the valley. They immediately spotted Qin Ming by the lakeside, and all furrowed their brows, refraining from recklessly entering. Qin Ming felt a pang of anxiety, forcing himself to remain calm as he raised his gaze to meet them. This group wore identical attire, wielded similar curved sabers, and donned white jade masks with narrow slits for eyes, appearing exceedingly eerie. Has anyone passed through here? One individual inquired, his voice deep and heavy. the eyes behind the mask coldly fixed on Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked at him, then around the surroundings, continuing to flip the spirit trout. "Are you speaking to me? Is there anyone else here?" The black-clad man's tone grew slightly colder. "If you wish for fish, I can spare some. If you seek trouble, I am more than willing to entertain you." Qin Ming maintained his composure, attempting to assert dominance. If he succeeded, it would be a gain, and if not, he would simply dive into the adjacent lake. This lake appeared small, yet beneath its surface lay a passage that extended to the rushing river outside. He had long familiarized himself with the terrain. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so brazen in resting here. "Heh, arrogant little brat." The group scoffed, yet none dared to enter the valley, their apprehensions growing. This was the depth of Yunluo forest, fraught with peril. Surviving alone was arduous, and this youth appeared not only well-dressed and tidy, having just bathed, but also leisurely roasting fish. Either he was truly fearless, or he had other companions who had yet to return. The forest often saw formidable individuals taking their disciples to train. They had a mission and did not wish to stir trouble, so after a brief moment, they all retreated. Qin Ming continued to roast his fish at ease, while the individual hiding in the valley did not rush to emerge. It was only when darkness fell, and the group had not returned, that Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, allowing the individual to step forward. "Care for a bit? Just right." Qin Ming divided the golden-brown spirit trout, placing half on a nearby leaf and consuming the other half. The individual lingered for some time, and only when Qin Ming had nearly finished did he cautiously approach, casting a glance at Qin Ming before eagerly devouring the food, perhaps genuinely hungry, quickly finishing his portion. Qin Ming offered him the remaining piece, which was accepted without hesitation, devoured ravenously. Qin Ming asked nothing. Saving him was a mere act of kindness, but it did not imply he intended to involve himself further, especially considering that the individuals following them appeared to belong to a particular powerful faction. He could not afford to get entangled in the dead of night. The individual did not leave, curling up behind the vines. He was gaunt and emaciated, his clothing tattered like rags, heavy shackles hanging from his wrists, ankles, and waist, leaving painful impressions on his skin. With disheveled hair and bloodied features, he was unrecognizable in the darkness. His vacant gaze stared blankly at the weeds before him, his frail body shivering intermittently, perhaps from cold or pain. Qin Ming did not urge him to leave, instead sitting near the waterfall in meditation, absorbing the life essence of heaven and earth, adjusting his spirit and state. The night passed uneventfully, with neither party disturbing the other, and the group did not return. The next morning, Qin Ming approached the edge of the verdant vines, frowning at the sleeping figure within. He appeared youthful, not too old, yet was covered in wounds, as if he had endured great suffering. Qin Ming retrieved 2 spirit herbs and a set of clean clothing from his bundle, placing them beside him. The youth awoke from his slumber, yet remained calm and composed. "I mean no harm. This is for you." Qin Ming gestured toward the spirit herbs and clothing on the ground, stepping back to exit the valley. The youth stared blankly at the spirit herbs and clothing, his expression slightly dazed. As Qin Ming departed the valley, he stealthily traversed the damp and dense forest, continuing on his journey. His strength was feeble, and a moment's carelessness could lead him into a deadly situation, so he sought to avoid danger whenever possible, especially spirit beasts. Returning to the main sacrifice mountain grove was of utmost importance. It was relatively safer there, however. By midday, Qin Ming paused by a stream, glancing back at the forest, where a figure was staggering after him. It was the youth from the previous night. Qin Ming exhaled, resigned. "I apologize. The extent of my assistance is limited. I am merely at the spirit martial realm and have many troubles. Following me is not a wise decision." The youth stood in the dim shadows of the trees, silent, head bowed, hair disheveled, exuding a chilling aura, creating a peculiar atmosphere. "Farewell. Perhaps we shall meet again." Just as Qin Ming was about to turn away, a thought struck him. He unsheathed the Undying ancient sword, approaching the youth. "Let me see if I can unlock your shackles." The youth raised his hands. The shackles appeared heavy, causing his arms to tremble slightly. Qin Ming wielded the sword, attempting several times to find the right angle, and with a diagonal cut, the sword rang out. Sparks flying, yet the shackles remained intact, only leaving a faint mark. Qin Ming was incredulous. What material were these shackles made of? The Undying ancient sword was sharp enough to slice through iron like mud, and his strength was considerable, yet he could not sever them. The youth's hollow gaze flickered, fixated on the minuscule mark left behind. "Let me try again." Qin Ming guided him to a nearby moss-covered stone. Placing the shackles upon it, he inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and raised the Undying ancient sword high, its blade vibrating lightly, a heavy sword intent silently enveloping the area. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed through the ancient forest, leaving another mark, yet the shackles merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of breaking. "Let me try again." Qin Ming slashed 5 times. Although he still failed to sever them, he had roughly gauged their hardness and felt informed. He loosened his shoulders, shedding his reservations, his gaze sharpened, and with all his might, he brought the sword down with a full-force strike. He held nothing back. Clang! Sparks flew. Yet the shackles only bore a shallow mark, no different from before, so hard. "It's merely to restrain a child. Is this necessary? These are not chains but could easily serve as defensive weapons." Qin Ming examined the shackles, seemingly without any peculiar features, yet unbreakable. He attempted 3 more strikes with the Undying ancient sword, all resulting in failure, leaving his arms numb and aching. The youth kept his head bowed, his vacant eyes fixed on the marks on the shackles. "I truly apologize," Qin Ming shrugged. This person was strange, the shackles were strange, and the entire situation was peculiar. "Well, I have done my utmost. I am too weak and powerless." The youth parted his lips, his voice muffled. "What?" "The sword." The youth lifted his gaze, peering through his disheveled hair, staring at the Undying ancient sword that Qin Ming was sheathing. "And why sword?" "The sword. Lend it to me." The youth extended his frail, yellowed right hand. "That is out of the question." Qin Ming refused. The Undying ancient sword was his most treasured blade, a gift from his elder, and he could not lend it to a stranger. The youth grasped Qin Ming's arm tightly. His hand was dry and yellowed, yet surprisingly strong. Behind his disheveled hair, his eyes flickered. "Lend it to me, just for a moment." Qin Ming pushed his hand away. "Lend me that." The youth's voice was weak and indistinct. Qin Ming hesitated, unable to refuse. "Just for a moment." The boy took the Undying ancient sword, examining it carefully. The blade was smooth and ancient, showing no signs of having severed chains. His gaze flickered, a glimmer of light flashing through the void, as his fingertips lightly brushed the ancient sword, causing it to tremble slightly and emit a clear, ringing sound. "What do you intend to do?" "This chain is." Just as Qin Ming was about to inquire further, the boy abruptly turned and retreated into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Qin Ming was taken aback, nearly shouting in frustration, and hurriedly pursued. "Stop! Are you lending it or stealing it?" The youth moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Where did he go? Qin Ming felt vexed, anxiously searching. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy erupted from the depths of the forest, soaring into the sky, a blinding light illuminating the world, like a hurricane roaring through the trees. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ground trembled as if a colossal force was exploding. The tempest of sword energy seemed to be a destructive whirlwind, wreaking havoc as it obliterated vast expanses of ancient forest. Qin Ming, startled, instinctively retreated, keeping his distance from the oncoming wave of energy. What is happening? Is this the power of the Undying ancient sword? Or, clang! The Undying ancient sword suddenly descended from the heavens, embedding itself into the stone before him, quivering slightly, its brilliance dazzling, the fierce sword energy enveloping the blade. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, remaining vigilant not only towards the ancient sword but also the forest. The sword trembled for a long while before finally calming, dispersing its sharp energy. Yet, the boy did not reappear. Qin Ming sheathed the ancient sword and cautiously moved forward, discovering a clearing of several dozen meters amidst the trees, dust and debris swirling in the air, obscuring visibility, and no matter, retreat. This energy was too potent. It could attract nearby powerful beings, making it unwise to linger. Qin Ming decisively withdrew, continuing his rush towards the main altar mountain range. He would treat this strange encounter as though it had never occurred, as it truly had little to do with him. After crossing over a dozen high mountains and avoiding numerous dangers, during which he nearly fell into the grip of a mercenary group, he finally returned to the vicinity of the main altar mountain range by the afternoon of the second day. Qin Ming, what are you doing here? A middle-aged patrolling disciple happened upon him, questioning how he had returned from that direction. It was clear that he was surprised Qin Ming was still alive. The hunting gala had commenced for half a month, and given the intensity of the pursuit by He Xiangtian and others, Qin Ming should not have survived for long. Yet, seeing him approach, not only did he appear in good spirits, but his attire was also clean and tidy. "I just want to hide for a bit," Qin Ming greeted before moving on. The disciple realized then that Qin Ming had concealed himself, an astute move to avoid drawing attention and to wear down the patience of He Xiangtian and others before returning to action. However, it was indeed bold of him to venture outside the main Altar Mountain range. The Qingyun Sect dared to designate the main Altar Mountain range as a hunting ground, allowing nearly 1,000 disciples to roam freely, because they had previously cleared the area of exceptionally powerful spirit beasts, keeping the danger within manageable limits. Beyond the main Altar Mountain range, however, lay pure wilderness, with danger levels exceeding those within by more than tenfold. It was remarkable that a mere junior disciple could hide safely for over 10 days. On the very afternoon that Qin Ming safely returned to the main Altar Mountain range, a masked black-clad team in the distant forest finally located their target, the fleeing youth. However, rather than joy, their faces reflected terror and despair. In the disordered woods ahead, a boy stood with disheveled hair, head bowed and hands drooping, appearing exceedingly weak, barely able to stand. Yet, the black-clad figures before him recoiled in fear, as if they had encountered a monstrous apparition, their faces pale and screams of terror escaping their lips. "Where are your shackles? Your seals? No, no. Who released your seals? Impossible. No, no." The boy slowly lifted his head, and beneath the disarray of his long hair, his eyes glowed a deep crimson, like blood. "Your eyes? You're powered? No?" The black-clad team retreated in horror, their expressions exaggerated as if they were witnessing some dreadful creature. Whoosh! The boy vanished, reappearing abruptly in the very center of the black-clad team. At that moment, their faces contorted in terror, despair echoing in their screams. Yet they did not resist, nor did they flee. Only fear remained, for there was no escape. The main Altar Mountain range was now bustling with activity. After more than 10 days of adaptation and exploration, the frenzied hunting by nearly 1,000 disciples awakened many spirit beasts, leading to fierce battles with the mercenaries operating within. Each hunting gala was a savage affair, a game for the brave. The disciples of Qingyun Sect would unleash their full potential, honing their combat skills. This form of raw combat starkly contrasted with the duels in the sect's martial arts arena, proving far more effective in enhancing strength and unlocking potential. This was the primary reason why Qingyun Sect held 2 hunting events annually, a moonlight herb. In the dead of night, Qin Ming climbed a cliff, carefully plucking a delicate white jade-like herb that swayed gracefully under the moonlight. Crystal clear and translucent, it was a low-grade spirit herb, but a unique variant within that category, highly effective for treating internal injuries. What luck? Qin Ming cautiously stowed it in his pack, continuing his search for spirit herbs and fruits. For now, he did not wish to provoke other disciples or mercenaries. He sought only to gather more spirit herbs and fruits. If he could collect a few more mid-grade spirit herbs, this hunting venture would be perfect as for He Xiangtian and his group. Qin Ming did not truly concern himself with them. Having come this far, gathering herbs was paramount, and he could not afford to waste time with them. Over the next 5 days, Qin Ming encountered several disciples on their outings, all of whom proactively avoided him, wary of potential spies from He Xiangtian's camp. When faced with spirit beasts, he would assess the situation. Fight if possible, retreat if not. Remarkably, he did not encounter He Xiangtian's team throughout those 4 days, and his harvest was commendable. 1 mid-grade spirit herb and over 10 low-grade spirit herbs, all of which he consumed and refined with positive results. However, to find more mid-grade spirit herbs, he would need luck and to venture into the most dangerous areas of the forest. Resolutely, on the 5th day, he delved deeper into the woods in the afternoon. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the forest darkened gradually. As he walked, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming malevolence lurking within the dense underbrush ahead. He dashed to a nearby hilltop, concealing himself to observe. A majestic and valiant spirit beast approached, seemingly searching for something. This creature resembled a lion yet bore a scaly tail, with shimmering purple fur radiating an aura of dominance. As if patrolling its territory, the purple jade lion. Qin Ming gasped, quickly hiding. The spirit beast's strength was likely comparable to a high-level Xuanwu realm warrior. He had no desire to provoke such a formidable creature and hastily fled in the opposite direction. However, before long, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air from the nearby forest. The aroma was intoxicating. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply, as if a surge of spiritual energy infused his entire being, bringing unparalleled comfort. Is there a treasure? What good fortune! In the depths of the ancient, dense woods, countless venerable trees grew, their gnarled branches intertwining high above, forming a chaotic canopy that obscured the sunlight, creating an enclosed giant space. Though twilight had not fully descended, the area was already dim. Yet within the shadows, a flickering purple light beckoned. Summoning his courage, Qin Ming edged closer, finding a vibrant little tree bathed in jade-like hues, resembling exquisite porcelain, radiating a greenish glow that illuminated the darkness. The small tree swayed gently, as if joyously dancing. It had only a few scattered leaves, yet a purple spiritual fruit adorned its crown. At first glance, the fruit resembled grapes, 5 small orbs clustered together, delicate and exquisite. The scent and purple light emanated from it, flowing through the ancient, shadowy grove, a precious treasure. Qin Ming's spirit soared, daringly approaching. Strangely, there were no spirit beasts in this vicinity. How could that be? Is the purple jade lion guarding it? Did it momentarily step away to hunt? What an opportunity! Qin Ming's mind raced as he dashed forward in a single leap, moving with incredible speed to snatch the spiritual fruit. Even plucking a few leaves, if not for the tension in his heart, he would have uprooted the entire tree. A cold voice rang out from the darkness. "Stop! Put that down! You scoundrel! What are you doing?" Angry voices followed, all filled with rage. Qin Ming jolted, realizing others were present. "Are there guardians here? I've caused trouble." Qin Ming, a graceful figure draped in white, appeared before him. It was Ling Shui, a direct disciple of Yao Shan. "Qin Ming, how dare you steal our belongings? You have quite the audacity." 5 Yao Shan disciples emerged, vehemently reprimanding him. "Your belongings? What nonsense! I clearly saw it first." Upon recognizing their faces, Qin Ming felt a surge of confidence. As long as they were not other mountain bandits or mercenaries, he could negotiate. Hand over the purple jade spirit ginseng, and this matter will be forgotten. Ling Shui was breathtakingly beautiful, her fair skin and white gown reminiscent of a snow fairy, stunning enough to take one's breath away. Yet, her demeanor was exceedingly cold, making one feel uncomfortable. She was equally surprised to encounter Qin Ming here, but the purple jade spirit ginseng was crucial for her. It must be obtained. Ridiculous, first come, first served. The purple jade lion was lured away with great effort. "We sacrificed 5 mid-grade spirit herbs for this. You simply cannot take it," a disciple shouted angrily. They had toiled for 3 days and nights to divert the purple jade lion, narrowly avoiding detection several times. Today, they finally used 5 mid-grade spirit herbs to lure it away from the fruit. They had planned to harvest the fruit once the lion was far enough away. But unexpectedly, Qin Ming had appeared mid-operation. "We don't wish to quarrel with you. The purple jade lion hasn't gone far." One disciple frequently glanced back, fearing the lion might return at any moment. They were not enough to satiate its hunger. Qin Ming was speechless. "Dear disciples of Yao Shan, you guard Yao Shan daily. What spirit fruits and herbs do you lack? Why must you compete with a mere junior disciple like me? The purple jade spirit ginseng is a top-grade spirit fruit. Each one is precious." Ling Shui's expression was cold and serious. 5 Qin Ming's heart raced. This plant bore 5 small fruits, all of which were top-grade spirit fruits. Just as he hesitated, he tightened his grip. "No, I want it." Seeing Qin Ming's expression, the Yao Shan disciples immediately understood his intent and shouted in unison, "Hand it over." "How about this? We are all fellow disciples. There's no need to ruin our camaraderie. Qin Ming, am not stingy. Let us split it, 3 for me, 2 for you." "How does that sound? Shameless. That language is harsh. We are all fellow disciples. There's no need to escalate things. I'll keep 2 and give you 3. What do you think? Impossible. You won't keep a single one. It belongs to us. Are you being unreasonable? This is Yunluo Forest, not Qingyun Sect. Your identity as disciples of Yao Shan doesn't hold sway here. You can't dictate terms as you please." Qin Ming surveyed each person, adopting a stance ready for battle. "If I take a step back and you ignore me, then we must resort to conflict. You cannot defeat us. Qin Ming, do not provoke us further. Yao Shan is not something you can challenge. Don't think that defeating Mu Zixio gives you the right to be arrogant." The 5 disciples of Yao Shan surrounded Qin Ming, activating their spiritual techniques, ready for a confrontation. Are we truly going to fight? Qin Ming was not afraid of this group. He stowed the purple jade spirit ginseng in his bosom, a surge of crimson energy radiating from him, scattering the dust and leaves beneath him. Raising his right arm, the energy intensified, enveloping his body, transforming into blinding lightning that coursed throughout him, growing more intense by the second, nearly engulfing him entirely. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the enclosed space. Vast arcs of lightning converging around his right arm, coalescing into a thick lightning serpent that entwined his arm. The serpent's head merging with his fist, alive and vividly threatening as it locked onto his adversaries. Sixth layer of Lingwu? Ling Shui was slightly taken aback. This aura clearly indicated the sixth layer. When had he broken through? The sixth layer? No wonder he dares to be arrogant before us. But you are still not qualified to challenge Yaoshan. Qin Ming, this is your last chance. Surrender the purple jade spirit ginseng. A disciple swung a metal rod, pointing it at Qin Ming. Don't speak so harshly, and don't take yourself too seriously. Qin Ming clenched his fist, the lightning serpent crackling with energy, embodying tremendous explosive potential. His stance was clear. He was ready to fight. You are truly reckless. A male disciple slightly trembled his wrist. A strange golden light surged into the iron rod, which had previously been dull and black, now bursting forth with brilliant golden radiance, vibrating as if it had awakened into a miraculous weapon. Exuding a terrifying aura, its sharp edge aimed directly at Qin Ming. The energy fields of both parties surged toward each other, and in the moment of contact, they charged at one another. Sealing magic staff. Suppress! The male disciple roared, his momentum surging violently. The golden iron rod descended from the sky without embellishment, aggressive and overpowering, its glow intensifying to a brilliant gold, radiating an astonishing gravity. The stones beneath them shattered into dust, and the ground seemed to sink slightly. Qin Ming was entirely enveloped by the golden light, momentarily feeling trapped in a predicament, controlled by overwhelming gravity, yet he remained undaunted, unaffected, as the lightning within him surged even more fervently. Raising his fist to the heavens, the lightning serpent striking out fiercely, its head suddenly opening, fangs glistening, as though it emitted a genuine hiss of fury. Clang! A resounding clash echoed, akin to iron striking iron, as the golden rod descended like a mountain, shattering the lightning serpent in an instant, demonstrating its terrifying power. However, the lightning serpent's explosive might was equally formidable, diminishing the impact of the golden rod while unleashing a torrent of lightning, filling the space with blinding light, causing everyone to involuntarily shut their eyes. Seizing the opportunity created by the lightning serpent's explosion, Qin Ming swiftly advanced, using the radiant light as cover to evade the golden rod and launch a side attack, aiming a punch at the male disciple's face. You madman! The male disciple narrowly dodged, feeling the fierce wind from the punch graze his nose, sensing the terrifying strength behind it. Qin Ming's strike missed, but he did not halt. Landing, he sprang up again, launching a series of relentless attacks. Stop! The other four disciples, enraged, rushed toward Qin Ming. This boy indeed possessed a fierce spirit. He dared to engage Yaoshan disciples in battle. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant woods, like a bolt of lightning in clear skies, deafeningly shaking the entire forest into sudden silence, the lion's roar echoing long after its passage. The purple jade lion has returned, the disciples paled. Stay calm, do not move. Qin Ming called out, don't let him escape, pursue. The Yaoshan disciples hastily followed. The purple jade lion had not strayed far. Upon hearing the commotion, it bolted back, enraged by the disappearance of its purple jade spirit ginseng, letting out a furious roar, its purple fur bristling in wrath. Scent the lingering traces in the woods. Pursue him madly. Qin Ming, return the purple jade spirit ginseng, or Yaoshan will not let this matter rest. The Yaoshan disciples relentlessly chased after him. I got to it first, so it is mine. Qin Ming dashed through the forest like a leopard, agile and swift amid the chaotic underbrush. You scoundrels! You must have been tracking us all this time, seizing the opportunity to rob us. Tracking you? Each of you is nothing more than a misfit. Why would I bother? You detestable thing. Yaoshan will not let this go. Can you still represent Yaoshan? Don't be so self-important. Hand over the purple jade spirit ginseng, or we will not hold back. Have you ever been courteous? I would sooner toss the purple jade spirit ginseng to the purple jade lion than give it to you. Qin Ming's spirit was resolute. I already said I'd keep 2 and give you 3. Yet you continue to act so arrogantly. Don't expect to receive another. As they chased each other through the forest, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the trees, shaking them violently, leaves swirling in the air as an overwhelming malevolence surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing them all. The purple jade lion is upon us. The Yaoshan disciples felt a chill run through them, abandoning the pursuit of Qin Ming as they fled in a frenzy. "Follow me," Qin Ming shouted. "Don't follow me. Scatter. Protect your lives, run in different directions, or we will all perish." Return the purple jade spirit ginseng. They were suddenly reminded of their goal. Yet behind, the purple jade lion let out a roar that reverberated like thunder in their ears, causing the souls of the crowd to quail. No longer entangled, they scattered in panic, repeatedly shouting, "Assemble at the old place! Assemble at the old place! Qin Ming, we will not let this matter rest." As Qin Ming raced through the dense old forest, just as he was about to catch his breath, he caught sight of a shadow pursuing him closely. Turning back, he was taken aback to find it was Ling Shui, with an incredulous expression. He exclaimed, "Sister, we're fleeing for our lives. Why are you still following me?" "Who is your sister?" Ling Shui retorted. "Purple jade spirit ginseng. Hand it over." Her face was frosted with anger. "Miss Ling Shui, let us each take a step back. I only need 2. I will give you 3. As Qin Ming attempted to ease the tension, he was met with a frigid response. "Not a chance." Anger flared within Qin Ming. "You unreasonable woman! What did you say?" Ling Shui's slender brows knitted together. "You definitely heard me, you." Like an arrow released from a bow, Ling Shui pursued him, her ancient sword unsheathed, its resonant clang echoing through the old forest. A chilling sword aura emanated from the blade, and as she swung it towards Qin Ming, the temperature in the forest seemed to plummet. Qin Ming narrowly dodged, exclaiming, "Crazy woman! Are you trying to get killed? Do you think the purple jade lion won T catch up?" Sure enough, another thunderous roar erupted from the dense woods behind them, as the purple jade lion charged toward them. "You foolish woman!" Qin Ming, exasperated, turned to flee. "Don't follow me." "Not a chance. Hand over the purple jade spirit ginseng." Ling Shui sheathed her ancient sword and continued her pursuit, knowing that the fierce sword aura could easily draw the attention of the purple jade lion. "Don't follow me. Split up and run." Ling Shui was relentless, determined to acquire the purple jade spirit ginseng. It was not merely about 5 high-grade spirit fruits. Consuming them together would yield results second only to the supreme spirit fruits, a rare treasure that surpassed the high-grade spirit fruits. If it were anything else, she might have let Qin Ming have it, but these 5 spirit fruits were essential for her to break through the barrier and ascend to the Xuanwu realm. The Xuanwu realm, she had long awaited this moment. "Your perfume is too overpowering. Don't follow me," Qin Ming shouted anxiously from ahead. "Perfume? This is my natural fragrance, a unique, refreshing scent. You've caused me so much trouble." Seeing her still pursue him, Qin Ming suddenly plucked a purple jade spirit ginseng and threw it forcefully into the nearby thicket. The wild boar, startled, was fleeing in the same direction. Upon seeing something thrown, it instinctively roared, but as the spirit fruit landed, the rich medicinal aroma caught its attention, causing its eyes to shine as it opened its mouth to devour it. "Oh, what a treasure!" Suddenly, a wave of icy air enveloped the scene, freezing the boar in place, leaving it helpless as it watched the treasure snatched away. Ling Shui retrieved the spirit fruit and caught up to Qin Ming again. "This is a high-grade spirit fruit, and you just tossed it away." Qin Ming turned back in surprise. "What? You picked it up? Foolish woman, I used it to lure the purple jade lion. If you keep talking nonsense, I will not go easy on you." "Sister Ling, why must you make this difficult for me? I'm just a poor fellow, struggling to find a spirit herb or fruit. You guard the entire spirit mountain without a care in the world, yet you insist on competing with me?" Qin Ming, puzzled, felt that they had shared some camaraderie. So why this sudden animosity? Before he could finish, a wave of intense pressure surged from the depths of the old forest. The force was overwhelming, resembling a roaring tide, causing the thick trees to sway violently, on the verge of snapping. Both Qin Ming and Ling Shui were engulfed by this wave. It was fiercer and stronger than before, sending them hurtling through the air, blood spurting from their mouths, their internal energy tumultuous, nearly causing them to lose consciousness. "Yes, coming." Qin Ming struggled to rise, his expression grave. In the dimness ahead, a majestic lion, radiant in purple light, approached slowly, its aura locking onto them, its deep purple slitted eyes glinting with ferocity. Ling Shui, struggling to her feet, blood staining the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale, ceased her flight. There was no point in running now. The purple jade lion could strike at any moment. The atmosphere felt frozen, the regal lion appearing to them more like a slowly approaching harbinger of death. Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings, concentrating intently, suddenly recalling something. If memory served him correctly, there was a cliff nearby. Below the cliff flowed a great river. Gradually, a plan formed in his mind as he remained vigilant against the purple jade lion. Whispering, "Ling Shui, hand over that purple jade spirit ginseng in your hand." Ling Shui shot him a frosty glare. Even now, he still sought to monopolize it. "Foolish woman, hurry, say that again." Ling Shui, furious, had never been spoken to in such a manner. Right now, survival is paramount. You die, I die, or we all die together. Do you have a plan? The purple jade lion desires the spirit fruit. Whoever possesses it becomes its target first. If you give me the spirit fruit, I'll figure out a way to divert its attention, and you run in the opposite direction as far as you can. Don't look back. Ling Shui regarded him incredulously, tinged with suspicion. "Hurry, it's coming." Qin Ming, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, urged in a tense whisper. "What if I give it all to you? You'll lure it away. At least one of us must survive." Ling Shui hesitated. "The purple jade spirit ginseng cannot be held any longer. Stop hesitating. I'll take the spirit ginseng to lure the purple jade lion away, and halfway through, I'll discard it. I'll find a way to escape myself. If you're confident you can outrun me, then you take the lead." With a firm resolve, Ling Shui bit her lip and tossed the purple jade spirit ginseng to Qin Ming. "Take care." "Wait, what now?" "Don't look back. Just run as far as you can." Qin Ming reminded her sternly. Ling Shui cast a deep glance at him before turning to leave. The purple jade lion was about to pursue. With a loud shout, Qin Ming led it in the opposite direction, the lion eager to reclaim the spirit ginseng, abandoning Ling Shui to chase after Qin Ming. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ming sprinted at full speed. Yet he underestimated the swiftness of the purple jade lion. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the lion caught up to him, roaring fiercely, its mouth filled with menace, its fur bristling as a torrent of purple energy enveloped Qin Ming, an overwhelming sense of dominance flooding over him, invoking sheer terror. Ling Shui hadn't run far when she instinctively turned back upon hearing the roar, witnessing the purple jade lion shatter tree roots as it leapt forward. Surging through the forest with tremendous force, the scene utterly breathtaking. "We're doomed." Ling Shui's heart sank, envisioning Qin Ming being torn apart by the lion. How could you possibly outrun a purple jade lion? Ling Shui's eyes turned icy, and with gritted teeth, she charged back. Amidst the turbulent purple energy, the lion lunged at Qin Ming, its vicious fangs enlarging in his view, in a moment that should have invoked panic and flight. Qin Ming unexpectedly halted, refusing to flee, his bright eyes locked onto the purple jade lion, his entire being brimming with resolve. Just as the lion was about to pounce, he suddenly surged forward, diving beneath it with astonishing agility. Thud! The purple jade lion missed its target, crashing into a massive tree, causing it to shake violently, nearly uprooting it. Phew! Qin Ming stood still, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Did I just evade it? I actually evaded it. He couldn't believe it himself. The purple jade lion shook its head vigorously, turning back to fixate on Qin Ming, its slitted purple eyes brimming with murderous intent. Stepping back, Qin Ming turned to flee. The lion roared, charging at full speed. After sprinting for a dozen steps, Qin Ming gathered all his strength into his legs, leaping into the air, the ground beneath him shattering from his force, propelling him about 5 meters forward, landing amidst the treetops. But before he could fully regain his footing, the surging purple energy of the lion engulfed him like a tidal wave, forcefully sending him flying, a perfect opportunity. Qin Ming had been prepared, using this force to propel himself forward. His gaze fixed ahead, he realized he was nearing the cliff, however. Just as he was about to land safely and sprint, a sharp shout rang out from behind. As Ling Shui charged in from an angle, her fierce sword aura like a startled swan, swiftly darting towards the purple jade lioness eyes with lethal intent, as if to land a decisive blow. The purple jade lion was indeed startled, having not noticed her presence, yet it was unafraid. A mere human posed no threat. Suddenly, Its overwhelming purple energy surged violently, easily dispersing Ling Xue's cold sword strike and mercilessly sending her flying. How is she back? Qin Ming halted in his tracks, glancing back. Ling Xue was struck by the purple energy midair, blood spilling as she fell, yet she quickly regained her footing and fled with all her might. However, the purple jade lion had abandoned Qin Ming and shifted its focus onto her, roaring as it leapt into the air, its powerful claws sweeping down toward Ling Xue, the immense purple energy crashing down once more. Overwhelming her, she was sent flying, blood spurting. Despite being significantly stronger than Qin Ming, in this dire situation, she lacked his reckless determination. Swiftly finding herself in peril, Ling Xue landed, her internal energy roiling. There was no escape as she stared helplessly at the massive claws descending from above. In a critical moment, Qin Ming gritted his teeth and sprinted, leaping into the air to wrap around her just before the claws struck. The claws failed to crush them, but they tore deep gashes across Qin Ming's back, the wound severe enough to expose bone in the face of death. Qin Ming stifled a groan of pain. Yet, with his life on the line, he thought of nothing else. As soon as he landed, he charged forward, taking Ling Xue with him into a nearby thicket. The purple jade lion, enraged by its repeated failures to capture them, let out a furious roar, its purple energy swirling violently, forming the outline of a colossal lion, charging forward through the old forest with incredible momentum. "Let me go!" Ling Xue, regaining her senses slightly, realized she was tightly held by Qin Ming. Their bodies pressed together, her lips nearly brushing against his neck. She immediately turned cold, struggling violently. "Shut up!" Qin Ming growled angrily, gritting his teeth as he charged on, the pain from his back wound excruciating, blood flowing freely. "Let go!" Ling Xue's expression turned icier, nearly drawing her sword to stab Qin Ming. She, pure and aloof, had never been in such close contact with a male disciple, let alone being held so tightly, their bodies pressed together without a gap, feeling his rapid heartbeat and warm breath. Qin Ming's hands gripped her side and thigh firmly. "Shut up! Who told you to come back? You." Ling Xue's face paled, infuriated. Even her normally composed demeanor was on the verge of snapping. "Hold on tight!" Qin Ming suddenly shouted, bursting from the old forest, taking a giant leap. What lay ahead? A cliff, a great river. He held Ling Xue tightly and leapt toward the rushing waters below. The majestic lioness phantom swept past them in midair, causing no harm. The cliff was nearly 100 meters high. Ling Xue gasped in shock, her body weightless, instinctively tightening her grip around Qin Ming. Yet, she quickly felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, pushing against him forcefully. Qin Ming paid no mind, holding her tightly as if to prevent her from breaking free. "You scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Ling Xue cried out in pain. Struggling only made him hold her tighter. "Take a deep breath." Qin Ming suddenly pressed her head down, positioning it against his neck. Ling Xue, momentarily dazed, found herself lost in the moment, her exquisite features nestled against Qin Ming's body, her veil lost somewhere. Her rosy lips pressed deeply against his neck. She felt a mix of confusion and anger, ready to unleash her sword energy, but then a thunderous crash. The two plunged heavily into the raging river below. The impact was tremendous, as if they had struck solid stone from nearly 200 meters above, causing severe pain throughout their bodies before being engulfed by the surging waves, losing all control. The purple jade lion stood atop the cliff, pacing back and forth, growling in frustration. Moments later, it leapt off the cliff, diving into the raging river. Its strength was formidable, unafraid of the height. However, the torrent of water quickly washed away Qin Ming and Ling Xue's scent and presence. On a riverbank 1,000 meters away, Qin Ming struggled to break free from the current, gasping for breath as he scrambled into the dense forest. He had adjusted his posture for the fall during the leap, and with his unique physique, though injured, he managed to endure. Ling Xue was not as fortunate. She struggled in the rushing waters before succumbing to unconsciousness. Qin Ming carried her into the forest, evading the hunting spirit beasts, finding a secluded and safe cave. After quickly camouflaging their hideout, he lit a fire, exhaling a long sigh of relief, collapsing in exhaustion. That was close. That was too close. His entire body throbbed in pain, the wound on his back still bleeding, but thankfully the purple jade spirit ginseng remained intact. Ling Xue lay unconscious by the fire, her white gown clinging to her form, accentuating her perfect curves and smooth, pale skin, soaked through, making it seem as though she were clothed in little more than sheer fabric. Her long hair lay in disarray, damp and clinging to her delicate face, appearing even more tender in the flickering firelight. Qin Ming took a deep breath, lacking the leisure to admire the scene before him. I've really messed up. Originally, I could have escaped unscathed with the purple jade spirit ginseng. Even if Ling Shui found me later, I could claim I threw it to the purple jade lion. Now, with Ling Shui's keen intellect, she will surely deduce my ploy. Moreover, more serious than the purple jade spirit ginseng is Ling Shui's purity. Ling Shui was known for her unblemished reputation, her aloofness, and her long residence on the medicinal mountain, shrouded in mystery and sanctity. Ordinary disciples hadn't even seen her appearance, let alone. When Ling Shui woke and saw her current state, followed by the realization of how she ended up here, would she not go mad? How could she allow a mere servant to see her pristine body? Perhaps she might even think he had taken advantage of her while she was unconscious. What a sin! Qin Ming smiled wryly, pulling out a piece of clothing from his pack to dry by the fire, covering Ling Shui with it gently before quietly exiting the cave, in the deep night. The stars twinkled in abundance, and the moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene and ethereal glow over the mountains and rivers. Qin Ming sat outside the cave, absorbing the life energy of the heavens and earth, circulating his life force to heal his back wound and restore his weary spirit. The cave was quiet, occasionally punctuated by the crackling of the fire. Ling Shui slowly opened her eyes just before dawn. The remnants of the fire reduced to a few charred logs, with only faint flames flickering. She was momentarily dazed, her finely arched brows knitting together slightly, a flicker of coldness in her gaze. Her body was still damp, her clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Gripping her icy sword tightly, she furrowed her brows as she sat up. The clothing Qin Ming had draped over her slipping away, revealing the delicate form beneath her wet garments. Qin Ming. Ling Shui recalled vividly the events of the previous evening, and upon surveying the cave, she could piece together what had transpired during her unconsciousness. Clenching her left hand tightly around her collar, her gaze grew colder, yet amidst the coldness, there was an undercurrent of confusion. Outside the cave, Qin Ming heard movement within and quietly stood up, stepping into the dense forest. Now that she was awake, she was safe. He should take his leave. As for what lay ahead, it was impossible to predict. When Ling Shui emerged from the cave, Qin Ming was already far away, seeking a secure location in the nearby mountains. The purple jade spirit ginseng possessed a potent aroma, and he needed to hurry to refine and absorb it. Such a treasure should not linger. 5 high-grade spirit fruits, a full 5. No wonder so many disciples would risk their lives to participate in the trials. Although perilous, the rewards were worth more than a year or two of cultivation at Qingyun Sect. This was a dangerous trial, a game for the brave. It was only in the afternoon that Qin Ming found a suitable and safe place, disguising himself before beginning his cultivation. He plucked a purple jade spirit ginseng and placed it in his mouth, biting down gently. The rich, fragrant juice flooded his mouth, an indescribable coolness rushing to his brain, then flowing throughout his body, every pore expanding at that moment, involuntarily shivering. Qin Ming inhaled repeatedly, quickly holding his breath and focusing intently on the refinement process. Truly, it was a high-grade spirit fruit. The energy was immense. It felt as if he had swallowed an entire iceberg. His spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, erupting like lightning. Qin Ming labored to refine it, guiding the energy within him. 1 fruit, 2 fruits, 3 fruits, a torrent of energy flooded his body, the unique medicinal effects of the spirit ginseng nourishing him and expanding his meridians. High-grade spirit medicine. This is a supreme-grade spiritual herb, worth dozens of times more than an ordinary one. Not only is its spiritual energy rich and pure, but it also possesses numerous wondrous effects. After consuming 3 purple jade spiritual ginsengs in succession, Qin Ming felt an intoxicating sense of transcendence enveloping his entire being, as if he were submerged in an endless spring of spiritual essence. Every cell radiated spiritual energy, and every pore sparked with electric brilliance. His spiritual power surged uncontrollably, violently expanding his meridians while a continuous flow surged into his dantian, creating tumultuous waves. The 3 purple jade spiritual ginsengs propelled Qin Ming to the brink of a barrier in his cultivation realm. Having advanced to the 6th layer of spiritual martial realm less than a month ago, He once again sensed the barrier of the sixth layer. The miraculous effects of the supreme-grade spiritual fruit, the formidable purple jade spiritual ginseng, were undeniable. Qin Ming swallowed the remaining 2 purple jade spiritual ginsengs in one go, focusing his mind to refine their energy and forcefully assault the barrier of the sixth layer. Initially, the process was smooth. Late into the night, he truly felt the opportunity to break through to the 7th layer. Just as he was about to launch his surprise attack, an unusual occurrence transpired. His spiritual energy surged increasingly, becoming more intense and seemingly beyond his control. The energy from the 3 previously refined purple jade spiritual ginsengs started to stir wildly within his dantian, unleashing a tempest of force. Qin Ming grunted, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his expression contorted in agony. His spiritual power erupted violently, threatening to tear him apart, while lightning crackled around him, filling the cave, shattering rocks, raising dust, and causing a subtle uproar. Waves of astonishing energy burst forth from his entire being, crashing against the cave walls and spreading outward. 1 Purple jade spiritual ginseng is a supreme-grade spiritual fruit, but consuming 5 simultaneously does not equate to 5 individual supreme-grade fruits. Rather, it is akin to a peerless spiritual fruit. This is the power of qualitative change, a treasure meant for breaking through to the Xuanwu realm. Qin Ming, unaware of the situation, found himself overwhelmed in his attempt to break through the 7th layer, clearly unable to harness such excess energy. The immense pressure not only threatened to tear his body apart, but also assailed his consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to endure. If he lost consciousness, the uncontrollable surge of spiritual power would undoubtedly obliterate him. Painful roars echoed through the valley, mingled with the crackling of lightning. What to do? What to do? Qin Ming desperately searched for a solution. At this critical juncture, the Shura blade within his dantian suddenly erupted with formidable power, spinning violently and forming a vortex that began to absorb the chaotic spiritual energy. It was as if a mighty dragon were drawing in water, guiding the turbulent energy toward the Shura blade. The situation within his dantian stabilized. At this point, his entire being found a release, with the overflowing energy continuously cascading into his dantian. Saved. Qin Ming felt his consciousness swirling, and he slumped to the cave floor. Chapter 52. Earthquake. Qin Ming awoke the next morning, having reached the 7th layer, feeling invigorated and in good spirits. His perception had notably expanded, and upon careful examination, he found no signs of aftereffects. Reflecting on the previous day's breakthrough, he felt a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, the Shura blade guarded his dantian. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The 7th layer of spiritual martial realm. Qin Ming clenched his fists, electric sparks dancing joyfully. Regardless, he had achieved a breakthrough, his realm solidified without any noticeable fluctuations. The effects of the 5 supreme-grade spiritual fruits were extraordinary. Transitioning from the 6th to the 7th layer is a significant hurdle within the spiritual martial realm, and such a breakthrough is not easily attained. An ordinary disciple relying solely on conventional training would require at least a year. This time, luck was truly on his side. In the afternoon, Qin Ming focused on a silver-armored back lizard during his training, launching a fierce assault. With his strengthened abilities, he felt confident to test his prowess at the 7th layer against this spiritual beast. The ensuing battle was intense, as they fought from the dense forest into the valley, and then into a nearby stream. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, utilizing the Great Yin Ancient Sword, the Diamond Fist, and the Purple Lightning Serpent, Qin Ming finally subdued it. Spiritual beasts are far more ferocious than martial artists. Once enraged, their destructive power is astounding. Sitting by the stream, Qin Ming gasped for breath, calming his boiling blood. Though he appeared disheveled, a smile graced his face. This was likely his strongest state yet, and he felt relatively satisfied. The combat prowess at the 7th layer indeed surpassed that of the 6th layer, and once he fully stabilized, further growth should follow. After catching his breath, he approached the silver-armored back lizard. The back of such spiritual beasts possesses several special bones. Rumored to be harder than steel, he pried open the scales and flesh with ease, extracting 5 special bones, each about the size of a fist. If fashioned into bone daggers or knives, they would yield excellent results. He resolved to seek out a few more spiritual beasts for further testing. Qin Ming cleaned the Great Yin Ancient Sword and departed with the bones. The best way to enhance combat strength is through constant battle, accumulating experience between life and death, and awakening potential amidst danger. Unlike other orthodox disciples, he had no guidance or assistance, having to carve his own path in martial arts. However, as he ventured back into the forest, he unexpectedly encountered a hunting party. Qin Ming was somewhat taken aback, and the hunting team seemed equally surprised. As both parties were about to sidestep each other, they halted simultaneously. Qin Ming? Ha! Qin Ming! The hunting team expressed astonishment and delight. Qin Ming's gaze turned icy. This was a hunting party affiliated with the Grand Elders faction, consisting of 8 members. Just days prior, he had wondered why he had not crossed paths with them. And now fate had finally brought them together. I thought you had been hunted down by another group. Turns out you're still alive. A slightly plump disciple stepped forward, scrutinizing the bloodied Qin Ming with an increasingly radiant smile. This fellow truly has a hard life, having survived to this point. Having just battled the silver-armored back lizard, Qin Ming was covered in wounds and appeared quite disheveled. The other disciples approached him with smiles. I must say, I admire you. You've managed to survive for half a month during the hunting tournament. Do tell us how you did it. What did you eat, drink, and did you even sleep? Ha ha ha. Qin Ming slowly retreated until he reached the stream's edge. Having just dealt with the silver-armored back lizard, he was severely injured and fatigued. These 8 appeared formidable, especially the chubby leader, who had stood beside He Xiangtian during the martial arts arena. Why so quiet? Have you been on edge this entire time? Not sleeping or eating well? I can assure you, starting today, you needn't hide any longer. You're going to die, ha ha. The plump disciple was elated, having cornered Qin Ming. Capturing his head would not only earn him spiritual herbs as a reward from He Xiangtian, but could also garner the favor of their master. What's that? The silver-armored back lizard. One of the disciples noticed the corpse of the silver-armored back lizard by the stream, evidently having just perished. So, you came here to scavenge? What a pitiful fellow, making himself look like a beggar. Qin Ming, how do you wish to die? Standing or kneeling? Standing might be more uncomfortable, while kneeling could offer a quicker release. Come on, tell us how you'd like to die. We're quite accommodating. The hunting party spread out, closing in. The hunting had been arduous and tense these past days, and finally encountering something amusing, they were eager to relish it. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang Baonan, and I doubt the slightly plump disciple smiled as he was about to introduce himself. But Qin Ming suddenly turned and dashed across the stream, plunging into the dense forest ahead. The group's expressions froze. He ran? You dare to flee? Ha ha, this is interesting. Pursue him. Tang Baonan remained calm and unruffled, casually waving his hand. The entire team surged forward, whooping and hollering as they began their chase. Though severely injured, Qin Ming was not as weak as they imagined. He bent low and dashed through the tangled underbrush, swiftly evading the pursuing party. Tang Baonan and the others were taken aback. Despite his injuries, he could run like a rabbit. How could a prey so easily escape their grasp? Chase after him, Tang Baonan shouted, rallying his team for a full-speed pursuit. Qin Ming remained composed, expertly navigating through the most chaotic parts of the forest. Once he created some distance, he paused briefly, employing the Shangxing decision to absorb the life energy from the surroundings, gradually recovering his injuries and strength. Whenever he sensed movement behind him, he would continue his retreat. After a while of running and recovering, he unknowingly traversed nearly 2 hours. Though most of the time was spent fleeing, he had gradually regained some vitality. Tang Baonan and his group finally grew furious. Pursuing a 5th-layer Qin Ming, who appeared half-dead, for 2 hours felt humiliating. Crucially, Qin Ming would intermittently appear before them, seeming almost to toy with them before vanishing again. Finally, around noon, Tang Baonan ordered the 8-member team to split into 4 groups, maintaining a safe distance to avoid unforeseen incidents. By this point, Qin Ming had mostly regained his strength, and the roles of hunter and prey were about to reverse. Damn it, where did that guy run off to? Once we catch him, let us break his legs. He seems to be getting faster and faster. A male and female disciple cursed as they climbed a low hill, scanning the surroundings. They had just seen him right in front of them. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Keep chasing. I want to see how long he can run. The male disciple tugged at his collar, gritting his teeth as he took off. Just as he was about to leap down from the hilltop, a figure suddenly soared into view. Resembling a hawk swooping down from the sky, 2 flying knives were released, hurtling towards him and the female disciple behind him. Qin Ming. The 2's expressions shifted, and they retreated hastily, but the flying knives whirred and spun, not following a straight path. One veered left while the other right, striking their sides with a resounding thud, blood bursting forth amid their screams echoing through the valley. Qin Ming landed nimbly, crouching low before springing up, appearing before the male disciple in a flash, and delivering a crushing blow to his throat. Crack! The impact, infused with thousands of pounds of force, obliterated his throat, leaving a distinct imprint on the back of his neck. The male disciple's scream abruptly ceased as his body flew backward, tumbling down the hillside. The kill was decisive and clean. The male disciple lay in the grass at the foot of the hill, writhing in agony. Moments later, he lay still. Qin Ming cast a cold glance at the female disciple, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. The female disciple shivered, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain in her side, frozen in place atop the hill, unable to move. After a brief pause, Qin Ming turned to leave. The female disciple suddenly snapped back to reality, screaming, "Qin Ming is here. Over here." A spray of blood erupted from her chest as she was struck by immense force, stumbling back 2 steps in disbelief. She looked down to find a gaping wound where her heart once was. She opened her mouth to speak, but only blood poured forth. Her consciousness spun, and she fell heavily to the ground. Without looking back, Qin Ming departed. Who was the prey, and who was the hunter? Before long, Tang Baonan and his companions arrived at the scene, gazing at the 2 corpses atop the hill, their expressions darkening. Did Qin Ming do this? 1 6th-layer disciple and 1 7th-layer disciple, and there were no clear signs of struggle, indicating they had been dispatched in mere moments. Want to play games with me? Haha, we'll see this through. Search the area. The smile on Tang Baonan's face vanished. On a distant hilltop, Qin Ming stood atop an ancient tree, gripping a flying knife, his brow furrowing as he locked his gaze on Tang Baonan's head. Just then, a violent tremor reverberated through the mountains. They distinctly felt the ground shake, followed by a deep, booming sound echoing from afar, rumbling and resonating throughout the mountains. They all gazed into the distance as a thick plume of dust soared into the sky, surging and swirling, resembling a volcanic eruption, accompanied by a fierce gale that swept in all directions. Birds scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions, their cries obscuring the sky. Qin Ming sheathed his flying knife, intrigued as he peered into the distance. This did not seem like a battle scene. What unexpected occurrence was unfolding? Chapter 53. Underground cavern deep within the forest, a towering mountain nearly 1,000 meters high suddenly collapsed. Clouds of dust billowing, fierce winds howling, sweeping through the surrounding forest for miles, startling nearby birds and beasts. The thunderous roar and tremors drew the attention of numerous disciples from Qingyun Sect and mercenary teams. Before long, figures began to appear in the nearby forest, curiously observing the scene. As the dust settled, they beheld a shattered mountain, half of its body caved in, with the eastern face transformed into a heap of rubble, mingling with broken trees and underbrush strewn about the surrounding low hills. Strangely, within the ruins at the mountain's base lay a conspicuous cave entrance, measuring over 10 meters in width and 2 to 3 meters in height. It seemed that a cavity had formed underground, causing the mountain to collapse. However, given the vast area of the collapsed mountain, the exterior debris did not appear as grand as expected, suggesting that most of the stones had sunk underground. How extensive must the underground space be? This bizarre phenomenon deterred many from approaching, leaving them to observe from a distance. As time passed, more and more people gathered, spreading across the surrounding forest and hilltops, discussing and gazing at the peculiar cave entrance. There seemed to be light within. Look closely. It appears something is indeed glowing inside. Could it be a treasure? How could the mountain collapse so suddenly? This is abnormal, don't rush to go in. I suspect someone caused this collapse by noon. The forest was teeming with thousands of people, and the mercenaries and Qingyun Sect disciples ceased fighting, all focusing on the strange cave entrance. Qin Ming had arrived early, finding a more distant mountain to sit atop, practicing the Shangsheng decision. Cloaked in a black cape and wearing a mask, with the Great Yin ancient sword resting on his lap. Exuding a sharp aura, he appeared formidable, resembling a ruthless figure. This way, no one would dare to provoke him, especially the disciples of Qingyun Sect, who were wary of offending a loose cultivator in such a tense situation. The crowd continued to swell, with more restless individuals emerging. Groups of mercenaries began to approach the cave entrance, living their lives on the knife's edge, unconcerned about danger, focused solely on profit. The disciples of Qingyun Sect remained relatively restrained, staying in place to observe. What a rich fragrance! There must be women inside. Heh, it's the scent of herbs. It seems there are many varieties, suggesting a plethora of medicinal plants inside. Who will be the first to venture in and scout the way? Just as the mercenary teams were preparing to explore, the enticing aroma drew in a horde of spiritual beasts. A massive group of Mongshan porcupines surged forward, small in stature yet exuding incredible strength. Their spines resembling upright steel needles, armed with sharp teeth capable of biting through steel. Their numbers were overwhelming, ignoring the disciples of Qingyun Sect and nearby mercenaries as they charged into the cave, quickly vanishing from sight. Moments later, a pack of gale wolves arrived, their fierce presence striking fear into the onlookers. A winged tiger emerged from the underbrush, exuding an aura of power, its gaze fierce. 7 towering black apes, several meters tall, bounded through the forest, disregarding the surrounding crowd as they stormed into the cave. This was only the beginning, as more and more spiritual beasts converged from all directions, irresistibly drawn by the enticing scent. "What are we waiting for? Charge!" a mercenary team shouted, rushing into the cave, prompting other mercenaries to follow suit without hesitation. "Don't be impulsive. Let's wait a moment. What if there's danger inside?" Many within Qingyun Sect urged caution. A direct disciple reassured his companions. "Let the spiritual beasts and mercenaries scout the way for us. We aren't in a hurry. We'll act when the situation is clear. Let us hold on. The elders should be on their way here." The disciples of Qingyun Sect refrained from blindly rushing inside. As noble sect members, they could not afford to take such risks lightly. If there were indeed treasures within, they could simply reap the benefits while waiting outside. What if there was danger inside? Would they willingly march to their doom like mercenaries? The cave seemed deep, with over 1,000 people and spiritual beasts entering. Yet the sounds emanating were heavy, chaotic, and indistinct. Those far away could hardly hear anything, as though the throngs of people and beasts had vanished into thin air. Just as the disciples of Qingyun Sect anxiously observed, Qin Ming had fully healed his injuries. Gripping his ancient sword, he approached the cave entrance, furrowing his brow as he peered inside. A dim glow emanated from within the cave, seemingly originating from deep within, accompanied by an overwhelming fragrance wafting toward him. Taking a deep breath, he felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, a soothing comfort akin to consuming a spiritual fruit. Yet, within the fragrance, there seemed to be mingled scents of blood and various other odors. Without a doubt, it must be the aftermath of a fierce battle between the mercenaries and the spirit creatures that had entered, as Qin Ming observed. A youth bearing an iron sword approached, his cold gaze scanning the surroundings. He exuded an impressive aura, sharp and striking, with a dark war blade behind him that emitted a subtle hum, as if imbued with a spirit of its own. Iron Mountain River. He did not recognize Qin Ming, merely casting a fleeting glance at the ancient sword in his hand, remarking, "A fine sword." Shortly thereafter, another young man arrived, strikingly handsome, with skin as pale and delicate as snow, exquisite features and lips as red as coral. Even the corners of his brows appeared meticulously groomed. He was tall and slender, adorned in a lavish embroidered robe, exuding an air of elegance. At first glance, he could easily be mistaken for a refined young lady, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing, akin to those of a hawk searching for prey, radiating both brilliance and danger. The direct disciple, Han Xinya. Both were individuals of distinct individuality, lacking any battle team, embarking on their solitary training journeys. However, their reputations within the Qingyun Sect were exceedingly prominent, their presence drawing the attention of disciples in the distance, prompting some to cautiously venture out of the dense forest towards the rubble of stone piles. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the mountains behind, as a dozen fiery cloud bears charged towards them, their bodies ablaze with fierce flames, resembling monstrous creatures emerging from the abyss, sending nearby disciples scrambling in panic. Qin Ming glanced at the fiery cloud bears and stepped aside to clear the entrance. Boom, boom! The massive forms of the fiery cloud bears shook the ground, dragging waves of scorching flames as they rushed into the cavern. Not long after they entered, Qin Ming followed suit. Iron Mountain River and Han Xinya raised their brows slightly, seemingly prepared to be the first to follow, but didn't expect this eccentric to be more decisive than them. Exchanging glances, the two rushed in one after the other. The cavern was rugged and winding. A crude passage formed by a heap of shattered rocks, precarious and liable to collapse at any moment. The tunnel descended deeper, with an increasing play of light and shadow, the noise growing ever more intense, roars, screams, and even cheers, creating a chaotic atmosphere akin to a grand festival. The aroma of herbs thickened, as did the scent of blood. Just as Qin Ming was about to quicken his pace, a group of mercenaries suddenly emerged from a steep slope ahead, their faces alight with ecstasy as they jostled around their leader, rushing frantically outward. The leader clutched a bundle tightly in his arms, faintly glowing. "Get out of the way! Clear a path!" The mercenaries roared in frantic desperation, their emotions running high. Qin Ming sidestepped, followed by Iron Mountain River and Han Qinya, allowing them to pass. However, it wasn't long before another group of mercenaries burst forth, shouting and chasing after them. "Stop! Leave the treasure! Not a chance! There's more inside. We want to take it ourselves!" The leading mercenaries shouted angrily, desperately pushing their way out. Yet, the further they pressed, the narrower the passage became, slowing their escape, and the pursuing mercenaries quickly caught up. A fierce brawl erupted between the two factions in the confined space, resembling frenzied beasts, battling with wild ferocity, as they clashed and struggled to escape. Casualties mounted, and by the time they burst out of the cavern, only 6 individuals remained. With a sudden crash, the leader's bundle spilled forth, a large stone, the size of a cow's head, sparkling with a multitude of gems. A closer inspection revealed it to be pure crystal, a rare treasure of pure spiritual energy, comparable to spirit herbs and fruits, in a crystal mine. One might find only a small shard in a cubic meter of rock, yet this stone bore at least a dozen gems on its surface. Who knew how many lay within? No wonder the mercenaries fought like madmen. Were there crystals in the cavern? Did a crystal mine lie below? The hundreds of disciples from the Qingyun Sect were invigorated, disregarding any sense of danger, each rushing eagerly towards the cavern. Qin Ming, Iron Mountain River, and Han Qinya had all reached the deepest part of the subterranean realm, which was a colossal underground cavern. Even though landslides had buried many areas, the original grandeur was still palpable. The space was awash with vibrant hues, illuminated by an astonishing number of crystals, alongside many shimmering spirit herbs and fruits, resembling a celestial paradise. Could there be a spiritual vein beneath? Such a magnificent sight could only result from the passage of spiritual veins. Iron Mountain River was taken aback. The underground cavern was in chaos, various spirit creatures vying for spiritual treasures, the cacophony of roars and screams echoing. With blood splattering everywhere, even the same species of spirit creatures battling amongst themselves, the mercenaries, blinded by their desire for treasure, were equally caught in a frenzy. Qin Ming refrained from recklessly intervening. The pandemonium made the situation even more perilous, as anyone possessing treasures could easily become targets for other spirit creatures and mercenaries. He prudently positioned himself in a nearby concealed location, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the scene. Iron Mountain River and Han Qinya dispersed to different areas, also opting for caution, observing the situation while meticulously searching for suitable spiritual treasures. Securing treasures here was trivial. The true skill lay in surviving to take them out. Soon, disciples of the Qingyun Sect surged into the underground cavern, all taken aback by the spectacle before them. Not everyone retained the composure of Qin Ming and his companions. The vast majority charged into the fray with fervor, joining forces to seize spirit herbs and crystals. The chaos escalated, and the slaughter became savage. This moment, in the innermost depths of the underground cavern, a tattered, emaciated boy awoke from meditation, his blood-red eyes snapping open. Before him lay scattered various spirit fruits and several large spirit stones, all of which were the most precious of the cavern, having been drained of their essence, leaving only shells behind. He spread his hands, his emaciated muscles gradually regaining strength, visible veins pulsating beneath his skin. Power was awakening. Chapter 54. The Great Chaos. The underground cavern, once a treasure trove, vibrant and brimming with spiritual energy, had now transformed into a brutal battlefield, the sounds of slaughter deafening and the cries chilling. Many spirit herbs and fruits were stained with blood, trampled and crushed by the frenzied spirit creatures. The surging energy filled the space, causing tremors in the mountains, as large rocks continually fell, exacerbating the chaos. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect, mercenary teams, and hordes of spirit creatures clashed relentlessly, all fighting madly for the treasures. Even among the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, fierce battles erupted over the same treasure. The situation had spiraled out of control as greed clouded their judgment. Iron Mountain River and Han Xinya had both identified targets of interest and charged into the fray. Qin Ming also spotted one in a secluded corner, partially buried beneath dust and rubble, its faint glow barely noticeable amidst the chaos. He deftly avoided all combatants and spirit creatures, traversing the battlefield in the shadows, lifting heavy boulders, and to his astonishment, discovered a patch of spirit grass. A vast expanse of spirit grass grew like weeds among the rocky terrain, with an irregular stone protruding from the center, upon which were embedded numerous spirit stones, counting at least 16 upon a cursory glance, with likely more hidden within. Beautiful! Qin Ming joyfully unfurled his beast skin pouch, collecting all the spirit grass while using his ancient sword to cleave the stone at its base, stowing it away. Roar! Suddenly, a massive ironback bear appeared beside Qin Ming, its formidable presence radiating raw aggression as it swiped down with its powerful claws. Qin Ming rolled back, executing a 360-degree maneuver to land beneath the bear. Springing up with force, the second segment of the diamond strength technique, diamond lifting the tower. Boom! The overwhelming impact surged into the bear's abdomen, violently disrupting its insides, sending its massive body flying 5 meters into the air, howling as it crashed to the ground, creating a gust of wind. Nearby, 2 mercenaries, who had been lurking to take advantage, gasped in astonishment at the sight. Qin Ming shook his hand, lifting the pouch. Is there something you need? Please, continue your business. We'll explore elsewhere. The 2 mercenaries turned and swiftly departed. Not far away, 2 gale wolves fixed their gaze upon Qin Ming, growling as they lunged toward him. Qin Ming met them head-on, effortlessly slaying them, his steps unceasing as he plunged into the battlefield. Having secured treasures, it was time to address other matters, such as, Tang Baonan, focus. Don't let anyone near. I'm on it. Almost done. Haha, almost there. Keep a close watch. Tang Baonan was hidden behind a pile of stones, vigorously swinging an axe against a stubborn rock, his face flushed with excitement. The stone was exceptionally hard, rooted deep in the ground, its surface adorned with crystals. With one the size of a thumb, definitely a high-grade crystal. No wonder he was so ecstatic he could hardly contain himself. Faster, faster, treasure brother! The 5 disciples closely guarded him, trembling with excitement at the sight of so many spirit stones, each urging him on while simultaneously keeping a wary eye on the chaotic mercenaries and spirit creatures. A pack of ferocious wolves charged towards them, and the 5 disciples, fueled with determination, fiercely repelled them. Next, 2 azure wind bulls attempted to approach, only to be forced back by their combined might. Crack! At last, Tang Baonan shattered the massive stone, uprooting it entirely. He laughed jubilantly, raising the stone high. Ha ha, it's mine. Treasure brother, let us retreat. Let us get out of here. The 5 disciples turned back, equally exhilarated by the sight of so many spirit stones. Enough for them all. Let us go. Let us go. Cover me. Tang Baonan hastily put down the stone, wiped his mouth, and prepared to charge out. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly surged through the chaotic battlefield, tumbling dramatically and landing behind them, rising with a fierce stance, sword energy crackling with chilling intensity directed at Tang Baonan. The 5 disciples were taken aback. Who is this? How did they sneak in? Get lost? Tang Baonan, slightly plump yet quick on his feet, bent low to evade the sword's trajectory, narrowly avoiding danger. Yet the shadow pressed on relentlessly, attacking fervently, casting a myriad of sword shadows that enveloped Tang Baonan, forcing him to retreat clumsily, stumbling and crying out as the gem-encrusted stone slipped from his grasp. The shadow was none other than Qin Ming, who intercepted the stone mid-air, spinning and tossing it away. The 5 disciples, almost instinctively, lunged toward the giant stone, shouting, "That's ours. It belongs to us." You. Tang Baonan was about to rise when Qin Ming's mountain river heavy sword descended upon him with tremendous force. The overwhelming might of the mountains and rivers bore down upon him. Ah! Tang Baonan shouted in fury, an aura of green energy erupting from him, enveloping him in a dense mist of spiritual power that rapidly formed tightly woven vines around his body. Thud! The Dian ancient sword sliced through the vines, tearing open Tang Baonan's chest and drawing forth a line of crimson blood. Pain coursed through Tang Baonan, tightening his entire being as the green energy surged violently, causing many more vines to sprout, whipping toward Qin Ming like iron whips, a remarkable martial technique, astonishing reflexes, and the formidable strength of the 8th level of spiritual martial arts. Qin Ming was forced to retreat, narrowly dodging the incoming vines. "You wretched fool! How dare you harm me?" Tang Baonan finally caught his breath, a mixture of shock, rage, pain, and fear coursing through him, as he stood tall and roared like an enraged green bear. The vines swirling chaotically around him, the wind howling in tumultuous fury. Yet Qin Ming charged back in, not allowing him a moment's respite, crashing into him amidst the massive vines with a low growl, unleashing a surge of brute strength, triple explosive force, diamonds shaking the mountain. Crack! The vines flew in all directions, and Tang Baonan was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a pile of stones. His chest, already torn by the ancient sword, bore the brunt of the impact again, as if his heart had shattered, leaving him nearly breathless. Qin Ming pressed on, intent on eliminating Tang Baonan. "Stop!" The 5 disciples, returning with the stone, were enraged at the sight and charged in. Qin Ming decisively turned to face them, dodging left and right with the agility of a hare, swiftly reaching the disciple clutching the stone. That disciple gasped in terror, retreating hastily, his hands full of treasure, unable to muster the strength to fight. The remaining 4 were taken aback, stunned by his speed. Qin Ming leaped into the air, his feet pounding down in a series of fierce stomps, sending both the person and the stone flying. He spun mid-air, intercepting the giant stone and retreating into the chaotic battlefield. The rapid succession of assaults left onlookers dazzled, fast, fierce, powerful, and decisive, akin to a seasoned assassin. Tang Baonan unfurled the vines, revealing his bloodied chest, blood flowing profusely, cold sweat beading on his forehead, having narrowly escaped death just moments prior. His expression twisted in rage, he bellowed. "Give me, roar!" Suddenly, a few ferocious beasts surged forth, drawn by the scent of blood. Tang Baonan and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically as they braced for battle. "Get lost, beasts! Clear out! Treasure brother! Retreat! We'll handle this!" The 5 disciples, fueled by pent-up anger, charged at the beasts. "Hit them hard! Hit them to the death!" Tang Baonan covered his chest, hiding behind them in a brutal skirmish. The 5 disciples managed to repel the pack of beasts, each possessing formidable strength, being at the 6th and 7th levels of cultivation. However, before they could catch their breath, Qin Ming returned, stepping onto the heads of retreating spirit creatures, flipping through the air and attacking them with his sword. "You bastard! Do you know who we are? Do we have a grudge against you? Why are you targeting just us? I am Tang Baonan, the direct disciple of the Qingyun Sect." They shouted in unison, yet Qin Ming offered no opportunity, advancing with his sword and employing the hidden force of the diamond strength technique, swiftly injuring the 5 disciples and closing in on Tang Baonan. "Treasure brother!" the 5 exclaimed, astonished at how this person resembled a wild beast. Just then, Tang Baonan's eyes lit up, as if possessed. He broke free from Qin Ming's grasp and plunged into the battle circle ahead. "Xiang Tian, save me!" Xiang Tian, leading a team through the fray, appeared before them, looking remarkably triumphant. Their group boasted at least 50 members, solidly united as they rampaged through the battlefield, mercilessly slaying spirit creatures while plundering mercenaries. "Tang Baonan?" The team immediately parted, shielding him within their midst. "What happened to you?" Xiang Tian stared at the bloodied Tang Baonan, astonished at who could inflict such harm. "That bastard." Tang Baonan began to point out Qin Ming, but he had vanished. Chapter 55. Unyielding advance. Treat your wounds first. We'll charge out immediately. Xiang Tian had no time to waste, urging his disciples to seize more mercenary teams, as robbing was far more efficient than mining treasures themselves. They had already acquired 8 stones embedded with crystals and a wealth of precious spirit herbs and fruits. A few more mercenary teams would ensure their bountiful return. However, Tang Baonan could not swallow his anger, craning his neck in search of that villain. "Stop dawdling. We'll divide the spoils once we're outside." Xiang Tian, his focus consumed by the allure of the abundant treasures, shouted to his brothers. Let us push harder, hunt the prey, rob, 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 ha ha. The 50 disciples shouted enthusiastically, their eyes gleaming as they searched hungrily. Many mercenary teams took advantage of the chaos to flee, fearing being plundered. Just then, a loud shout erupted from atop a high rock. There's treasure here. Big treasure. High-grade crystals. Who wants them? At that moment, the scene was utterly chaotic. Ordinary calls could not attract attention, but the terms treasure and high-grade crystals were too enticing, immediately drawing the gaze of numerous disciples and mercenaries nearby. It's him! It's him! Tang Baonan's eyes widened, filled with rage. There stood Qin Ming atop the high platform, brandishing the massive stone he had seized from Tang Baonan, directing attention to the spots where high-grade crystals glittered. The dazzling crystals shone brilliantly in the dim light, captivating the hearts of the surrounding hundreds, quickly capturing the attention of many spirit creatures as well. That's mine, Tang Baonan growled through clenched teeth. High-grade crystals? Seize them. He Xiang Tian wasted no time, rallying his disciples into action. We have over 50 of us. Are we afraid of you? But Qin Ming suddenly made a shocking move, shaking the giant stone in his hand and calling out loudly, "Want them? There's more over there." He pointed towards He Xiang Tian's group, where many held stones or spirit fruits, all glowing enticingly in the shadows, more wonderful than before. Qin Ming raised the giant stone high and hurled it towards He Xiang Tian. "Seize it. Whoever grabs it, it's theirs. You're seeking death." He Xiang Tian's group was incensed, but the next moment, their faces turned pale. Qin Ming followed the stone, landing and charging forward, the giant ancient sword vibrating violently, unleashing a storm of sword shadows as he surged towards several disciples ahead. Unyielding, fearless. Seize it, seize it! From all directions, mercenaries and spirit demons surged forth like a ravenous pack of wolves that had suddenly caught sight of prey. Particularly those mercenaries who had previously been robbed. Their teeth gritted as they lunged forward. He Xiangtian's team was formidable, and none dared to attack them. However, if someone took the lead and rallied, there would be no courtesy, only outright theft. The most crucial factor was that they possessed an overwhelming abundance of treasures, glimmering and dazzling in the darkness. Qin Ming took the lead with unyielding force, weaving through the crowd with reckless abandon. He was not there to steal, but to create chaos. The area descended into utter turmoil as spirit demons and mercenaries joined the fray like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, with many disciples from the Qingyun Sect also stealthily entering the fray. In the midst of this chaos, with the darkness obscuring vision, fear held no sway. Everyone was intent on the fight. Tang Baonan was nearly apoplectic with rage. Was this never-ending? You stole, and now you're addicted? He Xiangtian was even more incensed. Who was this bastard? Did I have a grudge against you? Taking advantage of the confusion, Qin Ming charged directly into the center, his crude mask appearing particularly menacing in the dim lighting. Covered in blood and exuding a murderous aura, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. With a long howl, he launched a surprise attack, his sword radiating the might of mountains and rivers, the fierce momentum of his blade igniting the air with a torrent of sword energy. He Xiangtian's expression shifted. The sword's might was formidable, and he could not discern the opponent's origins or strength. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to retreat sideways, but he had forgotten that Tang Baonan was behind him, and more critically, that Tang Baonan was severely injured. Tang Baonan's face paled as the chilling sword energy rapidly expanded in his line of sight. It was over, his heart sank. With a swift motion, Qin Ming brushed past Tang Baonan, blood splattering, severing him from life. Tang Baonan staggered a few steps before collapsing backwards. Baonan? He Xiangtian was taken aback, staring incredulously at Tang Baonan on the ground. Dead? A gasp echoed from the surrounding disciples. Could it be that Tang Baonan had perished? Yet there was no time for sorrow. Surrounded by spirit demons and mercenaries, they quickly collected themselves and fought back. Qin Ming's gaze was icy, staring through his mask at He Xiangtian. Who are you? He Xiangtian's face darkened. He understood. The man was clearly targeting Tang Baonan and had come with the intention to kill him. Such ruthlessness, willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Baonan. Tiangu, are you all right? 3 disciples nervously shielded He Xiangtian, confronting Qin Ming. Qin Ming refrained from striking again, leaping into the chaotic battle, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Damn it! Don't let me find out who you are. He Xiangtian ground his teeth in frustration. Taishan was nearby, observing everything with a cold eye, offering no intervention, only suspicion. Who was this person? The situation grew increasingly chaotic. As those mercenaries who had been robbed by He Xiangtian turned vicious, intent not only on reclaiming their stolen treasures but also on killing. Qin Ming did not linger. He evaded all battle zones and charged toward the exit. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes boring into him from the depths of the cave. The sensation was unexpected yet unmistakably clear. He turned to gaze back, and in the dimness of the cave, a ragged youth stood watching him, shrouded in shadows, his features obscured. Just as Qin Ming was about to scrutinize further, the shadow vanished. The chaos within the underground cave intensified, the increasingly brutal combat shaking the very stability of the space, sending a cascade of rubble crashing down as the mountain trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "Retreat! It's going to cave in," shouted a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, urging his comrades to leave quickly. Those who had acquired treasures began to withdraw, but many greedy souls and those who had not yet succeeded frantically searched through the diminishing chaos, heedless of the danger. When the elders of the Qingyun Sect hastily arrived, the cave finally collapsed, a powerful shockwave erupting in a cloud of dust from the entrance. The surrounding boulders swayed chaotically, soon burying the entrance. Although most had escaped, over 100 disciples and numerous mercenaries and spirit demons were entombed within. "Elders, there's a cave below filled with many spirit stones and spirit herbs," reported a disciple from outside. The 5 elders, along with the middle-aged disciples, worked together to seal off the ruins, urgently instructing the disciples to return and inform the Qingyun Sect to send powerful reinforcements to clear the debris, as many treasures were likely still hidden within. Qin Ming distanced himself from everyone, finding a safe spot to split open some stones. Before long, he had unearthed 37 crystal stones, 31 low-grade spirit stones, 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and in the center, a high-grade spirit stone. Although none of the spirit herbs were of high grade, he still uncovered 10 mid-grade ones. What a delightful harvest! Qin Ming's excitement lingered, as this hunting expedition had proven exhilarating. Reflecting on his past efforts at the Qingyun Sect, where obtaining a mere snake heart fruit had required immense effort, he now reveled in the spoils of adventure. Invigorated by the thrill of discovery that, of course, the prerequisite was strength. Only with sufficient power could one seize opportunities as they arose. With 10 days remaining, he resolved to continue his training. Gathering his spirit herbs and stones, he ventured into the dense mountain forest to practice, no longer in search of medicine but instead challenging various fierce spirit demons. Supported by the spirit herbs and stones, he could indulge freely in his training. His goal was to reach the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm in the aftermath of the hunting expedition. While it may be impossible for others, he was determined to succeed. Qin Ming could utilize these 10 days as if they were a month. Chapter 56. Immortal 10 days later, the hunting expedition officially concluded, and disciples began to trickle back to the designated gathering spot. Initially, over 900 had set out, but by that evening, only about 600 had returned, with 280 disciples unaccounted for, most of whom perished in the brutal skirmishes within the underground cave. That area was now under the control of the Qingyun Sect, which had cleared out many spirit herbs and crystal stones. Despite the heavy losses, the majority of the disciples felt a thrill. They had all gained something from the underground cave, with some disciples' rewards inciting envy. He Xiangtian's expression was grim as he sat in a corner with his team. They had initially anticipated the greatest bounty, but after the chaos, not only had they lost over 10 disciples, but the treasures they had managed to secure dwindled to a mere fraction, leaving each member with nothing. His frustration had been simmering throughout the 10 days spent hiding in the forest to recover from injuries, with no inclination to continue hunting. The root of all this trouble was that assassin. Where had he come from? Why target Tang Baonan? The more he Xiangtian pondered, the more perplexed and agitated he became. What the hell did I do to deserve this? We depart tomorrow. The 5 elders were in no rush to leave, deciding to wait another night. Although they often declared no waiting past the deadline before each hunting expedition, when it came time to conclude, they still tried their best to wait, as they could not simply abandon their own disciples. Throughout the night, disciples returned one by one, most appearing disheveled. Upon seeing the elders still present, they bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The journey back to the Qingyun Sect would take 3 days, and if they were to navigate it alone, they might encounter unknown dangers. What if Qin Ming, dead? One of He Xiangtian's disciples suddenly spoke up. "Qin Ming, Xiangtian raised his darkened eyes, having almost forgotten that brat. Did anyone capture Qin Ming? A disciple had scoured the vicinity, inquiring with those from the Grand Elder's faction, only to receive negative responses. Someone scoffed, he probably died long ago. With his meager strength and being alone, it would be a miracle if he survived. I saw Qin Ming 10 days ago. He looked quite the mess, said a member of Tang Baonan's group. Their team had originally consisted of 8 members, but now only 4 remained, with Captain Tang Baonan having perished in the cave, frustratingly unaware of who had dealt the fatal blow. You didn't capture him? Xiangtian furrowed his brow. How had they encountered him yet failed to detain him, let him slip away? They were reluctant to speak of that day's events, as revealing it would be embarrassing. Someone remarked, since Qin Ming hasn't returned, he might have already met his end in the jaws of some beast. They were too preoccupied with the frustrations from the underground cave incident to concern themselves with Qin Ming, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the masked fiend. The following morning, most who were supposed to return had gathered. Let us go. The elders counted heads, 683 in total, with 235 disciples absent. One elder specifically sought out Qin Ming but, upon shaking his head in disappointment, concluded that he had likely been dealt with by Xiangtian and his crew. Sighing, the elder mused over the Grand Elder's reluctance to execute Qin Ming over the past 8 years. Why now allow disciples to use lethal force against him? Had he deemed him of no further value? Or was it Qin Ming's displayed talents that provoked the Grand Elder? Poor child, poor Qin family. Ling Shui silently gazed back at the dense forest. He had yet to return. Senior sister Ling Shui, we should head back, urged a disciple from Yaoshan. Ling Shui, lost in thought, turned and rejoined the group, as if failing to notice Qin Ming's absence. Could he have perished in the forest? Alas, such a pitiful soul, deprived of fortune. Born into a noble family, draped in fine garments and surrounded by wealth, only to experience ruin at a young age and be forced into servitude at the Qingyun Sect, finally achieving the spirit martial realm, only to meet his end in the forest. The word life is a harbinger of death. Those bearing it seldom live long. He deserved it. Who told him to boastfully participate in the hunting expedition, fully aware that others sought his demise? For 8 years, he had narrowly escaped death countless times. But perhaps this time it was truly his end. Other disciples noticed Qin Ming's absence, some expressing regret while others sneered. Such is the myriad expressions of life. They speculated that Xiangtian and his associates had likely plotted against Qin Ming. Yet none were foolish enough to voice their thoughts. He was merely a servant, inconsequential to their lives, serving only as fodder for casual conversation. Set out. The elders issued their orders once more, and the group began their march. A grand procession underway. As the disciples conversed excitedly along the way. Some expressed relief at having completed the hunt. Others celebrated their bountiful harvests, while a few exchanged training experiences, planning for their next expedition. Ling Shui glanced back several times, yet still found no sign of Qin Ming. The other disciples gradually forgot about him. If he were dead, so be it. They felt no sorrow for him. Instead, they were more intrigued by how the Qingyun Sect would manage the 20,000 slaves of the Qing Mountain. The reason those individuals had remained docile as slaves was partly due to the presence of a young city lord who had been held captive, unable to resist. Now that the young lord was dead, would the 20,000 still remain compliant? Alas, if Qin Ming truly perished, it would involve many others. One elder softly remarked. While Qin Ming was alive, no one cared. But if he truly dies, it will be difficult to explain to the sect master. Elder Mu Bai, and others, on the evening of the second day, intense combat erupted in the dense forest ahead, the roars of beasts resounding thunderously. The disciples craned their necks. Could it be that mercenary teams were hunting beasts? During the hunting expedition, they had been reluctant to encounter mercenary groups, but now emboldened, they eagerly peered ahead. The elder at the front gestured for the group to halt, watching the unfolding scene with a cold eye, wishing to avoid trouble. Moments later, accompanied by a resounding crash, a massive iron-skinned bull came hurtling toward the group, its colossal form colliding with the thick trees, creating a cacophony of sound as branches and leaves flew. Many female disciples gasped, exclaiming, "How savage!" A figure quickly followed, swinging a fist at the bull. The bull staggered, emitting a chilling wail before bolting in terror. The person soared through the air, delivering a powerful punch. Their momentum formidable. However, out of the corner of their eye, they caught sight of the approaching throng, momentarily distracted. Their power waned as they brushed past the iron-skinned bull, their fist crashing into a nearby boulder instead. The individual stared in astonishment at the group, who reciprocated with a dazed gaze. "What took you so long to arrive?" the person questioned. "Qin Ming?" Many in the group looked on in astonishment. The iron-skinned bull, having narrowly escaped the blow, let out a couple of cries before fleeing into the dense forest. "Stop it! That's dinner!" Qin Ming shouted, raising a long knife toward the sky, its blade shimmering with lethal intent as it sliced toward the iron-skinned bull. With a splatter of blood, the knife effortlessly cleaved through the bull's tough hide, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. A single blow, and it was done. The chaos ceased, yet the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. Taishan emerged from the group, sheathing his large knife. "I'll take a share of that dinner." Qin Ming brushed off the dust and debris from his clothes, surveying the silent group. "Aren't you all supposed to be heading back? What are you doing here?" Someone inquired, incredulous. Could it truly be Qin Ming? "A few days ago, I was deep within the main altar's thicket, unable to join the assembly. I figured you wouldn't wait for me, so I decided to make my way back to the Qingyun Sect on my own." "Why are you all slower than I am?" He had no intention of rejoining the group, planning instead to continue his training and linger in the mountains for a few more days. Another reason was his lingering fear of facing the Yaoshan disciple, Ling Shui. He was uncertain how to confront her. The crowd chuckled lightly. "This kid has a hard life. He just wants to die." "Ha! Regroup," a stern elder commanded. "Yes." Qin Ming noticed the peculiar expressions of many disciples, but paid them no mind, muttering to himself, "I'm not dying, just to spite you all." Chapter 57. The manifestation of remnant souls. The ancient kings. As night fell, the group found a suitable place to set up camp. One iron-skinned bull was clearly insufficient to feed over 600 people, so the middle-aged disciples split into groups to hunt, returning with spirit demons, which they roasted over a fire. Groups of over 10 congregated, animatedly dispersing throughout the ancient forest. "Qin Ming, how did you manage to survive these past few days?" Some disciples gathered around Qin Ming's campfire, sharing the bull's meat, eagerly scrutinizing him. He appeared to be faring well, his clothes clean and neatly arranged, his hair meticulously groomed, and his complexion rosy, better off than they were. "Should I have perished?" Qin Ming jested. "That's not what we meant. We're simply curious, just trying to survive. I'm resilient, generally don't die easily. It's been 8 years. Haven't I've been doing fine. I feel like I could live for another 8 years. The group chuckled warmly. Taishan casually picked a piece of bull meat from the grill. "You seem stronger. You're quite sensitive to the aura of realms, aren't you?" Qin Ming tossed a log onto the fire. "I've seen you before." Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, regarding Taishan, who tilted his head, meeting his gaze. Other disciples by the fire quietly noted Taishan's particular interest in Qin Ming. Taishan unslung a wine pouch from his waist, took a swig, and offered it to Qin Ming. "How did you manage it?" "I'm tough. I encountered a few opportunities," Qin Ming replied, taking the pouch and taking a sip, saying no more. Taishan always gave off a dangerous vibe, leaving Qin Ming unable to decipher his thoughts. Just then, Ling Shui arrived with the disciples from Yaoshan. "Ling Shui?" Nearby disciples rose, illuminated by the firelight, admiring the serene yet frosty beauty of this snow lotus-like woman. "Where are the 5 purple jade spirit ginseng?" Ling Shui's gaze was icy. "I discarded all 5. Otherwise, do you think I could have survived? Prove it to us." The Yaoshan disciples expressed deep skepticism toward Qin Ming. They had searched for 3 days to find Ling Shui, nearly driving themselves mad. Yet, Ling Shui had not divulged what had transpired that day, merely stating that the purple jade spirit ginseng had been taken by Qin Ming. Qin Ming shrugged. "How can I prove it? Should I capture the purple jade lion and ask, 'What's your attitude?' We are demanding the purple jade spirit ginseng from you, not inquiring about what happened." The Yaoshan disciples were furious. Other disciples from the Qingyun Sect treated them with respect, yet this fellow was consistently disrespectful. "The purple jade spirit ginseng belongs to you? We worked tirelessly for 2 days, sacrificing numerous spirit herbs and fruits, just to lure away the purple jade lion. Then I owe you my thanks. You've worked hard." Qin Ming smiled and nodded. "Qin Ming, don't be ungrateful. If Yaoshan truly decides to execute you, no one will be able to stop it." Many nearby disciples gradually gathered, curious about the situation. "What's going on? Is Qin Ming clashing with the Yaoshan disciples again?" Some noted. "This kid is amusing. He is quite bold, just saying whatever comes to mind." Qin Ming smirked. I'm not looking to stir trouble. How about this? The purple jade spirit ginseng is indeed with me. Hand it over. The Yaoshan disciples perked up with renewed energy. Qin Ming pointed at Taishan, chuckling. I sold it to him for a high price. Taishan, engrossed in devouring his beef, paid no heed to the disciples of Yaoshan, nor did he cast a glance at Lingxue. You dare to toy with us, barked a Yaoshan disciple, who, despite his bravado, was wary of provoking such a fierce individual. What? Are you bold enough to shout at me but too timid to confront him? The disciple continued. It's rather obvious that you bully the weak while fearing the strong. Allow me to inquire for you. Taishan, they are asking if you have consumed the Ziyu Linkan. Qin Ming deliberately sought to provoke Taishan. This remark left the onlookers in a state of bemusement. How audacious, not only to jest with the Yaoshan disciples, but also to tease Taishan. Strangely, Taishan did not retaliate, seemingly unperturbed. Qin Ming, do not overreach. Yaoshan is not a place you can trample upon at present. The Yaoshan disciple clenched his teeth in frustration. Had it not been for the witnesses, they would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. I said it's not here. You choose not to believe me. Hand over your belongings. We shall search. That won't do. Produce it. Qin Ming chuckled lightly. Do not overstep, for although I, Qin Ming, am but a servant of lowly status, I am not someone that anyone can bully. Lingxue glanced at Qin Ming and abruptly turned to leave. Let us go. The Lincoln is not with him. What? The other Yaoshan disciples were puzzled. How could they depart so abruptly? That was indeed the Ziyu Linkan. Its disappearance was shrouded in mystery. Qin Ming picked up a large bone and smiled. Esteemed disciples of Yaoshan, fine beef shank. 1 pound of meat for 1 spirit herb. Would you care for some? Who would covet your meat? The Yaoshan disciples, seething with suppressed rage, departed. Qin Ming's smile widened as he continued to enjoy his meal, though his gaze flickered towards the shadows of the trees ahead. Where a group was gathered, he Shangtian's entourage. Brother Tian, shall we deal with him? Someone's expression darkened. We shall handle it upon returning to Qingyun Sect. He Shangtian was not foolish enough to eliminate Qin Ming in public, especially with Taishan seated beside him. Their relationship suggested that Taishan would not idly watch them bully Qin Ming. The hunting event concluded, and over 600 disciples returned safely to Qingyun Sect. This expedition had incurred significant losses, yet many disciples had garnered substantial rewards, including various spirit stones and herbs, evoking envy among others. All these spoils belonged to the individuals. Qingyun Sect would not lay claim to a single stone or herb. This was the allure of the hunting event. Opportunities and resources were entirely earned through one's own merit. Upon returning to Qingyun Sect, Qin Ming sought out Sai, presenting her and Yueqing with mid-grade and upper-grade spirit stones. His training over the past 10 days had only utilized low-grade herbs and stones, reserving the precious treasures for later. However, before he could venture far, Sai cheerfully caught up to him, stuffing the items back into his hands. As direct disciples, they held status within Qingyun Sect and could freely access spirit treasures, unlike Qin Ming, who had earned his possessions through perilous endeavors and could not accept them, no matter how precious. In the dead of night, Qin Ming thoroughly washed himself, preparing to practice the Shangxing Ju. The voice that had long been absent resurfaced. The power you seek, I can help you attain. You know what I am thinking? Qin Ming had been awaiting its voice, which had finally returned. I understand what you are experiencing. Qin Ming, sitting cross-legged beneath an ancient tree, sensed the state of his Dantian's energy sea. I believe you may possess some background, but I do not trust that you have the means to assist me. Let us lay our cards on the table. I shall no longer urge you to leave my body, nor will I hand you over to Qingyun Sect. You may remain within and recover at your own pace, and when you feel ready to depart, I will escort you outside Qingyun Sect. I do not seek any future recompense. Consider it a friendship. He sensed the lingering soul's apprehensions regarding the Shura blade, and it was evident that the soul had not lived an ordinary life. He could only offer reassurance without showing weakness. I cannot grant you immediate strength, but I can provide guidance, stronger martial arts, and power. What do you wish to obtain from me? Qin Ming was intrigued. It appeared the lingering soul was intent on remaining within his body. Take me back to my clan. I am truly sorry. I do not wish to entangle you in the grievances with Qingyun Sect. You wish to destroy it, do you not? Leaning against the old tree, Qin Ming chuckled lightly. I do not harbor the deep-seated hatred you presume. Your current strength cannot reach Donghuang. I will help you grow stronger. Once you achieve a certain realm, Remember to take me back at IT. Is that simple? I truly do not wish to invite trouble. You may seek someone more capable. Qin Ming believed he could grow stronger and venture further without needing this potentially treacherous offer. You possess ambition and desire, yet lack resources and allies. You will not go far. Qin Ming did not wish to prolong the discourse. How about this? You may reside in my body obediently, and when the old man returns, I will hand you over to him. What say you? He will not return, he will return. You do not understand him, nor his background. He not only will not return, but perhaps. The lingering soul fell silent, then spoke. I have a secret that can expedite your growth. I truly do not require it. The lingering soul continued unperturbed. At the watchful coast, a vanished ancient kingdom lies buried beneath the depths of the sea. I possess the key to unlock it, which holds the strongest secrets of the ancient kings. The power of the ancient sovereigns. Chapter 58. Collaboration. The power of the ancient sovereigns. Qin Ming felt a surge of interest. A lost ancient kingdom. Secrets sealed for millennia? I can unlock it and help you acquire the legacy of the sovereigns. Qin Ming took a moment to calm himself, suppressing the fervor within. This secret was monumental. Why offer this to me? Is it solely because I can take you back to your clan? The stronger you become, the faster you grow, the shorter the time frame for your return. May not last for many more years. The remnant soul's voice faded, whispering weakly within the Dantian's energy sea. Did Qin Ming believe it? No. Yet the matter of the watchful coast might hold some truth, though he feared the lingering soul's intentions were less than noble. To go or not to go? It was worth considering, but certainly not at this moment. With Qin Ming's cultivation at the 7th level of Lingwu, he could still navigate the vicinity of Qingyun Sect. But in the perilous world beyond, he was far too weak, let alone in a realm filled with enchanting secrets. Should he fall into a predicament, he might indeed be manipulated by the lingering soul. Qin Ming pondered silently when he suddenly noticed a figure standing by the iron gate, clad in white, an aura of coldness enveloping her, exuding an ethereal beauty in the moonlight. Lingxue? In the dead of night. Are you not afraid of misunderstandings? Lingxue stood in the shadows, her exquisite visage concealed behind a veil, her beauty unparalleled, her slender form, though draped in a long gown, could not hide her perfect silhouette. Where is the Ziyu Lingcan? It is gone. Qin Ming grew slightly wary. Could she be seeking retribution? 5 Ziyu Lingcans were akin to top-tier spirit fruits. Could she not handle them, unless someone is aiding you? I do not comprehend your meaning. Qin Ming mulled over her words. Was there a hidden implication? Consuming the Ziyu Lingcan could potentially propel one into the 7th level. Yet, you could not harness its potency. Who was assisting you? Qin Ming was at a loss for words. Why was it that everyone could discern his elevation in realm? What are you implying? Lingxue pressed. Is the remnant soul sealed within the Yaoshan Qian Kuan formation residing in your body? In that moment, Qin Ming distinctly sensed a pair of eyes opening within his Dantian's energy sea. I did come into contact with that stone, but that does not imply any connection to me. Nor do I know where the remnant soul has gone. You ought to inquire with your Yaoshan elders. He promptly denied any association. Qin Ming, you can trust me, and of course I trust my senior sister. I trust Yaoshan, and I trust the Great Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming scoffed. Lingxue regarded him silently, choosing not to speak further. Qin Ming shrugged. Do you have other matters to attend to? If you notice any abnormalities in your body, seek me out at Yaoshan. It is more perilous than you imagine, and do not reach any agreements with it. You cannot control it. Lingxue tossed Qin Ming a jade token, inscribed with delicate characters spelling Shui. Qin Ming caught the token, feeling its cool, smooth surface. Thank you. I will remember. Consider the events in the cavern as if they never occurred. If I hear any rumors, I will not let it slide. Lingshua's tone turned icy as she exited the storeroom. Rest assured, I have seen nothing. Lingxue suddenly halted, casting a cold glance back at him. Qin Ming immediately fell silent, realizing he had misspoken. After Lingxue departed, the pair of eyes within his Dantian slowly closed again. No further words spoken. Leaning against the ancient tree, Qin Ming gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. The power of the sovereigns, the vanished ancient kingdom. This temptation resurfaced, yet he suppressed it once more. His most pressing desire was to save his family, to rescue the over 200,000 suffering citizens. The solution lay solely in the 8 sects tea gathering. How could he participate? How could he secure a spot? Who could assist me? Yueqing and Elder Muba could only offer their best efforts, but but certainty was not guaranteed. Qin Ming needed to devise another plan. The following day, Qin Ming received a delivery list and lugged a stone jar around to make deliveries, eventually finding Hu Yin Zhuozhua at the 9th Martial Arts Arena. This oversized meatball radiated joy, grinning while observing the marvelous demonstrations taking place on the arena, particularly focusing on several young disciples. In his hand, he held a ledger, meticulously recording over 300 names of promising disciples he deemed worthy. However, he would not simply claim them. He would follow his own process, first, cultivating goodwill, garnering favor, then quietly observing and documenting. Before stepping in to assist when the time was right, Hu Yin Zhuozhua was not just selecting suitable guardians for his clan. He was also building his own team. Thus, he valued not only talent but also character and perseverance. Typically, he would observe for 3 to 2 years before making a final decision. Those deemed suitable would be pursued wholeheartedly, while those unsuitable would simply become acquaintances. Young Master Qin? Hu Yin Zhuozhua greeted Qin Ming with a broad smile. I was just about to seek you out. You participated in the hunting event. Qin Ming brushed past Hu Yin Zhuozhua. Shall we find a place to talk? Of course. Hu Yin Zhuozhua was eager to converse with Qin Ming, especially after witnessing him triumph over Mu Zixio and return alive from the hunting event. Qin Ming's rising momentum piqued his interest even further. Qin Ming set down the stone jar as they moved to the grove at the foot of the mountain. Hu Yin Zhuozhua, accompanied by a few followers, entered with cheerful expressions, while his companions wisely remained outside to keep watch. You traverse various martial arenas daily, scouting for targets? Are you not worried about Qingyun Sect causing you trouble? Qin Ming inquired, watching Hu Yin Zhuozhua approach. Not at all. I am simply a person who enjoys making friends. Hu Yin Zhuozhua's eyes squinted with delight, his smile broadening until his features nearly vanished. Qin Ming scrutinized him. What position do you hold in the Hu Yin clan? Hu Yin Zhuozhua, keenly astute, narrowed his eyes, his grin as innocent as his demeanor. I can converse with them. I have an idea. I wonder if you might be interested. Speak on, young Master Qin. Anything related to friendship piques my interest. I wish to become your friend, a trustworthy one. Having heard from Tsai, Qin Ming was aware that Hu Yin Zhuozhua held a unique status, likely a direct descendant of the Hu Yin clan. While he was unsure of the specifics, this direct lineage was sufficient for Qin Ming. Has something befallen you, young Master Qin? Hu Yin Zhuozhua suddenly grew cautious. He had observed Qin Ming for some time, noting his unyielding spirit, the type that could rise again after being struck down, resilient and steadfast. What had prompted this sudden desire to sell himself? Unless it was a matter of particular significance, Qin Ming would not make such a decision lightly. Am I worth your investment? Absolutely. It is my honor. Hu Yin Zhuozhua acknowledged Qin Ming's value, especially in the current context. I will befriend you, and you shall assist me with a task. The undertones of friendship in Qin Ming's words implied a willingness to sell himself. The extent to which he would go and the manner would depend on Hu Yin Zhuozhua's judgment. Qin Ming could not rely solely on Yueqing's master. He needed external support to propel him forward, and the best option was Hu Yin Zhuozhua. It would be my honor to serve young Master Qin. Hu Yin Zhuozhua beamed, though his true thoughts were never revealed on his face. He was courteous to all, regardless of the situation. Help me secure a spot for the 8 sects tea gathering. Qin Ming stated plainly. Hu Yin Zhuozhua regarded Qin Ming intently, a smile gracing his features, yet his eyes shifted. Young Master Qin, are you serious? Chapter 59. The dungeon. You assist me in securing a spot, and I shall be your friend. Hu Yin Zhuozhua spoke delicately. The 8 sects in the north place great importance on the 8 sects tea gathering, always bringing their finest disciples, and incidents of injury and even death are not uncommon during the competition. Young Master Qin, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but your current realm. I am at the 7th level of Linguo. Give me another month and a half, and I will do my utmost to ascend to the 8th level. You are at the 7th level? Hu Yin Zhuozhua was taken aback. Qin Ming unleashed a surge of lightning, elevating his aura to its zenith. 7th level. Already at its peak, Hu Yin Zhuozhua's expression shifted again, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. If memory served him correctly, Qin Ming had only ascended to Lingwu within the past 6 months, and he had remarkably reached the 7th level. As one progressed, the ascent became increasingly arduous, particularly the leap from the 6th to the 7th level, which was a significant hurdle. Yet, Qin Ming had only recently achieved the 5th level. How did you accomplish this? Hu Yin Zhuozhua understood that Qin Ming was exceptionally talented and possessed a vigorous spirit, but advancing to the 7th level in merely 6 months was rather extraordinary. I will reach the 8th level in a month and a half. Help me secure a spot for the 8 sects tea gathering. Hu quickly regained his composure, refraining from rushing to respond. Qin Ming's talent and growth rate astonished him. However, securing a spot for the gathering was beyond Hu Yin's capabilities, as the Hu Yin clan was not influential enough to present a weakling to Qingyun Sect at the 8 sects tea gathering to avoid embarrassment. Qin Ming did not urge him, patiently awaiting his decision. After much hesitation, Hu Yin chuckled lightly. Young Master Qin, I truly wish to assist you, but young Master Qin, you may not fully grasp the significance of the 8 sects tea gathering. It is a contest among the most formidable of the new generation, predominantly featuring talents at the 9th level, along with exceptional individuals like Yueqing It, is not that I doubt your strength. Rather, I do not seek to participate for mere experience. I aim to secure a spot to exchange for my standing within Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming was not fighting for his own sake, but for the 20,000 citizens of the Thunder Ancient City. Previously, he lacked the strength to vie for a position. Now that he had the capability, he was determined to fight for it. Hu Yin, being astute, began to grasp Qin Ming's intentions. May I boldly inquire if you harbor resentment towards Qingyun Sect? I am not a mad dog, prone to indiscriminate biting. Hu Yin found satisfaction in this statement, his smile deepening. The Hu Yin clan did not wish to offend the entirety of Qingyun Sect. Yet if it meant crossing one elder, it could be considered. The conditions would need to be negotiated. I personally wish to assist you, but to persuade the sect leader, I would require my family to intervene. How do I entice them? Surely, I cannot rely solely on verbal guarantees. I will strive for a high ranking. If successful, we will be friends. If I fail, I, Qin Ming, will serve the Hu Yin clan. Qin Ming hoisted the stone jar and exited the grove. Hu Yin remained behind, deep in thought. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed it as a jest. Yet Qin Ming's character compelled him to take it seriously, especially given that he had reached the 7th level in just 6 months. Investment, this was a gamble. It relied on insight, on foresight. Young master. Several of his companions approached the grove. Hu Yin, unusually, reined in his smile, his squinted eyes gleaming with intelligence. His followers exchanged puzzled glances. They had accompanied Hu Yin for many years and had never witnessed such behavior. After a long silence, Hu Yin lifted his head, restoring his smile. Summon my father. Qin Ming harbored the belief that Hu Yin would give his proposal due consideration. For the Hu Yin family, this was akin to a grand gamble, wagering on their ability to secure a notable position at the 8 sects tea gathering. Should they attain this objective, their status would undergo a remarkable transformation. The first to change would be their servile identity. Once freed from the shackles of servitude, they would no longer be subject to control, effectively acquiring a semblance of freedom, a promising free man. Endowed with the background of the young lord of Thunder Ancient City, would undoubtedly please the Hu Yin family in this transaction. With the cooperation of the Hu Yin family, Qin Ming would find it significantly easier to assist his own family. This decision, pondered over by Qin Ming throughout the night, would entangle him in a series of intricate plots in the future. Once the Hu Yin family consented to his proposal, they would inevitably be closely bound to Qin Ming for an extended period, working on his behalf to realize their greater interests. However, the crux of this plan rested upon Qin Ming's ability to secure a ranking at the 8 sects tea gathering, which was of paramount importance. Eightfold Heaven. A mere month and a half left to ascend to the Eightfold Heaven. Qin Ming imposed a strict command upon himself. From that day forth, he adopted an unprecedented low profile, disregarding any provocations from the outside world. Indifferent to all humiliation. His days were filled with morning deliveries, while the remainder was devoted entirely to cultivation. The disciples of the Grand Elder's faction sought trouble, but found no opportunity to strike. As he Xiangtian was taken away by the Elder for special training, Qin Ming gradually entered into a state of focused cultivation. Yet, after only a few days, that group of disciples devised a new method to deal with Qin Ming. Qin Ming, Zhang Dong bellowed, pushing open the iron door of the warehouse, a delivery list raised high in his hand. Hurry up with the deliveries. Qin Ming was seated on a stone bench, engrossed in his cultivation of the vitality technique, adjusting his breathing. Qin Ming, are you deaf? Zhang Dong shouted, yet he dared not step into the warehouse, for this madman had become increasingly formidable, having even incapacitated Mu Zixio. Had it not been for the disciples of the Grand Elder's faction arranging this delivery, Zhang Dong would have had no desire to come. Qin Ming continued his cultivation, showing no intention of responding. Zhang Dong waved the list in his hand, declaring, "From today onward, your delivery quota increases fivefold, including morning, afternoon, and evening. The overseer has spoken. As a servant, you are obliged to fulfill your duties. Do you hear me? This is the list. I'll leave it here. If you fail to complete it before nightfall, you will face consequences. I'm talking to you. You." Suddenly, Qin Ming opened his eyes, causing Zhang Dong to halt mid-sentence, attempting to maintain his composure. "Go deliver now. Stop dawdling, Zhang Dong." Qin Ming regarded him with an impassive expression. "What do you want? You better behave. Don't act impulsively. Go eat something good." "What?" Qin Ming ignored him, closing his eyes to resume his cultivation, disregarding the list entirely. As evening fell, Zhang Dong stormed back into the warehouse. Fuming, "Qin Ming, you've really gone too far. Why haven't you made the deliveries?" "Why?" Qin Ming glanced at the darkening sky, stretched his neck, and moved his body before standing up from the stone bench. "What are you doing?" Zhang Dong felt an ominous premonition. Was this lunatic going to hit him? Qin Ming approached Zhang Dong step by step. "Have you eaten enough? What is it to you? It seems we haven't sparred in over half a year." Zhang Dong backed away, bracing himself against the iron door. "What do you mean? What are you planning?" "Qin Ming, don't come any closer. I warn you." Qin Ming's advance continued, and Zhang Dong's protests were abruptly silenced. That night, Zhang Dong vanished. On the first day, no one noticed, but by the second day, people began searching everywhere, and by the third day, he was found. Zhang Dong had been buried alive. He lay at the foot of a low hill, his head protruding, mouth sealed, barely clinging to life. Had it not been for timely discovery, his life might have been lost. Zhang Dong, in a frenzy for revenge against Qin Ming, mysteriously disappeared again later that same night. The other overseers scoured the mountains, eventually discovering Zhang Dong hanging in a deep well, surrounded by venomous snakes. When he was pulled up, he appeared dazed, unable to utter a word. The overseer of Qingyun Sect was furious, issuing a direct order to confine Qin Ming for 2 months. Qin Ming quickly gathered his belongings, locked the warehouse door, and voluntarily made his way to the underground prison of Qingyun Sect. From that moment on, he vanished from everyone's sight. This was precisely the outcome Qin Ming desired. Rather than being harassed daily outside, it was preferable to find a quiet place to cultivate. With the vitality technique for nurturing, he could cultivate without being affected by the environment, effectively doubling or tripling his training efficiency, an advantage unattainable by other disciples. Within the dark confines of his cell, Qin Ming cast aside distractions, immersing himself wholly in his practice. He diligently honed the thunder serpent and the mountains and rivers' heavy sword, as well as the diamond strength, striving with all his might to break through the sevenfold heaven barrier. However, after more than 10 days, Qin Ming encountered a dilemma. The breakthrough to the sevenfold heaven proved more challenging than anticipated. By the time the hunting competition had concluded, his realm was already at the pinnacle of the sevenfold heaven. Yet, after 20 days of relentless cultivation, his realm remained stagnant, showing no signs of advancement. Under these circumstances, a breakthrough in the short term seemed implausible. Qin Ming possessed 5 spirit stones, but forcing a breakthrough with them was out of the question, unless it involved extraordinarily rare spiritual items, akin to the purple jade spirit ginseng. Otherwise, achieving a breakthrough was exceedingly difficult, especially since relying on spiritual items repeatedly could lead to an unstable foundation, adversely affecting future growth. Only 18 days remained until the 8 sects tea gathering. Qin Ming sat in the shadows, deep in contemplation, realizing that even if he treated these 18 days as a month, completing the breakthrough would still be arduous. What to do? Qin Ming had considered practicing the second form of the Great Variation Sword Manual, but struggled to decipher even a few characters after 3 days of effort. The second form was simply not within his current capabilities. What other options did I have? As he ruminated, an idea struck him. What about the Shura blade? The old man had cautioned him against practicing it before reaching the Xuanwu realm, but Qin Ming was in dire need of strength now, requiring more life-preserving techniques. He needed not only a breakthrough in realm but also a growth in power. Only then would he stand a chance of achieving results at the 8 sects tea gathering. Shura blade. You are the one. Qin Ming's consciousness sank into his Dantian sea of qi, attempting to awaken the Shura blade. However, despite trying various methods, the Shura blade remained eerily suspended, unresponsive. How well do you understand the Shura blade? Qin Ming attempted to communicate with the remnant soul. Don't you want to know who your old man is? The remnant soul did not leave Qin Ming waiting long. Responding languidly, you will know in due time. Qin Ming was naturally curious about the old man's identity, yet he felt no need to learn it from the remnant soul. The Shura blade symbolized his past, accompanying him through the blood-stained paths of his early life. I do not care who he is, nor do I concern myself with his past actions. I only regard him as the one who accompanied me for 8 years. Do you not wish to assist me? Set aside the matters of the ancient kingdom for now. I simply want to awaken the Shura blade. Your current strength cannot awaken the Shura blade, let alone cultivate it. Is there truly no way? The remnant soul fell silent for a moment. Every matter has its resolution. It depends on whether you can bear the price that comes with it. Speak, I am listening. How much pain can you endure? As long as it doesn't kill me. What if it's worse than death? The suffering I have borne for 8 years surpasses your imagination. I only desire the result. I care not for the process. Qin Ming was indeed indifferent to pain. His loved ones were suffering. The 200,000 citizens of the ancient city were in anguish. If he truly had the opportunity to rescue them, he would pay any price. The words of the sect leader often echoed in his mind, urging him to present qualifications that would earn him a chance to be freed from servitude. Very well. You possess some masculine spirit. I can help you activate the Shura blade, but the extent to which you can wield its power depends on your own capacity to endure. Qin Ming steeled himself. Bring it on. Feel the power of the Shura blade. It has once soaked the heavens and earth in blood, subduing 1,000 monarchs. The remnant soul whispered, its tone imbued with a reverent fervor. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, fully on guard. Above his dantian, the previously tranquil eyes suddenly opened, and a vast surge of spiritual might enveloped him. Clang! The Shura blade emitted a thunderous hum, unlike any previous vibrations, nor the black mist that had surrounded it before. It was a fierce resonance that could shatter gold and stone. The sound was sharp and intense, reverberating throughout Qin Ming's body and the sea of qi. Qin Ming's eardrums instantly lost their hearing, his consciousness dazed, while the internal turmoil of his dantian raged like turbulent seas. An overwhelming tide of spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, flooding his entire being. Qin Ming's body convulsed, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, emitting a mournful wail akin to that of a ghost. Ah! The Shura blade pulsated like a black heart, violently thumping above the sea of qi. With each beat, terrifying black energy erupted, filling the dantian like an endless flood, surging towards Qin Ming's body in relentless waves, akin to a chaotic black torrent. The billowing black mist coursed through his flesh and bones, stimulating his meridians, as if countless black blades were piercing through him, slicing back and forth, inflicting unbearable pain. Qin Ming's endurance was formidable, yet he could not suppress his screams. Yet, the excruciating pain was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the disorientation of his consciousness, as if he were spiraling into endless darkness. Then, the scene shifted abruptly, plunging him into a nightmarish vision of carnage. An unbounded battlefield of slaughter unfolded before him. Echoes of horrific calamities resonating. The earth trembled, and the sky wept. Hurricanes raged while torrential rains fell, the ground tore apart, spewing forth molten lava. Countless beings fought with abandon. Roared, a colossal creature howled at the heavens, its voice shaking the skies, resembling a giant of legend, brandishing its powerful arms, radiating an aura of ferocity. It stood upon the vast battlefield of death, unleashing its madness, vying for dominance, rivers of blood flowing for hundreds of miles. A golden path spanned the heavens, resembling an unending torrent of gold, radiating brilliance that illuminated the world, showering endless golden light upon the earth. Deep within the luminous river, a valiant general engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable foe, a dragon. A golden dragon, whose roar resounded through the heavens, shaking mountains and rivers. The woman dressed in white descended upon the battlefield, akin to a celestial fairy from the skies, her beauty unmatched among mortals. In the midst of this endless slaughter, she appeared utterly out of place. Yet with a mere wave of her hand, mountains shifted, and the stars realigned, a full moon unfurling behind her, emitting a terrifying roar that sent shivers through the battlefield. Instilling dread in countless powerful warriors, 3 grotesque monsters emerged from the full moon, seemingly descending from a different realm, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter as they entered the battlefield. Kill! The woman pointed forward, her voice melodious yet brimming with an inexhaustible aura of slaughter. The three monsters roared hoarsely, rampaging through the air as if intent on shattering space itself. On the battlefield's edge, thousands of black-robed figures beat drums with fervor, their bodies shackled, dragging forth a colossal stone coffin from the depths of the earth. With a thunderous rumble, the coffin trembled, as if a world-shattering demon was poised to re-emerge. This scene was a veritable world of slaughter. Rivers stained with blood, sounds echoing for miles. Slaughter, madness, calamity. Various terrifying scenes collided in a cacophony. All of this flooded into Qin Ming's consciousness, as if it were happening in reality, threatening to engulf him. The pain, an indescribable agony consumed his very soul. Suddenly, a flash of black light erupted from deep within the battlefield, seemingly unremarkable. Yet in that instant, it stirred an endless tide of darkness, and the world plunged into darkness. Everything shattered in an instant. Qin Ming jolted awake, kneeling on the ground, hair disheveled, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his gaze slightly unfocused. The nightmare felt so real, yet so ephemeral he felt as though a long time had passed. Yet it had also flickered through his mind in an instant. This was the Shura killing realm. If you wish to cultivate the Shura blade, you must first endure the murderous intent and madness within the Shura killing realm. Each attempt will bring you to the brink of death. The remnant soul's voice echoed, slightly rousing the dazed Qin Ming. At that moment, Yu Qing and Kai Yi entered the dungeon to visit Qin Ming. Suddenly, they heard the wretched cries of despair resounding from deep within the earth. The two women exchanged worried glances. Was that Qin Ming? We did nothing. The guarding disciples quickly waved their hands, apart from restricting Qin Ming's food. They had not deliberately tormented him. If anything happens to him, I will hold you all accountable, Kai scolded, hastening after Yu Qing down to the depths. The guards intended to stop them, for regulations clearly stated that no one could visit during confinement. However, who would dare obstruct Yu Qing? Qin Ming was imprisoned 5 levels underground, in a spacious cell that housed only him. The place was dim and damp, reeking of filth, with 2 torches flickering at the door, casting dancing shadows. When they descended, Qin Ming was half kneeling on the ground, looking disheveled and terrifying, struggling to control his consciousness and the excruciating pain in his body. What happened to you? Both Yu Qing and Kai Yi were taken aback by his appearance. Qin Ming lifted his head, bloodshot eyes still harboring murderous intent. Young Master Qin, you. Kai Yi covered her mouth in shock. Qin Ming shook his head vigorously, taking a while to regain control of his consciousness. Upon finally recognizing the two women, he forced a smile. Just had a little mishap during cultivation. I'm fine. I'll recover soon. What are you cultivating? Yu Qing sensed something was amiss. What kind of martial art could torment Qin Ming to such an extent? It looked dangerously close to him going mad. She attempted to open the prison door, but the guards had not come down with her and lacked the key. I'm fine. Just practicing a sword manual. Got a bit shaken up. I'll be all right shortly. Yu Qing, feeling distressed, chided him. Did you have to provoke Zhangdong? All this trouble just for a manager? I wanted a quiet place to cultivate, and this seemed quite suitable. Qin Ming tried to maintain a smile. Are you really okay? Kai looked at Qin Ming with concern, a mix of sympathy and fear in her eyes. I'm fine. I have a strong constitution. Qin Ming stood up, brushing off the dirt and weeds from his clothes. What brings you here? Yu Qing looked at Qin Ming but remained silent. Qin Ming shrugged, stretching his body. Really, it's nothing. Everyone has a few unexpected moments during cultivation, and no need to worry about me. Yu Qing sighed in exasperation, saying, I need to leave with my master to train at, right, it's time. Qin Ming took out a high-grade spirit stone from his pocket, whispering, perhaps that I have more. Yu Qing laughed at his antics, though her expression dimmed slightly, hesitating before speaking. The slots for the 8 sects tea gathering have been secured. What? So soon? Yu Qing couldn't bring herself to meet the disappointment in Qin Ming's eyes. The age limit for the 8 sects tea gathering is under 18. Don't be disheartened. Strive for the next opportunity. Who else will be participating? 4 golden feather disciples. Tai Shanhe, Ling Shui, He Xiangtian, Han Qinya, Ding Dian, and Zhou Yao. These are the strongest among the 6 direct disciples, as proposed by the sect leader and unanimously approved by the elders. Kai glanced at Qin Ming's expression before continuing cautiously. Mu Chang entered the Xuanwu realm 10 days ago and is currently undergoing special training with the elders. He will be our Qingyun Sect's best hope for ranking. Yu Qing consoled Qin Ming. Don't rush to break through to the eightfold heaven. Calm down and solidify your foundation in the spiritual martial realm. Your realm has improved too rapidly over the past 6 months. Don't worry too much about Dakingshan. My master is already looking for ways to improve the situation there. Qin Ming smiled, saying, no need to worry about me. This minor setback won't crush my spirit. You focus on your training, there's no need to be concerned about me. Chapter 61. Painful transformation. Once the slots for the 8 sects tea gathering were announced, excitement surged throughout Qingyun Sect. Unbeknownst to many, the day of the 8 sects tea gathering had once again arrived. Qingyun Sect had not achieved commendable rankings in the past 3 gatherings, creating pressure not only among the elders but also leaving the new generation of disciples feeling ashamed. However, this year seemed different. The lineup was unprecedentedly strong. Even without Yu Qing's participation, the strength of the 4 golden feather disciples and Tai Shanhe among others was formidable, far surpassing previous years. The elders in the sect were filled with confidence, and the disciples engaged in fervent discussions. What ranking could Mu Qing achieve? Could he break into the top 5? Would Tai Shanhe and Ling Shui outperform the other 3 golden feather disciples? Who would emerge as this year's dark horse at the 8 sects tea gathering? Why wasn't Yu Qing participating? If she had, a top 3 finish would have been assured. What kind of lineup would the other 7 sects bring? Ah, the 8 sects tea gathering. I wish I could participate, even just to observe. The elders indulged the disciples in their discussions, hoping that the lively atmosphere would invigorate the participants, including Mu Qing, who were about to compete. The sect leader personally met with Mu Qing, Ling Shui, and the other 10 contestants, distributing ample quantities of spiritual herbs and precious medicines to ensure they could showcase their utmost prowess during the tea gathering. Demonstrating the strength of the Qingyun Sect, the entire sect buzzed with excitement, rallying behind Mu Qing and his companions, yet they seemed to have forgotten Qin Ming. Undeterred, Qin Ming remained focused, disregarding the fervor above while he diligently practiced the Shura blade in the dark, damp confines of his subterranean cell, undergoing the most brutal transformation of his life. The remnants of his soul roused the Shura blade again and again, and Qin Ming repeatedly experienced the Shura-killing realm. The chilling wails and anguished murmurs reverberated throughout the dungeon, day and night. Even the guards felt a chill, perplexed by the ominous happenings below, yet hesitant to investigate for fear of encountering a madman. Each time, Qin Ming endured excruciating pain, the dark energy of the Shura blade threatening to rend his body asunder, while the murderous intent of the Shura-killing realm sought to devour his very soul. Time and again, he faced agonies worse than death, screams tearing from his heart. In the depths of despair, he often fainted, his voice becoming hoarse from the strain. He was on the brink of collapse, yet every time he faltered, visions of his family, their laughter and warmth, flooded his mind. The echoes of his father's admonishments rang in his ears. The weak meet a miserable end, the strong must thrive. You must be strong, always a strong one. With the life-giving formula, his greatest reliance, Qin Ming could quickly recover after each fall. The remnants of his soul suggested enduring 10 trials a day to gradually assimilate the power. Yet he stubbornly pushed himself to 50, attempting tirelessly, almost to the brink of madness. Gradually, he began to endure, to guide, and to control. The Shura blade's aura was honing him through relentless torment. After 5 days of hellish trials, he ascended to the 8th level of the martial realm. Although this forging was akin to hell, its transformative effects were nothing short of a rebirth. Previously, he had merely possessed a robust physique. Now, a surge of power emanated from within, a mere byproduct of the Shura blade's destructive and restorative cycles. Another 5 days passed, and it was time for Mu Qing and the others to depart for the tea gathering of the 8 sects. Hu Yanzhuozhuo finally arrived at the subterranean prison, bluntly inquiring, "What is your realm?" 8th level. Stabilized. Qin Ming, with his back to the door, was engulfed in a dark aura, his head bowed, his voice hoarse. In his palm rested a small black blade. Not the true Shura blade, but a clone formed from the blade's aura drawn from his dantian. Manifesting the Shura blade outside his body, it radiated a chilling aura. Its murderous intent palpable, as if he were holding a miniature Grim Reaper. My father has already arrived at the Qingyun Sect. Hu Yanzhuozhuo waved a key in his hand, smiling warmly. I wish you success in making a name for yourself among the 8 sects. Qin Ming slowly rose. Do you have any other requests? Hu Yanzhuozhuo, having made his decision, would go all out. Such was his character. You will not regret your decision today. Qin Ming clenched his right hand, and the aura of the Shura blade quietly dissipated. Within the depths of his dantian, his eyes gradually closed, a deep voice echoing softly. Go forth. Your first battle for glory. Release your full potential. A single Shura blade is sufficient to sweep through the 8 sects of the northern region. The first martial arena, the grandest and most magnificent practice ground of the Qingyun Sect, typically reserved for golden feather disciples and a select few seasoned disciples, was now a sea of faces. Thousands of disciples had gathered to bid farewell to their hero. 4 golden feather disciples stood at the forefront: Golden Sword Mu Cheng, Ghost Fire Zhang Lan, Plain Garb Lin Yin, and Illusion Simu Rong Chong. They were the strongest representatives of the new generation, possessing not only strength but also exceptional talent and an aura of dominance, having made a name for themselves within the Qingyun Sect over the years. Behind them stood Tai Shanhe, Ling Shui, He Xiangtian, Han Xinya, Ding Dian, and Zhou Yao, 6 of the strongest of the new generation, all direct disciples with formidable overall strength, capable of representing the Qingyun Sect at the tea gathering of the 8 sects. Notably, Tai Shanhe and Ling Shui were equally renowned and powerful as the Golden Feather disciples. This lineup left no room for dissent. 5 elders, accompanied by over 30 seasoned disciples, arrived at the arena, prepared to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering alongside the sect leader to meet the high-ranking members of the other sections. Greetings, elders. Mu Chang and the others nodded. You all seem in good spirits. The 5 elders responded with smiles, moving to discuss travel arrangements with the seasoned disciples. Why hasn't the sect leader arrived? Ding Dian murmured, his appearance rugged yet maintaining a friendly rapport with the handsome Han Xinya. He must be handling sect affairs, Han Xinya replied, standing somewhat uncomfortably in the crowd of thousands. I can't wait any longer, Ding Dian exclaimed, twisting his neck with a crack. The sect has high expectations for us. We can't afford to be eliminated right off the bat. We should be able to hold our ground for a few rounds, unless some individuals drag us down. Han Xinya's words floated lightly, neither heavy nor light, perfectly suited to resonate within their small group. He Xiangtian, beaming as he basked in the admiration of his fellow disciples, immediately darkened at Han Xinya's remark. Han Xinya, who are you referring to? I'm merely issuing a reminder. I am not targeting anyone in particular. I no need to jump to conclusions. Han Xinya had never been on good terms with He Xiangtian and did not acknowledge his strength. He Xiangtian scoffed, the one least qualified among the 6 direct disciples is you. How dare you flaunt yourself here? Zhou Yao, the granddaughter of an elder, with both talent and strength, stood close to He Xiangtian, her lips curling in a smirk. We are not just attending the competition. We represent the image of the Qingyun Sect. What do you think will happen if a person of ambiguous gender like you participates? How will others perceive us? Ding Dian's face turned cold. You 2 lovebirds done talking. Tai Shanhe, Ling Shui, and the others remained expressionless, giving no indication they had heard anything. This group was not as harmonious as the disciples perceived. The elders, unable to tolerate the bickering any longer, deliberately cleared their throats, dissatisfied with the infighting. Zhou Yao stepped forward, cheerfully linking arms with an elder. Elder He Lian Chong, why hasn't the sect leader arrived? We've been waiting for quite some time. Elder He Lian replied indifferently, just wait. A distinguished guest has arrived, and the sect leader is attending to them. What esteemed guest could warrant such attention? Zhou Yao asked. Perplexed, we are about to depart. Who could possibly delay the sect leader? The head of the Hu Yin family. What brings him here? Zhou Yao, along with Ding Dian and the others, was intrigued. The Hu Yin family had been growing increasingly powerful in recent years, their commerce flourishing across the northern region, with more strong individuals within their ranks, thus fostering closer ties with the Qingyun Sect. However, the timing of this visit seemed significant. Did it involve some pressing matter? The elders remained silent, equally curious about why the head of the Hu Yin family had chosen this moment to visit and why he had detained the sect leader for a private discussion. It doesn't matter. We will wait. When it's time to leave, we will depart. Han Xinya deliberately distanced himself from He Xiangtian. Qin Ming arrived at the martial arena, moving to the front of the crowd. He scanned the 10 disciples on the competition platform, smiled, and strode forward. Having returned from the warehouse after washing and changing into clean clothes, he was now prepared for departure. The surrounding disciples were puzzled, wondering how this fellow had emerged from the dungeon, and where he was heading with his bundle. Ichu Yinzhuozhua quickly approached, beaming, Young Master Qin, over here, please. Qin Ming followed him to the stage, directly approaching the expedition team. The crowd fell into a brief hush, Bewildered by his actions, Mu Chang and the others frowned slightly, questioning his intentions. Hu Yin Zhuozhua, still smiling, grasped Qin Ming's hand and led him toward them, nodding and exchanging pleasantries with the 5 elders. My apologies for our tardiness. Elder He Lian raised a hand to halt them, his expression darkening. Who permitted you to come up here? Do not cause a disturbance. Ah? Did you not receive the notification? What notification? A replacement. A replacement for whom? The elders and Mu Chang, puzzled, exchanged glances. Qin Ming is to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering. The 5 elders were momentarily taken aback, then collectively chuckled. Stop this nonsense. Hurry and step down. Chapter 62. Counterattack. Zhou Yao deliberately shot a glance at Han Xinya, scoffing. This is getting more ridiculous by the minute. One ambiguous fellow is already troublesome. And now we have a servant joining us. Does the Qingyun Sect still have any dignity left? The disciples surrounding the martial platform erupted in laughter. What is going on? Are we supposed to bring a handyman to the 8 sects tea gathering? To clean and take care of things? Huh? The sect is quite thoughtful. One elder scolded Qin Ming sternly. Get down. Stop causing trouble. Qin Ming, don't humiliate yourself. Step down, Mu Cheng warned, his brow furrowed. Hu Yin Zhuozhua pulled Qin Ming to the side. Young Master Qin, let us wait a moment. Perhaps the sect leader hasn't teed. Suddenly, the sect leader appeared at the martial arena, glancing at Qin Ming from a distance before making his way to the platform. Greetings, sect leader. The elders and disciples bowed in unison. Qin Ming. The sect leader's gaze toward Qin Ming was somewhat complex. Greetings, sect leader. Qin Ming maintained his composure and was unyielding. Qin Ming is here too. An elder began to speak, but was silenced by the sect leader's raised hand. Zhou Yao, you may return to rest. What? Zhou Yao was taken aback. Qin Ming will take your place at the 8 sects tea gathering. What? Zhou Yao's voice rose incredulously as she stared at the sect leader. Qin Ming, Mu Cheng, Tai Shanhe, and even Ling Shui were equally astonished, believing they had misheard. The 5 elders exchanged bewildered glances and quickly surrounded the sect leader. Sect leader, what is going on? How can Qin Ming replace Zhou Yao? This is too much of a stretch. Qin Ming is stronger than Zhou Yao and is eligible to compete. How could Qin Ming possibly be stronger than Zhou Yao? The 5 elders were serious, deeming this absurd. The disparity in strength was vast, and his status posed a limitation. Sending a servant to the 8 sects tea gathering? It would be a disgrace. This was a matter of the Qingyun Sect's reputation and should not be taken lightly. Qin Ming, what have you done? Zhou Yao suddenly snapped back to reality, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Ming. I was replaced by Qin Ming. A mere servant has taken my place as a direct disciple? Impossible. This cannot be happening. Apologies, Qin Ming shrugged, utterly indifferent. He merely wished to compete. Whom he replaced was beyond his control. He Xiangtian protested loudly. Sect leader, how can Qin Ming even qualify for the competition? He is a servant. A mere 6th level, how could he represent the Qingyun Sect? Qin Ming interjected. He Xiangtian, please mind your emotions in a public setting. Who the hell are you to call me brother? He Xiangtian retorted vehemently. Sect leader, I object, defeat him. Before the sect leader could respond, He Xiangtian lunged forward like a tiger. Qin Ming, get out of the first martial arena. Flame poison palm. He Xiangtian's right hand clamped down, resembling an eagle's talon as it lunged forward. Dark energy swirling around his fingers. A toxic mist. This deadly poison, solidified from spiritual energy, could permeate the meridians and was a lethal strike. Qin Ming did not evade. He charged head-on, unleashing a violent wave of energy that erupted like a hurricane, colliding with He Xiangtian. Diamond-breaking array. Though casually executed, it possessed ferocious power, the gale howling as it forcibly knocked He Xiangtian back. He Xiangtian stumbled, and Qin Ming swiftly pursued, brushing past him. With one palm thrust forward, he firmly pressed against He Xiangtian's abdomen, an overwhelming force erupting from his arm, converging in his palm. He Xiangtian emitted a muffled groan as he was sent flying, soaring over 10 meters amidst the gasps of the crowd, crashing to the ground and rolling uncontrollably beneath the martial platform. You bastard! Zhou Yao suddenly charged from behind, a sharp blade aimed at Qin Ming's neck, its gleam flashing like lightning. Was this truly a surprise attack? It was far too obvious. Qin Ming dodged effortlessly, his speed so rapid he left an afterimage, and in the same instant, he reached out, almost without looking, and with a loud snap, seized Zhou Yao by the throat. The sharp sound echoed across the martial platform as he held Zhou Yao aloft. Qin Ming's gaze was as cold as steel, locked onto Zhou Yao's eyes as crackling lightning surged through him, coalescing in his arms, transforming into a lightning serpent that lunged at Zhou Yao with a terrifying hiss, as if poised to strike. Zhou Yao's expression shifted dramatically as she struggled against Qin Ming's grip, but in the next moment, the lightning serpent collided with her, sending her flying. The rapid succession of counterattacks left the audience bewildered. The disciples had yet to grasp the situation when both He Xiangtian and Zhou Yao were sent sprawling. The arena fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The elders and seasoned disciples were astonished, while Mu Chang and the others were once more taken aback. What realm was Qin Ming at? How could he unleash such explosive power? While He Xiangtian and Zhou Yao may not have exerted their full strength, they should not have been so easily overpowered by Qin Ming. Hu Yinzhua's smile deepened as he turned to gaze toward the eastern side of the arena, where a striking team clad in black armor surrounded a portly, noble-looking man, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Qin Ming's performance with a slow nod. He offered Hu Yinzhua a satisfied glance, a smile gracing his lips. "Qin Ming, I will kill you," He Xiangtian grunted as he struggled to rise, pain racking his abdomen. "Stand steady first," Qin Ming quipped, having shown no mercy to He Xiangtian, who had just been struck with an explosive force of 3,000 pounds. The breakthrough of his realm and the transformation of the Shura blade had elevated his physique to new heights, resulting in an explosive force exceeding 1,500 pounds with a mere application of diamond strength. "Eighth level of the martial realm?" Elder Helian exclaimed suddenly, his astonishment palpable. Qin Ming's realm was clearly at the 8th level. Ding Dian and the others wore serious expressions, their gazes shifting toward Qin Ming. Just months ago, he had been at the 5th level of the martial realm. How had he leapt to the 8th level in such a short span? Moreover, judging from his confrontation with He Xiangtian and Zhou Yao, his realm seemed to have stabilized. Could this young man's growth rate truly be so prodigious? Hu Yinzhua's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Qin Ming. This was what it meant to be a genius. One Qin Ming had rendered all the direct disciples of the Qingyun Sect into laughingstocks. "Ha, I bet on the right horse." Qin Ming had replaced Zhou Yao in the 8th sect's tea gathering. The sect leader, pleased with Qin Ming's earlier performance, issued a directive, validating his decision and providing a graceful exit for himself as the sect leader. Had Qin Ming aligned himself with the Hu Yin family? Han Xinyam mused softly, casting a deep glance at Hu Yinzhua, who had mingled into the crowd. The sudden visit from the head of the Hu Yin family likely pertained to Qin Ming, possibly involving a substantial price to sway the sect leader's stance. Yet, what had Qin Ming sacrificed in return? No longer willing to remain a servant, he was poised to fight back. The Hu Yin family was his sole option. Ding Dian nodded slowly, recognizing that Qin Ming had likely paid a price, for otherwise, he could not have enlisted the head of the Hu Yin family as support. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that Qin Ming had compelling reasons for his actions. He was no longer willing to endure mistreatment, and he had begun to recognize his own potential. Tai Shanhe chuckled lightly, a talent with limitless potential, unable to be nurtured within the Qingyun Sect. Forced to seek refuge in the commercial world, is this Qin Ming's tragedy or the Qingyun Sect's? He did not mask his voice, immediately drawing the ire of the nearby seasoned disciples and several elders. The arena erupted in a frenzy. The disciples finally grasped what had transpired. The sect leader intended to replace Zhou Yao with Qin Ming, 8th level of the martial realm. This young man was becoming increasingly formidable. How had he accomplished such feats? While others took months, he had surpassed them in days. Was he truly capable of this? The disparity in realms remained evident. The tea gathering of the 8 sects would be teeming with powerful individuals, all the elite disciples from their respective sects, and Qin Ming's realm was still a full level lower. He Xiangtian and Zhou Yao had merely been caught off guard, suffering the brunt of Qin Ming's brute strength. This young man truly knew how to surprise. He had directly replaced Zhou Yao. This minor incident did not dampen the atmosphere. Instead, it ignited even more fervent discussions. Even some began to speculate whether the sovereign's personal selection of Qin Ming signified an acknowledgement of his abilities. Would this alter Qin Ming's standing in the future? After all, participating in the 8 sects tea gathering was a mark of honor. The sovereign gazed at Qin Ming and publicly declared, "If you can secure a victory at the 8 sects tea gathering, I shall absolve you of your servant status and elevate you to a superior disciple." This was his expectation for Qin Ming, and also a provocative tactic. It was imperative not to embarrass oneself at the tea gathering. Securing even one victory would suffice, as grand triumphs were unlikely. The true honor would still be claimed by Mu Chang and the others. Qin Ming nodded in gratitude, yet his heart harbored other intentions. His reason for remaining in the Qingyun Sect was to rescue his kin from Dakingshan. Should they escape their plight, there would be no need for him to linger in the Qingyun Sect. This was one of the primary reasons he was willing to go to any lengths to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering. He had grown weary of this place. Sovereign, I implore you to reconsider. He Shangtian felt a surge of frustration. Sovereign, the 8 sects tea gathering must not be treated lightly. Dam Yucheng spoke up, refuting Qin Ming. The sovereign sternly reminded, from this day until the conclusion of the 8 sects tea gathering, the 10 of you must unite in purpose to bring honor to the Qingyun Sect. Should any infighting or sabotage that undermines our unity be discovered, there will be no mercy. His words silenced all dissent. He Shangtian glanced back at the unconscious Zhou Yao being carried away, clenching his fists in silent resignation. Han Xinya chuckled lightly, extending goodwill toward Qin Ming. Welcome aboard. This team certainly could use some vigor. He Shangtian was seething. Xiang Tian, Morongchong, a disciple of the Golden Feather Sect, halted He Shangtian. He was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, slightly younger than He Shangtian, yet his strength far surpassed He Shangtian's. Having stabilized at the 9th level of Spirit Marshal for over a year, merely awaiting the right opportunity, Qin Ming stepped into the team, exuding calm and composure. Welcome, Tais Han, he declared. Let us strive. Ling Shui spoke softly. Ding Dian, ever boisterous, clapped Qin Ming on the shoulder. How did you manage that? Chapter 63. Wuling City in the northern region, spanning thousands of miles, vast and boundless, they traversed myriad mountains and valleys, journeying through ancient towns and fortresses for 10 days, finally arriving at the venue of the 8 sects tea gathering, Wuling City. Throughout their journey, they maintained a low profile, deliberately concealing their whereabouts and identities, opting for remote routes. Otherwise, given the Qingyun Sect stature in the northern region, every city they passed would have its lord coming forth to pay their respects. The sovereign intended for them to interact more, to experience the outside world. Occasionally, he would draw out spirit beasts along the way, allowing them to hunt and train, thereby preserving their enthusiasm and presenting themselves in the best light at the tea gathering. Wuling City, steeped in history, is the oldest ancient city in the northern region, grand and majestic, imbued with the weight of time. Its walls tower 30 meters high, constructed entirely from black mysterious stone, solemn and dignified. The city gate looms grandly, resembling a majestic giant safeguarding the ancient city, instilling awe in passers-by. The moat is over 100 meters wide and several dozen meters deep, harboring many fearsome river beasts. Falling in would yield dire consequences. Wuling City is bustling with life, home to millions, and the foot traffic is immense. During the 8 sects tea gathering, numerous martial artists will gather here. Ding Dian and the others stood before the city gate, admiring the magnificent ancient city, feeling a surge of ambition. We have arrived at the 8 sects tea gathering. Everyone harbored a heart of a warrior, yearning to contend with prodigies. The tea gathering would convene the strongest elites of the northern region, serving as their finest stage for display. Yet, Qin Ming found himself in a daze. The ancient city, its vibrancy, the guards, the drawbridge. Each scene resonated deeply with his childhood memories. Thunder City, the place of his birth and upbringing, where laughter had once echoed. But 8 years had passed. What would it look like now? Desolate or overrun by bandits? What troubles you? Tais Han, he noticed Qin Ming's unusual demeanor, while the others were eagerly anticipating his response. Sensing his distraction, homesickness, Qin Ming replied, snapping back to reality with a gentle smile. Do you harbor resentment? Many had asked me this before. No resentment. Am I even human? Tais Han, he gazed intently at Qin Ming, choosing silence thereafter. The main city gate swung wide open, and a troop surged forth, armored and mounted, exuding formidable presence, as the citizens outside parted in reverence. Master Li, a golden-armored general, dismounted, cupping his fist in salute, also paying respects to the other elders. Have the other sects arrived? The sovereign of the Qingyun Sect unveiled his cloak, revealing his true visage. The Heavenly Dao Sect, Blood Evil Sect, Xuanxin Sect, and 100 Flowers Sect have already arrived with their disciples. The Earth Spirit Sect has just arrived, and the others should be arriving soon. The Heavenly Water Sect and Star River Sect are still en route, expected to arrive tomorrow or the day after. Lead the way, please. The City Lord has been awaiting your arrival at the City Lord's mansion. The General, Dan Yensheng, spoke courteously. Though this gentleman appeared low-key and unassuming, he was nonetheless a sect leader, a figure of authority in the northern region, capable of shaking the very foundations of the realm with a stomp of his foot. The procession split as 3 luxurious carriages approached from behind. The sovereign and the elders boarded the first carriage, while the 10 disciples of Qin Ming entered the second and third. Dan Yensheng and his soldiers observed the 10 individuals. Each disciple qualified to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering was a carefully selected talent from their respective sects. And if they were to grow in the future, they would undoubtedly become remarkable figures. Look, General Dan Yensheng personally came to greet them. Which sect is this? So low-key, without any fanfare. It seems they walked over directly, unlike other sects that rode spirit beasts. The Qingyun Sect and Star River Sect were the most unassuming, and both had not arrived yet. Who could it be? At the city gate, a throng gathered, realizing a sect had arrived upon seeing the army's welcome. They clustered together, discussing amongst themselves, but before they could discern who it was, the Qingyun Sect's entourage had already boarded their carriages, escorted into the ancient city. Qin Ming, Taizhan He, Han Qinya, Ding Dian, and Ling Shui sat together in one carriage. Which of the 8 sects is the strongest? Ling Shui, unusually vocal, replied, there is no official ranking among the 8 sects, yet disparities exist. The Heavenly Dao Sect is universally acknowledged as the strongest, consistently achieving first or second place at the tea gathering. There was even a session where they swept the top 5. The strength of the Heavenly Dao Sect's leader and elders can be said to be unmatched among the 8 sects. Following them are the Blood Evil Sect and Earth Spirit Sect, whose overall strength is only slightly inferior to the Heavenly Dao Sect, with their disciples generally surpassing those of other sects. The remaining 5 sects are on par with one another, showing no significant differences across various aspects. With 3 days remaining until the 8 sects tea gathering, where will we stay? We will all reside at the City Lord's mansion. Divided among 8 different districts, the tea gathering will also take place there. Han Qinya, curious about Qin Ming, inquired, what promise did you make to the Huyan family? Just made a friend, Qin Ming replied, gazing outside at the bustling streets, reminiscing about Thunder City. Why are you so determined to participate in the 8 sects tea gathering? Han Qinya acknowledged Qin Ming's strength, talent, and fierce spirit, yet questioned why he would go so far as to broker a deal with the Huyan family just to squeeze into the event. If he could not win a single match, he would return only to be ridiculed. Even if he were fortunate enough to win one, it would merely exempt him from servant status. Was it worth it? Han Qinya and the others were perplexed. Qin Ming lowered the curtain. I heard that the top 5 receive titles, and the sect offers substantial rewards. Han Qinya was taken aback. Ding Dian raised an eyebrow. Taizhan He turned his head, and Ling Shui lifted her gaze. An inexplicable tension filled the carriage. Qin Ming smiled. One must have aspirations, right? What if it comes to fruition? The group fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Ding Dian remarked, I can't shake the feeling that you seem to be plotting something. Qin Ming chuckled lightly, don't overthink it. I am a rather simple person. The group fell silent once more, incredulous. Simple? You are a pure lunatic. A line of people awaited at the City Lord's mansion. An elderly man with white hair approached briskly. Master Li, it has been 2 years. Have you missed your old friend? The sovereign of the Qingyun Sect lifted the curtain, accompanied by 5 elders. The old City Lord remains as spirited as ever. Though the elder appeared aged, he was full of vitality, exuding a commanding aura. He grasped the sovereign's arm firmly, warmly exclaiming, You rarely come to visit your old friends. Please, come inside. The City Lord of the Earth Spirit Sect had also just arrived. After you, please. The sovereign of the Qingyun Sect smiled, hand in hand with the elder, entering the City Lord's mansion, as Helian Chong and the 5 elders engaged with other esteemed guests, chatting amiably as they proceeded that the City Lord of Wuling City. Qin Ming dismounted the carriage. Observing the elder's retreating figure, at first glance, he seemed no different from an ordinary person. Not underestimate him and the Qi family. Wuling City's neutrality amidst the 8 sects and 5 kings is attributed to the Qi family's deep roots and strength, as well as their vast and intricate web of relationships. Taizhan He followed suit, stepping down from the carriage. An elder approached with a smile. leading them toward the mansion. Please follow me. We will first register and make arrangements. The city lord's mansion of Wuling City resembled a classical garden, divided into numerous districts, each featuring distinct landscape styles, with ample space for each. There were tranquil old forests, crystal-clear lakes, winding pavilions, and various exquisitely elegant courtyards. Even a few expansive training halls. The elder guided them into a refined district, shaded by lush trees, with clear streams flowing, the air infused with freshness, inviting deep breaths that calmed the spirit. As they entered the district, a group approached. These individuals were not only tall and robust but also possessed a striking demeanor, clad in heavy armor, their presence commanding. They were the competing team from the Earth Spirit Sect, all male disciples. Among the 8 sects in the northern region, there were 2 sects quite unique in nature. Their disciples and martial arts training were entirely of a single type, namely, the Earth Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Water Sect. Disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect were all exceptionally attuned to Earth elemental power, practicing unified martial arts of earth, rock, and dust. Hence, each disciple was particularly tall and strong, exuding an impressive masculine charm and astonishing explosive power. Chapter 64. A Fight? Earth Spirit Sect. Mu Cheng halted, furrowing his brow at the approaching team. The Earth Spirit Sect was a formidable sect, second only to the Heavenly Tao Sect, with disciples renowned for their strength, representing a significant challenge for the Qingyun Sect at this tea gathering. Moreover, this type of explosive power often transcended the limitations of realms in the spirit martial stage. With clever application, they could potentially challenge opponents of higher tiers, much like Qin Ming, who had defeated the 7th level Mu Zixio when he was at the 5th level. Relying on sheer brute force. No Sect desired to encounter them on the arena of the tea gathering. You are from Qingyun Sect? The Earth Spirit Sect's team came to a halt, their average height around 2 meters, emanating an overwhelming aura. Qingyun Sect, Mu Cheng returned the salute. Who is Yueqing? The leading disciple of the Earth Spirit Sect, named Yang Yi, was a formidable figure at the Xuanwu stage, tall yet not bulky, resembling a statue carved from rock, embodying both resilience and an indomitable strength. Do you know Yueqing? Mu Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. Yueqing is out training and will not be participating in the tea gathering. Afraid to come? Hemph. Qingyun Sect rarely produces talents, and yet you lack the courage to attend. I can be your opponent. Mu Cheng stepped forward, his aura ablaze. The golden sword glinted with a cold light, seemingly sensing its master's fighting spirit. You? Yang Yi remained indifferent. Jian Mu Cheng, Xuanwu stage. I will challenge you at the tea gathering. Mu Cheng declared his challenge on the spot, representing the Qingyun Sect, determined not to weaken their stance, even against the formidable Earth Spirit Sect. In this regard, Qin Ming, Taizhan He, and the others stood resolutely beside him. Stepping forward in unison. Xuanwu stage. Yang Yi studied him closely, and the 9 disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect shared a moment of surprise. Who would have thought that the new generation of Qingyun Sect would boast 2 disciples at the Xuanwu stage? The leading elder interjected with a smile. Let us first proceed to register. There will be ample opportunities for sparring later. Remember my name, Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng passed by Yang Yi and followed the elder deeper into the estate. Yang Yi smirked. Interesting. Qingyun Sect has come with great momentum this time. Let us go take a look at what lineup Qingyun Sect has sent. Mu Cheng led the team into the assembly hall, which was elegant and steeped in antiquity, with a table at the center where an elder sat recording details. The elder glanced up at them, picking up his pen to document. Is this the team from Qingyun Sect? Please state your realm and the duration of stability at that level. Mu Cheng, 17 years old, Xuanwu stage, 1st level, stability duration, 2 months. Zhang Lan, 16 years old, spirit martial stage, 9th level, 1.5 years. Lin Yin, 16 years old, spirit martial stage, 9th level, 1.5 years. Murong Chong, 16 years old, spirit martial stage, 9th level, stability duration, 1 year and 3 months. Ling Shui, 16 years old, spirit martial stage, 9th level, stability duration, 8 months. Taizhan He, 16 years old, spirit martial stage, 9th level, stability duration, 9 months. This information was typically personal, but the 8 sects tea gathering was nominally a friendly martial arts competition. So prior to each event, disciples from each sect would truthfully disclose their strength. Zhang Lan, Lin Yin, and Murong Chong, all disciples of the Golden Feather Sect, had stabilized at the 9th level of the spirit martial stage for over a year, bordering on the Xuanwu stage. with their talents. A suitable opportunity would easily allow them to break through, and all were merely 16 years old. Yang Yi and the others stood outside the assembly hall, nodding slowly. Indeed, the disciples from this year's Qingyun Sect were formidable, and they had not sent any 18-year-olds. The rules for the 8 sects tea gathering stipulated that participants must be under 18, yet historically, no one had ever brought along an 18-year-old. The maximum was 17, illustrating each sect's potential and the tacit understanding between the 8 sects. Han Qinya and the others registered in turn, all newly ascended to the 9th level of the spirit martial stage. And the recording elder nodded, acknowledging that Qingyun Sect's lineup was indeed strong, with significant chances to vie for a spot in the top 10. Had they brought their talented disciple Yueqing along, it would have been even more thrilling. However, perhaps they deliberately chose not to for their own reasons. Yet when it came to Qin Ming's turn, an eerie silence fell over the assembly hall. Qin Ming, 15 years old, 33 days shy of 16, spirit martial stage, 8th level, stability duration, 20 days. Qin Ming calmly reported his information, meeting the elder's stunned gaze. Is there a problem? 8th level? 20 days? The elder responsible for recording thought he had misheard. Yes. Qin Ming accepted the peculiar stares of the onlookers with equanimity. Ha ha. The disciples from the Earth Spirit Sect outside erupted in laughter. 8th level. Not a single 9th level disciple can be found in the entire Qingyun Sect. If all else fails, you could at least bring along a 16-year-old 9th level disciple, or force a breakthrough, couldn't you? What is your situation? Yueqing is absent, and you bring a mere 8th level disciple. Qingyun Sect has truly set a precedent for the 8 sects tea gathering, dragging down the overall level of the event by a full realm. Is this kid really 15? He looks at least 18. What is his status? He can't possibly be the illegitimate child of your sovereign, brought along for exposure. The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect were not only mocking Qingyun Sect, but also expressing their dissatisfaction. The 8 sects tea gathering was celebrated as the highest-scale martial arts event for the new generation in the northern region. There had never been participants below the 9th level, nor any 18-year-olds. This was a point of pride and a source of honor for all competitors. Yet Qingyun Sect suddenly brought along such a child, tarnishing the overall prestige of the tea gathering. Mu Cheng and the others wore solemn expressions, clearly displeased with the Earth Spirit Sect's jeering, yet this time, no one spoke up, including He Xiangtian. They understood Qin Ming's character. He did not require their intervention at this moment. Qin Ming offered a faint smile, shaking his fist playfully. Let's make a wager. You may choose anyone from your ranks to withstand my punch. Should I emerge victorious, you will apologize for your earlier remarks. If I lose, I shall immediately depart from Wuling City. Burdened only by my pack. It is as simple and straightforward as that. Do you dare to defy? Yang Yi and his companions chuckled heartily, genuinely amused. You wish to compare your strength to that of our Earth Spirit Sect? Only by defeating your most esteemed member can you hope to earn our respect. Qin Ming shrugged his shoulders and advanced towards them. Who will step forward? Are you serious, young man? Do I appear to be jesting? He replied with a smirk. Very well, if you insist so fervently, I shall reluctantly oblige. A robust youth emerged from the crowd, his well-defined muscles resembling coils of rope, his fierce eyes gleaming with vigor, exuding a commanding presence that instilled a sense of intimidation. There has never been a precedent for a duel at the 8 sects tea gathering. Shall I clear the way for your Qingyun Sect? He remarked indifferently. The young man tensed, his fists rotating inward, a surge of formidable energy radiating from his body, causing the wooden doors of the hall to tremble slightly. Have I offended you? I might be a bit ruthless in my approach, but you wouldn't mind, would you? Ha ha, bring it on. Qin Ming stretched his limbs, sauntering closer. 5 paces away, his gaze sharpened, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from his joints as he activated his formidable strength. On his toes, he suddenly sprang forward, accelerating with 3 swift strides, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Zhao face. Yang Yi and the other disciples merely smiled, showing no intention of dodging. Zhao casually raised his arms, crossing them defensively, his cold demeanor meeting Qin Ming's blow head-on, a fierce energy swirling around his limbs. This young man must practice power-based martial arts, but so what? To flaunt strength in front of the Earth Spirit Sect is merely to invite humiliation. Vajra, boundless. Qin Ming's punch, now imbued with augmented power, struck with the speed of thunder, crashing against Zhao arms. The force multiplied 5-fold. 8,000 pounds of explosive strength. Zhao Kuo's expression shifted dramatically, caught off guard, as his arms slammed into his chest, causing him to lose control and stagger backward. What? Can you withstand this? Yang Yi and the others were collectively stunned. Qin Ming's voice rose as he closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon Zhao Kuo like a torrential downpour, forcing him to retreat step by step. In mere moments, over 30 punches had pummeled Zhao Kuo, driving him back more than 10 meters. Curse you! Zhao Kuo struggled to regain his footing, poised to retaliate. But Qin Ming was relentless, swiftly delivering a palm strike that connected solidly with his throat and chin. Vajra ascends. Zhao Kuo was thrust into the air, while Qin Ming executed a swift maneuver, sweeping his leg into Zhao Kuo's side, propelling him away with the force of an iron whip. The crowd erupted in astonishment, even the elders rising from their seats. Wasn't this supposed to be a test of strength? Yang Yi's expression darkened, witnessing the escalating confrontation. Did we agree to engage in a fight? Tai Shanha sneered. At that moment, Qin Ming once again sent Zhao Kuo flying, seizing his ankle. With a surge of muscular power, he hurled him toward the artificial mountain in front of them. The ground trembled as the structure crumbled under the impact. Gasps filled the air. How ruthless! Zhao Kuo was utterly bewildered, having thought it was merely a sparring session, only to find himself subjected to an unrelenting barrage, with no respite in sight. The Earth Spirit Sect is merely this. Qin Ming charged forward, swinging Zhao Kuo like a whip, smashing him against the ground. The artificial mountain, stone tables, and even ancient trees. Zhao Kuo attempted to stabilize himself multiple times, but Qin Ming's ferocity compelled him to retreat repeatedly. The scene was explosive, drawing concerned expressions even from Mu Chang and others. This is escalating out of control. Suddenly, Qin Ming released Zhao Kuo, sending him crashing. The tremendous noise alerted nearby guards and other elite disciples from various sects, who rushed to the scene. Chapter 65. His name is Qin Ming. A servant Zhao Kuo was thrown from the estate, managing to regain some composure upon landing. But his garments were tattered, his skin marred, and his visage bruised in a most pitiful state. Enraged, he let out a primal roar, a guttural cry echoing as he summoned a tempest of energy. The ground beneath him fractured, stones of all sizes converging to form a formidable earthen wall before him. Qin Ming, akin to a bolt of lightning, surged forward, unyielding in his advance. Vajra, boundless. He bellowed, his eyes ablaze with determination as he unleashed a punch before the wall could fully materialize. The impact was thunderous, sending shockwaves through the vicinity, causing the very ground to tremble beneath the weight of their confrontation. What? Zhao Kuo's expression shifted once more, struggling to comprehend the source of such immense power. Amidst the chaos of debris and dust, Qin Ming barreled forward, his fist descending like a hammer upon Zhao Kuo's head. Zhao Kuo's skull rattled violently as he soared into the air, crashing into a massive tree, the sound echoing like a thunderclap, nearly toppling the ancient giant. Yang Yi, Mu Chang, and others emerged just in time to witness this explosive spectacle, their eyes widening in disbelief. Other guards rushed over, equally stunned by the sight of Zhao Kuo being flung with such force. Zhao Kuo, dazed and disoriented, slumped against the tree, momentarily lost in thought. Qin Ming stood before him, demanding, "Will you apologize?" Zhao Kuo struggled to lift his eyelids, a fierce glint igniting within him, preparing to retaliate, only to have Qin Ming seize him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Apologize? Stand down." Yang Yi and others rushed forward. Tai Shanha and the others intercepted them first. It is time to apologize. What in the world is happening? Several sect elders arrived, furiously reprimanding the scene, appalled that chaos erupted before the 8 sects' tea gathering had even commenced. Apologize. Qin Ming held Zhao Kuo aloft, his fingers like iron clamps embedded deep within his muscular neck. I apologize. Qingyun Sect. Zhao Kuo struggled to articulate the words. Speak louder. Qin Ming's voice rose sharply. I, Zhao Kuo, apologize for humiliating Qingyun Sect. The moment the words left his lips, Qin Ming hurled him aside, sending him crashing to the ground, rolling several meters. With that declaration, the newly arrived disciples and elders from the various sects grasped the situation. The Earth Spirit Sect had provoked the wrath of the Qingyun Sect disciples. However, the scene appeared absurd, for how could such a fierce disciple exist within Qingyun Sect, one daring to confront the Earth Spirit Sect? What transpired here? Elder Helianzhong stepped forward, representing Qingyun Sect. I was merely exchanging techniques with senior brother Zhao Kuo. Qin Ming replied with a nonchalant smile, appearing harmless. I'm fine. Zhao Kuo rejected the assistance of his fellow disciples, forcing himself to stand. Defeat was defeat. There was no need for excuses. This was the 8 sects tea gathering, where only the most talented disciples were present. Attempting to find excuses would only invite ridicule. Exchanging techniques is acceptable, but do exercise restraint. Qin Ming, your strikes were excessively harsh. You shall be confined for a day. Elder Helianzhong admonished, ostensibly providing an explanation to the Earth Spirit Sect. Qin Ming, I've never heard of such a figure in Qingyun Sect. Numerous elders and disciples gathered in the nearby gardens to witness the spectacle. While skirmishes were common at the tea gatherings, the ferocity of this encounter was exceptionally rare, especially seeing the Earth Spirit Sect's beast subdued so effortlessly as Qin Ming passed by the ranks of the Earth Spirit Sect. He declared, I came here with purpose, and I possess the qualifications to be here. Do not look down upon me. He showed no signs of restraint, fully embracing the challenge. Whether through strength or provocation, he had come to make a name for himself, ensuring that all would recognize and acknowledge him as Qin Ming. You insolent brat, do not grow arrogant. We, the Earth Spirit Sect, will keep our eyes on you throughout this tea gathering. Yang Yi's expression darkened, representing the Earth Spirit Sect. Their pride had been tarnished before the gathering had even begun. We shall accompany you to your designated area for rest. 2 attendants approached the Qingyun Sect and Earth Spirit Sect, attempting to separate them to prevent further conflict. The first battle of the tea gathering. I shall challenge him. A tall disciple cast a glance at the departing Qin Ming. Brother Su, you need not personally intervene. I will handle him, another disciple asserted. Zhao Kuo was unprepared and fell into his trap. Such a situation will not repeat itself at the tea gathering. I shall take care of it. That young man possesses an unusual aura, the male disciple named Su mused. Having just ascended to the 8th layer of heaven 20 days prior, his stability was questionable. Even if he had an advantage, it was unlikely he could incapacitate Zhao Kuo. Su Hanfeng, you will be the first to confront him. Do not hold back. If you can incapacitate him, do not hesitate. Yang Yi made the decision. Su Hanfeng chuckled. I will ensure he feels the force of the Earth Spirit Sect's punches. You ought to reconsider, Ling Shui cautioned as she approached Qin Ming. The tea gathering has yet to commence, and revealing your strength prematurely may lead to retaliation from the Earth Spirit Sect, which would be a futile endeavor. Your secrets and strategies should be preserved for the tea gathering, not squandered in trivial disputes, she advised. Ling Shui's words rang true. He should reserve his strength for the gathering. Ding Dian admired Qin Ming's fiery temperament but noted, this may have been a miscalculation. I have yet to unleash my full power. Qin Ming replied casually, eliciting eye rolls from the others, who thought it amusing that he was making excuses. What is your current punch strength? Han Qinya inquired, having noticed Qin Ming's sudden display of power during their journey, which had taken him by surprise. About 1,000 pounds, Qin Ming replied nonchalantly. They arrived at a nearby garden, adorned with a small lake, pavilions, groves, and flower beds, each exquisite and beautiful, a testament to the host's refined taste. Each person selected a small courtyard, while Qin Ming, Tai Shanhe, and others remained in their rooms to cultivate. Striving to maintain peak condition. Mu Chang and the others gathered outside to learn about the other sections that afternoon. Qin Ming's name echoed throughout the expansive city, not only for his overwhelming victory over Zhao Kuo of the Earth Spirit Sect, but also for his status as an 8th layer of heaven disciple. An 8th layer of heaven disciple, just 20 days after his ascension. This is absurd. In the century-long history of the 8 sects tea gathering, such an occurrence had never been witnessed. As the Earth Spirit Sect had claimed, a single Qin Ming had lowered the overall standard of the gathering. Yet, he had simultaneously proven his strength by defeating Zhao Kuo with his fists. Each disciple attending the tea gathering was among the elite, holding prominent positions within their respective sects, far from ordinary martial artists. How could Qin Ming, with an 8th layer of heaven cultivation, defeat a 9th layer of heaven opponent? Curiosity burgeoned, and many began to remember the name. However, upon investigation, a shocking revelation emerged. He is a servant. This is truly a servant. He is merely a delivery boy for Qingyun Sect. Qin Ming had once again disrupted the sanctity of the tea gathering. What was Qingyun Sect attempting to achieve? Were they merely jesting? With an 8th layer of heaven cultivation and a servant status, he had set a precedent for the 8 sects tea gathering. As rumors spread, It became known that Qin Ming had ascended from the spirit refinement realm to the 8th layer of heaven in less than a year. The atmosphere in Wuling City was abuzz with disbelief and intrigue. Many questioned how Qin Ming managed to ascend so rapidly, casting doubt on the veracity of the events. Thus, before the tea gathering had even officially commenced, Qin Ming's name had become widely known, rivaling the recognition of those prodigies of the mystic martial realm. Chapter 66. The little fox elders from various sects received the news and pressed the Qingyun Sect elders for answers. Is it true that Qin Ming is a servant? Was he truly in the spirit refinement realm just a year ago? What is Qingyun Sect's intention? Elder Helianzhong and the other elders felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, struggling to obscure the truth as they returned to reprimand He Xiangtian and his peers. They had been subtly warned on the way to avoid mentioning Qin Ming's servant status, yet here they stood. The tea gathering yet to commence, and already the rumor mill was churning. It was clear that He Xiangtian and his cohorts had purposely spread the information to humiliate Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming himself was unfazed. The moment he entered the city, he had no intention of concealing his identity. He had come to make a name for himself, and he would do so with great fanfare. The louder his name rang, the greater the chances of securing freedom for his family in the future. Is Qin Ming present? I am a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. My senior sisters are hosting a banquet at the Four Seas Loft in the inner city and would like to invite Qin Ming to join. Is Mu Cheng here? I am a disciple of the Heavenly Path sect. Would you be interested in gathering together? Does anyone know Ling Shui? Haha, I am Qin Shun from the Xuanqin sect. I would be honored to go out for a walk with you. That evening, disciples from various sects came to invite Qin Ming, Ling Shui, and others to a banquet. Such gatherings often occurred before the tea gathering, allowing sects to meet, become acquainted, and subtly gauge each other's strengths. Numerous invitations flooded in for Qin Ming, primarily due to interest in the 8th layer of Heaven's servant. However, Qin Ming declined all invitations under the pretense of being still in confinement. As night fell and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Qin Ming settled into his room, circulating the Shangxing decision to absorb the life energy of the heavens and earth. The Lord's estate in Wuling City was an auspicious location, rich in spiritual energy and vitality, rivaling that of Qingyun Sect. This proved advantageous for Qin Ming as he absorbed and exhaled energy, drawing life force to converge upon him. The life energy flowed through his body, nurturing his essence and refining his physique, invigorating every cell with a delightful vitality. As Qin Ming reveled in the nourishment provided by the Shangxing decision, a sudden movement caught his attention. He lifted his gaze toward the window, where moonlight poured in, pristine and cleared. To his surprise, a small, fluffy fox perched on the windowsill, its pure white fur resembling a pristine snowball. Its ruby-red eyes sparkled like two glistening gemstones. Watching him intently, its small ears perked up, seemingly intrigued by something. A spirit beast? Qin Ming sensed the extraordinary nature of this little fox. Its eyes were imbued with remarkable intelligence. The little fox tilted its head, observing him curiously, before leaping into the room, cautiously approaching Qin Ming, and gracefully bounding onto his bed, circling around a few times before gazing up at him with its adorable face. Qin Ming chuckled. This little creature was genuinely charming. He had never imagined an animal could be so delightful. The little fox nudged him gently, as if urging him for something. What is it? Qin Ming wondered, puzzled by the creature's intent. The little fox exhaled a puff of white mist, its tiny paws tugging at the hem of his robe. What is this? Life energy. Qin Ming gasped in surprise, realizing that the mist exhaled by the little fox was indeed a concentrated and pure form of life energy. Had it been drawn to him by the Shangxing decision? To his astonishment, the little fox even curled its lips into a smile. Qin Ming was taken aback. It had smiled, though it appeared enchanting. There was something peculiar about it. The little fox hopped onto Qin Ming's lap, finding a comfortable position to curl up and blissfully close its eyes. Curious and amused, Qin Ming activated the Shangxing decision once more, causing the life energy to surge, swirling around his room. The little fox breathed evenly, its eyes squinting in delight, clearly relishing the influx of energy. Whose little fox is this? Is it a pet of the Lord's estate, or did one of the disciples from the 8 sects bring it? Qin Ming pondered, trying to determine its origins. He gently reached out to touch its soft fur, marveling at its warmth and silky texture. The little creature squirmed in delight, playfully rubbing against his fingertips. Hey, little one, are you not afraid of strangers? Qin Ming teased, tapping its moist little nose. The little fox huffed in discontent, casting him a sidelong glance, displaying remarkable intelligence. Qin Ming continued to stroke its soft fur, allowing it to nestle comfortably in his lap as he resumed the Shangxing decision. It was simply too adorable, and he sensed no threat from it. However, after a short while, Qin Ming's gaze drifted back to the window, where a lithe and curvaceous young woman stood. Qin Ming was both astonished and captivated. This woman was undeniably stunning. Her attire was scant, barely more than a whisper of fabric, exposing her delicate arms and flat abdomen, while a sheer veil barely concealed her ample bosom, exuding a mesmerizing allure. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded freely, and her skin glistened like polished jade, her beauty strikingly seductive. She showed no hesitation in flaunting her youthful, alluring figure, radiating an intensity that could make anyone's heart race. It was hard for anyone to remain composed upon witnessing such a spectacle just outside their window. However, her pair of eyes were unexpectedly crimson, transforming her originally fiery and enchanting appearance into something otherworldly. Qin Ming could not help but grow wary. He sensed a palpable danger emanating from the young woman, a distinctly real and clear threat. "Who are you?" The corners of her rosy lips curled into a subtle arc, a playful smile dancing on her face as she scrutinized Qin Ming. "Are you a disciple of the 8 sects?" Qin Ming furrowed his brow. The girl let out a light, melodious whistle, rousing the little fox resting on Qin Ming's lap. The small creature appeared reluctant, tilting its tiny head to gaze out the window at the girl. She chuckled softly, waving her delicate fingers. The little fox, albeit begrudgingly, hopped up to the windowsill, glanced back at Qin Ming, and then leaped onto the girl's shoulder. She gently tapped the fox's rosy nose before leading it into the moonlit night. Ling Shui resided in the neighboring courtyard to Qin Ming, separated only by a simple fence. As she was about to close her window, she unexpectedly caught sight of a strikingly alluring figure striding out from Qin Ming's courtyard. Her long, snow-white legs peeked through the almost transparent fabric of her dress, while her slender, fair arms glimmered faintly under the moonlight, exuding an irresistible allure. The girl paused at the courtyard gate, turned to glance at Ling Shui's room, and with a playful smile, winked her left eye mischievously before swaying her soft waist and departing, her lotus-like steps captivating. Ling Shui watched her retreating figure before shifting her gaze back to Qin Ming's courtyard, where he leaned pensively against the window, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Who is that girl? Her blood-red eyes are quite unforgettable. Could she be a disciple of the sects? If I encounter such an opponent, I cannot guarantee victory. It seems you have a penchant for attracting women." Ling Shui's cool voice floated over from her courtyard. Qin Ming leaned out to look. "Didn't the Qingyun Sect invite you out? Why didn't you go?" "Don't provoke that woman," Ling Shui said, shutting her window. "Hey," Qin Ming called out, "Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry." After a brief silence in Ling Shui's room, a faint voice replied, "Come and get it." Qin Ming leaped into her courtyard, just as she handed him a handkerchief containing a few pastries. "Do all girls enjoy making pastries?" Qin Ming inquired, catching a whiff of floral aroma. "Why attend the 8 sect tea party?" Ling Shui's voice turned icy, tinged with a distant indifference. Many had asked this question along the way, yet Qin Ming had never provided a direct answer. Sitting on the stone bench in her courtyard, he sampled the pastries and said casually, "Our reasons for being here differ. You seek fame, while I seek survival. For the sake of the Thunder Ancient City? Indeed, it has been 8 years, almost 8.5. Time for closure. Can't you endure for another 2 years? With your potential, you could ascend to the Xuanwu realm in that time, and your chances at the tea party would be even greater. 2 years. 2 years. Qin Ming smiled faintly while munching on the pastries. "Do you genuinely believe I can survive another 2 years in the Qingyun Sect? Can they tolerate my continued growth?" Ling Shui fell silent. That seemingly casual statement stirred a slight ache in her heart, though she quickly regained her composure. "There will always be a way to survive, which is far better than your hasty participation in the tea party. Why do you assume I won't achieve a ranking? Wake up. Disciples of the 8 sects are all formidable. With the attention you've garnered, you won't make it past 2 rounds. That remains to be seen." Qin Ming finished the pastries in a few bites, finding them quite delightful. "Is there more?" He wiped his mouth and returned the handkerchief. "Thanks. You've used it. Don't give it back to me," Ling Shui remarked, revealing her penchant for cleanliness. "All right then." Qin Ming casually stuffed it into his pocket, preparing to leave. "You? If one day you fight for your freedom, would you leave the Qingyun Sect?" Qin Ming chuckled softly, remaining silent as he flipped back to his courtyard. Chapter 67. The Enchantress. The following day, the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect arrived in Wuling City one after the other. That very night, the leaders of the 8 sects convened, the atmosphere unusually grave. All the elders of the 8 sects were stationed outside the assembly hall, maintaining a vigilant watch. The true purpose of the tea party was, in fact, a high-level meeting among the sect leaders, centering on the interests and development of the 8 sects, aiming to ensure their standing in the northern domain and to create a counterbalance against the 5 kings of the north. In recent years, the attitude of the 5 kings had grown increasingly hardline, frequently suppressing the 8 sects and compelling them to forge tighter alliances. The leader of the Qingyun Sect even broached the subject of a marriage alliance with the Python King's estate, warning the sects that the 5 kings might resort to any means to sow discord among them, urging preparation. The leaders held their clandestine discussions. A list of disciples competing from the 8 sects was officially released. Astonishingly, there were 11 disciples at the Xuanwu realm. The Tiandao sect claimed 3, the Shura sect 2, while each of the other sects had 1 Xuanwu realm disciple. Such a lineup instilled a sense of pressure among all disciples, as this year's tea party seemed significantly stronger than previous ones. Disciples from the 8 sects frequently met, eager to gauge one another's capabilities, each preparing in their own way. After all, every disciple present aimed to make a name for themselves at the tea party. The list also provided a preliminary ranking of the 80 disciples, with Qin Ming unsurprisingly positioned at the very bottom, in the 80th place. Leading the ranks was none other than the Tiandao sect's foremost prodigy, Xingya, a legendary figure already renowned throughout the northern domain. Other notable names included the Shura sect's enchanting Yao heir, and Yang Yi from the Tuliang sect, among others. In the rankings for the Lingwu realm, prominent names included the Tiandao sect's Qinggu and the Shura sect's Qingxia, among others. Although the Qingyun sect's lineup was commendable, they did not fare well in the preliminary rankings of the 8 sects. Mu Chang and the others felt the pressure mounting. This simple public announcement served as a predictive ranking. Throughout, Qin Ming had remained out of sight, diligently honing his skills in solitude. He did not underestimate the disciples of the 8 sects, nor did he believe he could easily breach the top 10. His strategy lay in surprising his opponents, fully leveraging his advantages. It was essential for him, not only to gain recognition from the Qingyun Sect, but also from all 8 sects, laying a solid foundation for his future path. On the third morning, the martial arts competition of the 8 sect tea party commenced as scheduled, taking place within the depths of the city. Though it was the tea party of the 8 sects, it was customary to invite numerous aristocratic families from Wuling City to witness the event, sharing in the spectacle. As dawn broke, the city's young masters and ladies arrived in splendid attire, buzzing with excitement, filling the stands. Typically proud, they exhibited remarkable restraint at the 8 sect tea party, none daring to act overly arrogant in the northern domain. The 8 sects held a prestigious position, on par with the 5 kings. The disciples appearing at the tea party were elite talents with vast potential, far beyond what the spectators could provoke. As the morning bell rang, the leaders of the 8 sects personally led their disciples into the martial arts arena from 8 different directions. Every spectator rose to their feet, the atmosphere electrifying, filled with cheers and eager anticipation to glimpse the array of talents from the 8 sections. Friends, please, please. The former city lord warmly invited the leaders of the 8 sects to ascend the high platform, taking their seats on either side. Hundreds of fully armed guards surrounded the main stage, creating a barrier between them and the spectators. The 8 sect leaders wore smiles, appearing to have had fruitful discussions over the past days, exchanging pleasantries while praising each other's competing disciples. The ambience seemed exceedingly harmonious. The participating disciples from the 8 sects gathered at the 8 positions of the performance stage, eyeing one another, each brimming with fighting spirit and confidence. The stands were filled with thousands of spectators, fervent discussions swirling as they pointed and whispered. They had already learned through their channels that this year's lineup of the 8 sects was significantly stronger than in previous years, particularly the Tiandao sect, which boasted 3 Xuanwu realm experts, aiming to dominate the top 3 spots. Meanwhile, other sects also had their own Xuanwu realm disciples competing, with over 30 disciples having surpassed the 9-fold heavens for more than a year. Such a formidable assembly was rare in past events, promising an extraordinary 8 sect tea party. Of course, Qin Ming was a notable exception. Look, that one in black is Qin Ming, the Lingwu realm's 8-fold disciple from the Qingyun Sect. Quite handsome, isn't he? He truly is a servant. He doesn't seem to carry himself like one. They say he just arrived in the city and already trounced a disciple from the Qingyun Sect, displaying immense brute strength. Xingya, look, the strongest of the 8 sects, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the second level of the Xuanwu realm. The competition is about to begin. How thrilling. All these talents from various sects. This is a contest worth watching. Hey, does anyone know if there will be Xuanwu realm battles today? A young master asked impatiently. Don't you understand the competition rules? A young gentleman in exquisite attire replied dismissively, glancing sideways. Qing Gongzi, please enlighten us, urged the young ladies and gentlemen nearby, familiar with the general rules but lacking intricate details. The young gentleman coughed a few times and explained, the 8-sect tea party is divided into 4 rounds. Today marks the first round, featuring battles among Lingwu realm disciples in one-on-one confrontations. Those who lose will be officially eliminated, with no chance to participate in subsequent matches. Tomorrow is the second round, where the victorious disciples will face off again, eliminating a group of competitors, with the winners advancing to the third round to vie for the top 10 spots. The Xuanwu realm disciples will compete in the second round, with the victors bypassing the third round and securing a place in the top 10. The top 10 slots comprise 2 categories, Xuanwu realm and Lingwu realm disciples. Typically, it consists of 6 from the Xuanwu realm and 4 from the Lingwu realm. The fourth round is a top 5 elimination, with 6 Xuanwu realm disciples facing off in one-on-one duels, alongside 4 Lingwu realm disciples. Ultimately, the 5 top slots will include 3 from the Xuanwu realm and 2 from the Lingwu realm. The crowd understood, finding it fair. Otherwise, there would be no point in the Lingwu realm disciples participating, as it would be a mere battle among Xuanwu realm disciples. Every year, the tea party battles are exceptionally thrilling. We should keep our eyes peeled and learn, as such opportunities are rare. The stands buzzed with excitement, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Some spectators grew impatient, frequently glancing towards the main stage, whispering about what the elders were discussing, urging for the event to begin. The disciples of the 8 sects brimmed with confidence and fighting spirit, their gazes sharp, their demeanor proud as they began to anticipate the battles, secretly sizing up potential opponents. This year's teams from each sect were notably strong, prompting everyone to prepare for fierce competition. Ensuring they would go all out without holding back once on stage, Mu Cheng, bearing a golden sword, stood at the forefront of the Qingyun Sect's team, reminding the others of their resolve. As the team captain and a Xuanwu realm disciple, he drew the attention of the top talents from other sections. Prior to arriving in Wuling City, he had been confident in breaking into the top 5, but now, the pressure was mounting. Qin Ming observed the various disciples, studying the different styles among the teams, yet his gaze lingered on the group from the Shuexia Sect. 9 male and female disciples surrounded a strikingly beautiful girl, her fiery figure, alabaster skin, alluring attire, and waist-length hair cascading freely, all exceedingly eye-catching. Many in the audience cast their glances her way, though there was an air of caution, as if they dared not gaze too directly at her. Qin Ming recognized the girl. She was the very one who had appeared by his bedside the previous night. She belongs to the Shuexia Sect? The girl was playfully teasing the little fox in her arms. Seemingly aware of Qin Ming's gaze, slowly, she raised her eyelids, revealing her crimson eyes, bewitching and enchanting, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. Intrigued, Qin Ming stole a few more glances. The girl chuckled and returned his gaze. The other disciples from the Shuexia Sect followed her line of sight to Qin Ming. Don't stare. Ding Dian suddenly nudged Qin Ming, his tone stern. You've already attracted the attention of the Qingyun Sect. Do you want to provoke them further? Who is she? Qin Ming asked, retracting his gaze. The granddaughter of the Shuexia Sect leader, Yao Er. Ding Dian positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Ming, cautioning him against any indiscretions. The Shuexia Sect comprises extreme individuals, with extreme personalities and extreme martial arts, far more troublesome than the Qingyun Sect. Is Yao Er the strongest among them? Who told you to go prying around these past few days? Not even knowing who she is. Qin Ming averted his gaze, yet the disciples from the Shuexia Sect continued to fixate on them, their expressions cold and detached. Their attire and aura set them apart from the other sects, and now, collectively casting their gaze in one direction made their presence all the more conspicuous. Other sects shared the same curiosity, glancing towards the Qingyun Sect. Had the Qingyun Sect once again provoked the Shuexia Sect? Interesting, they mused. This year, the Qingyun Sect seems particularly audacious, having just made an enemy of the Qingyun Sect, and now starting a confrontation with the Shuexia Sect too. Qin Ming, Mu Cheng rebuked, Are you out of your mind? Qin Ming shrugged. What does it have to do with me? Qin Ming, behave yourself. Don't drag the Qingyun Sect into your troubles. Lin Yin, a disciple from the Qingyun Sect, expressed her discontent. You shouldn't have been brought here in the first place. Zhang Lan huffed, annoyed at his tendency to stir up trouble at crucial moments. Chapter 68. The power of one battle. The girl regarded Qin Ming with a half-smile, deliberately winking. Observing this, the other disciples from the Shura sect intensified their scrutiny of Qin Ming, and a few began to exhibit interest. They had yet to decide which sect to challenge during this tea party. Perhaps they should start with the Qingyun Sect. Their smiles only heightened the anxiety within the Qingyun Sect team, while the other sects appeared quite pleased, realizing that the Shura sect's focus on the Qingyun Sect alleviated pressure on their own teams. The 5 elders from the Qingyun Sect exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was unfolding. What is happening with the Shura sect? Are they fixating on our team? One Undying Sect disciple was already a headache, and now another from the Shura sect. How would they manage to compete? At that moment, the little fox in the girl's arms suddenly leaped away, nimbly darting through the crowd and straight into the Qingyun Sect's ranks, its movements light and airy, resembling a fluffy cloud. The little creature showed no hesitation, hopping onto Qin Ming's shoulder, its damp little nose sniffing him, wearing a delighted expression as if it relished Qin Ming's presence. Qin Ming gently tapped the little fox's nose with his fingertip, only for it to paw at him, seemingly urging for more of his life energy. Yao what's going on? The disciples from the Shura sect were astonished. How had their cherished pet come to Qin Ming? It appeared quite affectionate towards him. The other sects were equally perplexed. The little fox seemed to belong to Yao, so why had it come to Qin Ming? Mu Chang and the others were even more confused, wondering what was happening. Yao let out a whistle and beckoned to the little fox, but it ignored her, remaining on Qin Ming's shoulder, persistently urging him for something, its big eyes shimmering brightly. Master Chiu, does your granddaughter know that young man? One sect leader inquired of an elder beside him. The leader of the Shura sect was also puzzled. The small fox was a 9-son celestial fox, known for its strong spirit and a hint of pride. It rarely allowed anyone but Yao to touch it. Should we begin soon? The leader of the Qingyun Sect suggested calmly, eager to prevent further complications. Indeed, the former city lord of Wuling City rose, exchanging pleasantries before announcing loudly, the Tea Party martial arts competition now commences. With that proclamation, the atmosphere surged with excitement, thousands of eyes focusing on the performance stage as the event was about to begin. Qin Ming, a thunderous shout erupted as a disciple from the Undying Sect, Su Hanfeng, leaped onto the performance stage, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Ming. He could no longer restrain himself. He intended to humiliate Qin Ming in their first battle. Qin Ming nudged the little fox, which reluctantly departed, returning to the Shura sect's ranks. His name is Su Hanfeng. He is far stronger than Zhao Kuo, whom you faced the other day. Tais Han, he cautioned Qin Ming. The Undying Sect has already figured out your background and has vowed to repay the injury you inflicted on Zhao Kuo in kind. You'd best be prepared to endure. Try not to be defeated too easily. Remember, you represent the Qingyun Sect, Mu Qing added, urging Qin Ming not to lose too decisively. Qin Ming remained silent as he stepped onto the performance stage. The first battle of this session promised to be intriguing. Rarely did anyone provoke the Undying Sect before the competition began. This young man had indeed brought trouble upon the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Sect had become a source of amusement at this tea party, sending a mere servant to face off against a formidable opponent. I suspect there is something more to this. You think he'll surprise us? Su Hanfeng was indeed powerful. The Undying Sect had confidence in his ability to handle Qin Ming, regardless of any tricks he might employ. Disciples from various sects closely observed Qin Ming, many of them seeing him for the first time. The atmosphere in the stands was fervent, with most spectators already aware of the events that transpired 3 days prior. The focus was on skillful sparring, with the stern reminder from a middle-aged martial general stationed at the arena, advising Su Hanfeng and Qin Ming to avoid fatal harm. The arena featured Su Hanfeng, who raised his fist in a distant challenge to Qin Ming, representing the Earth Spirit Sect. On the opposite side stood Qin Ming, positioned at the edge of the stage, not venturing far inside. Are you prepared? Su Hanfeng was restless with anticipation. Please. Qin Ming simply stretched his body, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, closing his eyes amidst the gazes of the crowd, his right hand tightly clenched. What was he doing? Praying. Was he too afraid to advance? He stood so close to the edge. The disciples below found it odd yet amusing, while some urged Su Hanfeng to resolve the matter swiftly. The martial general raised his right hand, gripping firmly in the air. "The match begins," Su Hanfeng shouted, teeth clenched and eyes wide, as a wave of fierce energy surged from him, sweeping across much of the arena. His entire being radiated with a fiery aura, his long hair dancing wildly, seemingly of its own accord, while his fierce gaze locked onto Qin Ming from 100 meters away. Su Hanfeng. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly intensified, with many chanting his name. "Qin Ming, receive my punch." Su Hanfeng charged forward like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. He was tall and imposing, shoulders broad and arms lifted, each heavy step resonating with a dull thud across the arena. Qin Ming remained unmoved, standing at the edge of the stage, eyes closed, fist clenched. Aside from the slow and powerful tension in his right arm, there was no indication of preparation from him. "Qin Ming, what are you dawdling for?" Ding Dian shouted from below, urgency in his voice. "Avoid Su Hanfeng, first discern his strength." Han Qinya felt anxious on his behalf, perplexed at his delay. Suddenly, Su Hanfeng charged with overwhelming force, his entire being emanating a terrifying energy, his hair and clothes whipping about violently, creating an astonishing spectacle. A formidable power surged from him, converging in his right arm and fist. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the arena, he swung his fist forward. No embellishments, yet everyone felt the explosive force behind it. Well done. Many were ignited by this display of might. "Get out of the way." Ling Xuelio frowned slightly. "This isn't right." Tai Shanhe whispered, sensing a peculiar power emanating from Qin Ming. Where was it coming from? The fist. Qin Ming could already feel the incoming wave of energy. In a critical moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his taut right arm surging forth with precision, meeting Su Hanfeng's strike head-on. Bang! The collision of fists sounded like two massive stones clashing, producing a deep, resounding thud, as a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact. To the onlookers, it was a foregone conclusion that Qin Ming would be sent flying, perhaps even injuring his right arm in the process. However, at the moment of impact, as Su Hanfeng's energy engulfed Qin Ming, a dark aura surged from Qin Ming's right fist, resembling a pitch-black flying dagger, flashing in an instant and deeply piercing Su Hanfeng's fist. Su Hanfeng's expression changed drastically, his pupils dilating as if he could hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. Thud! Thud! The roar echoed in his ears. The next moment, as if struck by lightning, his raised right arm was violently deflected, and due to the overwhelming force of their collision, he lost control, flipping backward and crashing heavily onto the arena, rolling out for over 10 meters. The entire venue fell silent, the previously fervent atmosphere frozen, every spectator's expression locked in disbelief, as if their consciousness and vision had become dislocated. Even the stoic and commanding sect leaders were taken aback. Su Hanfeng lay on the ground, his right arm trembling uncontrollably, skin darkened, a result of extensive subcutaneous damage from the powerful impact. There he lay, consciousness fading, feeling ice cold, as if the arena had vanished, the audience had disappeared, and the world had plunged into darkness, enveloped by a vortex filled with the sounds of slaughter, screams, and roars. Struggling to rise, his mind was a chaotic blur. Qin Ming's right arm felt numb, his hand opening and closing, slowly regaining composure, before he walked towards Su Hanfeng amidst the silence. Su Hanfeng, lying there, shook his head vigorously, his awareness returning. Without a moment's thought, he sprang to his feet, energy surging anew, but in the next instant, Qin Ming lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to his chest, with a force equivalent to 8,000 jin, shattering the energy barrier and striking him squarely, accompanied by the crisp sound of bone cracking, sending Su Hanfeng flying. This time, the force was even greater, as Su Hanfeng was hurled off the arena towards the Earth Spirit Sect's ranks. "Brother Su." The crowd jolted back to reality, with one individual leaping to intercept him mid-air, barely managing to catch him, but the impact was so fierce that they nearly toppled upon landing. Once again, the venue fell silent, glancing between the Earth Spirit Sect and Qin Ming, many mouths agape, expressions exaggerated. What just happened? This was the question echoing in everyone's minds, and many could not help but gasp. The 8 sect leaders in the stands furrowed their brows, as even their keen eyes had failed to discern what had transpired. In truth, they had simply not been paying close attention, as no one believed Qin Ming could survive a blow from Su Hanfeng. Such a feat seemed impossible, no matter the trickery employed. Chapter 69. Invincible. Qin Ming played a trick. Disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect surrounded Su Hanfeng, their emotions running high. There had to be something amiss. Su Hanfeng's strength was undeniably superior to Qin Ming's. He could not have been sent reeling from 2 punches. Su Hanfeng gasped heavily, his complexion pale, with severe injuries to his right arm and chest, beads of cold sweat forming as he struggled to regain clarity, appearing somewhat traumatized. The atmosphere in the stands had grown lively, with disciples from various sects beginning to speculate. None could fathom what had occurred, but it was evident that Qin Ming had employed some underhanded tactic. However, what kind of trick could lead to Su Hanfeng's instant downfall? On the main platform, Lord Qi suddenly inquired, "May I ask, sect leader Li, what martial technique does your Qin Ming practice?" The leader of the 100 Flowers sect spoke softly. What did Lord Qi observe? His punch. It bore a dark aura. Lord Qi pondered seriously. The leader of the Blood Evil sect, Qiu, nodded slowly. That was a form of killing intent, solidified into a tangible form. In my opinion, the disciples of the Earth Spirit sect were overwhelmed by this killing aura, which stimulated their souls. Oh? The sect leaders were taken aback, realizing they had not paid sufficient attention before. Such a young age. Yet where did this immense killing intent come from? How could one condense killing intent into a solid form? The leader of the Qingyun Sect had little knowledge of Qin Ming, but since his disciple had emerged victorious in such a shocking and spectacular manner, he had no reason to undermine his own sect. Offering a faint smile, "I brought Qin Ming here for a reason. I believe he will surprise you. As for his martial techniques, allow me to keep you guessing." He felt a bit embarrassed at his own words. The sect leaders did not dwell on it further, beginning to pay more attention to Qin Ming. The leader of the Earth Spirit Sect remained calm, accepting the outcomes of the matches with composure. On the arena, the middle-aged martial general felt awkward, having not clearly witnessed what transpired, unable to determine who the victor was or if any trickery was involved. Fortunately, the elder lord on the main platform nodded slowly at him, signaling to announce the results. The martial general solemnly approached Qin Ming, declaring loudly, "In this year's tea party, in the first round of matches, the victor of the first battle is Qin Ming from the Qingyun Sect." "Why? Give us an explanation." The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect protested vehemently. They were at a loss, not even understanding how they had lost, yet they still had the audacity to shout. The martial general, a tough character, retorted sharply. The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless. The crowd erupted again, as the martial general acted as the referee, and the sect leaders tacitly accepted the decision. Was it possible that Qin Ming had not employed any trickery? Or perhaps he had used legitimate means? The first round, the first battle, a delightful surprise. What exactly was this young man's background? If his initial victory over the Earth Spirit Sect was merely luck, what of this match? By what means had he triumphed? Why did I feel that he was quite mysterious? No wonder the Qingyun Sect made an exception to bring along an 8th-tier disciple. They must have had confidence. The atmosphere grew heated, and since the sect leaders had acknowledged it, there was no issue. Although it felt somewhat strange, such matches were indeed exciting, as no one knew what the outcome would be, when reversals might occur, or when surprises might arise. Qin Ming descended from the arena, smiling and nodding at He Shangtian and the others. "I've finished. Now it's your turn." He Shangtian and the others were momentarily speechless. Staring at Qin Ming in disbelief, he won. So decisively? What did you do to him? Han Xinye could not help but ask. Just helped extinguish a fire. Qin Ming was still shaking out his arms, wincing from the pain. The sect leader had promised that once he won a match, he would no longer be a servant, so congratulations were in order. Drinks were to be had tonight. Tai Shanhe clapped him on the shoulder, striding confidently back onto the arena. Clang! The iron blade soared into the air, hovering 5 meters above, its aura sharp and resonating throughout the venue. "Qingyun Sect, Tai Shanhe, I challenge you." Tai Shanhe called out, his narrow eyes gleaming with determination. Long hair rising as if caught in an unseen wind, he bore an icy demeanor, exuding a unique aura, akin to the iron blade suspended in midair, radiating a formidable presence. "I'm coming." The disciples of the Earth Spirit Sect were preparing for battle, but a disciple from the Xuanxin Sect leaped onto the stage first. Xuanxin Sect, Wei Qibin, ready to engage. In a flash of brilliance, the iron blade twisted violently in the air, its tip aimed at Wei Qibin. Tai Shanhe made the first move, without hesitation. The atmosphere in the venue was electrifying, as this individual appeared capable of controlling the battle blade from a distance without needing to engage directly. I know you. You are Tai Shanhe, the heir of the Tai family. Wei Qibin appeared confident, raising both hands high, summoning a swirling torrent of azure energy that surged upward like a hurricane, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. Buzzing sounds filled the arena as the energy cascaded like a raging river, rapidly forming a mass of azure clouds that churned violently overhead, emanating an astonishing pressure. Energy pervades the cosmos. Restrain, Wei Qibin shouted with confidence, the fierce azure wind creating a grand spectacle. The spectacular martial technique wielded immense power, unfathomable for a spirit martial realm disciple. The clouds above seemed to weigh heavily, pinning the iron blade in place. The swirling azure clouds churned violently, hurtling towards the iron blade. The battle commenced on a grand scale, and many spectators were thrilled, affirming that this was indeed the splendid competition of the 8 sects tea party, far surpassing the usual minor skirmishes. Surprisingly, Tai Shanhe remained expressionless, undeterred, as the iron blade remained steadfast against the immense pressure. As the azure clouds bore down, the iron blade surged with renewed vigor, shooting upward like a radiant rainbow, shattering the swirling clouds effortlessly. Humph! Wei Qibin scoffed, the strength of your blade is beyond estimation. I shall take it. The azure wind and clouds spread rapidly, vast as a mountain, rumbling with the sound of thunder, and in the next moment, the energy surged, engulfing the iron blade. Beautiful! The disciples of the Qingyun Sect cheered. I'll take your blade. Let us see how you fare now. What? Wei Qibin's laughter abruptly ceased as a black light cleaved through the void. Slicing through the massive clouds, the iron blade unleashed a terrifying killing intent, surging forth with an overwhelming wave of energy that shattered the clouds into oblivion. The blade's momentum was unstoppable, transforming into a streak of black light, aimed directly at Wei Qibin. His face paled as he realized, though powerful, his strength relied on the cosmic energy technique. In a panic, he unleashed a barrage of azure energy, attempting to counter the assault. Yet, the iron blade was unmatched, slicing through every wave of azure energy, creating a thunderous cacophony that resonated with the audience below. Many spectators grew increasingly restless as Tai Shanhe stood his ground, having not moved an inch from the start. It seemed effortless. Wei Qibin, hold on. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect urged. This was their first battle, and defeat was not an option. However, the iron blade was too overwhelming, cutting through all azure energy and heading straight for Wei Qibin. Wei Qibin coughed up blood. Being forced back repeatedly, he shouted defiantly, summoning a whirlwind of energy once more. But in an instant, the iron blade pierced through the tempest, directly striking Wei Qibin, who let out a wail as the whirlwind dissipated. His body sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Thud. Wei Qibin crashed onto the arena. Clang! The iron blade descended again, unleashing a scorching, violent wave of energy as thick as a barrel. Aiming down at Wei Qibin. No! Wei Qibin screamed in alarm. Stop! The disciples of the Qingyun Sect nearly rushed forward. Bang! The iron blade struck heavily beside Wei Qibin, just half a meter away, sending a shower of shattered stones flying towards him. Wei Qibin's heart raced, drenched in cold sweat, his chest heaving violently. The entire venue fell silent, followed by a roaring wave of cheers. So powerful. This disheveled youth is incredibly strong, wielding an iron blade that dominates the stage. Tai Shanhe sheathed his blade and strode off the arena without waiting for the announcement. The martial general's eyes twitched. This was incredibly disrespectful. Nevertheless, he proclaimed loudly, Qingyun Sect, Tai Shanhe, victorious. Wei Qibin gazed at Tai Shanhe's retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Was the disparity really so vast? Why? The expressions of the disciples from various sects grew grave. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were exceptionally formidable this year. One Qin Ming was already surprising, but this Tai Shanhe seemed even more formidable. He Xiangtian and the others were left agape. This iron maniac was truly extraordinary, the heir of the Tai family. On the main platform, the sect leaders recalled that many years ago, the Qingyun Sect had fortuitously recruited an heir of the Tai family. It must be this individual. The leader of the Qingyun Sect wore a smile, nodding slowly. Indeed, the child of the Tai family has grown up. Sect leader Li, Your disciples this year are quite exceptional, the leader of the Qingyun Sect congratulated warmly. Not at all, this is just the beginning. The leader of the Qingyun Sect could not contain his smile. It seemed the Qingyun Sect hadn't shone so brightly in years. Although it was merely a competition among the new generation of disciples,